Confessions of a Decluttering Junkie, a novel written by Shatona Havig, narrated by Krista Del Sorbo. Chapter 1. June 29th. As Kaye Harper waited, her nerves danced a jitterbug through her heart, stomach, and hands. "I'll shake so bad I'll drop my notes, and then where will I be?" she muttered to the sloshing cup of water in her hand. "Get a grip." Kaye continued to fidget in the speaker's lounge at the Christian Women's Retreat in New Cheltenham. As the last speaker of the day, she had opted to spend the session before her workshop resting in the lounge, alone. As if I could rest at a time like this. Whose brilliant idea was it for me to speak here anyway? I'm a fraud, she whispered to the empty chair before her. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a decluttering addict. When the chair didn't laugh at her, Kaye's spirits buoyed. Maybe I should change my opening line to, "My name is Kaye Harper, and I'm a decluttering junkie." She snickered at the chair before her. At least I haven't lost my sense of humor. Yet. The sound system had been wired to the room, and the current speaker talked about her life as a farmer, not a farmer's wife. A farmer in her own right. What kind of woman did that? "Embrace beauty," Margaret Wolfe Hungerford said. "Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and it's true. My house isn't attractive to modern sensibilities. My counters are outdated. My walls have hand-painted wallpaper, and we won't talk about the light fixtures that we never use." Kaye heard a ripple of laughter, making her wonder what else had happened. Her thoughts went to her own home with its plain walls and updated kitchen. Still, did she speak of her home with the same love and affection that oozed from the speaker, Willow's, tone? "Find my life too Spartan for their tastes. I've changed over the past few years. The first time I ever invited people into my home, I struggled to find enough glasses to offer tea to everyone. I had 2 teacups, one that I broke that afternoon, and 2 tumblers. I'd just decided to break out mason jars when the officer, now my husband, assured me that no one expected me to make them something to drink." Willow Tesdall's description of her 2 plates, 2 forks, and 2 spoons seemed excessively minimalistic, but Kaye's confusion compounded when she heard Willow say, "Of course, we had spares stored in the barn. If we broke a plate, we didn't have to do without. We just chose not to keep them in the house, and that worked for our lives before Mother died. It wouldn't work now. Now people visit, often on a daily basis. To offer the barest forms of hospitality, I need basic table and flatware available." She went on to describe the difference between her home and that of a friend. The man's apartment sounded bare and empty, but Willow insisted that it suited its owner. "And that's why I brought it up. I'm not here to encourage you to one style of living or another. I'm here to encourage you to live. Take charge of your life. Embrace it as the gift it is. Don't let the cares of the world crowd out the joy of this gift from the Lord." The more she listened, the more Kaye began to understand what she'd missed in her drive to rid herself of excess clutter. She wanted that beauty that Willow spoke of, craved it. But had she become so obsessed with the less is more mentality that she'd let it redefine her personality? Surely that's what she needed to learn most, that balance. Applause erupted from the speakers. Kaye's mouth went dry. The door opened, and a volunteer peeked her head around the door jamb. 15-minute warning. Someone will come get you 2 minutes before you go on stage." "Thanks," she croaked. "Do you need anything? Food? More water? A barf bag?" The minute she heard herself, Kaye wanted to evaporate. "Barf bag? Really, Kaye?" The woman laughed. "I like your sense of humor. They're gonna love you." With that, the door closed, leaving her alone once more. Kaye slowly flipped through the stack of index cards. Should have put these on a ring or something. I'm so gonna drop them all over the place. As minutes ticked past, her nerves switched from doing the samba to a frenetic hip-hop nightmare. If Money Dog, or whatever the big dude's name was, could see her now, he'd have her arrested for impersonating a dancer. Why did I agree to do this again? At the 4-minute mark, the door opened. Kaye started to protest that she still had 2 more minutes before she had to go, but 3 women entered, 2 carrying babies that were obviously twins. The third held a handful of index cards. "Oh, are you Kaye?" "Harper, yes." "I'm looking forward to your workshop. Gotta feed the starving troops first," the woman said as she reached for her baby. "I'm Willow." "Nice to meet you." The words sounded so trite, so inane. Did they mean anything? Why hadn't she considered learning to declutter her automatic responses as well? To change the subject, Kaye pointed to the cards. "Glad I'm not the only one with a stack." She held up hers. "I rewrote these things 3 times before I got them right." "I did too. I kept trying to complicate things, I guess. I originally had every word written out on paper, but Chad said it didn't sound like me." Willow shifted the baby. "Is that just one word? I did that too. Chad thought I was nuts." The women swapped cards, Willow flipping through the one-word memory prompts, and Kaye, dazed at the art she held in her hands. "Did you seriously color on—" She flipped through the stack at random places. "Every one of these?" "It's Willow. She can't stand plain paper," one of the women teased. The door opened again. "Time to go, Kaye. You're on in 2. Her mind blanked. How she managed to say goodbye. Did she say goodbye? To the women, exit the room, and make it all the way to the side of the stage, she couldn't say. Seats slowly filled as the women returned from bathroom and refreshment breaks. The conference coordinator had warned her that people tended to leave before the last session ended, so attendance might be spotty. Kaye hadn't minded. Fewer people meant less of a chance for someone to record her doing something stupid. The MC stepped up to the mic and called those in the foyer and surrounding hallways back to the auditorium. A flood of women poured into the room. Kaye blanched. "When we received the recommendation for our next speaker, I personally threw myself on the mercy of the committee and begged them to do anything they could to get her here. I mean, let's face it, most of us in America understand the trouble with clutter. There are entire TV shows devoted to the problem. This woman has, in the past year, overhauled her house and her life into a clutter-free world. I can't wait to hear how she did it. Ladies, may I introduce Kaye Harper of Hillsdale." Kaye stumbled up the steps and hugged the woman who greeted her. Was that supposed to be a handshake? Oops. They'll have to deal. I'll have to deal. Lord, save me from myself. A sea of women blurred in her vision as Kaye stood at the podium and choked, "Good afternoon." The room echoed her, women staring up at Kaye with eager expressions, as if she could solve their clutter woes with a few words behind a podium. "I know your program says that this is a diary of a decluttering junkie, but I really think it should be Confessions of a Decluttering Junkie. If this was my diary of my journey, I'd never share it. It's too embarrassing." The room tittered, telling her she'd managed not to mortify herself any further. Yet. Her mom and mother-in-law sat in the 4th row, beaming up at her as if she'd negotiated world peace. They'd be surprised at some of the things she said. She just hoped they wouldn't disown her. Kaye waved her stack of index card notes. "See, I came prepared with notes just like Willow Tesdall did, but mine aren't nearly as attractive. See?" She held up the plain, white, lined card. In large block letters, the word Jacob stared at the audience. This is my husband's name. We'll get back to him in a minute. But first, I just realized the irony of filling out 500, okay, not that many, but enough index cards as notes on how I got rid of all my clutter. I created clutter to talk about reducing it. How crazy is that? A loud amen, echoed by an from the left side, prompted her to point to the women and grin. I like you two already. She held up the card with Jacob's name on it. So I said I'd get back to this. Now, why does my first cue card say Jacob on it? Well, because, you see, if you asked my husband, he'd say my obsession, addiction really, hence the title, Junkie, began the day he was looking for this new little flashlight we'd bought. Light on one side, laser on the other. We couldn't find it, but we did find a lot of other junk. Frustrated, I went out and bought a bunch of books on how to simplify and de-junk my life. She leaned forward, gripping the narrow podium. But ladies, that's not when this journey really began. Let me set the stage. The boys had already gone off to school, and my daughter Sophie was dressed and ready to go to J.C. Penney's huge sale. Chapter 2. January 3rd. Kaye grabbed her keys, her purse, and hoisted the baby from the playpen. Okay, Sophie, it's time to hit the sale before all the good stuff is gone. Where are my lists? The pad beside the phone, gone. Kaye juggled keys and baby while digging through her purse in search for the lists of needed clothing and household items. As she dug, she scanned every inch of her brain, searching for anything she could remember. Sheets. Sophie stared at her with what seemed to be utter disdain and dismay. That was not swearing, Sophie Marie. I mean it. She added when the child didn't offer up a one-toothed grin. The boys need sheets. Again? I swear they wear cleats to bed or something. That thought twisted an uncomfortable knot in her stomach. Knowing her boys, they probably did. A search of her room, the boys' room, the bathroom, the desk, the bill folder, and even the van failed to produce the elusive shopping lists. Kaye stared at the back door as if it would tell her what to do. Keep looking or try to remember everything she'd been trying to get at a good price for the past few months. She flipped open the cabinet above her husband's workbench as if the lists would miraculously appear. A box of extension cords, drill bits, various bottles of glue, and a wine glass dropped to the ground. The wine glass shattered. Eyes closed, Kaye raised her face to the ceiling of the garage and took a cleansing breath. Go, right, Sophie? The baby bopped her with a stuffed worm. That's good enough for me, she muttered. Purrlock padded past, his tail flicking as if to say, I know what you're doing, and you're so going to fail. Irritated, she buckled Sophie in her seat and squeezed her way between the front bucket seats into the driver's seat. The cat sat on the entry mat and licked a paw before glancing up at her. Kaye twisted the key in the ignition and jerked the car into gear. You can't intimidate me, you dumb cat. I swear we should have named you Dummkopf. At least that would fit. The cat turned and slipped into the cat door, the flap swinging in his wake. Kaye punched the accelerator and immediately slammed on the brakes just centimeters before she would have plowed through the garage door. Ugh, this is going to be a bad day. A line of shoppers queued outside the back of entry doors at J.C. Penney's. Kaye kept Sophie bundled as she blocked the wind with her back. If you could really freeze your butt off, she mused to herself. Ain't that the truth? Kaye looked up to see a frowsy-haired woman in a coat 2 sizes too small, nodding in front of her. I'd be downright skinny after a day's like this. I don't see why they can't let us wait inside and go in from the mall entrance. It's not like all the stores don't have those bars anyway. Jacob, my husband, He says that getting a bit cold every day is a great way to help with weight loss because it lowers your body heat a bit and you burn a lot of calories to bring it back up. He's convinced that's why swimming is such good exercise. Kaye tied her coat belt tighter. I think I'd rather have the extra pounds. And is he, Miss Frowes demanded, considering the body's natural defense against cold, fat? Don't people automatically put on a few pounds in winter and take them off again before summer? You know, like bears. Before Kaye could answer, the doors opened and the crowd surged forward. Come on then, Soph. Let's find the sheets first, since that's all I can remember for sure. She didn't make it to the sheets aisles. Acrylic glasses caught her eye just inside the door. Kaye despised plastic, and glass always ended up broken. But acrylic tumblers too often had narrower bottoms than tops, a sure sign of male engineering if she'd ever encountered it. Only a man, probably a single man, would create glasses that were top-heavy so kids would be sure to spill them with a glance. Her checkbook warred with her credit card, which in turn warred with her conscience, until a second wave of shoppers nearly ran her over. I'll get 'em. Anything to avoid plastic. Sophie cooed. That's right, nasty plastic. Now, sheet. Oh, look. All through the store, she kept a running one-sided conversation with Sophie. The baby gave her opinion on shirts for Daddy, shoes for Miles, and jeans for Mommy. That is to say, Kaye decided that Sophie had excellent and identical tastes and spoke for her. Once she'd loaded the canopy of Sophie's stroller with more stuff than it reasonably should hold, Kaye got in line and began pruning her choices. The glasses stayed. 2 of the shirts for Jacob were keepers, but she set aside 3 others. 4 boxes of shoes for Miles pruned down to 1, and she kept both pairs of jeans and 3 out of 5 tops she'd picked out for herself. The cashier accepted the reject pile with more graciousness than Kaye could see the woman felt and began ringing up the rest of her purchases. That's a good deal on those shoes. I bought them at full price. They still look new. Good. Now, if they only made sheets. Oh, no, I forgot the sheets. The woman halted, waiting for instructions. Kaye repressed a sigh and smiled. Well, I'll just have to take this out to the van and come back in. No reason to stand in line again, especially if I don't find anything. Again, the register beeped as the cashier scanned each item. Did you see the lingerie sale? Bras are buy 2 get 1. The vision of Kaye's stretched out, dingy bras hanging over the towel rack in the bathroom swam before her eyes. Definitely have to check those out, too. Kaye laughed. I swear I wouldn't have a paycheck if I worked here. Yeah, I don't half the time. The woman glanced at the register. That'll be $123.46. Too bad it wasn't 45. At the cashier's blank look, Kaye tried not to roll her eyes. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This skipped 5 and went, never mind. Right, I get it. Will this be on your pennies charge, and do you have our rewards card? Kaye passed the card and her rewards coupon across the counter. Can't get my rewards dollars without it. It took longer to get the bags out to the van and return to the store than it took to discover that the sheet selection left much to be desired. Once Kaye made it to the bedding department, she wove her way through the shoppers to the twin section and stared at the options. Flannel sheets were nice and toasty, but they wore out faster, and Miles refused to sleep on anything but knit. What sheets weren't on sale? Knit. Grrr. Sophie clapped her hands and echoed the growl. Grrr. That's my smart girl. So, no sheets. We'll go for bras instead. Sophie slept. The golden hours of every day. Those 2 hours when Kaye's time was her own. Jacob always tried to convince her to do something for herself. He suggested hobbies, reading, even trading with a friend from church once or twice a week so she could go to the gym or take a class somewhere. He doesn't understand, she muttered as Purrlock strutted past. The cat flicked his tail as if to insist that he too didn't understand Kaye's unwillingness to take a little time for herself. Look, you self-important feline, it's not easy being a wife and a mother. I don't care what anyone says, it's not easy. I've got too much to do, like put away the stuff I bought. As the cat continued away from her, clearly uninterested in her rambles about things too inconsequential for his notice, she added, and maybe find my lists so I can see what I forgot. She carried the shoebox into Miles's room and set it on the bed. He could try them on when he got home. On the floor next to the door, another shoebox lay abandoned, the tissue wadded beside it. Kaye groaned. Mom bought shoes last week. I scratched it off the stupid list. Jeans, tops. She went through the house, putting things away. In the kitchen, however, clean dishes in the dishwasher kept her from loading it up with the new glassware. She pulled out a dozen plastic cups, most from fast food places. Arms full of the new rejects, Kaye pulled open the bottom drawer where she kept extra plasticware. Cottage cheese and yogurt containers greeted her new members of the Harper Kitchen Removal Society. Purrlock slunk past with a derisive glance at the open drawer. Defensiveness welled up in Kaye. I know, but we might need them someday. Guests come over and don't keep track of their glasses. I always have to use the disposable ones at times like that. This'll save money. The cat stopped in his tracks and sat down on his haunches. His tail flicked back and forth on the floor as if judging the distance between him and his prey. An ear twitched. He raised his head to look at her and then looked back at the drawer. Well, Your Excellency, do you approve? Without a meow, a purr, or a hiss, Purrlock turned and stalked out of the kitchen. Just as Kaye shoved the drawer shut, she heard the distinct sound of kitty litter moving in the box. Oh, come on, that's just rude. Still, as she collapsed on the couch and punched the remote, her inner self mocked her. You'll never do it. You'll hate that they're all mismatched. Disposable ones at least look like they're supposed to be there. You're such a sucker. Anxious to silence the inner beast, she grabbed the book of crossword puzzles on the coffee table and opened it to the marked place. There, where she'd left 13 down in a fit of frustration, lay her shopping lists. Several items now hung in closets or sat on shelves. However, 3 items, circled and starred with asterisks to remind her that she needed them before Friday night, had never even hovered in the dim shadows of her memory. Ah, now I have to go back, and the best selection will be gone. Chapter 3. Jacob Harper pounded up the basement stairs and burst into the kitchen. Hey, Kaye, where's that mini flashlight that we bought a few weeks ago? You know, the one you wanted in pink? Kaye rolled her eyes as she dug through the fridge, taking inventory of the leftovers. Perhaps there'd be enough for a buffet-style fridge clean-out. Well, last I saw it was in the junk drawer under the microwave. The one I'm going to fix or the one that works? Jacob muttered, rifling through the one nearest him. The one you think you're going to fix. I know better. After rummaging through a dozen drawers, several buckets, 2 waste paper baskets, and a toy box, Jacob shook his head and went to tell the children he couldn't show them how to make Purrlock chase the laser that beamed from the opposing end of the flashlight. Kaye heard the frustration in his voice and glanced around her. There really was too much stuff in their modest home. Sure, they had enough space for the 5 of them, but only if they didn't pack more possessions than the average person could use into that space. Maybe it was time to get organized. The fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants method of home management had worked fine through 2 children, but once they added a daughter to the family, she seemed to have lost all ability to keep up with things. Kaye grabbed her keys and called out that she'd be back in a little bit. If I can find one, I'll bring another flashlight laser thing. It was the least she could do, right? Okay. 2 steps from the garage door, he called out, Oh, and if you're near someplace that has them, I still need those knee pads. The drive to the mall included half a dozen mini lectures to self on keeping shopping lists with her at all times, 2 whine fests on why her husband couldn't take 5 minutes to get his own knee pads, and interspersed between each one, a micro pep talk about how things would change soon. Her life of cluttered schedules, drawers, closets, and brain cells had to cease. She needed space. She needed to prune the unnecessary, whatever that meant. "I'll find out, though," Kaye muttered as she pulled into the last parking space in the mall parking lot, the farthest from Rockland Books as she could get. Figures. Trent and Miles raced through the house as Jacob counted. With each number, he wriggled Sophie's toes. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sophie giggled. 50. Ready or not, here we come. Jacob and Sophie roamed through the house, looking under beds, behind couches, and in every closet that Jacob wasn't afraid to open. As he sought his son's, something, what he struggled to identify, niggled at the back of his mind. His hand reached for the entryway closet door, but Jacob hesitated. During certain times of the year, opening that door could be dangerous, scary even. The weekend after New Year's was just close enough to Christmas to put it in the danger zone. Still, Miles was intelligent enough to know he'd resist opening that door. "Well, Sophie baby, we're going to take our lives into our hands and open that door. I'll just hold you out of the line of fire." He shifted the baby to his left arm and reached for the doorknob. A rustle behind him made him grin. He spun on his heels and rushed for the living room drapes. Trent tried to evade capture but tripped himself up in the drapes, nearly pulling one side down on him. "Whoa, hold on before you rip that right out of the wall." Once he had Trent untangled, Jacob added, "Oh, and gotcha."
"Where's Miles?"
"Dunno. Give me a minute to find him and I'll tell you." Trent groaned. "Ha ha." "Since you're here," Jacob passed Sophie to Trent, "I'll protect her from an avalanche."
"Is she stinky?"
Trent reached for the baby with evident trepidation. He sniffed the air and then held her awkwardly but relaxed.
Phew.
The moment he began pulling the door open, the sounds of shifting household items sent him scrambling to shut it again. A muffled groan and then an
"Ouch, let me out of here,"
followed. Jacob turned to Trent and then took the baby. "I'd say Miles is in there. Why don't you open the door and jump out of the way? We'll be over here." As Trent opened the door again, Miles tumbled out with coats, boots, hockey sticks, and umbrellas falling out behind him. Before Jacob could claim sight of Miles, Trent leapt for the hockey sticks.
"Let's go play in the driveway."
Left alone with the mess, Jacob settled Sophie in the playpen with a noisemaker that Kaye had threatened revenge on her brother for purchasing and returned to the scene of the crime. With each item he replaced, that same niggling feeling returned and increased. "It's like some spidey sense or something. I can feel impending doom, but it doesn't even make sense." He dumped boots in the corner, shoved everything he could squeeze onto the top shelf, and just as he reached for the Christmas tree box, a knee pad caught his eye. Purrlock sauntered past and batted at it. "Yep, there's one anyway. Bet I find—" Jacob hefted the box and shoved it in the back corner of the closet. "The other one under here. Yep, Kaye's gonna kill me." At the mention of his wife's name, that same unease slipped over him. "Purrlock, why do I feel like something is coming? Something very bad." Purrlock's meow did little to comfort him. Trent burst into the house screaming,
"Out of my way, gotta pee."
"You don't have to announce it, you're not 2, and you don't tell people to get out of your way," Jacob called to his son's retreating form. Once finished, Jacob surveyed the results. "Looks safe. Shouldn't fall on Kaye when she gets home and puts away her coat." With that thought, he realized exactly what had eluded him since Kaye's departure. The new year had arrived, They hadn't been able to find the flashlight laser thing. It's the new year. She left right after looking for it. It's the new year. Jacob groaned and went to rescue Sophie from the playpen. Sophie girl, it's the new year and Mommy has gone freak out already. Didn't even make it a full week into January this time. It's gonna be a doozy. 2 hours, 2 pairs of knee pads for Jacob's volleyball league, 1 mini flashlight, and an overpriced coffee later, Kaye arrived home with 6 books on organization and removing clutter from one's life. She burst into the house and tossed Jacob the bag with the flashlight and knee pads. At the kitchen counter, she pulled her new acquisitions from the bag and tossed it in the trash. Her chair beckoned her, but her bladder protested. On the way to the bathroom, an unbalanced load in the washer forced her to take a detour. Be glad he helps. Be glad he helps. Be glad he helps. Kaye repeated to herself as she rearranged the contents of the washer. The bathroom floor had been TP'd by the cat. Purrlock crept in behind her, batted the hem of her jeans, and stalked out of the room as if to say, "You just aren't as fun as toilet paper." All those times I blamed Trent for playing with the toilet paper. If I could get away with it, you'd be living in a cell at the animal shelter. Jacob, did you see what that tormentor did now? Jacob appeared half a minute later and chuckled. He sure does love toilet paper. I thought cats were into yarn, but instead, that cat TPs my bathroom on a regular basis. It's got to stop. Well, then shut the bathroom door. Exasperated, Kaye growled. I do, but I'm not the only one who lives in this house, if you remember. With an armful of wasted toilet paper, Jacob stepped back out the door. I'll talk to the boys again. Kaye shut the door and then opened it. Jacob half turned toward her, weariness seeming to enshroud him. What? Her heart constricted at the defeated tone in his voice. She didn't have to get so worked up about things. It wasn't his fault that Purrlock had it out for her. Giving him a flirtatious smile, she snatched a piece of the toilet paper from his arms. He didn't save any for me. It worked. Jacob leaned in for a kiss, one that would be sure to provoke gagging sounds of protest from their sons, should they appear, before sauntering down the hall and around the corner. One disaster averted today, anyway. By the time she made it back to the kitchen and her stack of books, the decibel level of the house had increased by a factor of 5. A new burst of hysterical laughter caused her to amend that assessment. Factor of 10, at least. The cat streaked past and then zipped toward her again. Kaye watched in frozen horror as he leapt and attached himself to her jeans. Ow! Off, Purrlock! Boys, what? The red beam of the laser on her knee gave away the cause of the cat's insane behavior. Seriously, stop. Don't put people in that cat's path. Just... Jacob stepped into the room to see what she'd freaked out about this time, and snickered. Despite her genuine frustration, Kaye's tirade lost steam. Don't. It hurts. With more sincerity than she might have expected, Miles murmured, Sorry, Mom. Trent nodded his echo.
Yeah, sorry.
The boys disappeared down the hall. Jacob grinned at her. I should apologize. But you won't. She hefted the books and turned away. I'm going to go disappear into the living room with my books. Please keep them out for a little while. I'm on a mission. Jacob took one look at the pile and asked, What good is it to buy a book on de-junking anyway? It's an oxymoron. If you buy it, you instantly have more junk to declutter. Undaunted, she curled up in her favorite chair with her book, organized in 24 hours or less, and began reading. After 5 minutes into the book, she wanted to take notes. A quick search commenced, and she finally found a colored pencil and penmanship paper in her son's school backpack. That would work. That problem alone proved that she needed to get serious about controlling the clutter in her life. Step 1, she murmured as she scribbled her notes to herself. Take inventory as you find things lying about the house. If pens belong in a pen cup on the desk in the family room, but you're always finding them on the counter by the phone or in the couch, perhaps you need to find a new home for them or give them multiple dwellings. Kind of cheesy, Kaye muttered to herself, but it makes sense. Jacob stopped mid-stride through the living room. Did you say something? I was just saying that the examples that this book uses are a bit cheesy, but they make sense. How so? He listened as she reread the lines that had intrigued her and then shook his head. So the solution is to put a pencil can on every surface? That seems like more clutter, not less. Or perhaps it means that storing them in the drawer of a desk in the family room that no one uses is a waste of space and the creation of frustration. I think the book is saying to store stuff where you use it. So since we use the Christmas ornaments in the living room, we store them there? Frustrated, Kaye waved him off, telling him he didn't understand. As he rounded the corner into the kitchen, she sighed and went back to her book. Why was it always like that? Why did he have to take everything she tried to do to make their lives run smoother and have more time to do the things they enjoy and trample those ideas into the dust? The compulsion to glance over at the end table to see what the dust in her house looked like almost strangled her, but she resisted. Her tendency to become sidetracked from her goal had killed one too many dreams. She refused to fail this time. Not this time. At the end of Chapter 1, she wrote down the 3 assignments the book gave her. 1. Glance around you. Pick up 3 things and dispose of them. It can be trash, old magazines, a knick-knack you've always hated, or your 6-year-old's toddler shoe that you keep thinking you'll find the mate to and donate to charity. Dump it. If it has to go to recycling, to the thrift store, or be returned to a friend, skip it and move along. You'll get to those things later. Once that is accomplished, make it a habit to dump 3 things in every room that you enter every day. In no time, you'll find that they stay tidier simply because waste has been removed. The doorbell rang. I'll get it, she called as she pushed herself from the chair. If I don't, whoever's there'll get bowled over, she muttered. Their neighbors stood at the door, arms full of trash bags. I brought back some of the stuff you've loaned us over the years. Well, all of it, I hope. We're moving. You don't say, Kaye mused as she accepted the bags, her inner snark getting quite the workout. That sold sign on your lawn didn't give that away at all. Well, the neighborhood'll miss you. We're excited about it. New house in the Brookfield development. There it was. Donna's need to one-up someone in any conversation. Kaye forced herself to ignore the dig and smile. I'm sure you'll love that. Well, she let herself sag a little rather than dropping the bags. I've got to get these put away before I drop them. Let us know if you need anything. Guilt slammed into her and prompted a last-second offer. When's your last night? I'll bring dinner so you don't have to get takeout. Well, that's nice. It's next Friday. We roll out first thing Saturday morning. Donna beamed. I hope we have nice neighbors like you at Brookfield. As she shut the door behind the departing woman, Kaye sighed. Why do I do this to myself? It's why I married you, Kaye. You're a genuinely nice person. She whirled and found Jacob leaning against the archway to the living room. Is it nice when I'm complaining inside? It's nice because you'll do it with a smile and insist that they not do the dishes afterward even though you're complaining inside. You didn't have to offer. You didn't want to. But you did it because, yes, you're nice. Jacob reached for the bags.
Down in the basement?
Yeah, I have no idea what's in there. Probably all of those baby clothes I couldn't find when we thought Sophie was a boy, and hopefully at least one or two of our Phillips screwdrivers.
Why? We've replaced them anyway. Now we'll just have more. She knew it was coming before he continued. And then you'll have even more to declutter.
Just go before I decide to take up health food instead. It worked. It always did. The one way she could convince Jacob that she meant business and didn't want any interference was to threaten a new health kick. While he disappeared into the basement with her bags, Kaye moved on to numbers 2 and 3 of her assignment. 2. Walk through your home. What room seems most overwhelming? What room seems easiest to rid of excess clutter? Rank the rooms from easiest, 1, to hardest, highest number of rooms or areas in your house. 3. Decide what you do in each room. If the kitchen is for preparing meals, you need your meal preparation tools in there, not in the hall closet on the top shelf to the left behind the untouched feather duster. Make a list. A small part of her felt a little strange. Maybe Jacob was right. The lists alone would add to the paper clutter. Then again, if she followed the directions of the book, she'd probably cut most of their paper clutter in half. That'd be worth a few more sheets here and there, wouldn't it? Besides, it was just a project. It wouldn't take over her life or anything. Once she achieved a clutter-free home and learned how to keep it that way, she'd have so much more time to do real living. Before continuing with the ranking assignment, Kaye reread the backs of each of the other books she'd purchased. In the store, each one had tugged at something within her, something that demanded help. Now, in the comfort of her own home, she felt smothered by them. One hand reached for the green-colored pencil again as the other shoved the stack aside. One book at a time. You're trying to sabotage yourself.
Kaye surveyed the room around her. Random things cluttered the mantel. From a teething ring the baby hadn't used when she was old enough to need it, to the vase Aunt Frances had given them for a wedding gift, the one she hated with a passion but could never bring herself to toss. It all screamed, too much. Anything Lamage's meant expensive, and it was wasteful and ungrateful to toss something expensive, wasn't it? The baseball hat that her husband wore every time he left the house had been tossed onto the back of the couch. The second he had to leave, he'd start searching, usually his eyes staring at the ceiling as if it had magically produced the hat from there, and by then, the hat would likely be in the toy box, under the stairs in Sophie's toy kitchen, or behind the couch cavorting with the dust bunnies. Even if it were there, he'd toss it on his head and give her a quick kiss before he jogged out to his car. She shuddered at the amount of fluff that he must wash from his hair each week. No wonder the bathtub was always getting clogged with hairballs.
It ends today, she murmured. Whoever said that today is the first day of the rest of my life is right, and the rest of my life is not going to be like this, even if it kills me.
As her boys chased each other through the room, dropping toys, clothing, and a trail of clutter behind them, she sighed and added,
"And it might."
Chapter 4. Nap time. Every mother's sanity saver. Kaye counted to 15 and heard the indignant wails of protest quiet to the disappointed sniffles she expected to hear. Within 30 seconds, Sophie would be out. The boys were still at school, so it was time to work. She'd read the next 3 chapters, taken detailed notes, and now she would put things into action. No more tripping over things or not being able to find them. It would be painful. She had no doubt about that.
But no pain, no gain.
Kaye frowned.
Wait, that won't work. I don't want to gain stuff. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Purrlock rolled over and back into the shaft of light shining through the window. She stared at him and asked, "How about no loss if you don't toss?" The cat's tail flicked and his eyes mocked her. She could hear his thoughts as clearly as if he spoke them. That would work, except that it sounds like a bulimic's mantra. A glance at her notes told her that the living room was for living, not working. However, the notes also said that if something is always out of place in the same spot, it probably needs to be stored there. What did you do if your husband worked in the living room? I can't just kick him out, she thought to herself. Well, I can, but it'd make things a bit tense. Kaye wandered around the living room, trying to find somewhere to start. The mantel? The bookcase under the window? What about the placement of the furniture? Perhaps things would work better if the room had a better... Her mind spun in circles trying to think of the word. Flow. Maybe it needs a better flow. She groaned. Sounds like a menstrual problem. Frozen in place, Kaye's eyes darted from the list in her hand to the book in her other hand, and to the room around her until she grew dizzy at the thought of doing anything. Maybe it wasn't possible. Maybe she should just quit now before it became yet another embarrassment. 15 minutes had passed, and there wasn't a glimmer of hope that anything would get organized. And that's when it hit her. She had too much stuff to organize anything. She had to de-junk first, then organize. Organizing stuff she didn't plan to keep, futile at best. Kaye stepped into the entryway and flung open the door to the coat closet, staring into the illogically cavernous space that usually terrified her. The family's habit of opening the door and flinging stuff into the depths to remove it from sight meant a problem of epic domestic proportions. Each time the door opened and yet another thing hurled into the already overcrowded space, the hurler slammed it shut before the inmates revolted en masse and came after them, just as it looked ready to do now. Kaye backed away quickly as a tumble of jackets, hockey sticks, and bags of unidentifiable stuff created an avalanche by the front door. Purrlock stalked past with a swipe at a tennis ball as it skittered across the floor. "That's why I'm here," she protested at the cat's apparent bemusement. "I have to do this." Still, staring at the pile of junk at her feet sent waves of overwhelming discouragement over her. Kaye shrugged them off as the cat rounded the corner. Who cared what a stupid feline thought? This was her opportunity. She'd start with the closet. Success was in her grasp. A glance at her notes sent her mind spinning once more. They told her all about how to set up stations in her home and find homes within the home for her belongings. She hadn't cracked the de-junking books yet. For one brief moment, she nearly succumbed to the temptation to shut the door and go read a novel first. Maybe that one her mother-in-law kept raving about. "No!" Her voice echoing through the quiet house startled her. Kaye winced, waiting for Sophie to awaken. Silence reigned. In fact, not even Purrlock returned to torment her. Kaye surveyed the mess before her once again, rallying herself with an internal pep talk. If I don't start now, I may never do it. I can't do too much damage in a closet anyway, right? If it's all wrong, I've only muffed up one small area. Charge! Unsure what to do, and feeling so overwhelmed that she almost quit again, Kaye closed her eyes, reached inside, and pulled out the first thing she grabbed. It was her husband's favorite hoodie. Into what would probably become a pile it went. She reached again. Her winter parka. She dumped that in the hoodie pile, too. Next, she grabbed her winter formal from 3 years ago, when she still fit into it. She loved that dress. I could try to lose the weight in time to wear it to Aunt Jo's party. No decisions, just dump for now. She tossed it into its own pile before retrieving it once more and folding it neatly. Hats, gloves, pool goggles, floaties, 21 jackets and coats, 14 pairs of boots and overshoes, 2 bats, the mini vacuum she'd thought died years ago, and the artificial Christmas tree they put up in the entry soon cluttered the floor around her in a hodgepodge that would only make sense to her, and she hadn't even cleared the closet floor. She pulled out her father's bowling ball, several half-filled photo albums, a stack of magazines she'd put in there to organize later, and a box of stuff she'd gathered to give to the thrift store 2 years prior.
How does it all fit?
Her piles became useless. The coats had overspilled onto the boots which she'd kicked into the magazines. She stood in the middle of it, incredulous at the sheer volume of stuff.
I bet Laura Ingalls didn't have this much in her house, much less in a single closet.
If she'd had any doubts about her goals, they were gone now. A new idea came to her. She'd sort by person. Maybe that'd give her insight into how the clutter arrived and why. The results? Eye-opening. The children each had 4 jackets, Sophie 5. Why? At the most, they needed 3. 4 of the boys' jackets she couldn't remember buying, but she did remember all of Sophie's. Between her obsessive shopping habits and her mother's, they'd outfitted the kid twice. The child had more clothes than the rest of the family combined.
I need to get a grip on the cuteness shopping.
Feeling somewhat virtuous, Kaye started with her pile and the microwave box that had been hogging one corner of the garage. 2 pairs of snow boots flew into the box with just a flick of her wrist. She hated those boots but had felt obligated to keep them since her mom had bought them. Well, she'd never worn them, so out they went. Kaye plowed through the pile of jackets and found 3 pairs of maternity jeans and a maternity coat that she had no intention of ever needing again. With a slight and definitely irrational pang, they followed the snow boots. Her favorite pea coat, on the other hand, she slid onto a hanger the moment her hand touched it.
I love this coat.
She added her thickest hoodie and a snow parka. There, that was enough. Her favorite snow boots slid onto the shelf near the floor where they belonged. The magazines, however, seduced her with glossy pages full of recipes that she'd been determined to try. Some held craft ideas for the kids and articles on how to trim the budget without cutting the fun out of life. Then again, some were 4 years old and she still hadn't done it. With a deep breath that she hoped would keep her from hyperventilating, she dumped them into the box. It almost felt good. Her father's bowling ball taunted her next. She'd thought Jacob might want to start bowling in her father's league, so she'd brought it home for him, but Jacob just wasn't interested. Should she offer it back?
Nah, why junk up Mom's basement just because I don't want it cluttering my closet?
The thought of the basement nearly choked her. She tended to use it as a dumping ground when she had the courage to go down there. She'd have to pull a Scarlett O'Hara and think about that one tomorrow. Or later. Purrlock stalked to the middle of her workspace and licked a paw. His eyes rose to meet hers, and Kaye winced at the much too accurate taunt. Or never.
Out of my way, you cruel beast.
If cats could chuckle, Purrlock would have. Instead, he curled up on an old stadium blanket.
Oh, no, you don't. Shoo.
Purrlock did not shoo. Frustrated, Kaye picked up the cat and carried him to her room, locking him inside.
There, back to work for me. I'm almost done with one pile.
Weeding through the children's pile became easier once she'd finished hers. However, despite her best intentions, Sophie still managed to retain 4 of her 5 coats. She'd do better next year, but she just couldn't let them go yet. The pink one made the child look like a bundle of cotton candy, but Kaye hated the pink and red together, so she needed the black one, too. The snow coat was essential, of course, and everyone needs a lightweight hoodie. Weeding through Jacob's things turned out to be the hardest of all, though she'd expected it to be relatively easy. After all, she had no personal attachment to his things. Despite her internal logic, It just seemed wrong to toss someone else's possessions, almost as if it were stealing. To her relief, the verses about being her husband's helpmeet came to mind, destroying any lingering thoughts and guilt. She was the house manager, and as such it was her job to keep the house in proper order. Why make him do his own decluttering? It was her job, after all. Once her innate justification talents eradicated all remnants of doubt, Kaye went to work with gusto. She'd always hated the stained hoodie he wore at every opportunity. Though she hesitated for a moment, she tossed it in the dump box and hung up the new one she'd bought him for Christmas last year, the one he hadn't worn yet. He was probably waiting until the other one died a very holy and very natural death. She'd hasten that for him. His church coat hung on the rod, too, but his parka was in the truck with him. He needed a work coat, one he could get as dirty and stained as necessary, but he kept his parka in there, too, for when things got really cold. All the summer toys she tossed down the basement stairs, the clattering of goggles on the concrete floor making her wince. Oh well, they always had to buy new ones anyway. They never could find last year's versions. Seconds later, she sent the bats down too, but decided someone might get hurt. Grabbing the Christmas tree, she took a deep breath and crept down the basement stairs, wincing at the random piles of junk everywhere. How does it get so bad? With a second pained glance behind her, she hurried back up the stairs to retrieve the possibly in working order minivac. If it didn't work when she cleaned the basement, she'd toss it. But she could not let herself get distracted testing tools with an unfinished project waiting for her. The baby would be up in no time, and the school bus would arrive with the boys soon. At last, after carrying the overloaded box, 3 trash bags, and a few things like the bowling ball to the car, Kaye stood before the newly organized closet, basking in its full emptiness. Coats filled almost every inch of the clothes rod, and boots lined the shoe shelf, leaving no room for anything else. On the top shelf, the small ice chest waited for their next road trip. A small basket containing their mittens, gloves, and hats sat in the middle, and Sophie's diaper bag took up the far right. Nothing littered the floor. Though the closet had lost more weight than a Biggest Loser contestant, it was still full. Usable now, but full. Before she could close the door, the boys burst into the house, shedding their hats, coats, gloves, and backpacks in the process. Within seconds, the bottom of that coat closet looked how Kaye suspected her boys assumed coat closets were supposed to look. Despair tried to form. She'd forgotten the outerwear the boys wore to school. She would have to dump 2 more coats and put the accessory basket where they could reach it, or they would never put things where they belonged. Just as she felt the sting of tears in her eyes, determination overrode her pity party. Well, I'll just have to change that. She grabbed the basket, set it on the floor under the entryway bench, and dumped the hats and gloves inside. After careful inspection, she tossed one jacket and kept the other, swapping it out for the one already hanging in the closet. Before she lost her resolve, Kaye carried the coats to the minivan, slamming the hatch down quite a bit more forcefully than necessary. Once inside, she stared at the backpacks on the floor and then shut the door. I'll add coat hooks to the shopping list. They can at least hang them up on the wall. Satisfied with the day's accomplishment, Kaye turned to go see if her sons needed snacks, but Sophie's "I'm awake, come get me" wail sent her in another direction. Staunch, irritating noise before feeding the natives. Chapter 5. The next morning, Kaye dragged herself out of bed early, determined to be ready in time to drive the boys to school. She wanted the clutter out of her minivan ASAP. If she didn't clear it out immediately, everything would end up scattered all over the vehicle, dragged back into the house, and then piled back into the closet. Removal was the only sane and potentially successful option. So, Between rubbing the grit from her eyes and stifling her intermittent yawns, she pulled on her jeans, grinned when they were much too loose, and reached for the next size in her closet. All the mid-morning nap exercising had paid off. Miles, an exact copy of his father in appearance and temperament, frowned as she entered the kitchen with Sophie on one arm.
Why is Sophie dressed? And why are you dressed? Where are you going?
I'm driving you to school today. I have some errands to run.
She knew better than to mention taking things to a thrift store. It was like handing a gun to the starving seamen and begging for a mutiny.
Can you get more hamster pellets? Clive is almost out.
After searching for several minutes for a piece of paper, Kaye resorted to another sheet from the tablet in Trent's backpack. See, it's always where it belongs. I can always count on finding paper in there. That's how this whole place should be, and would be if we didn't have so much junk taking up and cluttering up prime storage. Got it. Pellets. Coat hooks, too. She scribbled a few more things on her list and then poured a bowl of Cheerios for her daughter. Do you want these or cornflakes?
Those. How come we can't have Lucky Charms like Caitlin?
Because I'm not... A new thought occurred to her. Because we're de-junking in the family, and eating that stuff is like bringing in more junk just as you haul out the old. We need to make good choices that will last.
Huh?
Well, it had seemed like a good way to introduce the boys to their new lifestyle. I just mean that we can only put so much into a space, so why put stuff in it that doesn't do any good?
Because it tastes better than the stuff that does you more good. Besides, Grandma says there are just as many vitamins in Lucky Charms as there are in cornflakes.
Miles had hitched a ride on his latest bandwagon now. Yes, I suppose there probably are, but that's my point. You get the same nutrition, but not the extra junk. It's like choosing an outfit for Sophie at the store. Do I choose the one that comes with the pants and shirt she needs, or should I choose the one with pants, shirt, socks, purse, hat, and...
No, babies don't need purses, and she probably has 5 million.
Though somewhat exaggerated, Kaye had to force herself to admit to the spirit of the statement. Sophie, at a whopping 9 months old, probably owned more purses than Kaye had ever owned, combined. That's what I'm trying to tell you about the cereal. It's like getting another purse when you already have a bunch you don't use. You might like it, but you shouldn't fill your house up with it.
But cereal doesn't fill up the house. You just eat it, enjoy it, and poop out what you don't need.
Kaye's jaw dropped. Apparently, third-grade science now included the full inner workings of the human body. Great. Which we don't talk about at the table. But the sugar in that cereal will rot your teeth, contribute to the potential for diabetes, and make you susceptible to getting sick.
So, why do you eat the chocolate Daddy brings home?
Trent's innocent eyes were all that saved him from an overreactive mother.
Because I'm eating a dessert, not a meal of them.
But,
are you through? Kaye eyed the empty bowl. How had he eaten so much while arguing with her? Probably talking with food in his mouth again. Great. Just what she needed. Let him get away with more bad manners for her Aunt Diane to criticize.
Yeah, can I have a yogurt? I'm still hungry.
Without a word, Kaye reached into the fridge for a container of yogurt. The sight of the packed thing nearly gave her a heart attack. Somehow she'd have to find a way to keep that clutter-free too. Ugh. Did she need anything else? She didn't want to know. Once again, Sophie's afternoon nap gave her the opportunity to work on her new pet project. She could read and plan more of her attack. She could put the hooks in the closet for the boys' coats, or she could tackle something else. The sight of the hooks on the counter made up her mind for her. The home for the hooks was in the closet. If she didn't put them away, she would perpetuate the problem. Time to be proactive.
she remarked as Purrlock watched her root for the screwdriver. The cat hissed. I swear, Cat, I think you are just ticked off that I actually thought of it and did it. Well, you've got yourself a new owner. The cat hissed again. Fine, new human, and I'm not letting myself fall into old habits. I will get the better of this mess. You'd just better hope I don't decide you are extraneous household miscellaneous and donate you to charity. That seemed to amuse Purrlock. The cat rolled onto his back, flipped his tail, righted himself, and stalked out of the kitchen. Kaye shook her head. Well, it was a cathartic thought anyway. After spending 15 minutes in search of a Phillips head screwdriver, Kaye finally found herself squeezed into the closet, fighting to screw the blasted thing into the wall. Every few seconds, the screw flew from her fingers. At last, she decided she'd tap the screw into the wall just enough to help her hold it, and then screw it in the rest of the way. Despite her confidence in her ingenious plan, it didn't work any better. The second tap sent the screw out of sight and into the empty space behind the drywall. So much for getting that done. Kaye tried again, this time making a hole a bit too big, but managing not to lose the screw. Still, despite her handywoman deficiencies, the hook now hung semi-secured to the wall. Smiling to herself, Kaye popped the screwdriver into the bag of hooks and hung the whole thing on the semi-attached hook and shut the door. Jacob could do it after the boys went to bed. At least everything was in its home. She spun in circles, trying to decide what to do next. The one book had suggested that the living room would be the best choice. It claimed that the living room was often the easiest room in the house. Sure it is, she muttered. It's only where you live, after all. The closet had been nice because she could finish it before the baby woke up. Stopping midstream wouldn't be any fun. It took several minutes to decide, but she eventually dragged herself to the laundry room. That laundry room had sold her on the house 4 years previously. It wasn't huge, but it had counter space, cabinets, and even a handy wall ironing board. She'd imagined washing, drying, folding, ironing, and hanging all the clothes before ever leaving the room. That was before the countertop became a catch-all for tools, hamster food, Christmas ornaments, and old newspapers. The cabinets that she'd originally imagined holding extra toilet paper, paper towels, cleansers, and such were packed with baby paraphernalia, outgrown clothes, and who knew what else. It was time to de-junk that room. Maybe she'd keep up on the laundry better if she could actually use the space as intended. If nothing else, it was small. Surely it'd be done in no time. The third time she tripped over a pile of jeans waiting for their turn in the washer, Kaye realized that she could be doing 2 things at once. That kind of multitasking was essential as a domestic engineer, but she often became too focused on one thing to notice others around her. The washer held a load of whites she'd put in when she got home from her errands. Opening the dryer, she found the previous day's clothes. The vicious cycle continued to tumble down around her. Every time she thought she'd gotten ahead of things, wham, something shot her down. As much as she wanted to fold things as they came out of the dryer, just once, she knew it'd make getting done before Sophie awoke or the boys got home next to impossible. Instead, she filled a laundry basket and carried it to her bed, as usual. She could fold it while Jacob watched basketball. With laundry going, she had no further stall tactics to employ. The island in the kitchen seemed to be the most logical place to hold removed laundry room items. For once, it remained mostly clear. She made a grand sweep of the few dishes that cluttered one corner into the sink and began carrying things out of the laundry room. Newspapers, plastic sacks from the grocery store, the pool chemicals from the little above-ground pool that they set up every summer, more mittens, 2 more jackets, 6 pairs of mismatched boots, half a dozen broken toys. The piles seemed endless. Once she emptied the laundry room, Kaye grabbed a squirt bottle and a cleaning rag. Putting things away in a dirty room simply made no sense. The windows sparkled, the counter gleamed, and the floor shone by the time she finished scrubbing it. Kaye stood in the center of the room, spinning in place as she admired the results. Pride welled in her heart. The room now looked exactly as she'd always envisioned it. As she turned to the kitchen, her heart sank. The room now looked like a scene from that awful cable show, Heaps and Hordes. She had nightmares of waking up as their next victim. The stuff, all of it, had to go. Starting with the item nearest her, Kaye grabbed a 24-pack of toilet paper and shoved it into the cabinet under the laundry room counter. Paper towels, 6 rolls of them, followed. Extra laundry soap, 5 boxes of dryer sheets, 3 cans of fabric spray, and a motley group of cleansers, most of which she had duplicates and triplicates of, thanks to her habit of losing things in the black hole otherwise known as the laundry room, filled the rest of the cabinet. She closed the cupboard doors with a satisfied smile. As she stared glassy-eyed at the pile of junk that cluttered the counter and floor around her, the phone jangled from beneath a pile of coats. A pile of miscellaneous slid off the counter as she dove for it. "Hello?" Cass Delano's voice blasted in her ear. "Hey, girl, you haven't answered your phone for 2 days now. You lose it?" Kaye collapsed on the family room couch, kicked her feet up onto the arm, and pulled the phone away from her ear. "No, I don't think so. I think I forgot to take it off the dock." "Since when do you forget to grab your phone?" "Since I started a new project." Cass's laughter filled the family room. "Oh boy, can't wait to hear this. So, what are you doing?" Before Kaye could answer, Cass added, "No, wait. I know. It's after Christmas. You're doing the annual organization binge. Tell me I'm right." "You're sort of right. I'm de-junking." "What? You don't have junk. You're the best." "Fine," Kaye conceded. "I'm decluttering this place. I've already gotten rid of stacks of stuff, and I've only done one closet." "Let me guess. Sophie's, right?" In spite of herself, Kaye felt her smug smile spread across her face. "Buzz. Wrong. Entryway." "Whoa. Seriously? You survived? Last time I forgot and opened that door, a bowling ball nearly crushed my foot." As offended as she wanted to be for what should have been a gross exaggeration, Kaye couldn't protest. Instead, she chose to join in the spirit of the teasing. "Yep, seriously, I almost got smothered by the avalanche of stuff that dropped onto me, but I survived." Purrlock hopped onto the coffee table and licked a paw as if to mock her exaggerated tale. "I've got to come see this today. I don't want to wait until it's back to Dangerville." Kaye stuffed down a protest and rethought her response. "Well, you should wait until Jacob can get the rack I put up installed correctly. He'll do that tonight. Maybe we can have coffee in the morning. You can see that and my new and improved laundry room." "What? You did the laundry room too? Wow, I am seriously impressed now." Cass's natural cheerleading nature spilled over, warming Kaye with the encouragement she'd needed to hear. Jacob didn't understand. Probably couldn't, actually. But Cass would cheer her on, even when everything she did seemed crazy. It was who Cass was. "Was working on it when the phone rang. It's empty and cleaned and—" The dryer buzzer went off. "The first load of laundry is done, but I have to go through the stuff I took out. Some goes back, of course, but the rest— Ugh, it's bad, Cass." "I've been in there. Remember how long it took me to get a couple of loads done when Sophie was born? Oi." "Well, that's not going to happen again. I'll stop here and keep these 2 places clear of junk if I have to. I'm determined to get this stuff out of my life. I'm tired of it." "I have no doubt." Cass broke off mid-sentence. Kaye smiled. She'd gotten a text, probably from her husband, Jerry. "Hey, that's Jer. He wants me to check out a couch he found on his lunch break." Just buy the poor guy a couch. He's been patient long enough, Kaye teased. I know, but the last time we bought one fast, we ended up with the butt sucker. Kaye's snickers continued even after she'd disconnected the call. Purrlock stared at her, less than amused. It's a good description, you beast. Once you sit, it never lets you out again. A new thought prompted her to add, maybe I should ask for it for the basement. You could have it for a bed. At the cat's growl, Kaye crawled from the couch with one eye on the clock. If she hurried, she might just finish before Sophie woke. That thought spun wildly as she stepped back into the kitchen and surveyed the mess before her. Several Christmas ornaments piled in one corner beckoned her. Easy removal, no decision. They belonged in the basement. The sight of the sheer magnitude of the coming work down there gave her heart palpitations. The work would take days, weeks probably, but once done, it would be the pièce de résistance. The temptation to weed through a few things she knew had to go presented itself, but with an uncharacteristic show of self-control, Kaye jogged upstairs and snapped off the basement light. Recycling called to her next. She separated and bagged newspapers, plastic bags, cans and bottles and carried them all out to the van. They needed to go. Kaye found yet another small stack of newspapers and dragged them out to the van as well. As she slammed the door shut, she added to her gotta get them out of here mantra, today if possible. The laundry room broom cupboard had room for mops, dusters, and, of course, the spare broom. She gathered the items and hung them each on the hooks she'd installed the day they moved in, and promptly hid them behind stacks of paper towels, toilet paper, and various cleansers. Now the cupboard held what it had been designed to hold, and it felt good. Really good. Another glance at the clock sent her into overdrive. Kaye worked as fast as possible to find everything that belonged in the laundry room and put it away before the baby woke. Some things were easy enough to decide on. Others, not so much. 3 irons mocked her from the slightly less cluttered island. One she loved when something needed a hot, dry press. Amazing. However, if you put water in it, the thing spat like crazy. Her good steam iron didn't get as hot as the old one, making it only good for things that required a little lower heat. If she needed to iron her linen pants, she could forget it. The 3rd iron had been a desperate attempt to find something that did both well. It didn't. As she considered her options, Kaye realized the 3rd iron could definitely go. She'd kept it when she couldn't find the receipt, probably buried in a pile of papers she'd have to go through eventually, and now it just took up space. Feeling ruthless, she raced out to the van which held several boxes, courtesy of the food aisles at Walmart. Kaye dragged all the boxes she could finagle through the door into the kitchen, grabbed a marker from the floor, the one she'd stepped on in the middle of the night and barely missed breaking her neck, and wrote, "Good stuff," on the top edge of one of the boxes. With the marker shoved in her pocket, she tossed the not-so-good but brand-new iron in that box and grabbed the other 2. Sometimes she needed a steam iron. As much as she hated to have 2 when 1 should do, 2 were better than 3. With the laundry room holding only those things that it should hold, Kaye shut the door behind her and reached for the next item on the island. A mixer missing 1 beater. She'd planned to find spare beaters at a thrift store, but every time she went, Kaye forgot about it. It dropped into an empty box in tandem with Sophie's "I'm awake now" cry. Kaye grabbed the marker and scrawled "dump" at the top edge of that box. On her way to rescue the baby from the confines of her crib, Kaye swept everything off the high chair and dumped it on the floor. Sophie could eat Cheerios, maybe even the apple and cinnamon flavored ones. That would give her enough time to finish the job. Maybe. The baby cooed and clapped as Kaye entered the room. "Hey, baby girl, you're up just a little early. I should have known I'd never finish in time, so..." As she changed Sophie's diaper, Kaye talked about all the work she'd done, all she planned to do, and promised the current favorite snack of choice, the flavored Cheerios. "I shouldn't," Kaye admitted as she carried Sophie to the high chair, "but I really want this done, and it's been almost a week." Sophie banged the tray with happy but demanding fists. Kaye started to reach into the box and jerked her hand out once more. "Nasty Mommy, I didn't wash after cleaning and changing you. Ew." In an attempt to avoid contaminating Sophie's food, she shook a few Cheerios onto the tray and rushed to wash her hands. With the baby settled, Kaye attacked the kitchen with renewed vengeance, and as she dumped several broken appliances, she said, "Okay, Soph, first we'll get rid of everything that's broken. Trash, you know? I mean, sure, we can fix some of this junk, but why? We haven't seen it in months, some of it years. Why fix it so we just have to store it again? That's just dumb." The bulk of her mending piled on top of the other items. Each time she picked up something to fold, she realized that it had already been outgrown. Shirts, holey jeans, sweaters with rips, and stained baby dresses. Gone. She hesitated over one pair of jeans with a missing button, but, feeling ruthless, she tossed them into the box with everything else. 3 library books, 2 of which were months overdue, sent a wave of dismay over her. Shaking a fresh pile of Cheerios onto the high chair tray, Kaye rushed the books out to the front seat of the van. Sophie brandished 2 fists full of cereal at her when she returned. "Are they good, or are you going to hurl them at me?" She took Sophie's squeal as a cheer to continue, so she reached for a boxed set of banana dishes. Her neighbor found them on a 90% off clearance sale and bought them for her. Kaye felt rude, but she dumped them in the good stuff box. The fondue set they got for Christmas also mocked her. "Sophie, what am I supposed to do with a fondue pot?" The baby giggled. "That's right, it's silly. If I set up this stupid thing and tried to feed Daddy cheese on the coffee table, he'd have me committed. But how else would you use it? Why would you? It's the only way I can see doing it." Sophie's glee fizzled into a solemn look of confusion. Purrlock stalked past and over to the high chair where he batted a few stray Cheerios before jumping onto the kitchen counter. For once, Kaye ignored it and continued her rant against the fondue set. "I think it needs to go. It'd be a huge waste of time and another thing to clean. If we want to melt cheese, we have a microwave. Isn't that sufficient? I think so." Something in Sophie's eyes gave her a twinge of guilt. "You're right. It was a Christmas present. I can't just toss it. What would Aunt Lynn say if she came over and wanted fondue with a movie or something?" Purrlock's tail flicked. "Fine. I'll take it to the basement. Maybe by the time I start down there, I'll know what to do with it." The basement mess had to have multiplied since she'd brought down the Christmas ornaments, possibly exponentially. Doubts crept up behind her and strangled her progress. A niggling thought, one of those obnoxious things that always turned out to be correct, taunted her, insisting that she really hadn't accomplished anything. She had just transferred the mess. Defeat started to well up in her again, but a glance at the clock over the workbench killed that. She had less than 20 minutes before the boys got home. It was time to kick it up a notch. She just had to get that extra mess from the kitchen cleaned out, even if it killed her, and it probably would. At the top of the stairs, she blinked. "Didn't I think that when I started all this, Sophie?" The baby raised her arms in a silent request to be free to crawl into the remaining mess. With a sigh, Kaye dumped more Cheerios onto the tray and rushed to beat the clock. Chapter 6. Giggles from the boys' room sent Jacob from the entryway closet and down the hall, screwdriver in hand. "It's time to settle down," Miles sighed.
"Okay,"
Jacob started to close the door, but Miles spoke up again.
Dad,
Yeah?
are you going junk crazy like Mom?
Junk crazy? Jacob frowned. What do you mean?
You're fixing the hooks in the closet, right? 'Cause Mom freaked out and moved everything in there down to the basement.
How does that saying go? Jacob thought to himself. Out of the mouths of babes or something like that. I'm just putting up the rack for her. She went to the trouble of buying it and getting it started. The least I can do is finish it.
But why is she moving everything to the basement?
She doesn't know where she wants it to go yet, so it's down there until she figures it out. As much as he agreed with his son, Jacob felt obligated to show loyalty to his wife. And besides, isn't it nice to know where your backpack is in the morning? Isn't it nice to be able to reach in and grab your coat without worrying about that bowling ball falling on your head?
There's more room for hide and seek, too,
Trent added.
Yeah, but people open the door and see you now. You can't actually hide in there.
Those words Jacob chose not to file away to share with his wife. Kaye would flip if she heard Miles complaining that the closet was too clean for hide and seek. Well, you'll have to be more creative, won't you? With that, Jacob closed the door behind him and returned to the closet. At the sight of the cockeyed coat hooks, he sighed. Lord, I gotta say, she's trying, but, as usual, this is very trying. Help? Mom's Night Out, code for Sanity Saver of moms all over the United States and Canada. For years it had been Harper family code for grocery shopping night. But when the Hillsdale Christian Assembly began offering coffee and chat nights, book club nights, spa nights, and other similar programs twice a month, Jacob had insisted. You've got to go, Kaye. It's a good example for moms who need a break and feel guilty for taking it. Kaye knew that was Jacob's way of pulling a Nathan on her and meaning, you are that woman, but she embraced bi-weekly meetings and rarely missed one. So, while sipping a whipped cream-topped mug of coffee, Kaye listened to the chatter of other mothers around her, her thoughts lost in whether it would be worth it to clip dozens of coupons every week like Tiffany, or to homeschool like Brenda. That was her first mistake. Cass's voice interrupted Kaye's thoughts.
Is on a major clean-out spree. She told me she actually got rid of several of Sophie's purses.
8, to be exact, Kaye interjected. That was her second mistake. The room buzzed. Passions ran high within seconds of that announcement, and the room divided into 3 distinct camps. Several women gave her air high fives and welcomed her into the land of the sane. In almost perfect unison, others protested Kaye's judgmental attitude against them. She listened, stunned shock lowering her jaw millimeters at a time at the idea that her decision for her home had suddenly become a condemnation of everyone who didn't have a similar desire. Just as she started to protest, a third group of people began talking in conjunction with the others. These she mentally dubbed the devil's advocates. They argued with everyone, regardless of opinion. Her eyes met Cass's and rolled. From her place across the room, Kaye heard portions of Cass's snide remark. If you feel judged, a reason to. Maybe you. Consider that you're too attached. Stuff. Seconds turned into a minute or more of intense discussion before Kaye stood and shouted, Okay, just stop it. The din quieted a little. Cass cheered. Kaye blanched at the sight of 2.5 dozen faces staring at her. Okay, look, I didn't say anything about this. I didn't bring it up. I didn't say anyone was wrong for having stuff or right for having stuff or the reverse of either of those. I'm just doing this for me. I'm doing it because I can't function. I don't think someone is less godly or righteous or a worse mom or wife just because I did something they didn't. Once on a roll, Kaye couldn't seem to stop. In fact, I didn't think of anyone but myself, and now I'm going to every time I open a new drawer or cupboard to clean out. Now I'm going to have to fight against thinking I'm something special for getting it done. I'm going to have to fight against looking down at some woman at the mall who has huge shopping bags full of stuff that she's shoving into her van. I wouldn't have, but I will now, because people decided I was thinking things I never was. Thanks a lot." With that, she rose, grabbed her purse and coat, and rushed from the building. Cass caught up to her just as she opened the door to her van.
"Wait! Kaye, stop!"
Her lips quivered and her hands shook with repressed anger. "What?"
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean—" "You didn't do anything," Kaye muttered between clenched teeth. "It's like this on everything. The minute I try something new, some people think it's great, others think it's terrible, and that's okay. We're all different, but then—" Cass gestured for Kaye to climb in. "I'll go on the other side. We'll freeze out here." Once the door shut behind Cass, Kaye continued as if uninterrupted by mere things like impending hypothermia or frostbite. "Then, someone always has to decide that if I'm doing something one way, then it means I'm judging them for not doing it. Then I do. Start to judge, I mean. I wouldn't have. Probably not anyway. I don't usually think of it until someone says something. Then I do. I hate that. It's my flaw, and I get that, but if they didn't thrust their issues on me, I wouldn't have to deal with it at all." "I guess," murmured Cass at last, "they'd say the same thing about it getting mentioned at all. If someone didn't mention doing something, then they wouldn't be judged. Of course, that just means that no one can talk about anything but the temperature and humidity levels and how traffic is at that particular moment." Kaye didn't want to concede. Her spirit warred against her flesh. Flesh won. "It still starts with them choosing to see an innocent remark, this time by someone else even, as condemnation. I didn't even say anything." "I know. I'm sorry. It's not your fault." Kaye turned on the engine, blasting half-frozen air at them until the heater kicked in. "No, it's not, but I'm still sorry it happened. You're doing so good. Jacob will have the rack up by the time I get home. Want to come over in the morning and see while I'm still on the wagon, so to speak?" Cass leaned between the seats and hugged her. "I'll be there as soon as I drop off Felicity at school." After Cass's words of encouragement, she shouldn't have struggled with her thoughts, but the minute she backed out of the parking lot, Kaye found her snarky side erupting. "The way these people act, I should feel condemned because you put your daughter in a private Christian school, and my heathen kids go to the public den of iniquity, otherwise known as Hillsdale Elementary." A series of blips and bleeps chimed on her phone, the signal that they had 1 hour before the boys and Sophie arrived with Jacob's mother for Trent's birthday party. She still had too much to do, and Jacob hadn't even gone to get the cake yet. And in the midst of it all, she needed the iron. It wasn't in the entryway closet, wasn't in her closet, and wasn't in the cabinet over the fridge. Desperate, she called from the kitchen. "Jacob, where's the iron?" "Which one?" Kaye rolled her eyes heavenward and sighed. "The hot one. I have to iron these lightsabers onto the goodie bags." "In the basement? That's where everything seems to be these days." Silence reigned for a minute before he added, "I'm off to get the cake. Mom'll be here with the boys in an hour." Irritation, slight as it was, gave his voice an edge, but Kaye chose to ignore it. Instead, she jogged down the basement steps and groaned. "It's worse than I remembered. It can't be down here." The fondue set, balancing precariously on top of a pile of to-be-stored items, reminded her that she'd cleaned out the laundry room. That's where she'd stored the iron. Relieved, Kaye dashed up the stairs once more. The iron hung on the back of the broom closet door. The steam iron sat on the shelf. Pride and excitement welled in her heart as she noted that it all looked just as neat and tidy as it had been 3 days earlier. Sure, mounds of laundry waited to be washed or folded and put away.
The ironing pile threatened to topple into said dirty laundry, but other than that and the tree stand that somehow had made its way to the top of the dryer again, the room still looked decent, and things that had been put away still sat where they belonged. A mouse scurried toward her. Kaye squealed, jumped, and started to run, but Purrlock blocked the way. She jumped, leaping over the cat, and turned to see if she could find the varmint. It lay where she'd been standing, as if dead. "Get it, you worthless beast." Purrlock glared up at her. "I'm serious. Get the mouse." The cat strolled down the hall, his hips swinging a bit too much to be appropriately masculine. Kaye raced for the kitchen broom, but the mop bucket was in the cabinet in the laundry room, and she had no intention of jumping over the critter to try to retrieve it. Instead, she grabbed a plastic container and carried it with her. The mouse hadn't moved. Kaye turned the container upside down and tiptoed toward it. Looking away as much as possible, she lunged and covered it. With one foot on the upturned container, she reached for the jug of Tide on the washing machine, but it wasn't there. That's one problem with having an organized and clutter-free laundry room. I don't have anything to set on top of this thing. If she thought Purrlock would hear or even care, Kaye was mistaken. Still holding the container down with her toes, she stretched, leaning every centimeter she could toward the cabinet, and inched it open. She'd never reached the Tide without moving her foot. Kaye took a deep breath, rocked away from the mouse and toward the cabinet, and brought her foot back down on the container the second she had the jug in hand. "There," Kaye muttered as she set it atop the container. "You, Mr. Mouse, are destined for the garbage can, just as soon as Jacob gets home." She set up the ironing board and plugged in the hot iron. Somehow she managed to scooch the legs and feet of the ironing board under the piles of clothes to keep it from toppling. While the iron heated, she dashed for the brown bags and iron-on lightsabers. Toys, candy, and other party paraphernalia sat in piles on the island. Kaye shuffled around it, grabbing one thing from each pile and dropping them in the paper bags. Jacob burst through the door with a flour and sugar confection that only a boy could love. Darth Vader. Sweet. She considered the idea ridiculous, but continued to stuff goodie bags as she talked him through where to put the black candles she'd found in the over-the-hill section at Party Emporium. Once the cake supported candles and had been stored out of reach of marauding fingers, Jacob came to help stuff the rest of the candy, junk toys, and masks in the bags. "I knew you'd get over your junk kick," he remarked as another full bag joined the others. "Your mom was worried you'd go overboard, but I told her that the first holiday or birthday that came along would snap you out of it."
"What do you mean? Out of what?"
If Jacob hadn't been as preoccupied, and not just a little relieved to see Kaye working feverishly on a normal project again, he might have heard the clipped, irritated tone in his wife's voice. Instead, he shrugged and continued, oblivious to the upheaval his words would cause. "Just that you get stressed out over all the new stuff after the holidays. You do it every year. Then, once life settles back into a normal routine, you're back to normal, and the crazy forays into quasi-Amish living disappear again." Jacob's words stung, every word too true for comfort. She did go on a gotta-get-organized kick every year in January. This time was, or would be, different. It had to be. They just couldn't keep piling more stuff into their house indefinitely. Something had to give, even if he couldn't see that. Still, Jacob had no reason to believe that her journey into a clutter-free life would be any different than her usual organizational binges. After all, he'd seen it all before, or so he thought. She glanced down at the goodie bags and swallowed hard. It had been easy to justify doing the same thing as always. After all, the stuff wouldn't live forever in their home. Well, 2 bags would. That thought sent a wave of unease over her. A new thought slammed into her mind.
Why should I load up some other poor, unsuspecting mom's house with more things to stumble over?
Kaye's mind raced through the mothers of the invited guests. Some would love the joy their children got from the bags. Others would silently curse her and, she suspected, plan revenge at their child's party. On the other hand, her friend JC wouldn't be bothered at all. Tyler would come home, play with whatever was in his bag until bedtime, and then, while he slept, she'd chuck it. Until that moment, Kaye had always thought JC's actions a bit harsh, but now she could have tossed every bag in the trash without a second glance. She swallowed hard again. I should have bought one nice thing per kid, a t-shirt to decorate or something. This was dumb. Kaye. She knew that tone. It was Jacob's "you're getting worked up over nothing" tone. Trying to make him understand, Kaye rushed onward. It's just that, this stuff will end up in the trash, right? You know that. So?
So, I spent $8 for those masks. They'll be torn inside a day, and the glow sticks are useless once they fizzle out, which will take a maximum of 4 hours. You know they'll just be tossed tomorrow.
We can't afford to buy every kid at the party a lightsaber, hon.
No, but did we have to spend $5 on something that'll only last 5 hours?
You're overthinking things again. She shook her head.
No, I'm not. Mini coloring books are a total waste because you know as well as I do the boys don't color enough to make it worth it. Chocolate coins aren't so bad. She hastened to add as she grabbed a few and dropped them into a bag. That was a brilliant idea, by the way. Jacob did a vaudeville-style bow with a flourish and smiled into his wife's eyes. I do my best. Her sigh wiped the smile from his face. Or I try, anyway. When she didn't respond, Jacob added, Look, Kaye, it's just a party. Kids don't care if there's clutter. They just love getting the loot. It's like a Christmas stocking. They could care less if the yo-yo is cheap and breaks. It's just fun to have a bunch of stuff to play with for a bit. We're teaching them that it's okay to throw money away on stuff that only lasts.
Jacob swooped up an armful of bags from the counter. Okay, well, where do you want them? Kaye's eyes stung as she pointed to the sideboard.
There is fine.
I'll go brave the basement monsters and bring up the ice cream. Her eyes must have shown that his words hurt because he paused and wrapped his arms around her. Hey, I didn't mean.
I know. You know I get oversensitive about this stuff. I just want this time to be different. Better.
The kid is gonna love everything exactly as it is. It's okay. They love you, junk and all.
The moms won't. Most of them will just get back at me with even more junk at the next party.
Jacob's laughter filled the kitchen. And all this time, I thought moms outdid each other to make themselves look good. Who knew it was revenge? His kiss wiped away her concerns. How he managed to do it every time, Kaye could never explain. However, when stress threatened to overwhelm and defeat her, he always knew the exact moment he needed to hold her, kiss her, and make her feel like the most amazing woman alive. This time, it lasted until he reached the squeaky step on the basement stairs. Then she turned, saw the bags once more, and reality returned to her at full speed. Purrlock rounded the corner of bags on the counter and flicked his tail at them, as if to remind her that, no matter how amazing she felt, they both knew she was just as pathetic as ever, and Jacob could never understand that. Though she knew Jacob didn't mean to dismiss her ideas, she also knew in her heart that the stuff madness had to stop. They did exactly what everyone did because it was what everyone did. The boys would have had just as much fun with a t-shirt and that would have been at least useful. They could have worn it to bed if it was too ugly. Another thought danced around the periphery of her new ideas.
This is all destined for the landfill. We're not just throwing money away. We're trashing the planet and paying for the privilege of it.
Jacob would think her crazy if she mentioned it. Though not unconcerned with being a good steward of the earth, the current eco-friendly craze often brought derisive comments about the arrogance of man to assume he could totally destroy what God had created. Kaye didn't necessarily agree, but she'd never really thought about it either. Seeing $100 worth of junk that would be added to thousands of other parties' worth of junk that weekend churned her stomach once more. Kaye did some quick mental calculations of what things actually cost and sighed. T-shirts and paint would have been half the price and twice the fun. She'd have to do better at the next party. Jacob didn't understand, probably wouldn't for a while, but he'd learn to love it when she cut the party budgets in half and could always tell him where the screwdrivers were, all 37 of them. Jacob called up from the basement stairs. "Hey, hon, where's the mop? I spilled something. Don't know what. Down here."
It's in the laundry room in the broom cub. Oh, there's a mouse in there.
"In the broom cupboard?" Before she could respond, Jacob's laughter drifted toward her. The front door opened, and her sons rushed into the house.
Oh, man, Mom, this is so cool.
Trent's eyes grew wide as he took in every inch of the decor.
Cool bags. These are awesome. Why is Dad laughing?
Miles stared at the room, at her, and then sauntered toward the laundry room. Sophie appeared in the arms of her father-in-law.
Hey, baby, let's go see what Daddy is cackling about, okay?
The Harper family, including Jacob's parents, stood clustered around the laundry room door watching as Jacob stared down at something on the floor. Seeing his parents, Jacob set the container back over the mouse and set the jug of Tide on top. "This is what I found when I came in here." Kaye beamed. It might be funny, but it had worked. The mouse was still there. "I had to do something to keep it from escaping. Nasty things." Jacob set the bottle of Tide on the washer and lifted the plastic container. With his bare hands, he picked up the mouse and swung it by the tail. "Purrlock might be upset that you blocked access to his favorite mouse."
Ugh,
she groaned as the family around her all laughed.
I swear it ran straight for me. That thing isn't mechanical.
Purrlock wove between their legs and stared up at Jacob. He dropped the realistic-looking but definitely artificial mouse at Purrlock's feet. Purrlock's head turned toward her. She could have sworn he grinned as his paw batted it across the tile floor, right to her feet. To Kaye's disgust, she jumped. Laughter followed her to the kitchen as the boys teased her about being afraid of a stuffed piece of fabric. Kaye paused, glanced over her shoulder, and did an about-face. Ignoring the smug look on Purrlock's face, she stepped over the mouse and into the laundry room. One hand opened the cabinet above the washer, while the other grabbed the bottle of Tide. With the laundry detergent safely stored in its proper home, Kaye turned and sauntered from the room, her own brand of smugness adding a lilt to each step. Chapter 7. June 29th. Jitters came in random waves. Just as Kaye thought she'd hit her groove, another awkward moment arrived. Despite her flaws and her confusion, however, she couldn't help but notice that people responded to her. Oh, there were a few women scattered about the room who looked ready to throw piles of unread magazines at her for daring to judge them for not having an addiction to becoming clutter-free. Still, the majority seemed to empathize with her struggle to keep a balance between letting too much stuff control her and being controlled by the desire to avoid too much stuff. She held up her next index card. It read, 2.
I think Trent's party really showed me 2 important things.
The room grew eerily silent as they waited for her to continue, but Kaye couldn't help pausing and reveling in the moment. People actually cared about this. A room full of several hundred women really did care.
Well, what were they?
Called one of her favorite women from the left side of the room.
Sorry, I'm still amazed that there's anyone here listening to me air my dirty laundry room.
Kaye shook her head and groaned. Sorry, bad joke. I shouldn't ad-lib. Public speaking isn't my forte.
You're doing great. Just tell us,
came a voice from somewhere in the back. Laughing, Kaye nodded. Okay, so, like I said, I learned 2 important things. First, it occurred to me that I had a reputation, several to be exact, to overcome. My husband knew me as someone who went on kicks of change but never really did. He also saw me as someone who had good ideas but who didn't know how to implement them, buying clothing at half off or less being one of many. He likes that I save money. He does. He just really doesn't when that savings is lost because I can't find anything. A new thought occurred to her. Actually, I think you could say... A lump filled Kaye's throat. Man, this hurts to admit. But I think you could say that the first thing I learned is that my husband's heart did not trust in me, and he most definitely did have a lack of gain, thanks to my bungled attempts. The temptation to wallow in a bit of self-pity presented itself, but Kaye stuffed it down as yet another thought exploded in her mind. But the cool thing is, she smiled at the room, joy filling her heart as she spoke. He does now, both things. His heart does trust in me, and he does have gain. I save him real dollars now. I spend for what we definitely need because I'm not hoarding for the future or from the past. I've learned how to get rid of the maybe someday we'll need it stuff and only keep the this has a definite plan stuff. This is so huge for me. I save by not spending. I save by spending carefully. But mostly, I save by not saving. Over 1,000 eyes stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. No, really, Kaye explained. I once considered a savings, even if I didn't need whatever I'd saved the money on. I could buy a package of adult diapers at 80% off and feel like I really saved a bundle. I actually said things like, I saved $8 on this. She blushed, shaking her head. Of course, I'd spent $3, and no one needs those things in our house yet. With the crazy stuff I've been doing, Jacob might have needed them for his fits of laughter. Her next card taunted her. It didn't have a single word on it. Not one. Instead, it showed a crudely drawn paw print filled in with a Sharpie marker. Kaye held it up. See this? Can everyone see it? A few heads nodded at the front of the room, but people craned their necks at the back and then sat down, disappointed. Kaye offered it to a woman close to her. Why don't you pass that back? I'll wait. Snickers filled the room as the card made its way through the rows. Kaye waited until it reached over halfway, and then continued. The second and most important lesson I learned from Trent's party is that I officially have a nemesis. Purrlock's goal in life is to make mine as miserable as possible. Chapter 8. January 15th. On the 3rd Friday of every month, Kaye's mother took Sophie for the day, picked up the boys from school, and kept them all overnight. This gave Kaye time to do girl stuff and have a date with her husband. On days that she didn't have an appointment for a haircut or the occasional manicure, she indulged in her one hobby, shopping. Though Jacob didn't consider shopping to be a valid hobby, Kaye loved it and had managed to make an art of it. The hours between 11 and 2 were, in Kaye's not-so-humble opinion, the golden hours of shopping. The lunch crowd usually limited themselves to the food court, leaving most of the mall at utter 20% capacity. As long as she left before the after-school crowd arrived, Kaye enjoyed shopping in relative seclusion. Determined to find a few bargains before the clock struck 2, Kaye hit the clearance rack of her favorite clothing store and immediately found several options. In the dressing room, she discarded the first top when she couldn't stretch it comfortably across her chest. The second top, a loose-fitting tangerine blouse and belt, fit perfectly. Surprisingly, the color looked nice on her, proving that orange didn't automatically make her look sallow. She kept it on the keeper hook. A cardigan she'd loved didn't fit well and made her look about 30 years older, but a floral skirt with a flirty hem looked great. It'd be perfect for Easter. When her total rang up to $29.32, it took every ounce of self-control not to pump her fist and shout, "Score!" At Bath & Body, a clearance sale on Kaye's favorite sun-kissed products both delighted and discouraged her. Looks like they're discontinuing my favorite again. I'd better stock up. She dropped shampoo, body wash, body cream, and a body mister into her basket without hesitation. She found candles so low that she considered them almost free, and an eye mask for sleeping. As she fingered the mask, Kaye debated within herself. It's more stuff, but I've always wanted one. It'd be nice for mornings when Jacob lets me sleep in. Her inner declutterer argued. But you can just close the shades and maybe you shouldn't be sleeping that long after all. She started to set the mask back on the shelf, but her long-held shopping habits won out over her shiny new clutter-free ones. It'll fit in the drawer by the nightstand. It's only $3. If I hate it, I can toss it. I spend more on coffee while I'm running errands. However, despite her decision in favor of the purchase, Kaye decided to pay and leave before she justified anything else in the store. She hurried away from Bath & Body and toward Kid Zone, where she'd seen ads for 75% off clearance prices. It took no time to outfit her boys and Sophie for a fraction of the tagged prices. As long as they didn't hit a triple growth spurt, they'd all be set for next winter. Pants, shirts and tops, outfits, and a couple of dresses for Sophie. Perfect. By the time Kaye accepted the bags with her purchases, she couldn't hold any more, her signal that it was time to go home. Kaye had one shopping rule. Once she couldn't carry any more, she had to stop. In fact, Jacob often joked that if she had a taste for expensive jewelry, they'd be broke. As she carried the bags to the minivan, she debated between cooking steaks on the indoor grill or eating dinner out. She'd save a bundle if she made them herself, but those dinners out usually meant that Jacob relaxed during the meal, talking to her rather than bolting food and then watching the game until bedtime. Guilt inched its way to her heart. She was being selfish. The third Friday of the month was the only night that he could watch his game in peace. Once in the van, she removed the children's music CD and popped in her 90s revival disc. All the way home, she bopped to the songs that she'd sung with her friends in high school. For the 20 minutes between her house and the mall, she lost herself in nostalgia and Phil Collins. The garage door slid open with its customary winter slowness. Kaye's foot eased off the brake and then slammed back down again as she stared at the interior of her garage. An empty path ran down the middle, with approximately 3 feet of clearance on each side. How did I not notice that? It's horrible. She eased her van into the open space and turned off the ignition. This has to be next on the to-do list. Ugh, she thought as she shimmied her way to the back door, her arms drooping with shopping bags. Inside, Kaye dumped the bags on the bench by the back door and hurried to scrub potatoes. If Jacob wanted to go out, they could use them for twice-baked tomorrow. The boys, never satisfied with just one, would be thrilled at the chance for seconds. Jacob called just as she popped them in the oven and suggested dinner at the pub on Waterbrook. She smiled at the eagerness in his voice. Jacob must want corned beef and cabbage. He only suggested the alehouse when he had a craving for the nasty stuff.
Sure. Want me to meet you there?
Nah, I'm filthy. Need to come home and shower. Have a good afternoon?
Great. Found the rest of what the kids'll need next winter for almost nothing.
Silence on the other end unnerved her.
What?
Again, silence filled the airways between them. Just as she started to press him, Jacob sighed. That's what you said the last 2 times you went to the mall. You know, if they hit a growth spurt or don't hit enough of one, we're going to have a basement full of clothes that don't fit anybody. Despite the niggling agreement in the back of her mind, Kaye didn't want to admit it. Instead, she used her best and only argument.
I hardly had to buy anything this fall because I found so much last year.
But you couldn't find it once fall came around. We tore the house apart for 3 weekends before you found it all. Jacob liked that she saved so much money. Kaye knew that. He also hated that they had no way to protect the annual investment. She'd heard it a dozen times. And if the basement floods, we'll lose everything, on top of the normal stuff. You know it happened to the previous owners twice.
I'm getting to that, though,
she argued confidently. You saw the closet, the laundry room, our... That's fine. Glad you had fun. See you soon. Kaye stared at the phone, wondering if his shortness had to do with the job, the conversation, or his desire to get home and take a shower. She opted for number 3 and went to unwrap the potatoes. Purrlock sat next to his food bowl and began to sing for his supper, as Jacob always put it. With each unwrapped potato, the cat's wails grew louder.
Hold on, sheesh. I need to get these.
Another yowl stopped her mid-wrap.
Fine, sheesh. I'll get your stupid food.
She grabbed a can from the plastic bag on the counter, the bag she hadn't put away because someone had shoved the hand back in the cupboard where it belonged, and opened it. In a rush, she set the lidless can on the floor beside Purrlock's bowl and turned to wash her hand. The cat yowled again and sat on his haunches. Kaye protested.
Oh, come on. You're just being a prima donna.
She could have sworn the offended animal hissed at her.
Whatever. Starve if you're so determined to.
It didn't work. By the time she had the potatoes unwrapped and drying in the dish drainer, Purrlock had taken to weaving between her feet, batting at a thread hanging from her jeans. After the 4th time that she stumbled and nearly fell on him, Kaye grabbed a dirty spoon from the sink and dug the food out of the can, plopping it in the cat's bowl.
I hope there's some of Sophie's oats on there still, you beast.
The clock told her Jacob would be home in approximately half an hour. Since she had time, she also carried down the bags of children's clothes to the basement and hung them over the untraveled treadmill, a gift for her birthday that she hadn't used once. She couldn't get rid of it. Jacob had spent so much time looking for the perfect one to fit under their bed. How could either of them have known that she'd hate being locked away in their room?
It feels like I'm being punished for something.
Shaking her head, trying to clear it, she hurried back to the basement stairs with one last guilty glance at the clothing bags. She wouldn't lose them this time, would she? Putting away the personal products was even less satisfying. She had at least one spare bottle of almost everything, and for some things, 2. Being the only one who used the stuff, it took a while to use it all, but the price couldn't be beaten.
I need an inventory list of what I already have so I don't end up with 4 misters again," she muttered. Even as she thought it, Kaye realized that she bought a mister every time she purchased the stuff. Always on sale, of course, but that she rarely used it. It was too strong. I could dilute it with water or alcohol or something. Thinking aloud as she weeded through the cabinet of unused body products, Kaye counted the scents. She owned 6 different scents, half of which she hated, and owned every item in that product line. Furthermore, if she hated them so much, why had she kept them? The answer followed without skipping a beat. It was still new. I could have taken the stuff back, but I lost the receipts. Why she'd continued to buy things in those scents made her nauseous. It was a good deal, and I owned them, so I must like them. Sidetracked from the clean-out that was also a sidetrack, Kaye hurried to ensure that she'd safely stowed the day's receipts in her wallet and not in store bags. She might need to return something. The Kid Zone receipt wasn't there. As much as she dreaded going down the basement steps again, Kaye hurried downstairs and fished through the bags until she found it. If she found the last clothes she bought, she could compare and make sure something didn't need to go back. "That'll feel good. Really good," she muttered as she shoved the receipt in her wallet. Purrlock stalked past, leaving a trail of foul-smelling wind behind him. Oh, gross. The next bag on the counter held her new collection of candles, all 12 of them. The minute she fished one out of the bag, Kaye realized that it wouldn't have a home within her home. There just wasn't room for them to be neatly stored in a nice cabinet somewhere. That somewhere cabinet probably had a stack of outgrown holey sweatpants or plastic shopping bags full of stinky shoes. Kaye rolled the candle in her hand, debating. She usually ripped them from the packaging and found empty places around the house to stash them. Why, she couldn't say. With rambunctious boys tearing through the rooms and tumbling over furniture, Kaye never lit the candles when any child was home and or awake. She'd be asking for disaster, times 10. This time she stared at them, thinking, considering. Why did she need them? They had dozens of candles hidden all over the house. If the power ever went out, they'd be, as Jacob put it, golden. This would just make them Midas golden. Not exactly the kind of thing that fit her resolve to reduce. Her lips pursed, and her eyes became resolute. Kaye grabbed her keys and marched into the garage, unlocked the van door, and dumped the bag of candles in the back. The stuff would go back to the store next week. 12 candles at $3 a candle would be enough, or near it, to pay for their dinner at the ale house. Score! As she stepped into the house again, she nearly tripped over the cat. Bet you're thinking score, too. Why do you hate me so much? If it weren't for me, you'd starve or die of dehydration. She grabbed the last bag and carried it to her room. Ignoring her mother's voice in her head, telling her to wash before she wore, she hung the garments in her closet, all except for the tangerine shirt. She grabbed a pair of brown cords, the shirt, and her favorite scarf, and hurried to change. Half an hour later, she smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Change was good once in a while. It's nice to have something bright and fun to wear. Jacob burst through their door, calling for her on his way to their bathroom. When she stepped out of their room, one look at his face helped Kaye remember why she never wore any shade of orange. Jacob despised orange so much he wouldn't even touch the fruit. Feeling foolish, she shook her head and returned to the closet, reaching for her trusty blue blouse. Don't know what I was thinking. Jacob followed her, saying, You can wear it, hon. It's just... Not your favorite. That's Jacob speak for, I think it's hideous, but I don't want to hurt my wife's feelings. She unwrapped the scarf as she spoke. Take your shower. I'll change.
As the water came on in the bathroom, Kaye hung the blouse on a hanger and put it in her closet near the back. 20 minutes later, just before they climbed into the van, Kaye rushed back into her room, retrieved the store bag and tags from the trash, and grabbed the shirt. Jacob watched, stunned, as she threw it in the back of the van before she climbed into her seat and reached for the seatbelt. Seconds passed before he asked, "You okay?"
I'm fine now. Let's go.
The darkness of the alehouse gave Jacob the perfect opportunity to talk to his wife without her being able to anticipate his thoughts and questions. How she did it, he never knew, but her uncanny ability to read him and prepare an answer before he had a chance to ask the question meant he didn't have enough time to formulate an adequate response. Kaye thought he loved the alehouse for its corned beef and cabbage. Jacob just liked a chance to talk on a level playing field, especially when the discussion would probably be an uncomfortable one.
You getting corned beef?
Kaye didn't even glance over the top of her menu as she talked.
I'm thinking maybe I'll do the fish and chips, or,
she added as something caught her eye,
maybe I'll get this Santa Maria tri-tip sandwich. It must be new. I've never seen it before, but I bet it's delicious.
I'd get that. Fish and chips sound summery to me. Jacob groaned inwardly as he spoke. You seriously just told her that fish and chips sound summery? Really? The guys would eat you alive for that.
True.
Kaye set aside the menu and beamed at him.
So, guess what?
What?
Today, I found this great deal on candles, big ones, for $3 each.
Jacob didn't know whether to cheer or groan. Where they'd put more candles he couldn't imagine, but that she'd bought more might mean the end to this year's after-Christmas madness. Yeah? Isn't that a good price? I thought they were more like $8 or $9.
They are. I bought 12.
What she said after that, Jacob didn't hear. His mind was occupied trying to understand how she thought more stuff to dust made any sense when they never used the candles they owned. She's great at finding good bargains, Lord. She's just not so good at understanding it's not a bargain if you don't need it.
Aren't you impressed?
Kaye's question snapped him back to the conversation. What had she said?
Jacob, you weren't listening.
Sorry, I was just trying to figure out where we'd put them. The moment the words escaped, Jacob fumbled for something to soften them. What were you thinking? You're asking for it.
Like I said, that's the best part. I brought them home, and I realized we have more than we need now. So they're sitting in the back of the van, and I'll take them back next week. That savings alone will pay for dinner tonight.
But it wasn't a savings, something he couldn't seem to get through to her. Still, she hadn't gotten offended at his words. Better quit while you're ahead. If you're sure.
You want me to keep them?
Well, I don't want you to take them back just because you think you have to, if you want them. Kaye shook her head as he spoke.
But I don't. That's just the point. I bought them because they were cheap and we might need them someday. It's like my book says, people who hoard stuff for someday usually discover that what they bought wouldn't work anyway, or it got ruined waiting for the right time to use it.
Which book is that? Jacob nearly groaned as Kaye said,
The Psychology of Stuff.
Chapter 9. Purrlock strolled along the back of the couch, rubbing his side against Kaye's arm as he passed. She jumped. Yikes, Purrlock! Jacob glanced her way. What now? Without a word, Kaye stood and grabbed the book on the end table beside her. The boys had the racetrack to end all racetracks constructed throughout the family room, leaving no path to escape. Purrlock stepped closer. Weaving around Sophie, who crawled through the maze of tracks and created more havoc than Godzilla in Tokyo, Kaye exited the room through the kitchen and into the living room. She glanced at her favorite chair, but Trent's cry of, "Sophie, no!" sent her down the hall and to their bedroom. Each step increased pressure on her bruised feelings. What now? Really, what now? That cat has it in for me, and he asks, what now? Kaye settled herself against the pillows of her bed, plumping some and flattening others into the most comfortable arrangement possible. She opened her book, fumbling through several marked pages until she found the one she sought. The Minimalist Family. I'll get as much support for that as an outstretched bra, she muttered as she started reading. 3 paragraphs in, she paused, retracing the last few words, and read them aloud. People are creatures of habit. What is comfortable, no matter how destructive, provides a measure of emotional and mental security. Kaye reread it once more. If that ain't the truth. The rest of the paragraph seemed to repeat those words in 6 different ways and bored Kaye. In fact, she found herself skimming, but her eyes caught something she'd almost passed over. She murmured the words under her breath, hoping they'd explain why every choice she made seemed doomed. Find that those they live with will sabotage their efforts to improve life. Years of habit will override even the most dedicated convert to a minimalistic lifestyle. She stared at the words, rereading them repeatedly in the hopes that some great and profound understanding would burst upon her. I guess, she concluded to herself, it helps to know he's not doing it to be hurtful. Frustration welled in her heart, and Kaye stared up at the ceiling in an attempt to control her emotions. Well, it helps a little, but this thing isn't telling me how to overcome it. It's just telling me how horrible everything will be. Yeah, I kind of figured that out myself. Her fingers flipped back and forth as her eyes scanned the next few pages for some promise of a better future, someday. 3 pages and several dozen repetitious ways of stating the obvious later. She found the next subsection. The solution. There, finally. Kaye devoured the next several paragraphs before flipping the book to read the price on the back. I seriously paid $14.95 for a book that tells me you need to get rid of excess stuff. You and your family won't like it. Just do it until you do. Seriously? A creak told her that Jacob or one of the boys had started to enter the room, and Kaye lost it. Tossing the book on the bed, she stormed to the door and flung it open. Jacob's retreating back sent what little self-restraint she might have possessed into the nearest Goodwill bag. What? Or should I say, what now? He turned. What are you talking about? What did you want? You obviously wanted something, or were you just spying on your half-cracked wife? Really, Kaye? Spying? You're asking your husband if he's spying on you? She tried to explain, but Jacob had visibly lost all patience. When a wife stalks out of a room after nearly throwing the cat against the wall... Oh, come on, Jacob. Give me a break. The cat shocked me, and I reacted. I just shoved him away. Against the wall? Jacob repeated with an extra measure of firmness in his tone. It isn't unreasonable for her husband to check in on her and make sure she's okay. Forgive me for trying to be a decent guy. Had he left off the bit about forgiveness, Kaye's ire might have dissolved into shame at her overreaction. However, that one little snarky dig sent her back to the words that had infuriated her in the first place.
I guess that's the what now. You're perfect, and I'm just an oversensitive and awful wife who is ruining her family's life by trying to make it better. Aren't we both just special?
Jacob turned to leave, but did a 360 right there in the hall. I hate it when this happens, Kaye. I hate it when your annual freakout becomes more important to you than the people you claim it's meant to benefit. Let me know when my wife returns. I'm staying out of her way until then. Shame seeped into her heart for a second or three, until resentment poured in and overflowed. Kaye started to slam the door, but managed to close it with infinite care. She leaned against it, fighting back tears of anger and frustration. Within seconds, she lost the battle. Sobs worked their way from her heart to her throat, choking her as she tried not to give in to the pain of Jacob's words. With tears blinding her, she grabbed a towel, shed her clothes, and stepped into the shower. Ice-cold spray hit her as the hot water made its way through the pipes to her bathroom. Tears poured down her cheeks as she shivered. By the time the water turned warm and comforting, sobs shook her shoulders and tears blended with the rivulets of water pouring over her head. Kaye tried to pray. She ached to unburden her heart to the Lord, but the words refused to come. Old hurts resurfaced despite every attempt to ignore them. What began as a semi-legitimate hurt mushroomed into a full-fledged pity party. Her inner snark even remarked, "And it's raining on it, too." The shower door slid open, and arms enveloped her. "Sorry, hon." How did he do it? How did he, every single time, apologize when she'd caused it all? Kaye didn't want to admit it, but she did, almost without fail. And no matter how much she ached to nurse her hurts, when Jacob apologized first, she couldn't do it. "Me too, Another sob choked back her reply. Jacob pulled her closer and held her. "It's okay. We're okay. I don't understand, but that's okay too."
"Maybe we should move to Oklahoma,"
she joked between hiccups. "Maybe." He didn't get the joke. He never did get her jokes.
"Because Oklahoma is..."
"Oh, right." A new thought hit her.
"Where's Sophie?"
"She was rubbing her eyes, so I put her down." Kaye chose to ignore the fact that Sophie wouldn't go to sleep until after 10 o'clock with such a late nap.
"Thanks."
"There's one problem."
Her eyes rose to meet his and dropped the second she realized that hers were probably red and puffy.
"What's that?" Jacob tilted her chin and gazed down at her. "Stop it. You're gorgeous, even with puffy eyes and a red nose." He didn't say it often, didn't flatter her at all, but when Jacob did compliment her, he meant it. A familiar flutter rippled through her heart.
"Doesn't sound like a problem to me."
"We have no towels. I didn't grab any."
Kaye laughed. "But I did. One of us will be dry and toasty."
She kissed him before adding,
"Don't suppose that cat..."
Monday afternoon. Nap time. Mission: clean out the game closet before Sophie woke up from her nap and the boys got home. One small closet. Panic nearly smothered her as she stared at the door and repeated,
"I can do this,"
to herself until her confidence buoyed. The game closet, tucked next to the water heater at the end of the hall next to the kids' rooms, held, or was supposed to hold, games, puzzles, and all other community property indoor toys like Lincoln Logs and Tinker Toys. Each time a new game or toy came into the house, someone shoved it into the closet, rarely to be seen again. If she were honest with herself, Kaye would have to admit that she was truly terrified to discover what lurked in the closet. However, with Sophie sleeping in the pack-and-play in the master bedroom, she determined to conquer her fear and clear it out in less than 3 hours. She would rid their lives of 50-piece puzzles with only 49 pieces, 3 of the 4 Candyland games they owned, and put all the other stuff that got, well, stuffed, in the closet back to where it belonged. And, as was true of most of the Harper closets and cupboards, if it had a door that shut and latched well, you never knew what might get stashed there in an emergency. For some time, she had considered moving the board games to the cupboards beneath the breakfast bar. Those cupboards usually held a mishmash of things that were rarely used and often forgotten. Kaye theorized that if they put the games there, they'd be more likely to use them. So she planned to try it. This project would try out a new approach, one suggested by her current favorite book, Family Organization for Idiots. The book said to handle each thing once. If something belonged in another room, carry it there, put it where it belonged, and then return to the job. It also assured you that continual movement as you moved from place to place would keep your blood pumping and help burn calories, another plus in the de-junking department. The premise made sense. If you fill a box with things that don't belong where you find them, then you have to go through that box several times later as you try to find the things that belong in other rooms. Since her other methods had only been marginally satisfying, although somewhat successful, the coat closet and laundry room were both still reasonably organized and clutter-free. Kaye desired something that made her feel like she'd conquered Everest. A car playmat fell at her feet the moment she opened the door. It had been an impulse purchase, like most of their toy purchases, but the boys rarely used it. She thought the cute roads would inspire hours of fun play, but her sons would rather erect elaborate racetracks or create their own freeways down the hall and into the family room. Kaye knew she should get rid of it, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Instead, she carried it to the cupboards, shoved the motley contents to one side, and set it on the shelf. There, one item down, 4,394 to go. 2 steps away, Purrlock stood in her path. Kaye stepped to the right. Purrlock followed. She stepped left. Again, the cat refused to stay out of her path. What? The cat growled and hacked a few times as if losing a hairball. Then, to her astonishment, he strode past her and crawled into the cupboard next to the playmat, his tail twitching. Kaye glared. Purrlock licked his paw and swiped it at the mat before jumping down and sauntering from the room. Kaye returned to her work, utterly confused. 5 puzzles, never opened, so obviously not missing pieces, followed the car mat. Halfway through counting the next puzzle, Kaye rushed to the kitchen and dragged a chair into the hallway. Why stand when she could count in comfort? It would have to be a 500-piece puzzle, she moaned to herself. 492 pieces later, she tossed it in the black garbage bag and grabbed the next box. 100 pieces. This is more like it. In the end, she found all 100 pieces present and accounted for. At the sight of 500 on the next box, Kaye nearly cried, but the phone distracted her. She rushed to answer it, walking back to the mess as she listened to her husband rant about the weather and the delays it caused on several of the construction sites. "What are you doing?"
"Cleaning out the game closet."
Jacob's silence spoke louder than anything.
"It's taking forever."
"How much have you gotten done?" Kaye sighed as she sank into the chair with the puzzle box.
2 games put away permanently, 5 unopened, and 2 counted puzzles in the when I figure out where they're going to go pile. 1 puzzle tossed for missing pieces. I was just about to start counting the next one.
"Why count them?"
because we never do them again. We always say, "Are all the pieces there? Maybe we should do a new one." Then we grab something else.
So, throw it away. Come on, even if all the pieces were there, would we choose the one that we've done before or the new one we've never tried? It took several seconds to swallow those thoughts.
You couldn't have called half an hour ago?
Jacob's laughter rang out in her ears as he choked. See you when I get home. It took her exactly 4 minutes to find every opened puzzle of more than 50 pieces and chuck them in the bag. She thought about adding them to the thrift store pile, but then she'd still have to count them. Maybe she could burn them in the fireplace. That'd be better than the landfill, wouldn't it? Her exercise stretchy bands, the ones she'd never removed from the package and actually used, didn't belong in the closet, but she didn't know where they belonged either. After walking around the house several times, she jogged downstairs and tossed them on the treadmill.
The least I can do is keep like items together.
The bags of still unorganized children's clothing choked her with guilt, but she forced herself back up the stairs. She could not get derailed. A lint roller nearly sent her whimpering under her bed covers, in fetal position and with her thumb in her mouth. It started out innocently enough. She found the roller on the middle shelf to the left, behind the untouched educational game she'd purchased to help her son with spelling. The game instructions had bored her so thoroughly that she decided against making him play it. As she hesitated, deliberating between keeping and tossing, she saw the lint roller and latched onto the seemingly innocuous diversion. Big mistake. Kaye first carried the lint roller into the laundry room. It seemed only logical to use it as things came out of the dryer. Why not remove all lint before it was ever put away in the first place? However, she couldn't find a good place for it. And sitting on the top of the washer, as if a test of her resolve to make changes, Kaye found 2 empty boxes of dryer sheets and the cap to the Tide that was gunky.
Why can't he just throw things away? And how on earth did he go through 2 boxes?
The sight of the Tide cap added another internal tirade.
And just how hard is it to rinse the cap out while the machine is filling anyway?
Frustrated, she started a new load of laundry, whites on hot, to clean out the cup with ease. The lint roller mocked her from the top of the dryer. All that diversion and distraction, and she still hadn't found a home for it. Kaye groaned. She glanced around her, hoping the cat hadn't slipped in to witness her latest goof, and groaned again.
Why am I freaking out over what a stupid cat thinks? This is insane.
Then Kaye remembered that she usually looked for the roller when she left the house, so she carried it to the coat closet, but couldn't find any place to store it.
One of those shoe holders with pockets on the back of the door would be good for stuff like this. I could put keys, water bottles, the lint roller. Yeah.
Just as she went to write it down on her shopping list, Kaye remembered an unused one in the boys' closet. They never put their shoes in it like they were supposed to. She hurried into their room and unhooked it, carrying it to the coat closet in triumph. For the next 20 minutes, she found all kinds of things that she wanted stored in there and reveled in her pristine closet. A few jackets hung askew, so she straightened hangers and zipped things properly. Purrlock walked past as she finished and gave her what Kaye decided was a derisive look.
Hey, it feels good to have everything just so.
The cat didn't respond. Once she had most of what she wanted in her little organizer, she stared around her, trying to remember what she'd been doing before the organization derailment, but she couldn't. Kaye wandered through the living room, into the dining room, circled the kitchen, and then down the hall where the mess of her latest project mocked her. She'd just spent the better part of half an hour working on something other than her job du jour.
This is ridiculous,
she muttered. Ruthlessly, she grabbed the spelling game and shoved it into another black trash bag. Some other sucker mom could buy it for her floundering kid.
Meanwhile, I'll keep spelling everything aloud as I write it. Maybe that'll get it in Miles's head somehow.
As she reached for Barrel-o monkeys, Hi-ho Cheerio spilled all over the floor.
Ah!
She wailed. Kaye watched as little red balls with stems littered the carpet.
Whose brilliant idea was it to have carpeting in the bedrooms and hallway? If I miss even one, Sophie will find it and choke on it, if she doesn't stick it in her ear or up her nose first.
Kaye grabbed the trash bag and began tossing handfuls of pieces in it. She'd be sure to have missing pieces now. Once she found the last piece, she hoped, Kaye realized how ridiculous it had been to throw it all away.
I have to find everything, or Sophie will find it.
The temptation to pull it all back out lasted exactly 4.3 seconds. She'd buy another one, or have her mom get it for a game night or something. Her mom asked what they could bring every time they came. After over an hour's worth of work, she hadn't cleared even one shelf.
Time to step it up, girl,
she muttered to herself. Kaye grabbed the monkeys and Connect 4 and shoved them into the cabinets under the breakfast bar. Monopoly, still in its shrink wrap, followed the moment she put her hands on it. Risk was scattered all over 3 shelves. Her desire to finish eventually overrode her desire to save the money. Risk wasn't one of the $5 games she could get at Black Friday sales. Too bad, she declared to no one but herself.
I'll pay full price when the kids are old enough to play it. I'm not buying it until then.
A space heater made her scratch her head, but she grabbed it and started for the laundry room. The minute she stepped in the door, Kaye groaned.
Look, it's true. It's a habit, and a bad one at that.
She glanced around her, expecting some kind of attitude from Purrlock, but the cat had disappeared. Determined not to let herself ever put anything down again just for now, Kaye dragged herself out into the garage. Just as she started to put it on her husband's workbench, she realized it really belonged in the basement, so she hurried back inside and down the basement steps. Glancing around the room, she looked for the summer fans. They seemed to have vanished. Frustrated, she dumped it next to the furnace and stormed upstairs again. A stack of mail, from the postmark it was a month old, had been wedged between 3 photo albums.
What is that doing there?
Kaye flipped through them and sighed. 2 medical bills were now 30 days past due.
Great. How?
Realization hit her. She'd been putting the albums in there, cleaning up for a visit with her sister's family, when the boys brought in the mail.
Great. Just stinkin' great. Lord, why? Why?
She carried the envelopes to the desk in the family room and frowned. They really should go on top with the day's mail, but that's not how Jacob wanted things. The latest mail always came first. Always. Then again, this could hurt our credit score, she mused. Disgusted, Kaye set the whole stack crosswise atop the recent mail.
There. At least it'll be obvious something is off when Jacob flips through it.
Jacob would be irritated. Feeling a little smug, Kaye hurried back to the closet to finish her task.
Maybe now Jacob will see how important it is to get rid of and keep all clutter from the house.
The tabletop easels she'd purchased at an ex-schoolteacher's garage sale the previous summer sat untouched on the shelf where she'd shoved them. The boys had painted several times since then, and every time they'd used the picnic table out on the deck.
Why do I buy this junk anyway?
She muttered as she yanked them from the shelf.
The kids never want to use any of it.
She just seemed compelled to give them all the extras when she found them cheap.
Oh, great. If this kills garage sailing this summer, I'll just cry. We can't afford to buy toys and things brand new. We just can't do it.
A second glance at the easels reinforced her decision to get rid of them, but she couldn't bring herself to stuff them in the van with the rest of her decluttering rejects. Defeated, she slugged her way downstairs, dumped them on top of the unused ping-pong table, and scurried back upstairs before the guilt became unmanageable. Jacob's words echoed in her mind. The basement is a disaster, overloaded with junk, and you've only done a couple of closets and the laundry room. She sank into the folding chair and leaned her head against the wall. Purrlock peeked his head around the corner and stared. What'll happen when I do something big, like the kitchen or the boys' dungeon, a bedroom? To her astonishment, Purrlock crept closer and rubbed against her leg, purring. It didn't last. After his token moment of friendliness, Purrlock disappeared around the corner again. Kaye sighed and returned to the closet and surveyed her progress. The second shelf of the closet was almost done, which is like saying I ate an elephant's toe or something. That thought made her wrinkle her nose. That was gross. Maybe earlobe. Nah, there's no way to make eating any part of an elephant not sound disgusting. Thankfully, Uno, Skip-Bo, Swap, and 3 decks of playing cards appeared to be complete. Well, the rubber bands over the boxes worked. That's good to know. Kaye pulled out the Stratego box and opened it. 6 pieces rattled as she shook the box. Well, this is a goner. Not that I'm surprised. When the boys tried to play, they usually ended up using the pieces like plastic soldiers. Again, she muttered as she shoved the box in the trash bag. I should have kept it up until they were older. Another case where Jacob was right. That was a bitter pill to swallow. Usually, when it came to child development, she had the upper hand, but too often the things she was most certain of proved her wrong. It's so annoying. Her brilliant plan of turning the cabinets under the breakfast bar into the board game center came to a screeching halt when she filled the cupboards with half of what was in the other closet. Just as she was ready to start the 4th shelf, the boys burst into the house, screaming with excitement about something she couldn't possibly understand, and went straight for her bedroom. Sophie's wails joined their shrieks, sending Kaye into her own fit of tears. She rushed to stop them and stepped on Purrlock's tail in the process. The cat yowled, clawed at her yoga pants, and dashed off to places unknown. Tears flowed faster. A run in her pants was bad enough, but if she knew Purrlock, that cat would find some place to leave her a nasty present as his revenge. The boys raced from her room and nearly ran her over.
Mom!
Jacob found them all on the couch watching Tom and Jerry and pigging out on popcorn. Kaye's face held raccoon-like evidence of tears. The cabinets under the breakfast bar stood open and stuffed with a motley array of board games, suggesting to him that Kaye's latest foray into decluttering and organizing had not been a rousing success. Pizza? He hoped to grab a smile. Her fresh burst of tears told him he'd blown it. Again. And a salad? To his relief, she giggled. Chapter 10.
2 weeks of consistency,
Kaye thought to herself as she ran the duster over the bookshelves.
A new record.
A stack of papers, mostly the boys' school papers, arrested her attention. Kaye grabbed them and rushed to put them in the to-be-filed box next to the filing cabinet. As much as she wanted to organize it, the duster in her hand propelled her back to the family room. Purrlock lay on the ottoman, cleaning his paws.
See, Purrlock, things can change. I mean, look at me. I didn't get sidetracked this time. Not only that, she insisted when the cat began wiping wet paws over his ears, something that made him look like he didn't want to listen. I think that in just a few months,
We'll be on a new track, a new normal. The cat yawned. Unwilling to be insulted by the cat again, Kaye continued dusting and ruminating over changes. With January nearly in her rearview mirror, the entryway closet remained clean and organized. The laundry room held only laundry and extra household cleaning supplies, and half the game closet had been cleared out. Not too shabby. Sure, she found stuff thrown in the living room closet nearly every day, usually something that made no sense, like the snow shovel, a bucket of Legos, or the air raft mattress for the pool. That one still had her scratching her head. How did the boys even find the thing? However, with only one or two things to sort and cart back to their proper homes, Kaye found it easier to keep on top of things. The laundry room still had piles of clothes in it most of the time, but at least that's where dirty clothes belonged. I can't complain about improvement, she told herself. With the laundry sorter that Jacob promised to build, it'll be easier. I just know it. The game closet remained a sore spot. She'd avoided it like the plague all week. Her stack of personal organizational coaches had been a nice diversion that kept her from feeling as if she'd given up. Sophie crawled up to her legs and pulled on her yoga pants. Kaye smiled down at her.
Daddy thinks I did give up,
Kaye informed her.
but I haven't. It's so annoying when he gets smug about stuff like that. Just remember that men can do that sometimes, annoy you that way. You just have to suck it up and deal with it.
The baby, in what appeared to be a show of disinterest, crawled toward Purrlock. The cat bolted. Kaye grinned. The only person in the house that the cat liked less than her was Sophie. I should feel sorry for the kitty. Don't hurt him. Why she spoke, Kaye didn't know. Sophie could never catch up to Purrlock when he thought she'd noticed him. So, she continued, speaking to a semi-empty room, I've noticed that since the game closet is so annoying, I'm just developing my Scarlett O'Hara skills, trying not to think about it. Kaye sighed and dumped the duster pad in the trash next to the couch. Yeah, that's not working so well. Still, maybe Mom will have an idea tonight. Purrlock stalked past, his eyes roaming the room to see if Sophie had returned yet. Game night, Purrlock, your favorite. That did it. With the cat's uncanny ability to react as if he understood her, Purrlock ran. This time, Kaye knew he'd be out from underfoot for more than a few minutes. Sophie crawled around the family room floor, flitting from one toy to the next. The clock demanded that she work faster. Sophie needed to eat and go down for her afternoon nap, and Kaye needed to start dinner. Her brother, Kevin, was coming too, and he always expected to have her rolls. The house was a mess. The bathrooms hadn't been cleaned in days, and if that meat didn't get in the crock pot before 1 o'clock, it wouldn't be edible. A fresh temptation presented itself. She could call off everything, crawl into bed with Sophie, and sleep through the afternoon. Unfortunately, her guilt-o-meter sounded its alarm, reminding her that the boys would be devastated, or at least extremely disappointed, if they missed an evening with Uncle Kevin. With hands metaphorically full of bootstraps, she grabbed Sophie and blew raspberries on the baby's belly.
Let's get you some lunch, eh, Sophie girl?
Sophie clapped and squealed. Kaye sighed. Anyone who says babies don't understand us just doesn't know much. Kaye snuggled her little girl and reveled in the fresh baby shampoo scent of Sophie's hair.
You know what lunch means, don't you? Yes, you do. And the only thing you love more than food, maybe, is Daddy.
Kaye popped her in the high chair. Hands up! While Sophie's hands reached for the ceiling, Kaye strapped her in and snapped on the tray. Okay, hands down now. Sophie dropped her hands, giggling. For some inexplicable reason, Sophie considered it great fun to hold her hands in the air while waiting for the tray to snap in. The boys had fought it.
Kids are weird, Sophie,
Kaye mumbled. They are just weird. In an awkward attempt to multitask, Kaye fed Sophie intermittent bites of food as she dug through the cabinets for bread ingredients. Sophie gnawed on a teething biscuit as she waited for each bite. Kaye dashed to the high chair, popped a spoonful of mashed beans in Sophie's mouth, then hurried back and dug through a drawer for her measuring spoons. She scooped up more beans, rifled through a cabinet looking for yeast, and then handed the child a sippy cup while she dug through the drawers next to the stove in a hunt for the dough hook to her mixer. The moment she handed the baby the cup, Kaye regretted it. She'll make soup in the tray with it. A glance at the stove clock sent her for her muffin pan. Whatever. I need to find the dough hook. Where can it be? Panic slowly wormed its way into her movements as idea after idea failed. Where could it be? Instinctively, she strolled toward the laundry room and then froze. It wouldn't be there. She'd finished that room, and it could not possibly house the dough hook for her mixer. This is ridiculous. Sophie's next bite landed back on the tray. Ignoring the watery pool it slowly dissolved into, Kaye scooped it back up and tried to feed it to her again. The child shook her head. Hope, guilt-producing hope, filled her. Maybe the baby would have an early nap. All done?
The
child agreed. Okay, let me get you a cookie. I'll change you just as soon as I find that hook. 20 minutes later, Kaye reappeared from the depths of her cabinets, the basement, and the garage workbench, empty-handed. She found Sophie dozing in her high chair, the half-eaten cookie clutched in the child's little fist. Guilt slammed into her again, sending her meter soaring into the danger zone. This is ridiculous, just stinkin' ridiculous. How irresponsible can I get? The poor kid will need a chiropractor after sleeping in odd contortions like that. Abandoning the idea of the dough hook, Kaye wiped up the tray, unhooked it, and carried her sleeping daughter to the changing table. The moment Sophie's first fuss sounded, Kaye knew things would get ugly. Sophie hated to be disturbed while sleeping. She'd fight it like crazy now. In an attempt to convince Sophie to calm herself, Kaye carried her to the master bedroom and lay down beside her. Sophie sat up. Second by second, Kaye watched the clock. Tense. Sophie screamed. She wriggled. She played with Kaye's face. But Sophie did not sleep. She squirmed. She fought to get down to play, and even pounded Kaye with her little fists. She also refused to sleep. Her fists dug into her eyes, forcing them back open every 3.2 seconds. Kaye nearly screamed in frustration herself. Eventually, the child's wails grew to the familiar, high-pitched screeches that Kaye knew meant she'd failed. As much as she hated to do it, Kaye put Sophie in her crib, covered her with a blanket, and left the room. The fevered pitch increased. A glance at the hall mirror showed pain, almost a physical manifestation of the pain in her heart. This is your fault. You know better than to let Sophie fall asleep like that. It's cruel, and now she'll have to scream herself to sleep. As much as she hated to admit it to herself, Kaye's thoughts weren't melodramatic. Once Sophie got that wound up, only crying herself to sleep would calm her. Nothing else worked. Nothing. Kaye stood outside the door and listened for any changes in tone. She dreaded the day Sophie would learn how to climb out of the crib. Trent had done it before he could crawl. Overachiever, she whispered under her breath. The idea of Sophie doing it gave her the willies. The child's room was literally stuffed with things, and half of them weren't exactly child-proof. 10 minutes passed before the horrible screeches softened into heartbroken sobs. Kaye thought she would shrivel and die waiting for the crying to cease, but at last it did. She counted to 60 after the last audible sniffle and peeked into the room. Of course, Sophie lay on top of the blanket, but otherwise seemed fine. Kaye snatched a baby-sized Afghan, draped it over her daughter, and tiptoed from the room. Back in the kitchen, the search for the elusive dough hook resumed in earnest. After rifling through just about everything, Kaye decided to try a more systematic approach. First, she rubbed her roast with seasonings and nestled it in the crock-pot. There, dinner will be done, even if I don't find the hook for the rolls. The kitchen broom closet seemed a crazy spot to look for a dough hook, but since nothing else worked, she decided to start at one corner of the kitchen and work her way around. She'd find that hook if it was the last thing she did. In minutes, she'd scattered cleaning supplies, golf shoes, 3 partially used rolls of paper towels, and a 6-volt lantern battery. That one irritated her. We don't even have that lantern anymore. Purrlock appeared as if on cue, sniffing it out. You know, Cat, it's a little uncanny how you know when Sophie is asleep and when she's not. The cat flicked his tail at the battery and jumped from the counter before she could shoo him off. Smart move, Purrlock. You know better than to get on the counters. Stunned, Kaye watched as the cat jumped back up, circled the battery, and hopped onto one of the breakfast bar stools. Kaye decided to ignore the cat. Perhaps the way to deal with animals like Purrlock was similar to tantruming toddlers. Don't give 'em an audience. That's what her mom always said anyway. Yeah, but it never works. Glad those days are over for the boys. Only Sophie to go. Ugh. She grabbed the battery and reached for the cupboard door to the trash before a vague thought muddled her mind. Isn't it illegal, or strongly discouraged, or something like that, to throw away a battery? Purrlock didn't respond, proving that he too could play the ignore game. And you play it better, she muttered. I already forgot. No wonder the ignore thing never worked with the boys. Kaye spun in circles for a few seconds and then jogged downstairs and dumped the battery on the workbench. Jacob could figure it out. She ignored the ever-encroaching mess and hurried back to finish her job. Deciding what to store in the broom closet should have been easy, but it wasn't. The broom belonged there, of course, as did her Swiffer, her steam mop, and the mopping supplies. Windex, 409, cleanser, and half a dozen boxes of magic erasers could go on the top shelf. Kaye reveled in the efficiency of the cupboard already. 2 spare bottles of dish soap and 3 large containers of dishwasher soap belonged in there, but they didn't fit. Okay, how is that possible? I took all that stuff and more out of here and look, I cut it in half and now it won't fit back in again. That's crazy, she complained to Purrlock. A glance next to the stove showed furniture polish, oven cleaner, ammonia, and another half-dozen jumbled bottles. It made her sick to look at them. For just a moment, she was almost tempted to toss it all. She couldn't remember the last time she used the stuff, but her mother would pitch a fit if she asked for the ammonia and Kaye couldn't produce it. No, she needed to. A new idea occurred to her mid-thought. The basement. I'll take it all down there. The boys aren't allowed down there unsupervised, and it's safer not to have noxious chemicals at their disposal. Yeah, this'll work. Purrlock yawned. With the broom cupboard cleaned and organized, she moved to the cabinet over the fridge. It was frightening, almost terrifying. She found no rhyme or reason for the stuff in there. Trent's baby book and the first aid kit, together, Did that combination hold some deep significance that she'd missed all these years? Something so important that God himself had orchestrated the combination in order to arrest her attention? Probably, she muttered. What about a fuel filter for the car they didn't even own anymore? How does this stuff get in here? Who keeps a fuel filter in the kitchen? 3 games, she'd have to shove them in the old game closet, appeared first, followed by catalogs too far out of date to be considered worth looking at again. Random tools, varnish, and a can of spray paint for a project that she couldn't remember all went into a green bag from the grocery store. She hauled it all down to the dungeon, or basement. At last, she'd made room for the popcorn popper, the waffle iron, and the ice cream freezer, if she could find it. At least something good would come out of the mess. A memory of the ice cream freezer peeking out from under her husband's letterman's jacket in their bedroom closet sent her hustling after it. Score. The next thing she knew, Kaye had strewn the contents of all of her cupboards all over the counters, floor, and dining room table. She'd forgotten the quest for the dough hook and found a new one, the eradication of more clutter. Once lost in her latest project, she became a whirlwind. With each item that she tossed in a box, her speed seemed to increase exponentially. In no time, she'd filled 3 boxes, 2 garbage bags, and had 1 wall of cupboards cleaned out.
Mom?
Kaye whirled at the sound of her youngest son's voice. Blinded to the mess around her, she became confused as Trent's lower lip quivered. Yeah?
Is Uncle Kevin still coming?
Kaye dropped the serving bowl in her hand, shattering it across the kitchen floor. Yeah. She swallowed hard. Can you hand me the broom? While she swept, Kaye glanced around her, mentally calculating how long it would take to finish. Should she just cart everything downstairs and finish later? I can't do that. I just can't. I have to finish. Another glance around her confirmed her mental assertions. If she hauled the silverware downstairs, they'd never be able to eat. Just before dinner time, Jacob burst through the door, calling out that he was going to take a shower. I lost track of time. Forgot what I was doing. What was I doing? Oh yeah, dough hook. She'd even forgotten Sophie. Well, forgot until she turned around and found Miles standing at the edge of the kitchen, holding the baby away from him with a wrinkled nose. Oh, dirty?
Yeah, 1 minute she was just sitting there playing, and the next we couldn't breathe. What did you feed her?
Kaye picked up her line of the running family joke without a pause. Worm guts and Limburger cheese.
That'll do it.
When did she wake up? Kaye hated to ask, but felt obligated.
She was playing in her crib when we got home.
The moment she laid Sophie on the changing table, the diaper oozed everywhere. Defeated, Kaye carried her to the bathroom and scrubbed her down, rinsed out the clothes, and rushed across the house to dump them on the washer. She made it back to Sophie's room and the waiting diaper just in time for the baby to soak it. Kaye changed it again. By the time Kaye returned to her job in the kitchen, she found Jacob systematically stuffing the cupboards with everything from the counters. What are you doing? There's stuff everywhere. Your parents and brother will be here in less than an hour. What's for dinner? As she grabbed a box of baggies from the top of the fridge, Kaye muttered, Roast. Shouldn't you put it in the oven then? Kaye watched as he shoved something into the pantry. The moment he stepped away, she pulled 3 sport bottles from the shelf and carried them across the kitchen to the on-the-road cupboard. It's in the crock pot. I don't smell it. Usually the smell of anything crock pot hits you the second you walk in the door. Jacob felt the outside. It's cold. What? I turned it on. I made sure of it. His fingers wriggled the plug tauntingly. Doesn't help if it's not plugged in. Tears of frustration sprang to her eyes. Why today? Why did I have to overhaul the kitchen? I was wondering that one myself.
I was looking for the dough hook and couldn't find it. Couldn't find anything. Stuff just shoved anywhere.
Those words sparked the worst argument in the history of the Harper marriage. Jacob railed against her obsessive organizing, and Kaye retaliated with attacks of his lack of support for her attempts to be a good household manager. The boys sat in the living room with the baby, slowly turning up the volume on the TV to drown out the occasional shouts and near-constant wails. Just as Kaye took a deep breath to let loose another verbal assault, her brother's voice boomed into the house from the front door. "Where's my amazing sister and her even more amazing rolls?" A blur streaked by him as Kaye rushed from the kitchen to her bedroom, slamming the door behind her. The door did little to muffle the sobs that erupted seconds later. Jacob glanced up from where he stood in the middle of the kitchen, his thumbs hooked into his jeans pocket, and sighed. "Welcome to our happy home. I hope you like your meat rare and cold and your bread imaginary. While you're at it, maybe you could imagine a clutter-free kitchen and dining area." Even as he spoke, Jacob groaned inwardly at the irony of his words.
Chapter 11. Jacob sent surreptitious glances at Kaye's side of the bed as he dressed for work. She hadn't moved in hours. He glanced at the clock.
"She's obviously not going to make breakfast. She's either sound asleep or nursing her grievances against me. Ugh."
Sophie's cry didn't faze her.
"Great. It's worse than I thought. Lord, she doesn't play the kinds of emotionally manipulative games that some of the guys have to put up with. Yeah, she might get upset. Okay, she does, a lot. Even flies off the handle sometimes, but she always comes around by morning. This is different. She must be livid not to hear Sophie. Livid, or she's so worn out from being livid that she can't hear a thing. What do you think, Lord? What do I do?" Discouraged, Jacob went to get the baby, closing the door quietly behind him. Maybe she needed a break. It had been a whirlwind of a December. She'd started the whole organizational kick in January and hadn't stopped since. It's almost Valentine's Day, and she seems worn out, almost overwrought.
He expected the boys to bombard him with questions about where she was or why she wasn't complaining that they were eating granola bars for breakfast, but they didn't say a word. Instead, Miles and Trent exchanged nervous, silent glances and sipped their orange juice between nibbles of forbidden breakfast fruit, or food. Purrlock lay on Jacob's chair, purring. He mixed the baby's cereal and nudged Purrlock out of his seat. The cat curled at his feet, warming them and massaging them with purrs. "You should eat a stick of cheese with that," Jacob remarked absently as he fed Sophie her morning oatmeal. That kid loved oatmeal.
"Do we have to?"
Miles questioned. He'd do it without a fuss if he must, but otherwise he usually resisted any hint of expectation. His motto from birth had been, "Only if you make me." It took more self-control than Jacob cared to admit to himself not to snap, "Yes, just do it for once." Instead, he reached into the fridge, grabbed 2 pre-wrapped sticks of cheddar cheese, and set them in front of each boy. "Eat it." Sophie inhaled her oatmeal and sucked down a sippy cup of apple juice, managing to cover herself in both and necessitating a new outfit. Jacob cleaned her up and brushed her hair with his fingers. As he carried her to her room, he whipped out his cell phone and called his mother. "Hey, Ma, I've got a huge favor. Can Sophie come over today? I'm not sure what time Kaye could get her. She's feeling a bit out of it today." He listened to a few seconds of excited rhapsodies and then interrupted before his mother got on a roll. "Thanks, Ma. I'll be over in a bit." Jacob snapped his phone shut, satisfied. At least this way, Kaye's mom wouldn't know about the continuing drama. That'd mortify her.
This much he'd learned in 10 years of marriage. Don't mortify the wife. Fuzzy-headed, Kaye dragged herself from the bed and into the bathroom. As if on autopilot, she moseyed through her morning routine, an unsettled thought niggling at her. At last, she emerged and proceeded to make her bed. Sheets, blankets, bedspread, pillows, grabbed their water glasses. She glanced at the clock to see if she'd made good time. Oh, no. Eyes wide, she rushed from the room, heart pounding. 10:20, what? Purrlock blocked her path, his tail twitching back and forth. She glared at him, the water glasses tempting her to give him an impromptu bath. How would you like that, clean kitty? The cat, with more self-control than she could ever have demonstrated, turned and sauntered down the hall without a backward glance. Silence almost echoed through the house. Kaye dumped the water into a half-dead houseplant on the dining room table and set the glasses onto the already overloaded counters. A new thought doused her with alarm. Sophie, where's Sophie? Kaye, illogically it is true, raced from room to room, trying to think about where Sophie might be. At last, sense returned to her, and she hurried to the fridge. The magnetic chalkboard on it cleared up the mystery. Kaye, I took Sophie to Ma's. Get some rest. Maybe go out to lunch or something. I'll help clean up tonight. I love you, Jacob. A lump welled in her throat. He's too good for me. I throw a first-class tantrum, stayed in a snit when he woke up in the morning, and now he says, oh, I took care of the kids. You know, your morning job. Go have fun for the day. Killing people with kindness is way underrated these days. It's brutal. Her throat constricted, making brutal sound like ugh. As much as she wanted to do penance and eat PB&J with stale corn chips, Kaye decided on a compromise. She'd order Chinese delivery and work like a madman. Woman. No need to insult men further, before and afterward. This can work. This can definitely work. Good move, Jacob. Between bites of low-calorie yogurt that promised to reduce her thighs in 6 weeks, Kaye went back to work on her overloaded kitchen. The baking cupboard still remained empty, so she started there. 10 13x9 glass baking pans produced a groan. What am I supposed to do with all these? Just as she grabbed half for the thrift store box, a new thought entered her mind. Once-a-month cooking. She'd always planned to fill the freezer with lasagna and enchiladas each month so that they wouldn't be as tempted to eat out when she had a busy day. Resolved, she carried 6 of the pans downstairs. I'll decide later. That later pile had become Mount Kill-A-Mom-Deado. It had become nearly impossible to count the things, calculate the cost, and pile it up much higher. Everything from next season's clothes, to exercise equipment, to things for repair, and now kitchen appliances and pans had been piled willy-nilly in the corner. What would happen when she started bringing down books and movies? And tools. Oh, the tools. Dismay made her wish Purrlock was close and that she could kick him guilt-free. Each time she thought her husband finally owned one of every tool ever manufactured, he brought home more. And of course, I can't get rid of any of them, she shouted to an empty basement. That thought sent her into a semi-hysterical fit of giggles. Half an hour later, she panted her way back up the stairs, again. The decluttering workout was kicking her bum. Just how, she panted, do we have 3 toasters and 4 waffle irons? Kaye would have sworn she saw Purrlock shrug. That's just crazy. 2 waffle irons make sense. 1 for regular, 1 for Belgian. I can handle that. I could even manage 3 if I were allowed to iron your tail in it. Purrlock yawned. Yeah, I wouldn't do it, and we both know it, but I'm not admitting that to anyone, much less you. Kaye found 4 different sandwich maker type things. Where'd we get all these anyway? The moment she asked, Kaye knew the answer. Jacob. He bought her some new kitchen gadget for every holiday, occasion, or as a pick-me-up gift. That would have to stop. Now. I'll find a way to have a talk with him, somehow. The cat sneezed. A partially completed set of dishes, dating back to their wedding, mocked her. What would she do with 3 dinner plates, 4 salad plates, 6 serving platters, and 5 bowls? What idiot had convinced her to choose a setting that you bought by the piece, ensuring that she managed to have more pieces than complete settings? It's insanity. She eyed the lot critically. It's ugly, too. Why did I let Tanya talk me into something that is so not me? Again, I say, insanity. Kaye started to load everything into the thrift store box, but a glance at the number of pieces told her she'd probably be able to sell them for a decent price on eBay. That was something worth the hassle, particularly since she'd never had them out of the boxes. Despite the guilt level it produced, she carried the pieces down the basement stairs and tried to think in terms of calories burned rather than junk accumulated. The drawers nearly made her throw up her hands in defeat. 6 beaters to mixers that she didn't own and that didn't fit any of the ones she did. 16 spatulas for turning pancakes. 9 silicone spatulas for cleaning out baking bowls. And a whopping 4 sets of mismatched measuring cups taunted and teased her. She tossed 5 of the spatulas immediately. Plastic bubbles along the edges did not make for a nice turning surface. 6 of the silicone variety she regulated to the thrift store box, and she tied 1 set of measuring cups together, shoving them to the back of the drawer. Her favorite sets Kaye placed in their usual spots, and she tossed the rest into the garbage. Ah, that felt good, she murmured as she turned to another cabinet brimming with stuff. First, Kaye tossed the half-melted bowl that she'd shoved to the side for the past 6 months. Why didn't I throw it away the 2nd or 3rd time I didn't use it? I mean, I should have tossed it immediately, she admitted to herself. But sometimes you discover you can use these things. I just kept it too long. A staple gun and a box of staples, how strange to find them together, sat next to 3 vacuum sealing machines, all of which were useless. One of the sealers didn't work, and you couldn't buy bags for the other 2 anymore. That's what I get for buying off-brand cheapies, she muttered to Purrlock as she dumped all 3 in the overloaded trash bag and tied the knot. Next, Kaye found parts for an ice cream freezer they no longer owned, 6 bottles of expired medication, including the amoxicillin for Sophie's ears from when she was 2 months old. Yeah, that was probably moldy enough to create new toxic waste cures. Kaye shuddered. 3 turkey roasters. Purrlock, how on earth did I ever manage to end up with 3? I've only made Thanksgiving dinner 3 times in my life. Oh, I bet I bought a new one each time. Ugh. A new thought rekindled her confusion. But I only made the turkey once. Mom and Ma Harper brought it the other 2 times. Understanding lit her face and frustrated her heart. They must have left them here, expecting to get them back. She gulped. Unsure what to do with the pans, Kaye carried all 3 down to the basement. Purrlock followed. You know, Kat, at this rate, I could probably start my own thrift store. Purrlock curled up in one of the roasters. I know, she crowed as a new idea hit her. I'll just ask the moms whose is whose. They can each take one home, and I'll just have one left. Woot! Upstairs, she dug into the upper corner cupboard, curious to discover what might emerge. A gift bag with wedding bells on it confused her. Where'd this come from, and why is it next to the box of untouched crystal from our wedding? Kaye reached inside and pulled out filmy garments of obscure origin. Was it a gift I never opened? She dug around in the bag and found a small card from her maid of honor. Oh, great. I never sent a thank you, no acknowledgement at all, and I'll never fit in those things now, 10 years later. Kaye shoved the bag to the side. 10. What a waste. When her blood sugar levels threatened to send her energy levels on strike, Kaye called the Panda Box and ordered lunch. Then, while some cupboards remained empty, she loaded up the sink with hot water and began scrubbing down every cabinet. As she finished each one, she reloaded it with bowls, dishes, appliances, and 1/3 of the ice trays that she'd previously owned. It felt good, though, the streamlined effect of her kitchen. Unfortunately, Kaye still hadn't found the dough hook, but at least she knew where she'd stashed the vitamins. Maybe now we'll actually take them. Her pantry mocked her. She'd needed to go through that, too. Focus, Kaye, focus. Cupboards first. At least I haven't found evidence of critters, she muttered as she scrubbed out the last cupboard. Purrlock meowed. And you're still living here because I haven't found evidence of you, either, Kaye added with a glare in his direction. The cat bounded off, probably for the litter box to leave proof of his thoughts on the subject. It had better be in the box, she called as an afterthought. The crystal sent new ripples of doubt and frustration through her. Kaye had always planned to put it in a nice cabinet or have pretty shelves built for the 1 or 2 pieces they owned, but it hadn't happened. She'd owned it for 10 years and hadn't used it once, and now with the kids it was crazy to even consider it. Then again, she sighed, the kids won't be little forever. That idea sent new thoughts through her mind. We can use it for special family meals once Sophie is 7, maybe 8, right? If I get rid of it now, it'll cost me a fortune to replace it once our life is more conducive to fine living. As much as she hated the idea, Kaye carted the boxes downstairs and shoved them in a corner, piling the sleeping bags on top. By the time the doorbell rang, she'd managed to clear one section of the counter. In fact, she'd cleared just enough room to pull up a bar stool and enjoy her lo mein and broccoli beef right there. Perfect. Kaye managed to polish off her lunch in half her usual time. Apparently those yogurts reduce your thighs because you starve to death on them, she muttered as she tossed the few remains of her lunch. With the counter clear once more, Kaye tackled the next section, working through the afternoon before the fact that her sons didn't arrive home registered. She dug her phone out of her pocket and dialed her mother-in-law. Is everything okay? You got the boys? Ma Harper assured her that the kids were doing fine before asking, tentatively enough to assure Kaye that the boys had filled their grandmother in on the latest drama at home, if she felt any better. Actually, I do. You should see this kitchen. It's awesome. I can't thank you enough for taking them. Well, okay, but you were supposed to rest. Jacob sounded really worried about you. Kaye assured Jacob's mother that she'd had a wonderful day and felt better than she had in ages. I've got to call Cass, so I'll talk to you later, okay? The pantry was the last item on the kitchen decluttering list. Kaye sprayed down the shelves and then selected Cass's number from her contact list. Cass answered on the first ring. How's it going, girl? Great if you call removing 29 cans of unmarked food left over from the pounding they gave us when we got married great. Pounding? Something about giving a pound of this or that. It makes no sense. Almost none of this weighs anywhere near a pound. Some genius removed all the paper from the cans. Wait, what? No labels? Kaye nodded and tossed another can into the trash bag. Yep, all they did was ensure we wasted a ton of food. After the 3rd can of dog food, Kaye groaned as Purrlock slunk into the room and rubbed against her pant leg, leaving a few dozen white and gray hairs in his wake. What? This dumb cat. I swear he's got it in for me. He's always hated me, but now... You're crazy. That's the sweetest cat I've ever seen. Well, someone might want to convince him to try some of that sweetness with me before I send him to a nice farm to chase mice all day. Okay, poor kitty. So, why do you have 10-year-old food in your pantry? Why didn't you just open it all, toss what you wouldn't eat in a week, and put the rest in the fridge? Because we're not that smart? Kaye grabbed 2 more cans. We just bought more food and ignored those. Then we actually moved them to this house. It's insanity. You're telling me. Guess what else I found? Kaye asked as an attempt to change the subject. Oh boy, if you tell me that 12-pack of toilet paper that disappeared after you had Sophie... No, but I'd love for that to resurface. No, I found an unopened wedding gift from Cheryl. Your maid of honor? Yep. Another toaster? Waffle iron? Kaye laughed as she began reshelving the food they would eat. Thank goodness, no. I have several of both. Kept them after the wedding because I felt guilty just thinking about exchanging them. Then what? Lingerie. Cass giggled and asked, would it fit? No, you've heard me talk about Cheryl. She chose the tightest fitting thing in the store. I'd bet almost anything. A doorbell rang at Cass's house, and Kaye worked diligently as her friend signed for something. There, Cass muttered. Jerry can get his geek fix tonight. New toy? Some hardware program cable, interface dilly-bob. You, Kaye teased, are such a techie. In his dreams, now and then I say words like defrag or component, when I'm feeling flirty. Cass sighed. You'd never believe just how sensual a motherboard can be at the right time. Speaking of which, where were we on the lingerie thing? I'm going to call her, tell her the story, let her laugh at me. Kaye rolled her eyes at what her former best friend might say. And then I'll give it to Goodwill. With the tag still on it, someone'll get a great shower gift for peanuts. Kaye glanced at the clock and squealed. Gotta go. I'll never get this done in time. Come see it tomorrow. And slid her phone shut. Purrlock bounded into the kitchen as if fearful he'd missed something exciting. Something like Kaye falling on her backside or face-planting into a pile of something disgusting. Too bad, cat, she crowed. I've not only not done something embarrassing, I'm almost done with the 3rd worst room of the house. So there. As she whirled in place to return to pantry duty, Kaye lost her footing and clutched at the counter for support. She gave Purrlock an evil eye, guaranteed to terrify sons who dared throw balls in the house, and righted herself. So not funny. At 5:15, Kaye wiped down the last bit of the counter, carried the thrift store boxes to the van, and raced for the shower. By the time Jacob came through the door, she sat curled on the couch reading another book, finding your organizational language, and sipping tea. She smiled up at him. Have a good day? Jacob nodded. You? Yeah, got the mess cleared out. Sorry about last night. I was pretty much a jerk. You were overwhelmed. He came to hunker on his heels beside her, reaching for her until he saw the filth on his hand and jerked it back again. You're sure you're okay? I'm good. Didn't get dinner made, but you should check out that kitchen. You can find things. Oh, and I know where your yellow set of drill bits are now. A smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Did you find the dough hook? Nope. Jacob shook his head. Just buy another one. Maybe when I'm done doing the rest of the house, she agreed. A new expression, one she didn't recognize, appeared. Hun, will you do something for me? What's that? Kaye suspected she looked as wary as she sounded. Will you find a new hobby? You've always wanted to take up scrapbooking with Cass. Will you start soon? I think you need something to break up your... He hesitated. Just from the look on his face as he struggled to find a word, told her that he'd started to say obsession. Passion for de-junking. The kids are starting to fear for their toys.
Well, Kaye paused, thinking. Scrapbooking is probably just another way to feed the clutter.
At the look that came over Jacob's face, Kaye retracted her thoughts.
Lord, I don't want to set myself up for failure in keeping this house clear of excess, but I can't say no to him. I just can't.
Aloud, she said,
I'll see if there's a crop coming up soon. I bet I can find a way to keep control over my spending and accumulating and still have fun. It'll work.
I suppose this means I'm taking everyone to dinner?
She grinned. Unless you want to feast on the gorgeous kitchen in there, you'll have to. After we pick up the kids, of course.
Bad joke. Bad. He kissed her nose. I'll go clean up.
As she heard the shower come on, Kaye flipped the page and read further. Each person has their own organizational style that speaks to them. The key is to ensure that you do not try to speak a language that you've never learned. Yes, people can learn new languages, but it's most effective at first to work on the one you know best before trying to become bi-organizational. Frustrated, she tossed the book aside. Bi-organizational. It sounds like someone on too many committees. Chapter 12. June 29th. Conflict. Kaye gripped the lectern and leaned forward. One unexpected side effect of becoming obsessed with anything is conflict. Murmurs rippled around the room. Some nodded their heads, others leaned to whisper something to the person next to them, and still others scribbled furiously on notepads. How did I miss that? People are actually taking notes about something I said. A throat cleared nearby, a hint that people waited to hear what she had to say. Why conflict? Kaye continued. Well, because it's a rare person who can begin a new and exciting path in life without becoming fanatical about it. Think about baby Christians. We love their zeal, their overflowing love for the Lord. We should. It's inspiring and invigorating. I don't want to pretend that there's anything remotely wrong with it, but with that tends to come what my husband calls thunder puppyitis. Kaye shifted her note cards to the next as a reminder to segue into the next point. Balance. As she did, one of the women on the left, her favorites, asked, What's that? What's what? Thunder puppyitis, she called back. Of course, they won't know Jacob's terminology. You have to define this stuff, she chided herself. Well, Jacob calls people, usually young people, who think they have all the answers to life's questions. She laughed. The funny thing is, they usually do have a lot of right ideas and biblical or logical support for those ideas. Anyway, those kinds of people tend to not have a lot of patience or grace for those not quite so enlightened as they think they are. Jacob calls them thunder puppies, young pups who have a lot of bark and bravado with no experience to provide good judgment to back it up. Laughter filled the room, but the expression on a few faces showed that she'd struck a nerve, and not all those affected were exactly young. She decided to soften the blow a little and confess. To be honest, Kaye joked, I think it was Jacob's way of making my thunder puppiness a bit more palatable. Notice, she hastened to add when the room didn't see the joke, that he didn't call them Thundercats. After all, besides being a reference to a stupid cartoon, don't tell him I said that about his favorite childhood TV show. The room erupted in laughter once more. The key word there is cat, and we all know that I am not exactly a cat person, partly due to Purrlock's evil influence, of course. Carried away by the response of the crowd, Kaye described the shrinking pains their family had undergone while she stripped the stuff from their lives. And, what I think is the most important note,
is that I ignored cautions by the people who knew me best and care the most about me. That thunder puppy thing again. It'll get you every time. She sensed a shift in the audience. She'd lost them. Determined not to fail halfway through her talk, Kaye waved her next card to snag the women's attention. This one has 2 words: good intentions. A familiar pang of remorse bored its way back into her heart. You know how people say things like, it's the thought that counts, or she meant well, or worse, her heart was right. Well, Kaye prayed that she wouldn't offend the room with her next words, but she refused to tame her words. It's a lie. Our hearts are not right. Jeremiah says, the heart is more deceitful than all else and is desperately sick. Who can understand it? Some faces looked confused, others clouded with disagreement. To her relief, the now familiar, hearty, comforting from the left side told her someone understood what she meant. I want so much to say that my heart was right. It wasn't. I did mean well, but I still ran roughshod over people in my quest to help them have a better life. Kaye's air quotes gave the room a chuckle, and the sour faces that had shown such distrust and dismay moments before softened. It doesn't matter what we think our motive is, ladies. If our actions hurt people, and those actions are not mandated by God in Scripture, we are wrong. Spontaneous applause stunned her. Kaye looked out over the room and wondered how she'd managed to remember the line so perfectly. Okay, I'll let Jacob know you liked his quote. Yeah, she grinned. That was Jacob's contribution. I kept saying things a dozen ways and none of them were right. Jacob looked at my notes and said, well, what I think you're trying to say is... Kaye threw up her hands, forgetting the cue card and notes in them, and watched as her reminders rained down around her. And now I have to hope I remember what I meant to say. A wave of giggles swept over the room as an assistant scrambled to the stage to pick them up for her, whispering,
Are they numbered?
Are they numbered? Kaye repeated. You'd think I might have thought of that, but no, they're not. You can leave them. I'll pick them up when I'm done, and it'll be a nice lesson in conditioning for me. I've gotten a bit fanatical about grabbing stuff and putting them in their homes before moving on to the next thing. The kids are getting better too, but sometimes I see this look in Jacob's face.
I know that look,
someone cried from the back of the room. Right? Well, when I see that look, I know I'm making the state of the house more important than the inhabitants of the house. One of the women on her left called out, Say that again. Kaye repeated herself and then said, So, what does one do when one needs to give one's family a break from one's current obsession? She rolled her eyes. One kills the one talk in a hurry and takes up a new hobby.
Chapter 13. February 8th. Kaye sat in the minivan, parked in front of Scrap and Snaps, her hands slung over the steering wheel. What had seemed like a good idea when she left the house now threatened to give her hives. She just wanted to go home and take the kids to the park or play games with the family. The last time she'd gone into a scrapbooking store, she'd turned around and left, overwhelmed. Why should today be any different? Then again, she'd always envied Cass's beautiful scrapbooks. It seemed like such a special gift to leave her children and grandchildren. A rap on the window made her jump. Cass's perky bounce and exaggerated shiver as she jerked a thumb at the store made Kaye smile. She nodded, grabbed her purse, and stepped outside, instantly ready to hurry into the store. Hey, you're here. I'm ready to take it on. Did you bring any pictures? She patted her purse. A Ziploc full of Trent's party. I thought it might be an easy place to start.
Great. Come in and we'll get you started. Hope you brought your credit card.
The words nearly made Kaye choke. Once more, she wondered how she'd thought that scrapbooking would be a good idea. Where would she keep all this stuff? What if the boys got into it? As the door whooshed shut behind her, she remembered the happy look in Jacob's eyes as she'd talked about something other than decluttering and organizing. She resolved at that moment to make this work. She had to. I think I'm going to need it. I didn't have any scissors that I thought wouldn't chew up the photos, so I don't even have those. Well, scissors are definitely a must. I also want some kind of organizer to house it all. I'm not going to have a whole room to dedicate to this like yours, so I want to make sure what I buy will fit in a nice organizer of some kind. Cass exchanged glances with a woman behind the counter, and the two women erupted into laughter. Okay, Cass giggled. You have no idea how naive that sounds. Although she laughed at herself with the other ladies, a resolve to not go overboard entered her heart and began germinating. She just couldn't handle more stuff to sort, organize, and then someday purge because it encroached on her life. So, while the women dragged her around the store, showing her different styles of scrapbooking, she fought the temptation to become sucked into the vortex of eyelets, buttons, stamps, stickers, chipboard, and ribbon. That resolve began to crumble when she found the stacks of paper. Each sheet seemed more amazing than the last. Her mind whirled with ideas for albums of their wedding, each child's babyhood, their family vacations. The opportunities seemed endless. Sheepishly, Kaye smiled. Okay, let's start this. What do I need? Yes! Cass rubbed her hands together. Okay, you wanted an organizer. Are you sure you want something portable, or do you maybe want to start buying a few cubes that you can rearrange as you expand? You could always keep stuff in the basement. Kaye involuntarily winced at the mention of her dungeon of clutter. I'm sure. If it's portable, I can bring it to Crops. Cass looked ready to protest, so Kaye added quickly, that way, if I want to expand into something else later, I can, but I'll need portable anyway, right? She makes sense. It's what I did when I first started. The woman behind the counter smiled at Kaye. I'm Sherry. As you can see, my little portable minimalist organizer expanded exponentially. You should be warned. It can be an addiction, but at least it's a good one. Calorie-free. I'm going to go get to work on my page. If you need me, just come get me, but I thought you might like to explore without me hovering. Cass pointed to tables at one end of the room where a few other women had their projects laid out and chattered as they worked. Over the next hour, Kaye piled up different things and then replaced them until she thought she'd go insane. 4 different organizers lay on the counter while she contemplated the merits and deficiencies of each. At last, Sherry offered a compromise. What if you got one of these small totes that hold your absolute basic supplies, and then 1 or 2 of the clear 13 by 13 boxes to hold the albums and maybe the supplies you plan for a page or something? Before Kaye could respond, Sherry pulled a flyer from the checkout counter and handed it to her. I think this might be a good idea, too. It's our signature program. You pay a modest monthly fee, and you can come in as often as you like and use all our punches, scissors, die cutting, and digital cutting machines, stamps, the works. If it's a tool, we probably have it, and you can use it as much as you like. That way, you learn what things you're drawn to and what you aren't. That makes sense, Kaye agreed. I think that would be great, even if just for the first month or 2. She glanced at the flyer. It's cheaper than a couple of movies, and at least I'd have something at the end of it. I'll definitely do that. I think you should also look through the idea books in the classroom area. Glance through some of our sample albums and such. It might help you decide if you're a flat scrapper or a dimensional one. What are they? Well, Sherry began, it's just my silly way of describing things. Some women love stickers, rub-ons, and punches used with regular tape rather than pop-ups. They like flat pages that aren't bulky.
Other women like more texture and dimension. They use layers, ribbons, eyelets and brads, and adhesive pieces to give a more 3D effect, to give things emphasis. It's just a matter of personal preference.
Nodding slowly, Kaye's mind began to swirl with ideas. With a small tote of essentials, a box for incomplete albums and one for a page, she could plan and cut everything at the scrap store, take it home, and assemble while Sophie was sleeping. One of those boxes could probably hold enough stuff for 3 or 4 pages. That'd be plenty to work on each week, wouldn't it?
Okay, I'll do it. Let's fill that tote.
To Kaye's astonishment and her dismay, choosing scissors, tape runner, pens, glue, and other basic supplies took up half her scrap time. That done, Kaye began planning which pictures she'd use on her first pages. The other ladies teased her good-naturedly about her adamant refusal to purchase anything that wouldn't go on a specific page, assuring her that she'd buy things she didn't want and forget what she'd planned to do with half of what she did buy. Horrified, Kaye determined not to let her new hobby take over her life and space. She pretended to stick her fingers in her ears and sang a short little, "La la 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 la, I can't hear you," as she tried to figure out her layout.
But Kaye, how will you remember what you were going to do? I always come up with great ideas, but if I don't do it when I think of it, I'll forget. You're going to be so frustrated with a box of supplies and no idea of what you meant to do with them.
After just a week or two, skepticism dripped from Kaye's words.
If the kids get sick, you'll get it, and before you know it, a month has gone by. Trust me, you'll forget.
I hope not. I've just paid for my first month of using the supplies here. I can't waste it at home sick. She thought for a minute, and then reached for a small notebook in her purse. I'll sketch out my ideas and write the supplies I buy for it on the back. Even as she spoke, Kaye felt proud of herself. After just a few weeks, she'd already begun to think like an organized person. This is great. Her excitement bubble burst when several ladies murmured various versions of, "That is so inefficient. You could almost assemble a page in the time it'd take to do that." Slightly daunted, but even more determined, Kaye pulled out a few of the idea books and started flipping through them, eager to find examples of something that would work for her first album. While she browsed, she asked the other ladies about album sizes and styles and tried to weigh her options. It seemed nearly impossible to decide everything beforehand. What if she hated the album style once she was done? She'd be stuck with pages that she couldn't use in another album. The idea of mismatched albums bothered her until another woman explained how she stored hers, using them as decor rather than rows on shelves. That appealed to Kaye, but so did neat rows of perfectly organized albums. By child and then by year, she thought to herself. Yes, that'd be nice. A new thought muddied the issue further. Then again, would they be enjoyed if they were neatly put away? Or would having one on the coffee table, one on a bookshelf, and so forth, inspire more browsing? Once more, her alter ego protested. If you do that, won't they get overused, worn out? Won't the children pore over them until they fall apart? That thought irritated her, causing her to mutter, "There is no way I'm doing all this work just to have it ruined." Frustration must have filled her face, or perhaps she spoke more loudly than she thought, because Sherry encouraged her not to worry about albums.
Make pages and you can insert them into any album later. Right now, decide on paper size. I recommend 12 by 12, but some people prefer smaller like 8 by 8 or 8.5 by 11.
As she listened, Kaye started sketching a perfect idea for the first page. As she discovered elements she needed, she scribbled them on the back of her drawing. The other ladies still shook their heads, teasing her about overcomplicating the process. In her heart, she knew they were probably right, but the last thing she wanted to do, now that she finally seemed to have a grip on decluttering their house and getting it organized, was to bring in a whole new kind of clutter. It seemed like the silly plaque on her mother's wall about how cleaning the house with little kids around was like shoveling the driveway during a snowstorm. Once done with her sketches, gathering the supplies and making her first purchase, she choked at the total. Kaye went back to the table to cut pieces, punch shapes, and learn how to use the machines. As she worked, she tried to describe her reasoning.
I know you all are much more knowledgeable about this stuff, and I'll probably change later, but I finally feel like I'm getting my house under control, and I don't want to lose that yet.
Pride exuding from every pore, Kaye examined the 4 pages she'd created. Sure, they weren't quite as polished as Cass's. They lacked that certain flair that her friends' albums seemed to have, but she hoped that in time she'd develop her own style and perhaps even flair. Meanwhile, she had designed and assembled very nice pages. Most of the elements she'd decided on worked great. After ruining 2 pieces of paper, she'd abandoned the eyelets, evil little round things that still mocked her from the barely touched package, but the rest had gone together almost exactly as she'd hoped. Of course, the other ladies would crow when they heard how long it took her. She had spent almost as much time planning and drawing out the ideas as she had assembling it, but no amount of their teasing could remove the fun she'd had. Kaye couldn't wait for Jacob to get home. As she started to pick up her mess, her heart sank. Besides a tiny box of 40 remaining eyelets, evil pieces of metal that she'd probably never use again, a small box of probably 45 brads, half a spool of ribbon, 2/3 of a chipboard alphabet set, half a sheet of stickers, and more remained. The flaw in her plan hit home. She couldn't just buy 4 brads, 1 sticker, and 3 chipboard letters for 1 page. She had to buy whole packages, and that meant leftovers. Leftovers meant clutter. As discouragement washed over her, the boys raced through the kitchen to greet Jacob. Sophie squealed from the high chair where she'd been playing with her blocks, eager to get down and join the boys. The testosterone bundles of her house burst into the room, jostling and laughing. But Jacob stopped at the sight of the pages. "Hey, you did it!" He removed Sophie from the high chair and leaned closer to examine them. "Those look great. I bet you're proud of yourself." Miles pointed to his favorite page.
She even cut out a lightsaber. It's so cool.
The 2 boys rushed back to their video game while Jacob admired his wife's work. As he pointed out his favorite elements, Kaye picked up the surplus supplies, stashing them in the box listlessly. "What's wrong?" Kaye hated the dread in his voice. Her dislike of excess stuff was going to drive a wedge between them, particularly with regard to the hobby he'd begged her to start.
I'm just trying to decide where to put the leftovers so I don't buy what I already own again.
The uncertainty hovered until she added,
I'll have to go tomorrow and plan out a few more pages.
Jacob beamed. "I was thinking, you know how Cass has that huge room with all those cubbies and things? We could clear out a corner of the basement and put in some storage like that once you get more supplies. It'd be a nice, quiet area for you to work, and maybe we could keep toys down there for Sophie." It took every ounce of willpower she possessed to staunch the scream welling up inside her and smile at her husband.
Once I know what I'm doing and what I need, that might just be the answer. Thanks.
A lump filled her throat as Jacob danced with Sophie through the room and down the hall to the boys' room. He meant well. He really did. But all her efforts to give them a peaceful, clutter-free family environment would be worthless if he kept up his unintentional sabotage.
It's like a guy who brings home chocolate, chips, and pizza to his dieting wife,
she muttered to the cat as he stalked past. At this rate, my organizational goals will result in epic fail. From his perch on the back corner of the couch, Purrlock purred. Chapter 14. The book challenged her, taunted her, commanded her.
Get in there and do it. You can't read about it and expect it to happen. You have to get in there and do the work. Now go.
Despite her eagerness to continue with the decluttering of her home, Kaye had forced herself to take off a week to let Jacob relax a bit. He still glanced nervously around the house each evening, trying to see what changes had occurred during his absence, but she couldn't wait forever. During her decluttering spree, the basement had bred junk faster than bacteria. Kaye's eyes lit up happily. Sophie's room. The one room of the house that Jacob always said was so packed with stuff that he didn't know how she could stand it. Peeking through the baby's room door, Kaye watched as Sophie slept, her arms thrown back over her head in a picture of deep slumber. Though Kaye knew she couldn't work in there with the baby sleeping, it was possible to carry Sophie into their bedroom without her waking completely. Purrlock sat outside as Kaye stepped from her bedroom and closed the door behind her.
Went off without a hitch. She's fast asleep, and you can't get in to wake her. So sorry to disappoint you.
The cat stalked away, his tail twitching back and forth in a perfect imitation of the Siamese cats in her favorite childhood movie, the one where she'd learned to hate cats in the first place. The felines' voices sang of destruction in her mind as she reached Sophie's door and stepped inside. If only her job would be as easy as transferring a sleeping baby from one room to the next. In the center of the room, Kaye spun in circles, overwhelmed at the amount of stuff crammed into every available space. Though spotless, Kaye was a bit OCD about it. The room looked more like a magazine layout rather than an actual space for a child to live. A stuffed elephant here, that she vacuumed weekly, a piggy bank there, dusted along with the dozens of other dust catchers in the room, and the not-quite-toddler's pristine toys, never touched by the childish hands who could mar them, sitting primly on shelves as if a testament to her parents' indulgence. Kaye had done the same thing with Miles's room. His room originally looked exactly like Sophie's, albeit more masculine, until Trent learned to pull things off shelves while he was supposed to be in his crib sleeping. After the third shredded book and second broken piggy bank, Kaye had given up her dreams of perfect little children's rooms. Discouraged, she'd packed up the collectible toys and memorabilia and stashed it all in the basement. She'd installed shelving, bins, and a few buckets for big things. The boys now had a functional room where they could play and keep their toys reasonably well organized. Foolishly, she'd imagined that a girl would be different. A girl would want a pretty room with nice things, wouldn't she? Sophie had a room fit for a princess. Now, as Kaye looked at it, she saw the excess for what it was: clutter. I crammed so much stuff in here that you can't really see individual things. It's all a blur, she muttered, discouraged. A glance over her shoulder, a sweep of her eyes across the floor, but Purrlock hadn't followed her inside. Well, no more. What is the point of having a bedroom if the poor kid can't enjoy it? The moment she voiced her thoughts, Kaye hesitated, uncertain. Is Jacob right? Is it overkill? Am I taking the less is more too far? I've received so many compliments on this room. It's truly beautiful, but now that Sophie can play, shouldn't it be a functional room as well as beautiful? Resolved, she hurried downstairs and tried to find a few empty boxes. When she couldn't find any, she grabbed 2 mangled laundry baskets and dumped boxes of outgrown clothes into them. Once back in Sophie's room, she eyed everything critically. The beautiful day gown that Sophie had worn in her first portraits would stay hanging from the shelf. It looked sweet, and without being surrounded by stuffed animals, it might actually make a focal point. The various floral containers from arrangements sent after Sophie's birth, looking at them hurt. She'd worked hard to turn the cheesy-looking things into nice decor. Why
Why spend so much time and money? What was the point?
Her voice startled her. No echo in here. Too much junk. The wrapping paper quilt framed on the wall now looked ridiculous. Had she seriously thought it necessary to cut out those tiny squares and rectangles to create a poster-sized wall hanging? If she'd have made a scrapbook back then, she could have made a page of it for that, maybe. The poster came down. Part of her resisted. After all, she'd already made it. Why not enjoy it? Then again, it seemed to represent the addiction to clutter. Once she started, all the doubt, the predictions of impending failure, drowned out Jacob's frustration with her obsession and pushed her forward, making her reconsider every item in the room. The hand-embroidered bibs made by Jacob's Aunt Frances lay untouched in the top drawer of the changing table. She hadn't been able to bring herself to use them. Too precious. People didn't take that kind of time to make gifts anymore. In fact, those embroidered bibs had set the theme for Sophie's room. She'd packed the room with vintage chenille, pillowcase border curtains, hand-hooked rugs, the works. Several quilts found at garage sales had been stacked in the open armoire. She'd folded them carefully to hide the frayed blocks, rips, and holes, leaving a beautiful effect.
But is it, or is it just junk stacked to look pretty? I mean, if they were usable.
Her hands fingered the bibs. The moment they'd arrived, Kaye decided to save them for Sophie's children, kind of like a family heirloom. Now that seemed ridiculous.
Why am I keeping something that Sophie never used so her kids can keep them and never use them? When will the madness end?
Feeling righteously ruthless, she jerked them from the drawer and dropped them in the box.
May Aunt Frances forgive me for wasting her handiwork.
She worked counterclockwise, one wall at a time. It had been 3 weeks since she'd vacuumed the curtains, flowers, quilts.
Dust catchers. They're all a bunch of dust catchers.
Swallowing hard to fight back tears of frustration, Kaye surveyed the room again. What had the book said?
If you don't love it, if it doesn't make you happy, or if you don't need it on a constant basis, get rid of it. That's it. Time to get really serious.
In the hallway, Purrlock made a noise that sounded suspiciously like a cough.
You can hack up all the hairballs you like. I'm serious about, well, getting serious.
Her previous idea of ruthlessness became a joke in retrospect. Figurines disappeared from shelves. Kaye dumped the collection of Waldorf-styled fairies into a maybe pile and ripped the silk rose vines from the tops of the windows and tossed them into the garbage. What a waste, she murmured. Once done, a pile rose from the middle of the room, stuff that didn't fit in the small boxes. A glance at her watch told her she had time to get more boxes before the boys got home. On a mission, she sat in the van, the garage door rising, before she remembered sleeping Sophie. She jerked the gear shift into park, yanked open the door, and slammed it shut as she berated herself for being so stupid. Suddenly, Jacob's concern over her new obsession made a little more sense. Maybe more than a little. Trash bags from the kitchen would have to work for now. After shifting things, Kaye found a place in the boxes for most of the breakables, and, the few left over, she wrapped in bibs or excess blankets.
Whatever made me think I should have so much breakable stuff in a baby's room? She whispered to herself.
Purrlock jumped up on the changing table and kneaded the padding before settling in to watch. Kaye tossed him a glare that clearly did not strike the terror in the feline's heart that she had hoped for. As she surveyed the results, Kaye noticed an odd paradox. It looked exactly as it had before, but, now clean and stripped of excess, it looked better than ever. How does everything look so fresh and new, and yet still the same? She muttered. The dressers needed the same kind of purging from the inside, but Kaye didn't know if she could do it. Those drawers held every article of clothing Sophie had ever owned, from the outfit she wore home from the hospital to the Sunday dress she grew out of last week. Ugh, and the closet. Man, I wish I didn't even have to think about the closet. Trash bags. I need more trash bags. Taking a deep breath, she opened the closet. The contents reminded her of the entryway closet all over again. The baby swing mocked her from the center. It needed to go. A pang struck her heart. Despite her hearty agreement that their family was now complete with 3 children, sometimes, no matter how illogical, she had a hard time accepting it. It always felt as if keeping the baby gear meant there was a chance, even if a small one, that maybe they'd change their minds. I just need to do it, she muttered as she jerked the wedged-in swing from its place. Jacob will like it. Every time he sees the swing or the bassinet. Kaye's heart sank. She needed to remove the bassinet from the corner, too. One more thing that she'd left cluttering the room. Will the rest of the house be like this? Will I go back through the cabinets and closets and find more things I should have dumped the first time? The answer made her nauseous. Probably. From the closet she pulled the bouncy chair, the bumbo, the bathtub, infant car seat. The list seemed endless. Sophie's shoe collection outnumbered her purses. Really? Does a 10-month-old baby need a purse at all? It's ridiculous. That word had become the single best descriptor for everything related to the poor tot's room. The little felt shoes her mother had brought to the hospital the day Sophie was born, Kaye refused to part with. For now, she hung them over the little wooden hanger that held the day gown. I need another cup hook. Then again, that looks pretty good. Once every inch of the room had been preliminarily decluttered, Kaye surveyed her work. The bookcase under the window remained empty. It could hold toys, maybe the box of blocks and little doll Sophie loved so much. The stacking toy wouldn't look pretty, but didn't it make sense? She shook her head. No, it didn't make sense. Moving toys from where Sophie played with them to empty bookshelves just because they were empty was almost as stupid as filling them up with stuff she couldn't touch. When will I ever learn? Each time I make new strides, I find myself making the same stupid decisions. At Purrlock's first twitch, Kaye snapped, I didn't ask for your opinion. As she stepped outside Sophie's room, she realized the boys were home. From the family room, a quiet series of beeps, dings, growls, and similar noises told her they'd gone straight for the video games. Bags and boxes cluttered the hallway. Time to face the clutter dungeon. With a bag in each hand, she hurried toward the basement, shaking one at the boys as she passed. Why didn't you tell me you were home?
We did. You didn't hear.
The accusation in Miles's voice pricked her heart.
Well, we didn't say it very loudly. Miles said if we were quiet, you wouldn't hear, and we could play video games, and it worked.
Trent's happy grin nearly sent her into a fit of giggles. Next time, just ask.
You would say we have to do homework first, and I need help,
Miles protested.
When you're getting rid of stuff, you don't have time to help.
Well, I'm done now, so finish your game and we'll work on it. Math or spelling?
Spelling.
The misery in Miles's voice told her he hadn't gotten a perfect score on his pretest. Feeling quite silly, but too giddy not to do it, Kaye led Jacob into Sophie's room after dinner. The boys had giggled and nudged one another until she thought she'd scream. She nudged him to the middle of the room and then turned on the light. Okay, now. Of all reactions, laughter was the last one she expected. What? I wondered how long you could resist. At least this time you didn't go crazy. The room looks great. Kaye followed her husband from the room, snapping off the light behind him.
Didn't go crazy, if he only knew.
From atop the changing table, Purrlock purred.
Chapter 15. Valentine's Day. Jacob had ignored, blanked out, and avoided all thought or reference to it ever since he'd realized that his wife's latest temporary insanity hadn't been so temporary.
It doesn't matter what I do, it'll be wrong. Listening to the guys comparing notes regarding their plans, he knew he had to think and think fast. Too late. George Eccleston turned to him. So, what are you and Kaye doing?
Don't ask, George. You'll regret it, one of the men called out.
Why?
As the men joked about his impressive skills in the romance department, something he suspected Kaye would find hilarious, Jacob tossed idea after idea aside, hoping for something that reflected the Kaye he knew well, but didn't offend the new Kaye either. George watched him for a moment before asking again.
So, what are you guys doing then? How bad am I going to look if Vi hears what you did? Well, it's a school night, so we can't go out until Friday, but...
The few seconds his pause gave him helped Jacob make up his mind.
Tonight, I've decided to break down and do the jewelry thing. I haven't done that for V-Day before.
No, just birthdays, Christmas, Groundhog Day, another guy teased.
Yeah, I bet she wishes, Jacob protested. I think I've bought her all of 2 things since we've been married.
His assistant laughed.
That's 2 more than Teresa's ever gotten. If I buy 1 pair of tiny earrings, she'll expect jewelry forever and bigger stuff every time. That's why I do chocolate and flowers. Started small, add a couple every year, and no one gets hurt. Dave, you've got no imagination. Give the girl a surprise for once. Turning, Jacob slipped his hand in his pocket and half pulled it out. He joked with the guys as he scrolled through his phone options for his text message chime. As it chimed, he pulled it out as if reading a text. Arg, can you guys get this? Gotta fix a problem. Be back in 30?
Sure. Tell them that if they didn't engrave it right, then you want something a bit better, for the same price, Dave called after him.
A real text arrived moments later. Can't believe you forgot. You owe me for not outing you for the fake text. Jacob groaned and sent back a reply. Didn't forget. Not that simple. Thanks, though. Explain later. All through the streets of Hillsdale, Jacob wrestled with himself. No ring. She'd say she has the one she wants, and any more is just clutter on her fingers. That thought made him chuckle. Good one. I'll have to tell her that whenever she gets a sense of humor about this thing. No rings, left earrings, or a pendant. There were advantages to each. He'd never bought her good earrings, and at least she wore those consistently. Still, a pendant might be less expensive, something their budget would appreciate. Then again, with her anti-stuff thing going on, she's not shopping much. That'll help make up some of the difference. Kaye had also talked about selling the excess in the basement. From what he'd seen, they had enough junk stashed in the basement to sell that he'd have enough from the proceeds to purchase almost anything she'd wear enough to make it worth buying in the first place. A chain store at the mall might have offered better prices, but Jacob drove to an independent jeweler who had been in business longer than he'd been alive. He parked his truck in the back parking lot, climbed out, and prayed like crazy that he'd find something right. Please, Lord, she needs to see I love her, even when she's driving me totally crazy. Kaye flip-flopped between hurt and seething as she flipped through picture after picture, trying to choose the best ones for her next scrapbook page. I should have found last year's Valentine's Day shots. Maybe then he'd remember that there is such a day. Her rational self told her that Jacob had been overworked and under-rested in recent weeks, a perfect recipe for forgetting a special day. Unfortunately, days of stress and her own interrupted sleep with a teething Sophie sharpened the fangs of her snarky side.
He's just punishing you for not giving up on your stupid obsession. You've become a junkie. You've got to get your daily fix or you go crazy. You're just a half-cracked, decluttering junkie. The insanity of her thoughts managed, in an odd twist of irony, to restore her mental acumen. She glanced down the hall as the squeals from her boy's room rose again. He's probably going to wind them up so much that they'll never fall asleep, Kaye muttered to Purrlock as he sidled past. The cat ignored her, jumping up on the arm of the couch instead. He draped himself along the back, right where Jacob's neck would eventually rest. Purrlock yawned, stretched out one leg, and clawed the cushion. "Purrlock, no, bad kitty."
Like he knows what that means, Jacob called as he strolled back from the testosterone fest down the hall.
"I'd say it's more like he doesn't care," Kaye moaned, glaring at the feline now licking his paw. "Look at him. It's like he's saying, 'You are so not worth my notice.'"
Hun?"
Kaye glanced up at Jacob. "Yeah?"
"It's not like that at all. That's exactly what he's thinking. He's a cat."
With a shrug, Kaye went back to sorting pictures. "True."
"What you doing?"
"Just planning my next pages, sort of." Jacob sat next to her, draping one arm around the back of the couch and ignoring the cat's expectation of a nice, warm neck. "Okay, I forgive you a little. And take that, Purrlock. Ha!"
"What's sort of?"
"Well, I'm picking out the pictures." Kaye held up one critically. "It's pretty dark, isn't it? I like his expression, but it'll never show up on a page. You have to twist and turn. Yeah, goner." She tossed it in a pile of rejects on the coffee table. "I'll plan pages when I go to Scrap Shack, get the stuff, you know."
"Still have room for all your supplies in those dinky little boxes?"
Kaye's heart did a staccato beat before beginning a gentle waltz around her emotions. He didn't forget, after all. I'd know that tone anywhere. It's his. Gotta lead her into the right conversation tone. "Yep, plenty. I'm keeping it small, especially until I know what kind of scrapper I'll be," she added hesitantly. Another thought sent her waltzing heart stumbling over itself and crashing to the floor. "Oh, Lord, please don't let him have bought me those cubicles. It's supposed to be some kitchen gadget. It's always, well, sometimes it's chocolate or flowers on V-Day, but still, please not that."
"Good thing I didn't decide to get you a huge setup for Valentine's Day then, isn't it?"
That tone, it told her he wanted her to play along. Kaye smiled up at him. "Is it Valentine's Day already? Wow. Good thing I had your card bought the day after V-Day last year, or you'd be sunk." She started to rise.
"I'll just go find it and sign." "You'll go nowhere." Jacob grabbed her waist and pulled her onto his lap. "I've got something for you."
"You always do," she sighed, dropping her head on his shoulder. "You know, I have friends with husbands who have never given their wives a single gift. Not one. I have other friends who get a card every year, signed, 'Love, John Doe.'"
"Bet that ticks off their husbands. Another man giving them a card and all."
"Jacob, you know what I mean. It's just such a perfunctory thing. One gal even says she can tell he doesn't read them before he buys them."
"That seems a bit presumptuous."
"Either that," Kaye snickered, "or he and the other guys are having affairs with teachers, non-existent nieces or sisters."
"Ouch."
Kaye snuggled closer, wrapping an arm around Jacob's middle. "See, I've got it good and I know it. Even if you just bought a scrap of paper, I'd know it meant something because you actually thought about it."
"I could take back what I got and find a scrap somewhere."
"Okay, you're really leading up to something." She sat up and searched his face for clues. "What is it?" Jacob told her to close her eyes. Not unexpected. He always made her close her eyes.
"Okay, first my kiss."
"How did I guess?"
"I'm just reminding you of proper kissing etiquette," he protested.
Why is that? Why is it proper to close your eyes when you kiss anyway?
Have you ever tried kissing with them open? His chuckle told her she'd walked into a doozy. Open 'em up. Married folk should always keep things spicy. Let's do the wide-eyed smooch. Kaye rolled her eyes.
Oh, come on, Jacob.
No, this was your idea. Keep 'em open. It took hardly more than a second for hers to drop closed. However, it took many seconds before Jacob's chuckle broke them apart. Told ya.
Spent too much, Kaye admitted. I didn't think he'd go so crazy.
They're gorgeous. Why are you complaining, and why did you go looking for the receipt?
I'm not complaining. Not really. I love them. And seeing the receipt was an accident. He forgot and left it in his pocket. I hid it in his inside coat pocket. Took him forever to find it, but I pulled out the coat and acted like I was going to toss it in the washer. Kaye giggled and stretched her feet out on the coffee shop's ottoman. You should have seen him. He practically jumped across the room in one leap to grab it.
Jerry would have shoved his hand in the side pockets, come up empty, and given up.
Jacob has always been nuts about hiding costs on gifts. He really gets bent out of shape when one of the guys mentions a wife freaking out because her gift costs too much. He says, "Why'd you let her see?"
He doesn't realize that most of them don't even try to hide it. Some guys tell the wife to buy her own present even.
Well, Jacob actually thinks that makes sense a lot of the time.
As into gifts as he is, I would have thought.
He says any woman who complains about the gifts that her husband has her purchase for herself deserves to have to shop for herself.
Cass shook her head. He probably can't comprehend that a lot of those women prefer the chance to shop guilt-free.
Right, Kaye agreed. And don't you tell him any different. I work hard to make sure he thinks he's the top dog in the gift department. As Kaye tucked her hair behind her ear and turned to check on Sophie, Cass sighed.
Don't be too sure he isn't. Those are really amazing.
Chapter 16. Nap time had become her time clock. She punched in for her workday the moment Sophie punched out. One Thursday, just before St. Patrick's Day, Kaye walked into her boy's room to do the task she'd avoided almost since the day she began, and turned right around, walking back to the security of her entryway closet. The hooks on the wall had been ingenious. Even Trent didn't find it too much hassle to drop his jacket and a backpack on the nearest hook rather than on the floor. A box, one she hadn't put there, filled one corner of the floor. Kaye grabbed it, glaring at it as if it was a threat to domestic felicity, and jerked the flaps open to see what Jacob had dumped there. From his bed near the front door, Purrlock sent her a mocking, questioning look.
It had to be Jacob. Who else could it be?
She protested. Magazines, Modern Architect, Construction Digest, and Industrial, Jacob's favorites. He was too cheap, he called it frugal, to buy them himself, so he read year-old copies from one of the bosses at work. Well, he read them when he remembered he had them. Most of the time they cluttered whatever space he found for them until she lugged them down to the basement. Kaye hefted the box, prayed that her chiropractor had returned from his annual visit to South America, and started down the basement stairs. In the far corner of the basement, behind the boxes of college textbooks that hadn't seen natural light since they'd moved in, an enormous stack of magazines tumbled onto the floor. Disgusted, Kaye dumped the box on top and didn't wait to see if it managed to stay on top or if it slid down Mount Magazine. Back at the closet, Kaye glanced over the rest of her handiwork.
It's mostly clean, Purrlock. Almost nothing is out of place, and all the coats and jackets.
Purrlock licked a paw and yawned.
Okay, all but Sophie's pink coat have been worn in the past month.
She reached for the coat but couldn't bring herself to dump it.
Okay, next month. If it isn't worn by next month, I'll take a picture of her in it, and out it goes. I can take several and make scrapbook pages, but I cannot have it taking up closet space so she can wear it once or twice. That's just ridiculous.
Purrlock licked his backside.
Ugh,
Why does he put up with you? She groused. With the closet behind her, Kaye made a slow sweep through the living room. On the wall, next to the window, hung a flower arrangement in a wall sconce. Kaye loathed it. She'd hated it since the day her mother brought it home from the neighbor's garage sale, saying,
I remember you telling her how beautiful it is, so I thought I'd get it for you before someone else snapped it up.
Kaye refused to let her eyes slide toward Purrlock again.
Ugh, polite lies can bite you in the backside if you aren't careful. Have I ever looked out that window without cringing?
She hadn't, but it had hung there almost since the day they'd moved in. Kaye snatched it from the wall, waving it overhead. The liberation she felt after performing just the simple action of stripping her life of things that were a burden, even if just an emotional one, produced another wholehearted jig as she danced her way to the garbage can. The mantel beckoned her, almost challenging her to rid it of the motley and aesthetically displeasing array of decor. Kaye hated it. Feeling ruthless, she stripped everything from it and removed the landscape painting they'd bought from one of those art shows in front of the grocery store. As she stared down at the painting, she sighed. Yeah, not exactly fine art, but it had been cheap and just the right size to fit into this frame. Purrlock yawned. Hey, this frame used to be ugly. The cat seemed to indicate his opinion that the ugliness had not yet been eradicated. I don't care what you think. That drywall spackle smoothed out all that ornate garbage. I love it now. Part of her resisted losing the results of her handiwork, but the Kincaid wannabe-looking cottage surrounded by sun-dappled trees was a bit much. While she had the internal strength to do it, Kaye removed the picture from the frame. She started to set it aside, but a new idea hit her, accompanied by a rush of excitement. She pushed the metal clips inward to hide them and settled the frame on the wall where it had hung since she'd revamped it. Now, that looks great. I love it. Ideas swirled in her mind. She could put a smaller framed portrait of the family, if they were ever healthy and injury-free long enough to get an appointment in with the photographer. Maybe she could stencil something in there, a Bible verse, or even a reminder to live more simply. Maybe just the word family. Ugh, what if I messed it up? That would be a pain. Just as she was ready to give up, again, Kaye came up with the best idea of all. The electronic cutter at Scrap and Snaps. I could cut out my idea with vinyl instead of stenciling it. No worries about ruining anything. Risking getting sidetracked and ignoring Purrlock's dash between her ankles, Kaye rushed to her scrap bag and added a note. The small, framed wedding picture of Jacob's grandparents went on the left where it had always been. The mantel needed it. Their wedding photo went back on the right. The two candlesticks that she had once kept on either side of the frame looked dumb. She set both behind their wedding photo. Even dumber. Frustrated, she carried them into the mostly unused dining room and set them in the middle of the table. An idea had formed, though. Maybe if I make the candlesticks uneven... Ugh, where's the box of them that Mom bought at that garage sale? Kaye glanced around her. Purrlock had disappeared. Still, she muttered as if it would somehow convince him that she meant business. I'm glad Mom's garage sale kick is over. That's where we inherited half this junk. The mantel looked bare without something else, but still 1,000 times better since she'd piled the bric-a-brac she'd stripped from it on her coffee table. At least now I have plenty of empty boxes, Kaye muttered to herself as she jogged down the basement stairs for an appropriately sized cardboard receptacle. For the first time in all the weeks of running up and down the stairs, she made it without panting and out of breath. It felt like she'd started a running program and had finally hit her stride. She tossed the remnants of the mantel decor, several things from the bookshelves that flanked the fireplace, and most of the junk that cluttered the end tables into boxes and shoved them out of the way. At this rate, I might be able to get the basement sorted by May. That'd be a fabulous garage sale when it's time for the annual block sale. Purrlock's eerie silence and absence rattled her for just a moment. Something else niggled at her. The area rug beneath the coffee table. She'd fought for that thing and had the emotional battle scars to prove it, but now she wanted it gone. In a streamlined room, it looked ridiculous. There's that word again. But I can't just dump it in the basement. We spent $200 of our tax refund to buy it. The memory sickened her. She'd bought it all right, bought it against Jacob's better, and now she finally could admit that it truly was better. Judgment. He'll lose it if I even suggest getting rid of it now. With a mental picture of the rug and its size, Kaye walked from room to room, trying to find the best, or at least a better, place for it. 10 minutes later, she returned to the living room, feeling defeated. Not a room in the house would be improved by it, and all would look a dozen times worse. Until she found it a new home, that thing, as she'd begun to think of it, had to stay. Well, it has to stay until I can find the courage to admit to Jacob that he was right, this time. Determined to have something to show for her afternoon's work, as if removing half the room's decor wouldn't suffice, Kaye grabbed a dusting cloth and went to work. Once the woodwork shone, she pulled out the vacuum and sucked the dust from the drapes, the couch cushions, and anywhere else she could find lurking and multiplying mutant balls of dust. The room couldn't have looked better. Well, not without removing the now despised rug. A glance at the clock told her she still had a good 2 hours before the boys would be home. She could get a lot done in 2 hours, but not their room. Relief washed over her and nearly knocked her off her feet. I shouldn't be so afraid of toys, clothes, and small people from whom I can withhold treats to garner cooperation. A glance at the boys' door sent her back to her bedroom. Her most recent book acquisition lay atop the last one she'd been reading, and, as a diversion, Kaye grabbed it. Permanently Clutter-Free: 3 Essential Clutter-Busting and Organizational Habits. That's what I need, she muttered. She flipped it open and began reading. Seconds later, she fanned the pages until she saw the word maintenance as a chapter heading. A small quote underneath said, "Clutter and organization can go hand in hand and, like your car, must be consistently maintained to extend the life of your plan." Maintenance! She jumped up and tossed the book on the bed. I could do that today. Check all the rooms and see how things are. That's great. Again, Purrlock's absence as she announced a new revelation unnerved her. Where is that beast? He's usually here to mock or torment me when I dare to speak, or think sometimes. When even that thought didn't produce the animal, Kaye shrugged and strolled to the door, ready to move on to something else. Seeing the open door to her own closet sent her on a detour. Though the decluttering process there hadn't been completed, she decided to take a moment to double-check. Their closet now sported several new items acquired since her previous decluttering attempts. Kaye pulled several from the rack, spinning in place as she looked for something to hold them. A mad dash through the family room to retrieve a trash bag earned her a bruise on her hip when she skip-danced out of the way of the cat. How can Jacob not see what a nuisance that animal is? At Purrlock's sardonic, Kaye turned off her internal editor that insisted cats could not be sardonic. Glare, she muttered. You did this. You are too evil. You don't have me fooled. Purrlock purred. She strode back to her room, grabbed the wadded ball of clothing rejects from her bed, and shoved them in the bag. The number of clothes she owned and never wore, ridiculous. That she'd not been able to toss them the first round because she'd washed those clothes that she rarely, if ever, wore, even more ridiculous. Why do I always grab the same clothes? And, since I do, why don't I only own those clothes? The temptation to remove her semi-formal dress from the back nearly overpowered her. When she had occasion to wear something that dressy, she could always run down to the thrift store and buy something, then donate it again. $4 to rent a dress for the evening? Why not?
Perfect. I'll never wear the same dress twice either. Even better.
She ripped the dress from its hanger before she'd even finished convincing herself, but then she hesitated. What if she didn't have time to go shopping? What if something came up last minute like the symphony tickets her mother-in-law had given them just before Christmas? Ugh. Disappointed, she hung it up again. Even so, the large walk-in closet that had been such a huge selling point for her now stood almost 3/4 empty.
What on earth do I do with all this unused space?
Before Kaye even stepped into the laundry room, she knew the book had spoken truth. Clothes spilled into the hall, leaving her to climb over them in an attempt to see the rest of the mess that she'd tried to block out.
That's probably why you haven't done laundry in 5 days.
She glanced around her, trying to pinpoint the problem.
It stayed so well organized for the first few weeks. What happened?
Besides the laundry that overflowed the room, shelves had been stuffed with items that belonged everywhere but in that room. Kaye picked up a box of Pop-Tarts off the counter.
Seriously? Pop-Tarts belong in the laundry room now? What is with the insanity?
Irritated, she stormed into the kitchen, tossed it into the pantry, and willed herself not to erupt at the jumbled assortment of things in that part of the house.
Stick to the laundry room,
she muttered as she scooted away from the temptation to restore order to her once lovely pantry. Packages of light bulbs, 2 packages marked dead, littered the shelf next to the laundry soap, pre-wash, and dryer sheets, and sent her blood pressure to dangerous heights.
Okay, since when do we mark trash as trash and save it?
A sound behind her startled her. Kaye whirled, ready to take on whatever critter dared to enter her not-so-peaceful domicile, and found her boys staring at her.
What are you doing home? It's only...
She glanced at the clock.
1:45.
It's half day, teacher in servants' day,
Trent reminded her. Kaye didn't bother to correct him. She had a feeling most teachers considered that a pretty accurate assessment of their days sometimes.
Okay, well, there are fruit roll-ups in the pantry and there's juice in the fridge. Oh, and there's cheese if you wanted.
The boys scurried out of sight, whether eager for a snack or to get away from their lunatic mother, Kaye couldn't be sure. As she tossed the boxes of burned-out light bulbs, a new thought occurred to her. With dread building in her heart, Kaye walked to the entry closet and opened the door slowly. Anger exploded in her heart. Jackets, backpacks, and papers that were probably important covered the floor.
Boys!
Her scream probably reached the end of the block, but Kaye didn't care much. Her sons shuffled into the entryway, guilt written all over their little faces. "Can you tell me," she began in carefully measured tones, "what that stuff is doing on the floor?" Without a word, Miles picked up his jacket, hung it on the hook, and then grabbed his backpack, repeating the process. He gathered up all the papers and smoothed them against his stomach as he handed them to her.
Sorry, Mom.
Trent, not having the benefit of Miles's years or natural discretion, gave Kaye an odd look and followed his brother's example. All seemed well until Kaye followed the boys back down the hall. As if oblivious to his mother's presence, or perhaps because he didn't realize the foolishness of his comment, Trent muttered to Miles,
I thought Dad told Mr. Gomez that Mom's clean and organized kick was just about over. Trent!
Miles' eyes darted behind his brother to see what reaction his mother had. He swallowed. Not good. This was not good. Jacob didn't know what had happened, but something was wrong, and he had a feeling it had to do with the recently stripped-down living room. He liked it. She'd managed to find a way to remove all the excess without making it sterile. Now, if she would only concede that the area rug had been a stupid idea, he thought as he hung up his jacket, but Jacob didn't expect that. She's not often wrong about stuff like that, but I know when I'm right. She makes it easy. The minute she becomes irrationally stubborn, it becomes obvious that she made a mistake. The rug had been a perfect example of the odd and unwelcome phenomenon. Usually, she would have suggested buying the rug, and if they both didn't love it after 48 hours, then she'd agree to return it. Yeah, and the moment we brought that rug into the house, she cut off the tag so she couldn't return it. That's how he'd known, before it was even rolled out onto the floor, that he'd been right. But even with the ugly rug, the room looked great. Especially that empty frame over the fireplace. Just beautifully simple. She probably had plans for a new painting there, but he hoped it'd be a while before she found one. The tension in the house, as evidenced by Kaye's jerky movements, told him he'd better do something and fast. As Kaye loaded the dishwasher, Jacob debated whether he should compliment her on the work in the living room or not. Things like compliments became a delicate balancing act when she was in one of her quiet moods. He nearly always chose the wrong approach. Maybe, he thought as he often did in awkward moments such as these, it doesn't matter. She'll just react wrong to whatever I choose just because she's already out of sorts. 10 years of experience made him try a new tactic. I or the boys have done something that hurts, annoys, or offends you. I don't know what it is, but I'm sorry. Jacob braced himself. For what, he didn't know. Though not usually a drama queen, like everyone, Kaye had her moments. Apparently, he had finally said the right thing. Kaye dropped the plate she'd been rinsing in the sink, shut off the water, turned, and wrapped her arms around his waist, sobbing into his shirt. Her occasional mumbles were nearly unintelligible, but he thought he heard the words, seriously, trying, and boys. Had they been out of line? Jacob glanced their way and back at his wife's shaking shoulders. That's not likely. She handles their occasional antics pretty well. They're good kids, respectful and reasonably obedient. Another glance made him doubt the only question he could think of to ask. It would be unusual for them to be so naughty that they reduced her to a silent and then sobbing bundle of nerves. Jacob swallowed, took a silent but deep breath, and asked, What did the boys do? She jerked away from him. The boys? You think I'm upset at the boys? With a hurt sigh, Kaye turned back to the sink, but Jacob caught her arm, pulling her back to him. What did I do? I'm really sorry. You told Frank Gomez that I was on a kick getting stuff organized? You told him I was almost over it? Really? You just don't get it. I need this stuff out of here. We have so much stuff. Then, as if the piece de resistance, Kaye wailed, And the area rug was a stupid purchase. It looks horrible in there. With more self-control than he knew he possessed, Jacob managed not to laugh as he murmured apologies and encouragement into her ear. Chapter 17. The scrap room buzzed with conversation. Still new to the group, Kaye listened from the sidelines as she planned pages, used the tools, and shopped for necessary embellishments. A voice from the far side of the room called to her.
Kaye, give it up. You can't keep up such a regimented way to scrapbook. It's counterintuitive. You're spending almost as much time gathering everything and drawing it out as you would if you just made it.
Kaye had heard it all before. People had strong opinions about her obsessiveness, but she had decided that frankly she didn't care. The way she had set up her scrapping time was exactly what she needed to feel as if she accomplished something without feeling like her hobby controlled her life or her space.
Let 'em protest. I'll show them who's right in the end.
Cass came to a backhanded defense of her methods.
Kaye has become a little fanatical about decluttering her life. If her inherent frugality didn't scream and protest, I'm convinced she'd buy a box of Brads for a page and then toss the rest so she wouldn't have a bunch of unused and unwanted things cluttering her organizer.
Cass, how can you do it? Another woman asked. I always say I won't buy any more paper, but I always do. It's like a compulsion with me. See paper, buy paper, hoard paper. When it comes time to make a page, buy paper, but don't touch the stuff I've been saving for just that purpose. I know what you mean. My husband swears that I could wallpaper the White House into a psychedelic mess and still have leftovers.
Another one interjected. The quiet little Asian woman nearest Kaye nodded.
I like a very orderly home, minimalistic. My craft room, on the other hand, it looks like it belongs in another house.
As the women compared horror stories about their respective craft areas, increased resolve entered her heart. She wouldn't let this hobby override her good sense. Why had she chosen such a cluttery hobby? Even the scrapbook pages themselves were a study in how much stuff you could add to a page without it being too much, which was the opposite of her goal for her home. She wanted to create a warm, inviting house with as little stuff as possible without making it sterile.
I have discovered, as I've reduced the amount of stuff in our house, that my life is much more peaceful when everything we own enriches our life in a very tangible and reasonable way. I don't want to lose that for a hobby. I'll take up marathon runs instead before I'll do that.
Kaye thought her words a profound and firm stand on what one book had called stuffitis.
People need to get serious about not letting stuff rule their lives.
Though she had so much more she wanted to say, preach even, about her new passion, she could see that the women around her didn't want to hear it. Then again, Cass looked shocked and disappointed.
Is it so offensive to say what I have noticed in my life? They felt fine with telling me how great their difference is. Why can't I share mine?
She started to backpedal just a little and changed her mind. Maybe Cass just felt the burden of the weight of her own stuff around her neck. It seemed reasonable that something that bothered her so much might bother others too, even if they didn't know it. In an attempt to encourage and support, Kaye smiled at her friend, but Cass's return smile looked more like a grimace. Anxious to assure the ladies that she was still in the journey to a less materialistic lifestyle, Kaye spoke up once more.
I hope you all know that I'm only trying to do what's best for my family. I know everyone doesn't have the same priorities as I do.
Cass's head shook slightly before she interrupted.
Did you figure out what to do for the pages with that adorable pink coat?
Had Cass asked any other question, said anything else, Kaye knew she'd have become defensive, but the decision to get rid of the coat still stung. She wanted it, liked it.
It's just ridiculous to own something so unnecessary and impractical, her new self argued.
Aloud, she said,
I found some black and white plaid paper that I thought would be cute. I can use pink matting behind it. I'm thinking about using a couple of white pom-poms and white cording around the edges to simulate the ties around the hood. What do you think?
A volley of suggestions flew at her from all directions. Had they been arrows, she'd look like a porcupine. As she assembled her supplies, Kaye listened, getting new ideas all the while. Despite the overwhelming amount of information to process, Kaye slowly relaxed, the stress of her weeks of intense focus on her home evaporating in the company of women who shared the love of family stories. Paradoxically, The process invigorated her. Each idea spawned new ones until it seemed as if she could scrap every moment of her life and still never use them all. The Asian woman near her waited for a lull in the conversation and then asked,
"So, what have you gotten done in the past few weeks, Kaye?"
"Well, I finished Sophie's room, the kitchen, my closet, and—" "I think she meant your scrapbook," Cass interjected, with just a hint of sharpness in her tone.
"Oh, I think I have 6 pages done now, maybe 7. I don't remember. It's been a long week."
"Sounds like it," a gray-haired woman across from her said. "When do you have time to scrap with your attention so fully focused on housework?" Kaye missed the sarcasm. Happily, she began another long and quite annoying, if the faces of the other women could be believed, lecture on her quest for a life of less is more. At last, Cass reacted. She shoved back her chair and beckoned for Kate to follow. "Can you come help me with something, Kaye?" Confused, Kaye hurried to follow her friend outside. Out of sight of the window, Cass stopped.
What has gotten into you?
"What?"
Do you realize that you can't open your mouth without droning on and on about the virtues of emptying your house of anything but a spare pair of clothes and a plate for every member of the family? You've made some very sweeping statements about how wrong people are for doing things that are different from your new religion."
"Religion?
What would you call it when someone is fanatical about their adherence to new rules and regulations and waxes eloquent about the tenets of their latest enlightenment?"
Protest formed on Kaye's tongue, but considering that Jacob came home every night with the same "I don't believe this" look on his face, Kaye had an uneasy suspicion that it was a valid accusation.
Was I really that dogmatic?"
Judgmental is more like it. Just because you like bookshelves with empty space and all your scrapbook supplies in one small organizer doesn't mean that it's wrong if some of us like to have overflowing bookcases and scrap rooms stuffed with supplies to keep us working whenever we feel like it. What you see as keeping minimal, some of us see as wasting time, but you don't see us waxing eloquent about it.
Well, some of the ladies
Have teased you, not condemned. They don't care how you do it. It's your life. You can only work here and have nothing at home for all they care.
Cass must have been able to see how her words crushed Kaye, because she threw her arms around her friend and said,
"Look, I love you. I know you're just excited about this new thing in your life. Again, kind of like a new convert to some religion. I just think you're going to alienate the very women who want to be your cheerleading team, your friend, if you keep harping on them about how horrible it is that they own clothes that they still hope to shrink into someday."
As much as she didn't want to admit it, Kaye could see herself in that accusation. "You're right. I'm sorry."
This is your afternoon out. Forget about the house and your projects for a while. Just relax and enjoy yourself. I bet you'll have a lot more fun if you aren't planning your next work schedule while enjoying your break from it.
Feeling quite chagrined, Kaye followed Cass into the store and started to apologize, but the gray-haired woman shook her head.
We've all been there. Don't worry about it. Just relax and have fun with us.
As she pulled away from the scrap store, Kaye debated with herself. She'd had plans to come home and make a sweep of their room, removing most of the dust-catching decor that her mother had provided during those months of garage sale nirvana. Jacob hated most of the junk in their room, and once she'd really looked at all of it, Kaye realized she didn't like it either. It all looks like space fillers rather than decor. Shouldn't our room reflect our personalities and tastes, or at least one of ours? It doesn't. Not at all. It's got to go, but... Indecision swirled through her, creating a tornado of emotions and uncertainties. Maybe it is too much too soon, even in a room he'd like to see decluttered. It has been weeks of near constant removal and chatter about it. Yeah, I have gone a bit overboard. She sighed.
Is it really fair to take his one day he truly has off and add stress to it?
Kaye passed the first entrance to her favorite supermarket, but seeing the store gave her an idea. She pulled into the next entrance, drove to her favorite parking row, and hurried out of the van. She slipped open her phone and called home.
Don't boil the hot dogs.
Why? Kaye hated the nervous tone in Jacob's voice as he asked the single-worded question.
Right decision, girl,
she told herself. Aloud, she tried to sound like the carefree, or used to be, wife he usually enjoyed.
I'm at the store. I'm getting stuff for homemade pizzas. I thought we could all make our own.
Didn't you have stuff you wanted to do when you got back? Stuff. How ironic he used that word to describe her removal of stuff from their lives.
Nah, I thought pizza and movie night might be fun. I was going to grab that new Pixar from the Red Box.
The boys will love it. Thanks, Kaye.
Thanks, Kaye.
All through the store as she dumped sauce, cheese, pepperoni, olives, mushrooms, sausage, and a half a dozen other toppings into her cart. Those words taunted her.
Thanks, Kaye.
She grabbed 2 bottles of Sprite and added them to her load.
Thanks, Kaye.
Simple, natural. The words should never have been necessary. Since when did her husband need to thank her for being reasonable?
Cass is right. I've taken this too far again. I have no excuse for verbally dragging everyone I meet through my personal growth experiences. I can do this without making everyone around me live it too.
She grabbed a box of brownies and headed for ice cream.
Thanks, Kaye.
The next time Jacob said that, it would be over something thank-worthy, like mowing the lawn for him or giving him the best birthday present ever. It wouldn't be for doing something that had once been a normal thing in their home. Ouch. The boys greeted her at the van and helped carry in the groceries, chatting about their game of hide-and-seek with Sophie and the snowball fight they'd had in the backyard.
Dad is so fast. He's so old that I didn't think we had anything to worry about, but he just...
I wouldn't say anything about him being old in his hearing, Kaye warned, laughing. I'll roll out the dough. You guys start opening things. She set the oven at 400 degrees, grabbed her rolling pin from the cabinet where it always stayed now, and sighed happily at the thought. These were the things she needed to keep in her mind as she worked, the rewards, not the negatives to avoid.
That's probably my whole problem. I've been so caught up in eradicating all the bad rather than setting it up to enjoy it.
That thought sent her mind down a new track.
Maybe it's time to crack open that book I almost didn't buy. What's it called? Oh yeah, The Power of Positive Organization. Such psychobabbly sounding, like New Age mumbo-jumbo. I don't need to add clutter to my mind any more than I needed in the new house, but it might be the right thing now.
As she worked, Kaye tried to remember why she'd bought the book in the first place. Something on the back, what she couldn't remember, had tugged at her heart.
I'll drag it out and see. It might be time.
Did you get the movie, Mom?
Miles loved Pixar. His dream was to become a computer animator and work for the best studio in the world, Pixar. Yep, get Dad. It's time to load your pizzas. While the pizzas cooked, Kaye hurried down into the dungeon and wove through the piles of things. It looks almost as bad as an episode of Hoarders in here. Ugh! She searched everywhere for the mini trampoline. The boys loved it when they took turns with a variation of Simon Says on the mini-tramp during a movie. Over in the corner, near the boxes of textbooks, Kaye spied the edge. She shoved the inflatable boat and 2 inner tubes out of the way and jerked it out from under the pile of junk that buried it. Her feet flew out from under her as the force she exerted exceeded her balance compensation. Kaye slammed into the boxes of books, toppling them onto the magazines. Ow! Her eyes darted around her to see how many of the magazines had been ruined by the avalanche of boxes, but couldn't find any. Great. Now where had he put them? Even the past year's issues had vanished. Before she could drag herself out of the pile and return upstairs, Jacob jogged down the steps. "Did you call? What are you doing? You okay?"
Tried to get this from under a pile of stuff.
Kaye kicked the trampoline.
And lost my footing. Where are all your magazines?
Jacob shifted his feet and refused to meet her gaze. Dread filled her heart. If he'd stuffed a pile of magazines from floor to ceiling on his side of the bed... I got to thinking about how often I really read them and went to get them out of the closet. I thought I'd take them to the dump while you were gone, but they weren't there. I looked around and found them down here. I couldn't believe how many there were.
You took them to the dump?
Despite her best efforts, Kaye couldn't hide her shock. Yeah, I decided there was no reason I couldn't read the current issue on my lunch breaks. I'll stay up to date that way, too. Before Jacob could reach down to offer her a hand, Kaye struggled to her feet and wrapped her arms around him.
Thank you, Jacob. You didn't have to, but thanks.
While Jacob brushed his teeth, Kaye grabbed The Power of Positive Organization from the stack of books on her bedside table and flipped it over to read the back. Her eyes flitted over each word, searching for the sentence that had sold her on the book. Kaye smiled as she found it.
A person's attitude about their surroundings makes a direct impact on their physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health.
Across the room, Jacob cleared his throat as he stood in the bathroom doorway, shaking his head. Just had to get a small fix, eh?
Chapter 18. Isn't it nice to know right where the raisins are? Boy, my job is so much easier now that I can find exactly what I need to make a meal.
Kaye kept a running conversation going as she prepared the boys' lunches during their breakfast of oatmeal and oranges. She'd decided to spend the next week or so trying to show just how fun and easy life would be without their stuff taking a toll on them.
Mom, I forgot. You need to sign my permission slip for the field trip. It has to be turned in today.
Kaye's forehead furrowed.
Where is it?
I don't know. I gave it to you a week ago, remember?
A glance at the clock told her she had very little time to find it and finish making the boys' lunches. She checked drawers, the desk in the den, and even the shelf in the laundry room. Hurrying back into the kitchen, she slapped the second slice of bread on the sandwiches she'd left lying there and said, "Are you sure?"
I bet it's in his backpack.
From the look on his face, Trent enjoyed his brother's panicked look a little too much. "Never mind," Kaye interrupted. "I'll drive you and sign one when we get there." She grabbed juice boxes from the pantry. "Grape or apple?" Expecting apple, she reached for a second one, but both boys requested grape in unison. I'll never figure out how their minds work. With lunches packed, Kaye ushered the boys into the van, strapped Sophie into her seat, and pulled out of the driveway. She drove, her mind spinning with ways to show her boys how important it was that they keep things put away and have a good system in place to prevent these kinds of problems. Just don't preach. These guys know how to spot a lecture a mile away. They'll zone out before you get to your introduction. A new idea hit her, and she slammed on her brakes to miss a cat that looked half-starved. And Purrlock has it too easy. Her inner snark insisted. Back to the topic at hand. This is a perfect object lesson. Hey, Miles. I'm sorry about this, bud. If I'd been responsible and signed it right away, you could have put it back in... Mid-sentence, she paused, frustration mounting. Miles Jason Harper, I signed that paper. I put it in your backpack, but it wasn't there. Did you turn it in with your homework? She couldn't hear Miles's muttered response over Trent's laughter.
Man, that's a good one. What a...
Exasperated, The power of positive thinking became the power of a mother's angst as she snapped, "Enough, Trent." Kaye, determined not to make any new decluttering forays into the house until the family had become more amicably predisposed to appreciate her hard work, wandered aimlessly through her house, trying to avoid the areas that would tempt her beyond her ability to resist. Sophie slept peacefully in her new and improved bedroom, leaving Kaye floundering during her usual productive hours. At last, she grabbed her copy of The Power of Positive Organization, flopped down on the couch, and started reading. Packed with admonitions to visualize peace in her home and find joy in a screwdriver being where it should be, Kaye struggled to find the nuggets and weed out the garbage. "I have to," she insisted as she resisted reading the words on the pages. "This is important. It says right there, the primary nurturer in a home sets the tone for the rest of the family. If you are frustrated over things, your partner and children will follow your example. The nurturing partner must exude joy, peace, and love, or any efforts in the realm of organization will be unsuccessful." After the third reading of the sentence, Kaye finally grasped the point. "So, if Mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. Got it. If I treat the process as if it is a fun game, the kids and Jacob won't be burdened by it. I've been acting like a martyr. Okay, I've felt like one, but that's not the point. I will do better." Her words echoed in the empty family room. Well, empty besides a not impressed Purrlock cleaning himself on the TV while enjoying its residual warmth. "That's what I get for trying to watch soap operas. I know better. I decluttered that mental junk before I even let it move in. Score!" Still, the cat glanced at her from time to time. Kaye could feel his eyes on her, boring into her conscience. "He's trying to make me leave. He wants to claw the couch. I just know it. Well, I'm not going." Purrlock passed gas. Kaye snapped the book shut and jumped up from the couch. "Fine, it's yours. But when I hear your claws hit that upholstery, you're going into the garage until the boys get home. Be warned." The living room chair wasn't as casually comfortable as the couch, but she loved the feel of reading a book in there, almost as if she possessed an elegance she'd never managed to produce. 3 more lines into the book, she snapped it shut again. "I can only—" There it was, that distinctive sound of cat claws on the couch. Kaye sprang from the chair and rushed into the family room. Purrlock ran. Kaye ran. In circles, she chased him from family room to kitchen to dining room, through the living room and back to the family room again, 3 times. It always took at least 3. Then she turned and waited. Purrlock rounded the corner of the living room and she grabbed him, her arms bearing the marks of his fury as he scratched to free himself. Once more, she settled into the chair. Why, when the cat no longer taunted her, Kaye didn't know. Her eyes roamed the room, enjoying the improved look. As her eyes swept the mantel, she paused and glanced over it again. There above the fireplace, the frame surrounded an empty space of wall. She sprang from the couch like the father in The Night Before Christmas. Her closet held her single organizing tote of scrapbook supplies and the vinyl letters she'd cut at Scrap and Snaps. With instructions and her Kohl's credit card in one hand and the paper-backed vinyl letters in the other, she read the instructions on how to apply it to the wall and then started on the large scrolled W. 30 seconds into the process, Kaye folded the vinyl back on itself, and when she tried to pry the letters apart, she stretched it beyond recognition as a letter of the English alphabet. Kaye dug out the second set of letters and tried again. The second time brought success. A huge W stood in one corner of the frame as if to say, "Why am I here?" Though slow and tedious work, Kaye managed not to mangle another letter until she hit the J. In fact, it looked more like a seahorse than a J by the time she finished it. Kaye wadded it up in a ball and retrieved yet another one. Letter by letter, the message grew on the wall. Her heart swelled with excitement as she worked. At last, she stood back and admired the results and the gentle reminder to enjoy the simple things in life. Who is rich? He who rejoices in his portion. The Talmud. There, that'd work. For the first time in a while, she'd brought something into the house. That'll surely tell Jacob that I haven't been taken over by aliens or anything. Kaye carried the chair back into the kitchen and went to put away her Kohl's card. Excitement bubbled through her. That's gotta be a first. Just a few months ago, I'd have left it on the counter, and then it would have been swept into a drawer. I probably wouldn't have even realized it until I had a great stack of stuff at the store on a sale day and no card. For one tiny second, the temptation to cut up the card presented itself, but she shoved it aside. I earn great discounts with that thing. It wasn't a far stretch of her imagination to picture herself rushing home, tearing apart the house to find it, and finally going back, all while praying they hadn't put back her things. It happened twice in the past year or year and a half as it is. No way. A new thought occurred to her. Just how much of that stuff was stuff she actually needed? Ugh. As if driven, she strolled into the den and pulled down her receipt box. Digging into it, Kaye separated grocery receipts from Walmart receipts and dozens of others. A Kohl's receipt from December caught her attention, and she stared at it. The bold words on the bottom declared that she'd saved $132.96. Her grand total after savings, $83.07. One item had been a gift for an exchange at church. 3 or 4 shirts had gone out with the Goodwill boxes, and the vase that she'd fallen in love with she'd shoved to one side of the dresser. Every place she'd tried to put it seemed to scream, "The boys will destroy it here." So she'd set it on the dresser until she could find a safe place. That now seemed like a pipe dream. This is ridiculous, Kaye muttered as she jogged down the basement stairs. The box for it had to be somewhere. She upturned everything until she found it near the boxes of Christmas decor. She'd wrap it up and give it to someone who could enjoy it without fear. Her mom. At least that way I can still enjoy it, just at Mom's. Perfect. Now where to store it? A fresh idea occurred to her and then overwhelmed her. Their storage unit would be a good place to store gifts. Ugh, the storage unit. I forgot all about it. What's in there anyway? Kaye's mind couldn't recall a single thing. Then, visions of plastic totes holding her wedding dress and leftover wedding decorations swam before her eyes. Right, like I'll ever use those again. Double ugh. An hour later, Kaye strolled through the living room as she went to collect the mail, and something caught her attention. She turned back to the mantel, smiling at the effect of the quote on the wall. The nearly bare mantel sent her jogging back down the basement steps again in pursuit of the vase. I can have my vase after all, she shouted to a room full of household rejects. As the water shut off in their bathroom, Kaye hurried back out to the kitchen, a grin on her face. The boys met Jacob in the hallway and dragged him into the kitchen, chattering about a game Kaye had promised they'd play. The visible relief on his face told her she'd made a good choice. He picked up Sophie, set her on his lap, and waited to hear what she had planned. The boys sure are excited. Okay, we need to set the table, Miles. Please put the plates at their places. Groans erupted from the boys. Miles protested because he realized this was part of the game, and Trent wailed his disapproval, thinking it had been delayed. Kaye just smiled and waited for Miles to return.
There was a cupcake on the top plate.
Well, I guess you get to keep it then. Put it by your plate for after dinner. She turned to Trent. How about glasses? A little more eager to try now, Trent hurried to grab the glasses. Underneath his favorite blue Tupperware tumbler, Trent found a pudding cup, his favorite dessert.
Thanks, Mom. This is a great game.
After silverware, the butter dish, and the pitcher of water from the fridge, she announced, "Time to eat." The boys almost bolted their food, but Kaye forced herself to keep her mouth shut. This is a game. Don't nitpick. Once the boys finished and pestered her to continue the game, Kaye cleared the table and carried 3 laundry baskets full of various items to the dining room and laid them out on the table. Each basket had been labeled with the name of the person assigned to it.
There are poker chips hidden in this house. If you put something away and you don't see a poker chip, that's not where it goes. The one with the most poker chips in 10 minutes wins. What do we win?
She hadn't planned for them to win anything. Why should they? Winning at Sorry or Connect 4 didn't give them something other than the satisfaction in knowing they'd won. Why should this be different? Kaye started to lecture them on enjoying games for their own sakes and remembered that she'd designed the game to be a time of getting the family to work together as a team. Game and clutter lesson now, moral lessons later. I'll pay out 1 M&M for each chip. The one with the most chips gets the rest of the bag after I pay everyone else. Trent had the timer in her hands before she could ask for it.
Ready, set.
I'll do that, thank you very much. Kaye looked at all 3 of her guys and then dropped her hand as if holding a flag at a race. Go! At first, all 3 of them opened drawers and cupboards willy-nilly, eager to find any old thing that would fit there, but she'd predicted that and chosen as many things as she could that wouldn't work that way. To her surprise, Trent caught on first. He grabbed the spare roll of toilet paper and hurried to the closet in the hallway. Failure. Remembering the stacker by the toilet, he raced into the bathroom and removed the lid. There, on top of another roll, Trent found his first chip. By the time he returned for his next thing, Miles had grabbed an encyclopedia from his basket and one of Sophie's shoes. He raced to the shelf in her closet, and there where the shoe should be, a blue chip waited. He dropped the shoe on the shelf and turned to leave, but hesitated. He glanced back at it and then straightened it so that it wouldn't tumble off at the slightest jiggle. Jacob seemed to have the biggest advantage. He picked up his basket and carried it from room to room, place to place, but he had a hard time finding where things in it went. By the time the timer went off, Trent had 1 item left, Miles 3, and Jacob hadn't found a single place for his things. "Looks like I got shown up by my boys," he teased as he gave his wife a sheepish glance.
Wow, Dad, you did bad. Did you find anything?
"Probably not, Trent," Kaye explained. "The things I put in Dad's basket were things that don't have a home in this house, but obviously they all need a good place to live."
It's just stuff, Mom.
Miles sounded disgusted.
It doesn't care if there isn't a home for it.
Jacob spoke up before Kaye could formulate a joyful and loving response that would keep the peace. "No, but your mom does. She made a good and fun point tonight. Once you guys knew how to play, you found where nearly everything went, and it only took 10 minutes to put a lot of things away because they had a place where they belonged. I spent 10 minutes wandering around doing nothing. It was a good object lesson."
But I thought it was a game.
Trent sounded confused.
This game was a lesson, Trent.
Miles's disgust seemed to have grown.
At least we got M&Ms out of it.
Chapter 19. The boys dawdled. From the moment she'd called them to get up, they dawdled. From bed to clothes, to breakfast, every move requiring her to urge them forward, ever faster, ever pushing. She'd lose it any moment now. "Come on, get a move on, boys. It's time to go. I have to drive you, thanks to this garbage." She shoved her feet into her slippers and added, "Now let's go."
I can't find my project,"
Kaye interrupted Miles mid-wail. "I put it in the van already. Just grab your backpacks, stuff your lunches in them, and let's get out of here."
"If you'd let us buy lunches like any normal mom, it would save you time and—"
A wicked tone, one he'd inherited from his father, filled Miles's next words.
"And you'd have less clutter in the fridge."
Kaye picked up Sophie, wriggled the tot into her coat, and pointed in the general vicinity of the back door. "Go. I said it, and I mean it. Go." Trent rushed past, nearly knocking her into a wall. Before she could say anything, Miles emerged and said,
"Mom?"
"Get out of here. Go."
"But—"
Miles protested. "Miles? Jason?"
"Fine."
He made it 2 steps before she pointed at the closet door. "Shut the door."
"But—"
"I said—" she started.
"Fine. You're bad."
Miles shouted as he shoved the door shut and ran from the house. "Okay, Lord, I'm not proud of yelling, but come on. The kid just ignored basic rules there. I'll work on it. I'll even apologize, but—" As she buckled Sophie in the car seat, Kaye tried to word a sincere apology that didn't imply Miles hadn't been wrong as well. "Don't do the 'but if you hadn't' thing," her conscience demanded. "That's just wrong." Kaye backed down the driveway. The boys whispered between themselves. She stopped at the sign at the end of their street. The whispers became raspy sounds that almost sounded intelligible, almost. She turned onto the road that led to their school. Trent cleared his throat.
"Mom?"
"Yes?" In the rearview mirror, Kaye watched his eyes slide sideways before continuing.
"Purrlock."
Dread filled her as she realized exactly what her son would say. "You deserve this. You so deserve this. The cat is always out of food, and it's because you don't buy enough. You're cruel to that cat. He's part of the family. Deal with it." "Purrlock what?"
"Is locked in the entryway closet."
"Okay, not what I thought he'd say." She braked hard and stared at Miles. "Why didn't you tell me? He'll shred everything."
"I tried, but you said—" "I said, and that was to shut the door. Before. You made me do it."
"You could have told—"
"He tried, Mom. Sheesh."
Trent stared at her.
"You're just so into the whole make the house look perfect thing. He tried."
Trent sticking up for his brother hadn't happened before. Kaye seethed all the way to school. Punching the side door button, she waited until Miles was about to jump and said, "I shouldn't have yelled at you. It's almost always wrong to do that. I'm sorry."
"Okay, bye."
"Thanks for the mutual apology, son. Good one." Aloud, she said, "Sophie, let's go kill a cat." "Right, cat." Sophie banged her teething biscuit on the high-chair tray to the beat of Kaye's angst as she opened the door. The distinct scent of cat urine greeted her with the first swoosh of the door. Purrlock growled and dove for the opening. Kaye tried to stop him, anxious to put the animal in the Arctic garage and let him feel her wrath in a very tangible way, but he wove his way out the door and out of sight in seconds. The floor of that closet had been turned into a feline war zone. Shredded wrapping paper from the brand new roll she'd purchased just that week covered the bottom. "Oh, Soph, it's like bad cat litter or something, and he used it. God, Daddy's favorite hoodie, too. How'd he do that?" Another bang from the tray. Kaye took it for Sophie's. "I don't know, but that's horrible, you poor thing. We should get rid of that cat." "You're right.
We should. I have proof now that this cat is a menace to the peace and possessions in this house.
Kaye's conscience reminded her that she'd practically ordered the cat to lose it by locking him in the closet in the first place.
Okay, so not proof of that, but proof that he hates me. Daddy's gonna see.
She stared at the mess.
Gonna see. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it for him. He can clean it up. After all, it's his cat, as he's always telling me. He can clean up after it. We'll go spend the day at Grandma Harper's so we don't have to smell it. She's been begging for a Grandma and Sophie day.
Kaye raced around the house, filling the diaper bag, giving Sophie her cup, putting on nicer clothes, cleaning up Sophie's mess, brushing her hair, cleaning the cookie out of Sophie's. Everywhere she went, she looked for the cat, but he'd vanished. Well, whatever. I'll get some socks, put on my shoes, and we're out of here. She grinned at Sophie's happy giggle and reached into the sock basket. Instead of a sock, she felt something warm and squishy. A new and definitely unpleasant odor drifted toward her nostrils as she dragged her eyes to the mess in her hands.
Purrlock! Ugh! Gross! Cat, you are dead. D-E-A-D. Oh, this is so gross.
Sophie laughed. Just as she reached the kitchen sink, Kaye turned.
Can't wash this in the kitchen. What am I thinking?
She headed to the bathroom, but couldn't bring herself to wash it there either.
Laundry room. That's better. Not good, but better. We'll have icky stuff in there once Sophie potty trains anyway.
Her rambling monologue got her through the worst of scrubbing feline excrement from her fingers and beneath her fingernails. Kaye gagged between promises of imminent torture for their furry house member.
Not for long, you beast. This is it. I am done.
Jacob wouldn't think so. The thought made her want to scream, but she couldn't deny the veracity of it. He loved the stupid thing.
Well, he won't love this,
she muttered as she scrubbed her already clean hands again. As much as it galled her to do it, Kaye went to find the oversized sock basket and carried it into the laundry room. Despite knowing that the mess had likely only contaminated the top layer, she felt compelled to wash every last sock in the basket. Sophie wailed at her feet, obviously in complete commiseration.
I don't blame you. Oh my word, what?
As white, gray, pink, blue, yellow, orange, a rainbow of sock colors, spilled from the basket, suspicious clumps of brown dropped into the laundry sink. By the time she finished poking through the pile, she'd counted 6. 6.
That cat,
she informed Sophie in tones that even she recognized as bordering on hysterical,
has been using this basket for a litter box for half a dozen times.
She stared into the sink, not quite believing the sight before her. Anger built, creeping in on her until it smothered her and choked her. She grabbed Sophie, pulled her phone from her pocket, and called Jacob. Before he could get more than, "Hello, hun," out of his mouth, Kaye erupted.
If you do not get home right now, that cat will not be here by the time you do. Just giving fair warning. Bye.
Jacob entered the house at full speed, hardly giving the door time to open before slamming it against the wall in his haste. "Kaye? Kaye?"
You'll find the problem, or evidence of it, I should say, in the laundry room and the entryway closet.
He didn't hear the last words. The evidence, as she so calmly, too calmly put, assaulted his nostrils as he raced past. He backed up, his heart sinking. "Okay, Lord. I knew she didn't like Purrlock, but it never made sense before. This I get. Why he did it, I don't know, but I can get being upset about this. We just can't get rid of him, though. The boys would be crushed." "What?"
Don't forget the laundry room.
Jacob passed the cat on his way to the scene of the crime and whispered mournfully, "Did you have to, really?" Purrlock purred and rubbed against his leg. At first, he couldn't see the problem in the laundry room. The place almost sparkled, aside from a sink full of sock. Jacob groaned. "Oh, come on, you stupid cat. Did you think she'd just ignore that?" Kaye's voice behind him made Jacob jump.
No, I won't. This is it, Jacob. I'm done. I want that cat gone. We need to declutter that animal from this house. She frowned. And probably half the socks we own, too, now that I think of it.
"We can't. Look," she added with that slow, clear, dreadful sound that always meant she'd gone beyond ticked to seeing red.
I won't play that immature it's me or the cat game, but you should know I want to. You have no idea how badly I want to say that, just to see if you'd actually pick me, because honestly, there's a teeny tiny part of me that isn't 100% sure you would.
With those words, she turned. Jacob reached for her and missed. "Oh, hon." "And found he'd not only dumped in the basket this morning, he's done it before. We found 6 pieces of—"
It's called poop, Dad," Trent added hopefully.
"Yes, poop. 6.
That's good," the boy continued, despite a kick from Miles. I usually find lots when I have to dig to the bottom. Trent, Miles hissed.
"Do you mean to tell me that you boys knew Purrlock has been using the sock basket for a litter box, and neither of you thought to tell me?" Movement in the doorway showed Kaye retreating. Jacob closed his eyes, fighting for self-control. "I think you'd better go to bed."
Are we in trouble?
Trent asked. "You betcha." Miles turned tear-filled eyes to him.
Is Purrlock getting evicted?
"Maybe. I can't just say no if Mom says she really wants it. She comes before a cat, and this was pretty big, boys. Just go to bed."
It's only...
Trent started to protest. Miles grabbed his brother's shirt and dragged him off the couch.
Night, Dad. Tell Mom we love her. I would, but...
"Right. Not now. Smart move. Night." Chapter 20. June 29th. The next card swelled a lump in her throat. Kaye closed her eyes, took a slow, cleansing breath, and held it up. "Okay, confession time. Can anyone see this?" A few near the front nodded, but a woman to the right, a few rows back, said,
Does that say toys?
"Close, and they're very near relatives. It says boys." Again, emotion welled up in her. "Look, this is a hard topic for me. This is epic failureville." She winked at the crowd, knowing half probably couldn't see it. "Make that epic failure vol, for those of you from the southeastern part of the country." A ripple of scattered chuckles told her the joke had been worth the risk of confusing some of the attendees. "Okay, so I'm supposed to be telling you about boys. You know how I flipped over that cat? Yeah, not one of my proudest moments, but not in the top 50 of my least impressive ones either." Kaye waved the card again. "This makes the top 3, maybe hits top, which for me was rock bottom." The crowd made sympathetic noises as she sighed and added, "I'm a living oxymoron that way. What can I say?" Her eyes caught the word on the next card, and Kaye frowned. "Uh-oh, I got my cards out of order. I'm supposed to be on danger, which, ironically enough, also fits the boys." Another ripple of laughter swept across the room. Kaye hesitated, wondering how much she should share. Eyes watched her from all over the room. "Okay," she thought, trying to give herself an internal pep talk. "You can do this. Here we go." So, by danger, I don't mean that decluttering your home is dangerous to pets. although it can be if they're as evil as our Purrlock. The stall tactics made her feel guilty. On with it. But there are true dangers that decluttering creates unless you keep a tight rein on yourself. I didn't. In a weak attempt to hide her emotions, Kaye shrugged. So, learn from my mistakes, okay? If you're not careful, decluttering can become more important to you than people, loved ones. It will try to take over your life. It will cut people you claim to love to their core and you to the bone. Chapter 21. March 15th. Armed with boxes, bags, and more determination than even she thought she needed, Kaye stepped into the boys' room and stifled a whimper. She'd avoided their room for 3 months, ever since the day after Christmas when she'd organized every toy they owned, including dozens of things that they'd forgotten. She could still hear their voices crying, "Oh, I thought I lost that," and "When did we buy that?" Christmas, 2 days in a row, is overkill, even if unintentional. She started with the floor. Clothes, most probably still clean, littered the room. They covered the floor, the beds, over the chair at the desk, and of course, under the beds. The bottom of the closet, even worse. Kaye shuddered. The once-a-week whether it needs it or not program they'd instituted when Sophie was born had obviously failed. Jacob, like most men of her acquaintance, had an ocular deficiency, the lack of attention to detail necessary to general cleanliness. All they have to do is clear the floor and make the bed and... Kaye's stomach churned. How long has it been since they actually changed the sheets? Do the boys and Jacob actually remove dirty ones and put on clean ones, or... A fresh wave of ick sent her brain spinning. Oh, Lord, please tell me they're not just washing the same clean sheets every week and leaving the dirty ones on the bed. Jacob would never notice. The moment the thought formed and blossomed, Kaye knew it was so. On a mission, she stripped all bedding from the room and carried it to the washing machine. The laundry room clock assured her she could get them all washed, dried, and back on the beds before bedtime. I'm not pregnant anymore. I can supervise this. I can do it, she muttered as she entered the room again. Purrlock passed, and a waft of feline methane filled the air. I should have insisted. I should not have let them negotiate your release. A glance around the doorframe showed an empty hall. I am a wimp. Kaye started to check the sock basket. Jacob had promised. Even one more surprise in there meant they could send the cat into exile at his mother's house. I'm watching like a hawk, but so are the boys. I wonder how many packages they've removed in the past week. No, I will not get sidetracked. Focus, Kaye, focus. A growl erupted from somewhere, but despite a frantic search, Kaye couldn't find Purrlock anywhere. Fine, whatever, back to work. If she hadn't suspected it at the mere sight of the clothing-carpeted room, as she dug through drawers, in closets, and underneath beds, it soon became evident that the boys had many more clothes in their room than they could possibly wear. Despite regular orders of, "Bring me every stitch of clothing from your room," she now knew they only brought the contents of their drawers. A box of rejects filled within seconds. Trent hadn't worn a size 4 in 2 years. She found a grand total of 11 size 4 shirts and 6 pairs of size 4 shorts. This is just so ridiculous. No wonder the floor is covered in clothes. Where else would he put them? There's no room. After working for an hour and a half, Kaye realized that it would be impossible for her to do much more than remove trash, dirty laundry, and weed through clothes and shoes before the boys returned home. She felt like a criminal, watching the clock second by second as she threw outgrown clothes in the box, dirty socks in a laundry basket, and Happy Meal boxes in the garbage. Although she couldn't hide traces of her presence, Kaye didn't want them to feel as if she'd invaded their territory and pillaged their treasures. Racing against the clock, she dragged her boxes and bags out of the room. Kaye dumped the bags in the garbage, grabbed the boxes, and shoved them in the back of the minivan. With only minutes to go before the boys would burst through the front door, she grabbed the vacuum, hesitating only for a moment.
As long as Sophie is sleeping, I'm going to attempt to get that floor at least semi-clean.
Sophie's calls sent her rushing to return the vacuum and rescue her baby from the crib.
Well, baby girl, let's pray that the boys don't overreact at the clothing purge. They're boys. They shouldn't care, but...
Mom, what happened in here?
Kaye arrived just in time to overhear Trent whisper,
What toys are missing?
None, she assured them. I just came in to get the laundry and clean up a bit.
That's Dad's job,
Miles protested.
Well, I'm not pregnant anymore, so I thought I'd take care of it. Besides,
she added, ruffling his hair, I found all kinds of clothes that someone hasn't brought me when it's time to weed out the out-of-season and too small clothes. She waited for them to look at her and then said, It also looks to me like someone just sends out the clean sheets and leaves the dirty ones on the bed every week. I'm buying different colored sheets so I know that dirty ones are getting washed. Both boys had the grace to look chagrined. Trent glanced around.
It looks bigger.
Well, you can actually see the floor. That helps. There's actually room in the drawers and the closet to put clean clothes away instead of tossing them on the desk or your bed. No more washing clean clothes for me. Although she had planned to do the toy weeding herself, Kaye realized that they had already become suspicious.
I have a job for you. From now until dinner, I want you to find any toys that are broken or you don't play with. We'll try to fix the broken ones that we can, and we'll give the ones you don't want to the thrift store for kids who can't afford to buy new ones. That'll make room on the shelves so it's easier to put things away, and there's no reason to keep something that you can't use. We either need to fix it or throw it out.
Surely that was honest without being too much. She swallowed hard as she waited for the boy's response. Come on, Lord, that's reasonable, right? Though not excited, the boys didn't protest. Between corralling Sophie and chopping vegetables for a salad, Kaye engaged in a little reconnaissance, spying on the boys' progress from time to time. Listening to their rationale revealed surprising intelligence. To the boys' eyes, a toy with dead batteries was broken. Well, I wanted them to get rid of some of their unused toys, but this is a bit much. Still, until we get batteries, there'll be a space in there for the ones that aren't broken. Originally, she'd planned to stash the few broken toys they'd wanted to keep. Oh, the optimism that carried her away. In the corner of the family room. Fix each one as she got to it, and then put them away. With the battery issue, the boxes filled quickly, needing more boxes faster than she'd expected. As she brought new ones in, she carried the old ones to the basement. On her third trip down the steps, a new thought brought a smile to her face. Perhaps the blessing of out of sight, out of mind would mean half of them ended up in the donate bins at Goodwill. Jacob met her at the top of the stairs as she returned from her last trip. How did you convince them to get rid of toys?
Oh, they're just getting rid of the broken ones that can't be fixed. We'll try to fix most of them first.
I heard Trent voluntarily get rid of his Toy Story Woody. That's impressive.
He doesn't play with it. He likes the dinosaur better.
How bad was the room? Kaye shook her head.
Let's just say I'll be helping them keep it up from now on.
I tried.
I know, but it doesn't matter to you if they carpet their floor with their clothes. I'd rather them be in the hamper, preferably dirty, or in their drawers.
Kaye grinned and kissed her husband on the way to the kitchen. And the ones in the drawers you probably want to be clean, eh?
You got it.
Jacob laughed. That might be asking a bit much.
Movement from Kaye's side of the bed roused Jacob from deep sleep. By the time he managed to sit up in bed, the door latch clicked shut.
What the?
He started to toss back the covers and hesitated.
If she's sleep cleaning, we could be in trouble. I should get her. If she's fully awake, I'll probably lose it. 1. He glanced at the clock. Make that 2. In the morning isn't the time for a blow-up about this obsession of hers.
Not in the mood for conflict, Jacob flopped back onto his pillow, rolled over, and pulled the covers up to his chin. Even without the sound of the living room clock ticking, he could hear the passage of seconds until it drove him from their room. A light at the end of the hall told him she'd gone to the family room.
Maybe that's not so bad.
Jacob's hand rested on the doorknob. If she just couldn't sleep.
Unless she turned it on her way somewhere else, like the basement.
Dejected, he shuffled down the hall, praying for wise words if he found her up to her elbows in outgrown shoes and broken toys. The sight of her sitting on the couch filled him with relief. Well, that is until he saw the sock basket at her feet.
Oh, come on, Lord. She thought 2 in the morning was the time to eradicate excess socks from the house? Are they really taking up that much space?
His mouth opened and clamped shut in one swift movement.
Purrlock, this is about the cat. She's checking to see if she can find anything to pin on that poor kitty. Why is she so antagonistic over the cat?
Sock after sock appeared beside her as Kaye picked her way through the basket. Jacob found himself leaning against the doorway to the family room, watching. Once in a while, she'd dig her hand into the pile beside her and match a sock before continuing on with her mission to eject the household pet from the premises. However, most socks just piled atop the last one, creating a mound that even Jacob could see was excessive.
We really do have an awful lot of socks for just 5 people, especially when 3 of them are pretty small.
How long it took her to notice him, Jacob couldn't be sure. The guilty start, the panicked expression on her face, it all made every second of lost sleep more than worth it.
Find anything?
Not yet, she admitted.
You won't. I checked before bedtime.
Jacob counted to himself.
5, 4, 3.
You could have told me.
She's getting faster these days. I would have if I'd known you'd sneak.
I didn't sneak, Kaye protested.
You certainly were very quiet then.
You were asleep. What did you want me to do? Slam doors and turn on lights? Despite her best effort to hide it, Kaye blushed.
Jacob grinned. That's a lovely shade of pink you're wearing.
Kaye stared down at her green pajamas before glancing up at him. What?
Gotcha.
Very funny. She stared down into the basket before scooping up an armful of socks and dumping them in. Kaye shoved the basket in the corner and picked up a small pile from the couch. Once dumped into the kitchen trash, she met him at the doorway. Don't suppose I could proposition you?
And what would that proposition be?
I won't get up again tonight if... She grinned.
Here it comes. You are so predictable. If...
You hold me until I fall asleep.
Deal.
Jacob waited until she'd settled herself against him, the covers tucked tightly around them both, before he murmured,
I'd have done it anyway, even if you didn't promise.
I know. I love you.
This is why I married her. I wanted this, Lord. Love you too, babe.
The next afternoon, Sophie refused to nap. Fussy, she wailed, cried, and complained until Kaye surrendered and lifted her from the crib. She picked up the baby's room, putting away a few things that Jacob had piled on the changing table,
As usual, Kaye thought to herself. The memory of her late-night confab with Jacob sent her heart zinging and her toes tingling.
Your daddy is pretty much the most amazing man ever, even if he does let Purrlock torment me.
Bah!
I don't know if that's happy talk for Daddy or if it's bad Kitty and Sophie E's, but I'll take it.
She glanced around her and smiled.
See how nice that is. You're going to be one very lucky little girl. You will only know a life of organization and freedom from the grip of stuff.
As she passed the boys' room, Kaye opened the door, eager to enjoy the lack of surface clutter. The room was not much better than it had been the previous day. Once again, clothes littered every surface. How is this even possible?
Well, Sophie, this is crazy. Come help me carry them to the laundry room.
Kaye handed her daughter one of Miles's shirts as she lugged the baby and as many clothes as she could carry to the washing machine. 5 items never made it past her inspection and into the washer. 2 had stains, 1 had a hole she hadn't noticed, and the others didn't fit. A bit nervous, Kaye returned to the room and sat Sophie on the floor before opening Miles's drawer again. She'd been careful not to get rid of anything but that which didn't fit anymore. Not now. Kaye became ruthless. Shirt after shirt, jeans after jeans, shorts after shorts, the boxes filled. Jacob was right, she admitted, only to herself. I buy them way too many clothes. Kaye sighed as she remembered the bags of spring and winter things in the basement. It's too much. I just know I bought too much. This is insane. Miles alone had at least 30 pairs of pants.
That's 1 per day for a month, Sophie. 30 pairs.
His shirts came next. At 32, she stopped counting and started culling. She repeated the process for Trent. As much as she thought she'd overbought for Sophie, the boys had just as many.
You know, Sophie, here is a lesson in shopping that I wish I'd known years ago. Listen close. A $2 shirt is only $2. Genius, right?
She teased as her little girl stared at her wide-eyed.
But just because it's cheap doesn't mean I need to stuff your drawers with more clothes than you guys can reasonably wear.
Ah, pooh.
Right. I'm sure you're agreeing with me. Smart girl.
Kaye stared at the piles around her. It's no wonder that laundry is never done around here. I made sure that could never happen. One of Trent's small drawers was full of odd pieces of trash. Gum wrappers, bottle caps, fortunes from fortune cookies, trading cards, and the junk toys from Happy Meal boxes filled it. She immediately tossed the trash. Half of the gum wrappers had used gum in them. Her stomach churned as she dug them out and dropped them in the trash. Kaye threw away ordinary rocks, dried-out flowers, and even a dead bug.
Pretty well preserved, considering its location, she admitted to Sophie. Totally disgusting, but preserved.
As she flicked it into the trash, she muttered, "This drawer is like the landfill of the room. Ugh." Purrlock rubbed against Sophie, earning him a happy squeal, and then peered into the bag. He glanced up at her and dropped to his haunches. His eyes never left her, watching each movement. Kaye, unwilling to endure the feline's censure, picked him up and banished him to the garage.
You can come in when the boys get home.
When she returned to the room, Sophie dragged out a bucket of Legos. Kaye put them back and handed her one of Miles's oversized trucks that he never played with anymore. The obstinate little girl shoved it away and dove for the bucket again. When a screaming match began, Kaye decided to stop.
That's enough for today,
she assured herself.
At least the drawers are trash-free and no longer overstuffed. The room's clean again, and we're one step closer to a room the boys can keep clean by themselves.
Sophie struggled to get down, but Kaye carried her from the room and closed the door behind her.
It looks like even the boys' room is going to be a great success, Soph.
Despite her original misgivings, her procrastination, and her wimpy will, things had come together nicely and without any disappointment from the boys.
Life is good. Well, except for Sophie's obsession with toys that have pieces small enough to turn her blue. Ugh.
The histrionics became wearying. Jacob tried to comfort an overwrought and distraught Trent, but to no avail. Apologies had failed. The attempt to dig out wrapped gum, crumpled bugs, and dried flowers, also a failure. Jacob's fury simmered beneath the surface, but once Trent sobbed himself to sleep, Jacob nearly dragged her into their room for a discussion. "What were you thinking? You can't just dump a kid's treasures without some kind of warning."
How was I supposed to know he saved gum from every place we went? Old gum, Jacob. It's disgusting.
It's his version of a scrapbook. He remembers each place that way. Kaye tried again.
Seriously? If you had gone into his room and seen a dead bug in a drawer, you would have known that it was supposed to be there? I didn't toss the trading cards, the junk toys, or the fortunes. I mean, those were obviously his little treasures. I just thought the bottle caps and chewed gum were the garbage that they're supposed to be.
Raking his hand through his hair, Jacob tried to regain his self-control. "It's the equivalent of reading someone's diary, Kaye. You totally violated him and his space." He turned and strode into the bathroom. Seconds later he returned. Hands shoved in his pockets, he stared at the ground at his feet before he raised his head and said, "You've taken this too far, Kaye. It's just too far."
Chapter 22. Tension sizzled in the air. Each member of the household watched every move Kaye made, especially Purrlock. Even Sophie seemed to have picked up the suspicious attitude of the rest of the family and held on to her little cloth doll as if for dear life. If Kaye even stepped near the trash can, one of the boys volunteered to take it out for her. If she carried something from the room, Jacob followed on her heels, asking if he could help. No amount of apologies, digging through the garbage to retrieve Trent's so-called treasures, or even bribery helped. At last, she stuck on a chick flick and curled up on the couch, happy to be abandoned by little boys screaming, "Ew!" Jacob glanced at it, shook his head, and carried Sophie outside to swing in the baby swing. Alone, abandoned, unappreciated. Looking back, she should have known. Trent had always been funny about his little treasures, but he'd been secretive too. Jacob didn't seem to believe her when she said she thought he'd just tossed old chewed gum and decaying bugs in with the rocks and toys. Yes, she'd made a mistake. A big one, her conscience screamed, but it had been just that, a mistake. She was being treated like an ogre, or so it felt. The movie couldn't have been any cheesier, but she did get a break from the glaring eyes of her family. However, the minute the credits rolled, Trent and Miles burst into the room with the latest Lego movie in their hands.
"Daddy said we could watch this when your movie is over."
The boys didn't say it, but the unspoken order screamed, "Get out now." In the kitchen, she fumbled through the fridge, trying to find something to make for dinner. Chili didn't sound good, and the chicken was frozen. Great, hamburgers are my only option. Outside, the wind whipped around the patio, so she pulled out the indoor grill, grateful she hadn't tossed it. Oh, it had been tempting.
I mean, why have a kitchen appliance just for grilling when we can use the outdoor grill?
She'd grumbled to herself as she found the perfect place to store it. However, it had been a gift from Jacob, and she hadn't wanted to make him feel bad.
See, I'm not totally heartless.
Kaye murmured under her breath as she sliced cheese, tore lettuce, and molded ground beef into patties. The dryer buzzed in the laundry room, announcing the finish of the last load of the day. Kaye rinsed her hands and rushed to pull things out before they wrinkled.
Ironing is all well and good, but avoiding it, infinitely superior.
Purrlock hopped down from the top of the warm dryer, unwilling to coexist in the same room with a heartless wretch such as her. Despite the grumbling of her family, Kaye couldn't help feeling a measure of satisfaction as she put clothes away in drawers and closets that actually had space for them, no longer overflowing with unused, unnecessary clothing. Her boys could see their options and choose something without creating a toxic clothes spill all over the bedroom floor.
It's an improvement, no matter what they think.
Her hard work remained unappreciated, as usual, their rejection slicing deeper into her already festering wounds. She ate in silence. She cleared the table in silence. She loaded the dishwasher, wiped the counters, and carried out the trash, in silence.
Notice they aren't eager to remove the kitchen trash. They'll help only insomuch as it serves them.
As soon as she finished the after-dinner cleanup, she grabbed her Bible and crawled into her bed. The stack of books on her nightstand mocked her. More clutter. Her eyes swept over them a second time. Maybe an e-reader would be a better investment for things that she wouldn't read multiple times. It'd save money and space, a double bonus. Oh, and trees. The environmentalists would love me. Isaiah reminded her that there is no peace for the wicked. Proverbs said that the wicked man runs when no one chases. It also informed her that a soft answer turns away wrath. Ephesians exhorted her not to exasperate her children. In the space of 20 minutes, she read what felt like every condemning scripture in the Bible. Kaye wanted to flee, ached to run away from home. When Jacob came to bed, she lay on her side, her back to his side of the bed, still reading her Bible. His arm curled around her shoulder and he murmured, "Are you okay?"
Aren't you going to get in trouble for that?
What?
Fraternizing with the enemy.
She tried to keep the irritation in her voice, but instead, a choked sob punctuated her question. Kaye.
I get it. I do. I didn't mean to be cruel, but I would really like to know how long I'm going to be punished for making a mistake that a lot of people would. Most people consider chewed gum to be garbage. I get that I invaded privacy, but how was I to know that the stuff that ruins shoes and carpet is private? It was stuffed in a drawer with real trash, too. She choked back a second sob. I apologized. I tried to find everything. I just want to know when I will be allowed to be forgiven.
Jacob pulled her onto her back, gazing down at her. Leaning on his elbow, he smiled. You're right. I think we've all been under a lot of stress. Maybe tomorrow we need a trip to the aquarium. Just get out of the house, have fun, and start over. He brushed her hair from her eyes. I think the boys will understand after a few hours of sharks and dolphins. She started to argue, but a new idea brightened her mood.
Yes, I think that's a perfect idea.
It took every bit of patience she could muster to follow the boys through the touch tanks where they played with starfish and rays. She waited while they teased penguins and managed not to tap her toes as they watched the sharks swim toward them for what seemed to be hours. Sophie became utterly entranced by the jellyfish tanks, her little hands reaching for them constantly, despite the glass barrier.
Can't we have a jellyfish in a tank at home?
Trent stuffed a paper wad of chewed gum in his pocket as he spoke. Kaye tried not to gag.
Sorry, pal. Can't happen. But maybe we can see if they have some kind of stuffed one in the gift shop. There. Maybe that'll get them in the stupid gift shop. It took long enough. It worked. The boys clamored to go explore the aquarium's store. A smorgasbord of cheesy shirts, caps, pens, and motorized swimming fish. Oh, there were nicer gifts, too, but Kaye knew her boys well. Their tastes ran to the goofier side. Alas, they also knew she still felt guilty about her gaffe and played it up for all they could. They found a stuffed jellyfish with organza streamers. Sophie squealed and reached for it. Then they found sheer ones intended to hang from the ceiling as decor. The gossamer strands didn't fit Sophie's vintage decor at all, but Trent and Miles each thrust one into her hands with wheedling pleas for their little sister. To her disgust, it worked. Despite her resolve only to buy the two things that had inspired her to come at all, she found herself loaded with coloring books, some kind of fish game, and, of course, the toys for Sophie. Jacob watched in apparent oblivion until she dumped the items on the counter and led the boys to the corner of the room.
Look at those treasure chests. Yeah, cool, Mom. Can we go look at the gummy fish?
I was thinking, she continued, determined not to let their lack of enthusiasm dampen hers,
that if you guys each had one of those treasure chests, you could put anything you liked in it, and no one but you would ever open it. Ever.
Trent's eyes widened.
Not even you or Daddy?
Not even us.
I bet they would if they thought you were hiding drugs in it,
Miles added helpfully.
Whatever gave you the idea that Trent would do something so ridiculous? They said at school that kids hide drugs.
I don't want to hear it. Okay, caveat. If I think you have something illegal in there, I might look to make sure. She rolled her eyes to show how ridiculous she thought the idea was.
But I'll still have you get it out and give it to me. I won't take it myself.
Kaye also made a mental note to talk to Jacob about the things her sons were learning in school. Do third graders really need lessons in how to hide illegal drugs from their parents? Trent's arms wrapped around her waist.
Thanks, Mom.
I'm still sorry I threw out your special things.
You didn't mean it.
A jab from Miles made him whisper loudly enough for Jacob to turn and stare at the group.
Well, she didn't. I can't pretend to be mad forever. At least we got a trip out of it.
Kaye groaned. I now know what is wrong with me.
What's that, Mom?
Miles' expression lost its innocence. I have sucker written on my forehead. With his head cocked, Trent studied her carefully.
I don't see it.
That's because it's not there, stupid. Don't call your brother names, Kaye interjected automatically. Two large shopping bags hung from her sides like saddlebags. The boys raced ahead to get their picture taken with the sculpture of Moby Dick, but Trent ran back to her side once they were done.
Mom, I have a confession.
Her eyes slid sideways as if ensuring his brother couldn't hear his traitorous words.
Sometimes I throw away my stuff, too. It happens to everyone, I guess. Thanks for the chest, though. Now I'll have room for lots more gum.
Over Sophie's head, Kaye's eyes met Jacob's. More gum? She mouthed. Chapter 23. Spring break. Kaye hated the words. Spring. She felt anything but springy. Break. Yeah, she was definitely going to break. Despite the temptation to wait until the next week when they were safely out of the house before she did her big overhaul, she'd learned her lesson. The boys wouldn't cooperate with her meddling in their things, and Jacob wouldn't back her up on it. She glanced at the clock. 6:30. I still have time to roll over and get another 30 minutes to an hour of blissful sleep before the boys rouse Sophie with whatever the day's noise will bring. Maybe summer would be a better time.
The cooler air nearly made her jerk the covers back over her as Kaye climbed from her toasty bed. Jacob kept their room much cooler than the rest of the house, and some mornings, such as those when she already didn't want to get out of bed, sent waves of shivers over her as she dressed.
Chipper attitude, Kaye. The boys feed on a negative attitude. Get dressed, make a good breakfast, and make it sound like an adventure.
Adventure? Life is enough of one without adding insanity to it.
Mom!
Kaye wondered how many other women on the block turned their head at the sound of Trent's blasting voice. And there's Sophie. Thanks a lot, kid. Now that you've roused half the town, what do you want?
Can we have French toast?
Sure. You go get the stuff out while I change Sophie. There. That's upbeat and accommodating, isn't it? Fits right in with catching flies with syrup rather than medicine, or however that proverb goes. When she returned, Purrlock lay on the countertop, his tail twitching.
Trent, seriously, why would you let him on the counter? You know the rule. You know. Sorry, Trent muttered. He looked lonely.
Despite her desire to blast the boy for caring more about the cat's feelings than hers, Kaye picked up Purrlock, screeched as the cat swiped his claws across her hand, and deposited him in the garage. Trent's protest died as he watched her rinse the beads of blood from her arm. That's right, buddy. You should be glad it's April instead of January. That thought sent a flush of guilt through her.
Yeah. Trent wouldn't forgive me if he knew I put that cat out in the garage in winter sometimes.
All through breakfast, Kaye tried to figure out how to break the news to the boys. Should she give them a day or two of fun first? Maybe if they weren't attacked with work the first day or two, they'd be more cooperative.
Oh, please. If I don't do it now, they'll drag out the whole thing until nothing gets done.
That thought sparked a new idea.
Ha, I'm smarter than I look. Okay, boys, I've been thinking about what we want to do this week. Told you,
Miles grumbled in the general direction of his brother. Choosing to ignore the looming protest, Kaye continued as if she had not been rudely interrupted.
And I thought it'd be a lot of fun to go places like the Children's Museum, mini golf, and if the weather is good enough, maybe even Storyland. Really?
Trent's delight gave her all the support she needed.
Yep, but Miles is right. To do any of it, we have to tackle the stuff in your room. I'm calling Dad.
Miles's tone warned that he'd dig his heels in for a battle.
No, you are not. Listen to me. You're not getting rid of all our stuff, too. It's not fair.
Did I say anything about getting rid of anything?
But you said...
Miles eyed her suspiciously. And you've earned yourself one video game put in the cupboard for being rude and interrupting. Would you like me to remove another one?
But...
Okay, 2. Do I hear 3? Kaye rarely invoked the power of lost video games. It was usually as much a punishment for her as Miles. But the one thing that seemed to break through to the boy when he became stubborn like this was the loss of his precious Mario Bros.
Fine.
Though not a respectful response, it was an improvement. She opted to let that one slide.
Now, this is what we're going to do.
Kaye described, in detail, her brilliant idea of sorting the toys and keeping only what comfortably fit on the toy shelf between the boys' beds.
You'll have the train table. He's too little for the trains anyway. If anything goes, they should. I am not. I like my trains. At least I play with them. You don't ever play with your Kinects. The roller coaster, for example.
Oh, be quiet, both of you. We don't have anywhere else for the table right now, so it has to stay. Now stop interrupting and listen. Kaye arranged her features into her, business look, and waited until she saw acquiescence on the boys' faces.
I bought special totes in lime green just for your things. We'll just fill them with what you don't want to play with this week." She emphasized the words very clearly, watching their faces to be sure they understood. "Those will go down in the basement, and then next week you can swap out bins."
"We don't have to get rid of our stuff?"
"Not now. If in 6 months or so you realize you never brought something up, we'll put it in next year's yard sale, and you guys will have money to buy things you'd rather have." The boys exchanged glances as she added, "But you just have so much stuff crammed in there, you don't even have room to play with most of it." Miles shook his head.
"No way. If we put our stuff in the basement, we'll never see it again."
He gave Trent a back-me-up look and added,
"You can't walk down there. It's full of stuff. There's no way."
"Ah, but you haven't been down there in a week or so, have you? I cleaned off that big bookshelf right at the bottom of the stairs so you wouldn't have to fight your way through all that stuff." "You're pathetic, Kaye. No mother should enjoy shutting down her kids' arguments this much." She also shouldn't be reduced to negotiations with 7- and 9-year-olds. Something is seriously wrong with this picture.
"But
it's simple," she said, grabbing her empty plate and carrying it to the sink. "You can either cooperate and do as you're told so we can have most of the week to do fun stuff, or you can drag your feet all week, not do any fun stuff, and then come home next Monday and find it done for you. What's it going to be?" The boys stared at the floor for several seconds before their resigned voices said in unison,
we'll do it."
"Yes." Eternal optimism. It will be my ruin. For some insane reason, she'd had the ludicrous idea that they'd get the boys' things sorted by lunch, packed downstairs by time to start dinner, and have a week of blissful freedom from clutter as a result. Nothing had prepared her for a battle for every single Lego brick and G.I. Joe gun. She hadn't counted on Sophie trying to eat everything that would kill her, or hearing constant shrieks of,
"No, Sophie!"
every time the poor girl dared to move. "I'm going insane." Ah, now that thought sounded marvelous. Kaye imagined herself in a nice, quiet hospital for the mentally stressed. People joked, with a hint of horror in their voices, about padded cells. Sounds wonderful to me. Someone else making meals, doing the laundry. Nothing to do all day but relax, wander through lush gardens, and talk about the stresses of life. It was a beautiful thought. Why, in a padded cell, who could have clutter? That jarred her back to the present. "Okay, now until we get Dad to build the shelves for your finished Lego things, you only have those bottom 2 shelves, 1 apiece. So Miles, you have to choose. There isn't room for the dominoes, the Playmobil jungle set, and the robot kit."
"This is so unfair."
So is having to trip over this stuff to vacuum.
"Dad never vacuums."
Kaye stared at Miles. Again with the stubbornness. What on earth got into the boy? "And you have nearly ruined the carpet in here. I'm going to have to move everything out soon and rent a machine to clean it." She shook her head as he started to protest. "So don't give me any more arguments. It's only for a week. Pick one to go downstairs." Something, a look, one that made her nervous, crossed Miles's face.
"Robotics. That can go."
With the lime tote under one arm, Kaye stepped outside the door, calling for them to keep Sophie from choking until she got back. Then she waited. She stood outside the boys' door for several seconds before she heard what she'd been waiting to hear.
"Why did you give in? Those are your favorite." "Dad's, too,"
Miles answered sagely.
"I'll see if Dad wants to help me. He'll say sure, and when we're done, he'll tell me to go put them in my room. I'll have to listen. Mom always says that Dad's the final boss around here."
At Trent's giggle, Miles added magnanimously,
"You can probably get your microscope
back the same way.
So that's what they thought. Well, they'll have another thing coming. I'm talking to Jacob first thing. I don't care if the stuff comes upstairs for a little while, but it has to go back down. The boys' room already looked amazing. From what she could tell, they didn't play with most of what they owned. They just made a huge mess of it all and then went to play video games or watch a movie. It's insanity. There's that word again. By the time Jacob arrived home, the boys sat on the couch, engrossed in Super Mario, again. Something about his arrival reminded her that she'd said she'd take it away. Oh well, maybe they forgot too. Why start a battle when I already won the clutter war? Kaye turned off the burner, kissed her husband, and dragged him down the basement steps. Whoa, what's with the green attack?
The boys' toys.
He shook his head. No way. That can't be all their toys.
Oh, it's not.
Jacob's exhaustion-lined face morphed into one of relief. I knew they didn't have that much junk.
No, they have more. This is just what I got out of their room today.
Does that include the game closet stuff, maybe? He seemed unable to fathom the 4-by-8-foot mountain of green totes as being just toys she'd removed from the boys' room.
Poor guy, he's so innocent.
Kaye almost hated to answer him. It seemed cruel, as if salting the wounds of the disillusioned, but she shook her head.
Nope.
Some of Sophie's?
Nope.
Jacob stared at her. This is... He opened a lid or two as he spoke. Insanity.
That's the word of the day. I've been considering padded cells.
How did you get this stuff down here without having one or both of them dial 911 for a robbery in progress or CPS for child cruelty? A twitch around the corners of Jacob's mouth told her he knew she'd been clever.
Told them they could have a miserable week and I'd do it for them when they went back to school, or they could do it quickly and make their own choices, and we could have fun doing other things this week.
He laughed. You threw the children's museum in there, didn't you?
You know Miles well,
Kaye agreed. Mini golf?
She nodded. Yep, Trent's fave.
I'm surprised they didn't try to finagle Storyland out of you.
They didn't have to, she admitted. I volunteered, if the weather is nice enough.
Jacob leaned against the wall, crossed his arms, and stared at his wife. This... His eyes strayed to the stack of totes on shelves before continuing. Is really important to you, isn't it? She waited for further elaboration, but when it didn't come, she shrugged.
Not really. Nope, not at all. I love working hard all day to get rid of things that make my job harder and alienating my kids just for the fun of it.
Why?
Why what?
What a ridiculous question.
Why? Why not? Why wouldn't I prefer to have less stuff to battle when dusting, vacuuming, mopping, doing laundry? What does he mean, why?
Why is this so important? Why would you fight them? And I know it was a fight. For this. Wouldn't it be easier just to let them have a carpet of toys?
Have you seen the carpet in there? That carpet of toys has pretty much ruined it. I'm going to try to steam clean it, but I doubt it'll help.
She waited for the words to sink in, for the cha-ching of his internal cash register to sound before she added, You know we can't match it. That'll mean replacing all the carpet in the rooms. That's just a really expensive way to let them have their own way, and it makes them selfish. You should have heard them today. Ugh, do I want to know? Kaye shook her head.
Not really, but it's why I brought you down here.
What? Suspicion laced his single-word question.
Miles caved when I thought he'd actually dig in his heels, so I waited outside the door to hear what they had to say. Apparently, both boys, thanks to Miles's brilliant suggestion, planned to ask you to play with them,
certain you'll absent-mindedly tell them to put the toys away in their room when they're done. In Miles's words,
"We'll have to do it because Mom always says that Dad's the boss around here."
His smirk nearly sent her over the edge.
"Yeah, it's funny, but it shouldn't be. The kid is becoming a master manipulator. At this rate, he'll be a CEO of some company, taking over the competition left and right by age 15.
Kaye considered sharing her thoughts, but an impish glint in Jacob's eye as he thought more about it changed the course of her thoughts.
"What?"
He really does think I'm an idiot, doesn't he? Grinning, she shrugged.
"He thinks we both are."
Let's show him, shall we? Linking her arm in his, Kaye led him up the basement steps and into the kitchen.
"We shall."
Chapter 24. Tuesday morning, the boys awakened, prepared for a day of fun and frivolity. After all, Kaye had sent them off to play at 4:30 the previous day. 4:30. They'd expected to work into the late night hours, at least until 8 or 9, with only bread and water for dinner. As Kaye came down the hallway, she heard them fussing over what place they'd go first and shook her head at Sophie.
"And I thought I was the optimist, girlie."
Purrlock, lying in the middle of the hall with his obnoxious toy mouse, glanced up at her. Kaye's heart skipped a beat. Did he really just wink at me? Can cats wink? Surely not. Even so, it's probably a reflex. Cats don't have the ability to communicate on a human level. He did it again. Do they? Without a word, but with a glance back at the lazy kitty, Kaye strolled into the kitchen and began boiling water for oats. Time to restore a bit of authority and respect for it around here. Best way? Oatmeal. Feed 'em oatmeal, juice, and a hard-boiled egg, and they realize I mean business. Works every time. Now, the boys didn't hate oatmeal or eggs, but they sure expected to have cold cereal and fruit whenever they wanted it. And that, unfortunately, is my fault. Her conscience berated her for creating a problem that she then had to fix. Yeah, she argued with herself, but it's easier to let them pour breakfast from a box and a jug. Her conscience fought back. Oats aren't hard to make. It doesn't get any easier than boiling eggs. Not willing to give up the fight yet, she threw back one last argument. Yeah, but they do take more time and planning, and on busy mornings. Her conscience moved in for the kill. Well, then plan better to begin with so your mornings aren't so busy. You're just lucky this morning isn't busy. Yet. Miles, lost in dreams of the Children's Museum, or so she surmised, didn't even notice her presence when he stepped into the kitchen. While she cracked eggs against the counter and peeled the shells from them, he opened the pantry, retrieved his favorite box of sugar-laced cereal, and dug through the cabinet for a bowl. That's when he saw her.
"Hey, Mom."
Morning. Kaye didn't say a word. She waited, each peel dropping into the garbage disposal as she reached for a new egg. He knew what she'd say, and it amused her to watch him try to work out a plan to get what he wanted. When Kaye didn't tell him to put the cereal back, Miles continued gathering what he needed. Bowl, spoon, milk. He set them all on the table, just waiting to hear her voice. She still didn't speak, but she did rinse the hard-boiled eggs and set them in the paper towel-lined bowl. Showtime. She set the bowl on the table and went to uncover the bowls of steaming oatmeal.
"Cinnamon sugar or blueberries?" "I'll just have cold cereal."
After you eat your oats and egg, sure.
"That's okay. You don't have to go to all that work."
A pathetic, last-ditch effort, but Miles seemed determined to try.
I already did. Oats and egg first. You can keep the bowl there in case you're still hungry after you finish.
Stupid, stupid, stupid. What are you thinking? He'd eat a bowl, even if it made him sick, just to prove that he'd get what he wanted.
I will be.
Oh, I have no doubt. A new thought occurred to her. Perfect. He'll be so queasy that we'll have to stay home. What better way to occupy our time here than finishing the boys' room, and it'll be his choice. She knew that as far as the boys were concerned, it was simple. They'd packed that 4-by-8-foot shelving unit with their stuff. She'd promised to keep it all there instead of all over the basement, so the work was done. Well, boys, you're wrong. Your room, the closet in particular, is still packed, and it can't stay that way. She hadn't brought them down to see the wall of toys they had, but they'd see it soon enough. Yes, they will. As expected, Miles barely choked down the cereal he'd forced himself to eat. It took every ounce of self-restraint not to suggest that he didn't have to finish it. If she did, he would pour a second bowl just to prove he could. She didn't want to clean up partially digested breakfast from all over the toys. Disgusting thought. Okay, put your dishes in the sink and let's go.
Where are we going today?
Trent was already angling for mini-golf. Thankfully, before Kaye could answer, Miles groaned and sank back into his seat. Well, since Miles thought he had to prove that his ideas for breakfast are superior to mine, I'm afraid we can't go to mini-golf or the museum. It wouldn't be very much fun to listen to him whine and moan the whole time, so we're going to do some more work on your room.
But we finished it yesterday. You said the basement shelves were full.
Miles punctuated his protest with another groan. They are. Let's go look at them, shall we? Kaye scooped Sophie out of the high chair without bothering to wipe the oats from her face. You're so gonna regret that in 5, 4, 3. The baby rubbed her face into Kaye's neck. 2, 1, she added in a rush. The boys clattered down the steps behind her, Miles at a much slower pace than usual. There it is. Awestruck, Trent's eyes widened and his mouth gaped.
Wow, what are in all the other totes?
Those are chock full of your toys, nothing else.
That's not true,
Miles moaned, gripping his stomach. She sat on the steps and settled Sophie on her lap. Go ahead, open them all. Disbelief flooded both boys' faces. She watched as they popped lids and peeked into containers and smiled as shock turned to excitement and then to dismay. At last, Miles jerked one off the shelf and said,
Why are you keeping the baby toys? Even Trent hasn't played with these since he was Sophie's age.
Before Trent could pick up on the disparaging tone of Miles' voice, Kaye shook her head sadly. You didn't want to give up anything, remember? I said you wouldn't have to. I won't go back on that. But I'm not going to waste shelf space on toys you aren't even going to play with. Those can go somewhere else if you want to keep them, but they cannot stay on this shelf. Kaye manufactured a sigh and shrugged. I guess we'll just put them in a box and put them in the back of the basement.
Why? Why don't we give them to Miss Furley? Baby George would like them.
Even as he spoke, Trent's shock-filled eyes never left the vast array of toys before him. That's up to you guys. Miles pulled a tote of Disney figurines from the shelf.
We never play with these, but they're too little for George. He'd choke on them.
Not to be outdone by his older brother, Trent plowed through several more totes before he found one stuffed with costumes.
Half of these are too small for us. We could get rid of the 2 small ones. Yeah, and half the rest of them are falling apart,
Miles interjected.
I bet we could cut it down to enough to fit in the toy box in our room. Then where will the stuffed animals go?
The battle raged for several minutes until Miles raced upstairs to the bathroom. Kaye said nothing. Trent pulled down a Playmobil farm and set it at her feet.
We never play with this. Farms are lame.
Without a word, Kaye handed a cow to Sophie, set her on the floor, and grabbed an empty box from the tower of them she kept for times just like these.
I'll just box it up for Sophie. She'll want this in a couple of years. Little girls love farms.
I thought they liked princesses and houses.
Those two. Trust me, she'll love it.
With the box closed, Kaye glanced around her.
Can you run up to the drawer in the hutch and get me the big fat marker? I need to mark the box so we don't throw it away.
Her son stared at her curiously and then hurried upstairs. Seconds later, or at least it seemed as such, he raced back down and watched her write Playmobil Farm on all 4 sides of the box.
Mom?
Yeah?
I thought you wanted to get rid of everything. Why are you saving that when we are ready to get rid of it?
Because she bought it, stupid.
Miles's voice preceded him down the steps. Don't call your brother names. And no, that's not why. She stashed the box in the corner and then returned to explain. I think you guys have a mixed-up idea of what I'm trying to do here. Kaye waited until she had both boys' attention. I don't want to get rid of everything. Remember, I bought stuff to do scrapbooks after I started this, but now I have a place to put it where it doesn't make a mess. Did you know that I can clean the kitchen in half the time I used to because I don't have to rearrange everything just to put things away?
But I heard Dad say you got rid of half of your closet.
Kaye sighed before plastering on a smile and trying a new approach. Okay, what clothes don't I wear anymore? What clothes does Dad not wear now that I cleaned out our closet? What's missing? Silence. The boys glanced at each other, trying to remember. When they failed to name even one item, she invited them to go upstairs and look in all of the closets. Just go up there and see if you can find anything missing, anything that wasn't stained, too small, or wholly that anyone has worn in the past 3 months. I'll wait here. 5 minutes later, they came back downstairs looking a little impressed.
That's cool, Mom. I can't even remember what was in my drawers, except for those scratchy pajamas that I used to hate. I was glad to see those gone.
Trent's relief bordered on hilarious. That's all I'm trying to do, guys. Get rid of the stuff that we don't use to make room for what we have and what we do use. I want to make it easier to build a city in your room because there is actually room to play. I want to be able to pull out a game on game night and know all the pieces are there. I want to be able to find the right camera cord when I need it, rather than dig through drawers, boxes, and baskets, trying out a few dozen before dragging you all to the store to buy a replacement.
And then find the one you needed in your makeup bag.
Her mouth twisted. Something like that. She pointed to the few totes of things they'd discarded. I want to get rid of the things you won't use, so that when birthday time comes, I'm not adding more stuff that you don't want or buying something you already own because I hadn't seen you touch it in months.
We still get birthday presents?
Trent's eyes lit up.
Of course, dummy.
At least the kid caught himself before she could.
I mean, Trent, moms and dads have to buy presents. It's in the rule book somewhere.
Trent shuffled his feet.
One of the boys at school said he thought you were joining his aunt's church or something. He says they're not allowed to have presents at Christmas or birthdays, so you're just getting rid of all the presents you bought before.
Well, he's wrong, Kaye insisted. Now, let's get this done so we can spend the rest of the week having fun.
Jacob?
Kaye's whisper could have woken the boys if the door hadn't been shut and the fan drowning out everything. Well, until Jacob began snoring. What?
You asleep?
Not hardly. The chuckle in his voice told her that he had almost been out. She'd caught him just in time.
The boys thought I was trying to get rid of everything out of some weird church thing.
She took a deep breath.
They also seemed to think you were upset that I got rid of the clothes we don't wear.
I could care less. What I need and like is still there. Where'd they get that idea?
They overheard you tell someone that I got rid of half our closet.
She twisted the sheet before adding,
Their tone implied that you were frustrated by it. There, I said it. Can't go back now.
Several seconds passed before Jacob spoke. During the interim, Kaye systematically decluttered her fingernails, removing all extraneous bits of nail. I think they must have heard me talking to Dad. I don't think kids appreciate sarcasm combined with male humor and commiseration. He chuckled again. They will, much to the frustration of their future wives.
So, you're not upset?
Jacob stretched and rolled onto his back, his head turned toward her. I could care less as long as you're not stressed. I hate it when you get stressed and irritated at stuff, but otherwise, I really don't care. He started to roll over and go back to sleep, but turned back. Except for my stuff, he added. I don't care about clothes, shoes, and stuff like that, but my college stuff and my personal stuff, I want a say in that. You toss my high school football trophy, and I'm going to lose it.
I'll talk to you first.
That's all I ask, he murmured as he leaned to give her one more goodnight kiss. A few minutes later, Kaye opened her mouth to ask another question, but Jacob's snore stopped her. It could wait until morning.
It can wait.
Chapter 25. Exhaustion. Once again, vacation meant exhaustion. It made no sense, but it happened every time. While her boys rode off to school, still raving about their exciting week, Sophie spent Monday with Grandma Harper. Kaye's brilliant plan for starting the basement failed the second Sophie's last little wave disappeared behind the shut door of Jacob's mother's minivan. Oh, she'd regret it later, no doubt. It doesn't matter anymore. I just want to sleep for a week. Purrlock slipped in between her feet and glanced back at her. What? It makes sense. A week of intense work and play in exchange for a week of no work. Brilliant. Purrlock flicked his tail and strutted around the corner. Go defile my sock basket, you obnoxious cat. I dare you. Of course, now I have to figure out how to get a sitter for the rest of the week. Guilt flooded her heart. I'm looking for a way to get away from my children for a week. What is wrong with me? She glanced around the kitchen, seeing a dozen new things. Plastic cups, a bead necklace that Sophie was too little to wear yet, T-shirts that needed pre-treating, and a stack of postcards. What made me think it was a good idea to give Trent something more to collect? He'll just go overboard like he does with everything. Then again, he hadn't brought home a single wad of gum all week, just half a dozen postcards from each place. He'd spent an obscene amount of time choosing each one, telling everyone who would listen that he was now an official deltiologist, collector of postcards. The cups made Kaye want to do another clean sweep of the rooms and ensure that she eradicated every extraneous piece of junk from the house, but her exhaustion prevented it. She shuffled to her bedroom, and after running her tongue over her teeth, decided to brush them. The reflection in the mirror disgusted her. So here I am, fighting to remove all the excess from my life. But do I get rid of the extra 20 pounds that have taken up permanent residence on my hips and chest? I need to remember, she mumbled around a mouthful of toothpaste, that all junk, even body junk, needs to go. Not just the piles of toys, dishes, clothes. The memory of the souvenirs that already cluttered the counters and treasure boxes prompted her to add, souvenirs in our life. Once she drew the blinds again, Kaye crawled back under the covers, pulled them over her head, and slowly drifted into a deep sleep. Jacob watched his wife as she dragged through loading the dishwasher.
Concern filled him as he remembered her yawning all the previous evening. She'd been exhausted in the morning, too. So exhausted he'd taken Sophie to her mother's on his way to work. And now, here she stood, yawning, each movement seeming to take twice the effort it should.
"Hey, babe, I'll get that."
"Almost done," Kaye yawned.
"Yeah, and you look beat. Just go read for a while. I'll take care of the rest here and get them to bed."
She yawned again.
"Okay, thanks."
The kiss she tried to give him fell short by several inches, as if even a kiss took more effort than she had to spend. Purrlock stepped in front of her, sending her stumbling across the room and crashing into the wall. That cat! For just a moment, a fraction of a nanosecond, Jacob thought he saw in Purrlock what Kaye always swore she did.
"It can't be. No cat is smart enough to know how to mock and torment someone, not even Purrlock. You okay?"
He finally remembered to ask as she tossed the cat one final glare.
Fine, no thanks to him.
Several steps away, she turned.
What, no comment about how he's just a cat and it's all in my overactive imagination?
"No, just rest."
As she dragged herself through the living room, Jacob could have sworn he heard her say,
"Great, now he thinks I've really lost it."
Jacob loaded the dishwasher, scrubbed stove, counters, and sink in record time, and ushered the boys into their pajamas while changing Sophie and getting her ready for bed. He set her on the floor for a moment while he went to nudge the boys out of their room and into the bathroom, too. Jacob grinned.
De-junk their teeth. Wouldn't Kaye love that? Gotta tell her.
Sophie's voice babbled behind him. He'd expected her to follow, but as he turned to smile down at his daughter, Jacob's eyes widened.
"Whoa, princess! Since when can... Look, boys!"
Sophie plopped down on the ground and clapped. Undaunted, he stood her up again, holding her hands and encouraging her to try again.
"Did you see her? She walked. She was walking."
The child's knees buckled. She dropped to all fours and crawled down the hallway. Two small heads peered around the door jamb for a second before trailing slobbery toothpaste across the bathroom floor as they returned to the sink.
Nice try, Dad.
"No, really." Miles tossed him an, sure, look, and spat in the sink.
"Great. They think I'm messing with them."
One last glance down the hall showed Sophie tottering toward him, but before he could cry out, she grinned, clapped, and dropped to all fours once more.
"Oh, brother."
On Wednesday, Kaye found herself on a masseuse table, face down, and muscles screaming, joy and pain mingling together in each silent wail. Tuesday hadn't been any better than Monday, except that Jacob had sent her to bed early, not that it had done any good. She woke up Wednesday morning after sleeping for 12 hours, still feeling as exhausted as she had the night before, but instead of feeling sleepy, now her muscles ached. Jacob's solution?
"I scheduled a massage for you at that place on Van Buren."
Within an hour of leaving for work, her mother had arrived to pick up Sophie, compliments of further arrangements by Jacob, and the boys would spend their afternoon at Grandma's house as well. It couldn't be more perfect, unless someone developed a pain-free massage and served it with chocolate. As if a genie listened to her thoughts, the moment she sat in the chair to let her body adjust to the newly loosened muscles, a staff member arrived with chocolate-dipped strawberries.
I could get used to this, much too used to it.
Chapter 26. It started innocently enough. After a week of doing nothing but relaxing, sleeping, scrapbooking, and allowing herself to be pampered, Friday morning arrived, bringing with it a small case of the guilts. Determined to do something for her family that week, Kaye dug through the freezer of their side-by-side fridge anxious to find more exciting meal ingredients than hamburgers or chicken breasts. Nothing surfaced. However, she did find several bags, half or less filled, of course, of vegetables with the rest of their contents strewn all over the freezer. "I'm going to lose it," she wailed, just managing to keep it to herself in time. Purrlock licked a paw and tossed her an expression that Kaye just knew meant, "You don't fool me. I know you're on the edge of sanity. After all, I put you there. I'll tip you over whenever I feel like it." Unaware that her alter ego had resurfaced, Kaye began pulling everything from the freezer. Vegetables she dumped on the island, meats on the counter by the sink. Ice cream and other desserts were stashed on the stove, and 16 pounds of butter, left over from Christmas sales, landed next to the KitchenAid mixer. "Yeah, I get the irony," she admitted as Purrlock blinked at her again. She found it easy enough to clean the shelves. As quickly as possible, she swept the debris into the trash, wiped down the shelves and racks, and dried them once again. Once completely clean and empty, Kaye began going through the items. Ice cream first. First, she found 3 nearly empty. She scooped the contents into balls and dumped those into one container. "It'll annoy Miles, but I need the space," she muttered. She shoved the toaster pastries and frozen waffles next to the ice cream and frowned. Well, no irony there, eh? In the drawer below that, she layered bags of partially consumed vegetables. Armed with a wristful of rubber bands, she checked, twisted, and stashed bag after bag. Disgust filled her heart. There's enough here to serve something every night for a month before we could hope to eat them all. Either we don't eat enough vegetables or I buy way too many. Probably both. 5 rolls of ground beef lay stacked on one shelf. On top, Kaye added a package of frozen hamburger patties and several packages of sausage. Next, she filled a shelf with chicken legs, breasts, thighs, and the single whole chicken she owned. A second glance at that made her grab it back off the shelf and dump it on a plate. Dinner, tomorrow, done. Next. Kaye shoved item after item back into the freezer, and as she worked, her mental calculator kicked into overdrive. Assuming her calculations were correct, the freezer held enough food to provide breakfast for a week, a few leftovers for lunches for several days, and well over a month's worth of dinners and vegetables. Why do I ever get the idea that I need to go shopping, or at least need to shop for this stuff? I just buy the same stuff over and over and rarely get to what we already have. Wasteful. I've lost my creativity, Kaye muttered as she stuffed pork chops under a small turkey ham, proof of previous failed attempts at frugal menus. Even after a pregnant hour of work on the kitchen freezer, she had no more idea of what she could do for dinner than she did when she started. A nice dinner became more elusive with each passing second. She stared at the chicken breasts in the freezer, wondering if she could soak them fast enough for crock-pot chicken Florentine. Instead, she stomped down to the basement with Sophie on one arm and tried to dig through the chest freezer. Even for a chest freezer, the thing was enormous. They'd bought it 6 months after moving into the house in order to save money. Save money. Why do all of our money-saving ideas end up costing us more than if we didn't even try? Jacob had talked her into the chest freezer over the upright.
It'll save on energy, and if the boys get something out and don't close it right, at least the cold air drops back in. In an upright, we'd lose everything.
Kaye had argued. She didn't want to have to fight to keep the thing organized, but Jacob had assured her, promised he'd keep up the organization.
Just have me go down there once a week and bring up what you need for the next.
Well, it had been a good plan, in theory. Alas, like so many of Jacob's brilliant ideas, he eventually forgot about his weekly chore, and Kaye stopped asking. Instead, she worked from the fridge in the kitchen, using the deep freeze as a last resort. That's why I keep so much food up there, she mused as she wrestled with a package of pork chops. The freezer was a mess, worse than she'd ever imagined. Working one-handed, Kaye set one thing after another on the ground around her, on boxes, on furniture, everywhere. The basement looked like a food bank gone crazy. When Sophie nearly toppled into the freezer head first, Kaye set the little girl on the floor a few feet away. Kaye dug into the freezer, fumbling for a ham that she'd forgotten about, while Sophie gnawed on a package of frozen hot dogs. The child picked them up, chewed for a second or two, and dropped them again, before picking them up again. Forget a mess. This freezer is a bottomless pit full of junk. Every time she bent over the side, she expected to land face first on the bottom and the lid to latch before she could twist around and crawl out.
Okay, Sophie, one more time, she muttered as she leaned over, reached for a few boxes of cheap, disgusting pizzas and 3 beef pot pies. Man, my cousin Janie would use those as proof of how unfit I am as a parent. If she saw these, she'd probably call CPS or something. Peer pressure, even at 32, reared its ugly head. Should I toss them? Maybe I should just unplug this thing and buy food every day like the Europeans. I'd save a bundle on energy, and I could get the freshest stuff available. Unfortunately, the freezer probably held $500 worth of food. Jacob would kill her, and who could blame him? She could almost see him standing before judge and jury, waiting to try to explain, certain that they'd show mercy. He'd listen to the evidence, waiting for time to pass. At last, his turn to speak would come, and he'd say, "But, Your Honor, she threw away enough food to feed us for months because she considered it too much clutter." The judge would find him guilty and sentence him to time already served. He'd probably leave with a gift card to Costco in order to replenish the freezer. Yeah, time to back off a bit. Crates. What did I do with those plastic milk crates that I used to organize all those magazine articles? Sophie blinked wide eyes at her before picking up the hot dogs once more. "Remind me," she muttered to the child, "to throw those out when you're done. Come on, where did I put those things? I mean..." She continued as she glanced around the basement, hoping to find them. "I guess I should be glad that Daddy didn't let me get rid of them. He was right. I should tell him. Daddy loves to be right." Torn between pride in his forethought and frustration prompted by that forethought, frustration because she now felt foolish, Kaye dropped the lid to the freezer and began an earnest search for the elusive crates. She dodged boxes, gadgets, and an old TV before she found where Jacob had hidden them. The first she filled with beef. Roasts, briskets, a few steaks, and even more ground beef. The second held pork, sausage, bacon, ham bone, and pork chops. The third held chicken and poultry of every kind. When Kaye found room for a crate of snack foods, another of frozen vegetables, and still had room for rows of bread on top, guilt piled on her already tender conscience. Okay, Lord, really? We're so going to save a bundle over the next few months. I'm going to shop from my freezer and use up this stuff if it kills me. I won't shop for meat unless there's an amazing sale, and even then, it's got to go on the bottom. I've got to keep this thing organized. Once done, Kaye tried to take the final package of hot dogs from Sophie, but the child didn't want to give up her prize. Subdued, Kaye grabbed the huge ham, scooped up her child, and started for the basement stairs. 3 staggering steps away, Sophie dropped the hot dogs on Kaye's bare toes. Pain ripped through her foot, signaling what likely meant a broken pinky. Kaye screamed, jumped, and then dropped the ham onto her other foot. With one foot in a cast and the other wrapped in an ace bandage, Kaye watched her family make dinner out of frozen vegetables, canned vegetables, and breakfast sausage.
It's an odd combination for soup, but I bet it's delicious. If for no other reason, it has to be just to mock my stupid attempt to make something amazing. She'd wanted a week off. Well, she got one, and another one as a bonus. Jacob brought her a glass of water, slice of cheese, and her pain pill.
The things some people will do to get out of cooking.
Purrlock jumped up and snuggled close. Kaye eyed him warily. What?
He's sorry you're hurt, Mom.
Trent beamed.
See? He's not so bad.
I think, Kaye remarked as she rolled her cheese into a scroll and bit off the end. He just wants my cheese. As if to make her look as petty and ridiculous as possible, Purrlock rubbed his head against her thigh and purred. Strange. The wall looks exactly the same as it did 5 minutes ago. TV, too. No change whatsoever. You'd think the scenery would have the decency to change now and then. Then again, if I turned on the dumb thing, that would probably give me a change of pace. Kaye closed her eyes. Why not? My eyelids don't change scenery either. Stupid things look exactly the same no matter how long I stare at them. Kaye snickered at her crazy thoughts. Probably the drugs. Then again, the weird light explosions do change a bit. She sighed. Who cares? I don't. Nope, I do not care at all. Not one bit. She glanced at the clock. Wow, 3 whole minutes passed. Nice. 3 minutes. The longest time passage aside from impromptu naps. Kaye eyed the bottle of Vicodin. Despite doctors' and Jacob's orders, she'd been avoiding it in a plague-like manner, but the pain was killing her. Or maybe it's just the boredom. The front door opened, and her mother breezed into the entryway carrying Sophie. Looky, Sophie, darling, there's Mommy. Her baby girl reached for her, begging to climb up on Kaye's lap. What do you do this morning? Did you and Grandma go to the park? I'll just go do the breakfast dishes while you guys snuggle. Call me if you need anything. Kaye's heart sank again. Thanks, Mom. Sophie wedged herself between Kaye and the couch and promptly fell asleep. The sounds of clanking dishes were soon followed by the familiar hum of the dishwasher and the click-clack of the mop on the floor. This is my fault, every bit of it. If I hadn't been so obsessed with getting everything organized and decluttered, I wouldn't be in this mess. I deserve it for being such a freak about my house. Why can't I ever be balanced about anything? The thoughts tumbled over and over as her mother worked around her house, picking up the boys' toys and clothes, running a load of laundry, and cleaning bathrooms. Each task piled more guilt on her until Kaye fought back tears just thinking about it. She couldn't do anything about it, couldn't say a word, couldn't protest at all. The doctor had given her strict orders to keep her foot elevated until further notice. That left little for her to do but watch unedifying television or contemplate the beauty of her ceilings and 2 marvelous cobwebs she'd missed. The phone rang. Habits die hard, and Kaye started to jump up to get it, but her mother's voice reminded her that she wasn't supposed to go dashing after phone calls, boredom notwithstanding. She'd just returned to her personal pity party, settling into the mire of how miserable she'd made her family, when she heard her mother say, "Oh, Jacob, the work has been so simple. All that organization has really paid off. I can find where things are, where they should go, everything." Silence usurped her listening enjoyment until Kaye thought she'd go crazy. But again she heard words that soothed her spirit. Oh, that's ridiculous. She could have done the same thing when she put the ham in the freezer in the first place. These things happen. Why, my Aunt Dee dropped a roll of frozen sausage on her big toe once, and we all heard the crack. Relieved, Kaye missed the rest of the conversation. Okay, maybe it wasn't such a bad thing after all. Mom's right. The same thing could have happened to anyone, regardless of when or why. Oh, how she wanted to grab a book to read and soothe her spirits, but she'd left them beside her bed. Penance for being obsessive. Mental self-flagellation was a tough habit to break. Jacob found her there on the couch when he came in from work, sleeping with an almost finished copy of the Minimalist's Bible nearly falling from her fingers. The peaceful look that usually settled over her features as she slept had been replaced, now clouded by a brow furrowed in pain and intermittent twitches any time she attempted to move her leg. A crushed foot. Anger welled up in his heart until he remembered his mother-in-law's reminder that anyone can drop a ham, not just someone bent on having the most orderly freezer on the planet. The moment the words entered his thoughts, he regretted them. Kaye wasn't doing anything to be selfish, not really. And according to Kaye's mom, all her hard work seemed to have paid off.
It's too much to expect our mothers to take over everything for us, but what else can we do? She broke phalanges, metatarsals, or something like that, and I can't remember what all.
The doctor had joked that she'd tried to break every bone in her foot and failed, barely. Until the swelling went down and they could go in and try to repair the damage, the doctor wanted her off her feet.
There's just no way she can chase Sophie, especially if the kid ever lets anyone but me see her walk around the house. Even if I did all the cooking and cleaning, Sophie,
Jacob sighed.
not possible.
He slid the Minimalist book out from under her fingers and searched for something to use as a bookmark. Kaye preferred to remember page numbers, but he'd never manage it. An advertisement card from Reader's Digest would work. As he inserted it onto the page, something caught his eye. Tired, he sank into a nearby chair and let his eyes roam over the pages, skipping here, reading there, until he found himself growing irritated. What kind of nonsense was she reading?
Simplicity is a spiritual experience. By reducing your possessions, you release the hold that material things have on you and open your souls to the depths of inner peace you didn't know you could achieve. Garbage,
he muttered. He skipped a few dozen pages in his quest for a new section to peruse. Surely the whole thing wasn't full of such ridiculous nonsense.
To achieve a minimalist's quality of life, one must not become an ascetic. However, the minimalist's aesthetic will often leave that impression in the minds of those who do not understand the beauty and tranquility that can be achieved by eschewing excess.
Disgusted, Jacob growled at the book.
Define excess.
Why he continued to read, Jacob didn't know. He skipped pages at random, searching for something that didn't nauseate him. At last he found it.
Choosing to imitate another's path of simplicity will only leave you feeling empty and will likely frustrate the important people who share your life. Got that right.
What, Jacob? Kaye's eyes blinked open reluctantly.
I just found a good quote in this book and was agreeing with it. There, at least that's true anyway.
Did you? Which one? So far, that book has been exactly what it preaches against. Excess verbiage, excess planning, excess judgmentalism, excess simplicity. I didn't know it had a good statement.
Well, I skipped back a ways, so maybe you didn't like it, but I loved the part about not imitating someone else's path to simplicity, or you'll irritate people.
Didn't see that. I agree. I mean, look at how much of a mess I made with this, and I wasn't imitating anyone. Can you imagine how frustrating it would be, on top of it all, if I tried to be someone else, too?
Yeah, you probably skipped it. It was several chapters back.
Her face reddened a little. I skipped more than I thought, maybe 10 times more than what I actually read. Garbage.
That was my first word. Garbage.
Laughing, Kaye stretched, her foot screaming in protest.
Do you find it at all odd that the book that touts itself as a minimalist's Bible is just the opposite in regard to words? This is the most verbose, excessively loquacious piece of ridiculousness I've ever read. Talk about a waste of money. Well, they're just trying to make sure that you're being honest and consistent. You can't eliminate half the possessions in your house without eliminating 50% of your bank account, too.
Kaye groaned.
Sick. It's sick how true that really is. It's just sick.
Chapter 27. June 29th. The first swig of water did little to soothe Kaye's parched throat. The second, however, gave her the boost she needed to continue. So, obviously, a broken foot kind of put a damper on my efforts. How my husband even spoke to me again after the nightmare I caused is pretty much incomprehensible. What can I say? She continued with a smile she knew probably made her look ridiculous.
You always look ridiculous when you get all mushy about him.
He loves me. Pretty amazing when you consider what he put up with for over about a 6-month period. A wave of chuckles washed over her heart. These ladies get it. That's just so cool because I wouldn't have. Not before. I would have thought this speaker was stupid at best. So, the next card I have for you says Fortune on it. Now I'm kind of going to do a bit of spoiler here. It's all in the book that my friend wrote for this session, the one in your bag, but I really wanted to address it a bit. You see, I tend to be an all-or-nothing kind of gal. I like to dive into a project and finish it instantly, but I couldn't do that with this. First, because the house is just too big. It's not like all excess was just in one area, and once I got it done, life was grand. And even when I did complete a room, stuff migrated. I found dishes, some of them mates to ones I'd already hauled off to the Goodwill, stuck into cupboards with pie plates or thermoses. I mean, why would you put them there? Oh, and have you ever wanted proof that elves live in your house? Kaye gazed out over the crowd, amused to find one hand after another rose as women finally admitted some things in their homes didn't make sense. Well, guess what? I proved it. You can rest easy that your kids and your husbands are not leaving the freezer door open, eating the last bit of ice cream, shoving dirty underwear back into drawers. She stopped. Did you know that our elves have even brainwashed my boys at night? A giggle escaped. I even had one son tell me that the underwear I held in my hands was not dirty, just stained. Laughter rippled over the room, and heads nodded in a show of solidarity between mothers of deluded children. Yeah, I won a medal for not forcing him to sniff them. It hasn't arrived yet. Actually, I'm pretty sure it did, and it's hiding in the elves' lair. Kaye glanced at her watch, confirmed the amount of time left with how much information she had to share, and relaxed a bit. You've got this. So, that old family circus cartoon with the not me guy, he's real. He's an elf, and he lives in our houses. He does things to confuse and frustrate us like steal socks from the washer. I think he eats them, she added as an afterthought. Anyway, in most homes, that would mean plates and silverware disappeared. In mine, because of my current obsession, with removing excess, he replaced it, piece by piece. I swear that guy has a customer appreciation card at Goodwill with hundreds of dollars worth of free merchandise coming to him. I hope I can find and evict him before he brings it all back home. Ugh. Once more, laughter erupted, and her favorite ladies to the left murmured, in almost harmonic unison. Man, I'd love to hear you two sing. I bet you're amazing. A chuckle from the far right front seat caught Kaye's attention. The conference assistant smirked and fluttered a program as discreetly as she could. Kaye groaned.
I have a sinking feeling that I just told our wind-up singers that I wish I could hear them sing.
There it came again, this time in full harmony. Mm-hmm. Laughter erupted around the room. Kaye shook her head, prayed her face wasn't too frighteningly red, and waved the card again. So, fortunes. Sometimes they exist to remind us of simple truths. Okay, so most of the time they just say a bunch of nonsense, but haven't you ever gotten one that made you wonder if your spouse or best friend or someone wasn't playing tricks on you? Yeah, I got one of those. Chapter 28. April 28th. When Jacob arrived home the following evening, early at that, he found Kaye leaning against the counter barking orders at the boys.
I said, put the controllers down and finish your homework. After this level, Mom, I promise. We've never made it this far before.
Miles Daniel Harper. Before Kaye could continue her futile attempts at order, Jacob interrupted.
Put down the controller now, or I'm pulling the plug.
The controllers dropped in frightening unison. Had Jacob not seen the difference in how the boys responded to him versus his wife, he wouldn't have believed it. Kaye had told him for years that they didn't respect her, but they seemed to obey well enough when he was around.
I always thought she just expected them to be robots or something.
Clearly there was a reason for the disconnect, but he didn't have time to figure it out.
I'll figure that out later. I have more important things to deal with right now.
Instead, he tried to keep his voice calm as he asked,
What are you doing off the couch?
Trying to get your sons to do their homework. Kaye followed his eyes to her foot and moved it up and down just a tad. See, it's off the ground. I made sure I didn't put any pressure on it. Jacob hadn't seen the cat at first, but now Purrlock's tail flicked at just the right moment, batting the heel of the odd support boot.
If I didn't know better, I'd swear that cat did that to get her in trouble. He's got timing, I'll give him that. No wonder she thinks he's got it in for her. It's just like me and Sophie. That kid refuses to walk when anyone else can see her, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Before he could answer, Purrlock jumped between her legs and strolled out from behind. The movement sickened him.
He could trip her up just trying to be comforting. They'd both be hurt.
Jacob said the first thing that came to mind.
But you did jostle it getting over here, didn't you?
Kaye attempted a one-legged foot shuffle and failed.
Well, she said ouch a lot, and she was trying not to cry.
Trent interjected helpfully. He didn't say a word. He couldn't without terrifying his children with what he wanted to say. Instead, he shoved the boys' homework back into their backpacks, pointed to the hallway in an obvious but silent order for them to go to their room, and took a deep breath. It had been a lot of years and a few less pounds for both of them since he'd lifted her, but...
Geronimo!
Her eyes widened, her jaw dropped, and then fresh tears fell as he struggled to carry her through the house to their bedroom.
I'm sorry.
Don't. Not now.
He growled in a surprisingly effective attempt to hide a gasp.
One of these days you're going to realize that even adults have to do what they're told sometimes. Trying to be helpful usually isn't if you're ignoring reasonable orders by people with more knowledge and experience than you have.
Alas, the growl turned into words gasped through gritted teeth as he grunted his way to the bedroom.
Yeah, okay. So I'm overacting the effort I have to expend, but I'm fine with it. Totally fine with it. No reason to enlighten her now. She'd probably take it as some commentary on the extra 10 or so pounds she's carried around since Sophie's birth. Whatever. Women always get oversensitive about stuff like that. I've never understood why, and now isn't the time to try to understand it.
Not noticing the stricken look on her face as he laid her gently on the bed, Jacob continued his rebuke, mild as it was.
It's like having Sophie decide to help you by making breakfast, but you arrive in the kitchen to find it covered in eggs, flour, and milk. Kaye refused to look at him.
I'll stay here. I get it.
That tone. He knew it, but in his exhaustion, Jacob couldn't place it.
I'll worry about that after I get the boys to Mom's house. It's time to force rest, even if it kills both of us in the process.
He stifled a sigh.
And it probably will. I'll be back in a little while. Just be in bed, okay?
Without an answer, but cloaked in an air of defeat, Kaye rolled over, punched the pillow until it fit around her head and neck just right, and pulled the covers up to her chin. Though Kaye heard Jacob come in, she didn't move. Intuitively, she knew that one wrong sound, movement, sigh, or even Jacob taking too long to do anything would set her off. She'd sobbed for 40 minutes after she heard the van pull out of the driveway, 40 minutes in which Purrlock had batted at her foot any time she moved it beneath the covers. Annoying creature. How she'd kept her wits about her that long she considered to be a mystery worthy of authors like Christie, Sayers, or Doyle. As it was, her nerves threatened to unravel at the slightest provocation.
One more lecture. Just one, so help me, I'll scream. Man, I hate it when he does that. I hate it. How can he not know that?
Her internal tirade fizzled as Kaye forced herself to admit that she nearly always, if not always, deserved it.
But that doesn't take away the humiliation of being verbally chastised like a small child.
Talking about it. She'd never done that.
Well, I always mean to. I always plan to wait a week or two, so he'll know it's not just my pride talking, but
by the time the weeks passed, she'd always decided he'd been right.
So what if he is?
She muttered under her breath as she heard him turn on the water in the bathroom.
Being right doesn't give people the right to treat others like idiots. I can't let myself forget about this.
As that thought entered her mind, she realized that she didn't hear the boys. Kaye called out,
Jacob, where are the boys?
At Mom and Dad's.
Frustration welled up in her, but Kaye forced herself to keep her voice calm and steady.
Don't accuse. They need to be in bed. There's school tomorrow.
They are in bed.
To her amazement, he dried his hands on a towel, dumped it on the counter, and then strolled from their room.
What is his problem? I just tried to do my job. I followed orders to the best of my ability. I didn't even put the slightest bit of pressure on that stupid foot.
Honesty forced herself to admit that she had hobbled on the other foot.
But that one isn't broken. He didn't say I couldn't use that one. Why does Jacob have to be so melodramatic about it?
When he didn't return, her thoughts continued on a crazy path of irritated frustration.
What is he doing? Where is he? Is he just going to leave me in here alone, indefinitely? Is he sleeping in the boys' room or on the couch? Have we gotten to...
Jacob interrupted her thoughts midstream as he arrived with plates of piping hot Chinese food.
Hungry?
Starving.
Kaye shook her head.
I can't believe this.
What?
I'm mad at you, and you just waltz in with the one thing I've been wanting all day, acting like everything is fine.
Jacob grabbed a towel from the linen closet and laid it over her lap.
Everything isn't fine, Kaye. Dad just chewed me up and spit me out.
What for?
Understanding exploded in her mind, and frustration followed.
If he doesn't want the boys there, then we'll just bring them home.
It's not the boys. I told Dad what happened with the boys not doing their homework, you getting off the couch, the organization, them not respecting you. Instead of the sympathy I expected, he gave it to me with both barrels.
I don't get it. Why?
Jacob took a huge bite of chicken lo mein and nearly swallowed it whole.
Dad said the boys don't respect you because I don't. He said that I treat you like a child when things like this happen, and the boys pick up on that. He told me that you're an adult, and if I wouldn't talk to him or Mom like that, I certainly shouldn't do that to you.
Kaye's intention to say some of those same things fizzled as she watched her husband struggle to apologize. Pride ran high in the Harper family, even more than in Kaye's family, and hearing his father say those things about him must have hurt. Instead, she shook her head.
But you were right. I didn't like hearing it, and no, I didn't like how you said it. But you were right. I'd already decided that before you came.
Laughter erupted. Jacob's stunned face sent her into fresh gales before she could control the final burst. Each time she thought she'd managed a smidgen of control, it started all over again.
What's wrong with you? I think you're a bit hysterical.
I am,
she choked between guffaws.
But think about it. Your dad just did to you what he ripped into you about ripping into me, and so he did
exactly what he told me not to do. You're right.
Smiling, Jacob shook his head and took another bite. Talking around his food in that way that she hated so much, Jacob added,
It's not that funny, though. I think you're going a little stir-crazy.
You think? It's been what, 4 days? 4 days. Dr. Beckman wants me stuck like this for 2 weeks. I don't know how I'll survive.
One day at a time, Kaye. We'll take this just one day at a time. Maybe 1 hour. I'll go to the library and get you books on how to organize dental floss and 1,001 ways to use baby wipe boxes.
Get me one on how to organize a disaster of a basement without moving an inch, and in 14 days. That's the one I want.
Several bites disappeared before Jacob spoke again.
Man, this is good. Okay, so about the basement.
What about it?
It's loaded.
Yeah, and your point is?
Well, how did all that stuff get down there?
I took it down there. It was either there or the thrift store.
Jacob piled a fresh mound of fried rice on his plate.
Maybe you should have just chucked it, taken it all to the Goodwill. There's so much junk down there you can't even walk.
I took as much or more to the thrift store than I kept.
No way.
He fumbled for the soy sauce. Kaye counted the seconds until he asked the million-dollar question.
What did I do with the soy sauce?
It's under your knee where you stash it every time.
Looking sheepish, Jacob pulled out the packet and began squirting it all over the pile of rice.
So, where'd all this stuff come from?
Birthdays, Easter, Christmas, Valentine's Day, sales, grandparents, garage sales, hand-me-downs from just about everyone. You think I'm nuts, but really, I don't know how this house didn't look like an episode of Hoarders or something. As if finally understanding something he'd struggled with for years, Jacob set his plate aside and stared at the wall opposite them.
You thought I'd get upset if you got rid of all you wanted to, didn't you?
Well, partly. Part of it was just me not wanting to admit that half the junk was my fault in one way or another. Down there, I could at least pretend it was valuable.
Again, Jacob remained silent as he processed her words. When she thought she couldn't take any more and decided to appeal to him, ask him to open up to her, he grabbed his plate again and began eating. Between bites, he spoke.
Okay, so I'll carry you downstairs, and you tell me what to do. We have less than 2 weeks of nights to get it done. I think we can do it.
Do what?
Organize that basement. Anything you say that should go, I'll try to agree to. I'll try. If you say it goes and I say no, We'll put it in the corner and revisit after the rest is done. We'll get it done."
Kaye's mind whirled as she tried to process his words.
What do you mean we have 2 weeks?
Less than 2 weeks. 9, maybe 10 days. Then the doctor will let you walk on your foot again. Until then, the boys stay with Mom, and Sophie stays with your mom.
She sat, stunned into silence.
Okay, maybe I shouldn't be shocked. He hasn't been so angry about anything since the day Todd's kid clocked Trent upside the head with a metal Tonka truck, and Gilbert had barely been admonished to play more nicely next time.
The scar still bugged Jacob every time he saw it.
And now he's so ticked off at me that he brought our mothers into this without even talking to me. I just don't. Wow.
Before she could speak, he preempted her.
"I know I should have talked to you about it, but I knew you'd resist, and you have to rest."
He swallowed hard, but the choke in his voice told her everything.
He's worried about me.
Kaye sighed.
I know, I'm sorry. I hate being told what to do when it ruins my plans. I've been that way.
Since before I ever met you, according to your mother anyway.
Kaye reached for a fortune cookie, absently removing the cellophane from around it and cracking it in half. As she wrestled the little piece of paper from it, she finished rephrasing her mother's trademarked statement.
I wouldn't even let myself be induced until I was good and ready to come. If the OR hadn't been busy for several days straight, I would have been a C-section.
The little strip of paper unfolded as she finished. Then, hardly able to control herself, she handed it to Jacob, stifling as many chuckles as possible, but not nearly enough to hide the contents.
You have a large project looming. Eat this elephant in small bites, or it will choke you.
Chapter 29. Clutter, clutter everywhere, and nary a place to sit. Even Coleridge would forgive the parody if he saw the state of their basement.
"I just know it," Jacob mused.
For the briefest of moments, he had the crazy temptation to call that TV show with the team of de-junkers who would come in and sort and sell it all for him. He shook his head.
"Procrastination will only make it worse. Just get it done already."
A third ocular sweep of the room told him what he'd already known. There just wasn't any easy way to clear a spot. Tiny little paths led to semi-organized sections of the basement, but nothing would work for an observation deck. The sight of a few beanbags piled under a table loaded with stuff he dreaded to touch, gave Jacob an idea.
"Okay, so it's not ideal, but it'll keep her safely out of the way and comfortable while I work."
A slow smile of satisfaction spread across his face.
"Now, to convince Kaye."
His foot paused on the first step. Almost as an out-of-body experience, he felt himself turn, and his gaze bounced over the piles of totes, boxes, bags, and miscellanea. The room closed in on him, and he struggled to breathe properly.
"Okay, I know the word. What is it? One of those crazy phobias that take over your body almost like a panic attack. Come on, what is it?"
Jacob glanced around him once more, and the pressure in his chest felt stifling, smothering.
"Claustrophobia. That's what it's called. But it's illogical. How can I feel claustrophobic in a wide-open room with a stairway out?"
Jacob closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and climbed the stairs.
"I'll be fine with her down here, too, surely."
Pride wouldn't let him fall apart over a bunch of junk.
At least pride is good for something.
Though he found Kaye on the couch, evidence hinted she'd made a snack run at the least. Likely a bathroom run, too, considering she no longer looked like she needed to do the knock-kneed shuffle. Jacob chose to ignore it.
"Well, I can't make room for you on the basement floor yet. I was counting on you to help me sort, but there's just no way to make it work until I clear a space."
Where will I sit?
On the landing, Jacob said with less confidence than he felt. How do you get all that stuff down there? I can't imagine.
Well, for one thing, there's a bit of order to it.
His incredulity must have shown before he could hide it, because she insisted.
Really, there's a path through it all. I mean, yeah, I throw some stuff down there, but most of it is an organized mess.
Carrying her across the house wasn't easy, but it was doable. Down the stairs, on the other hand, another story altogether. Each step jostled her more than the last. He tried hanging her over his back and shoulders, holding her arms. Didn't work. Throwing her over his shoulder, only mildly more successful. At last, she pounded on his shoulder.
Put me down. I'll go down on my rear, and you can hold up my foot so I don't bounce it too much.
Point of note, Jacob muttered as he nearly stumbled backwards to the landing. I never want to eat ham again.
That makes two of us.
The doorbell rang in the middle of wading through kitchen gadgets, serving platters, roasters, and half-working appliances. If Kaye heard, "But it works," one more time about a toaster oven with missing knobs or a blender with one working speed, she'd go mad. Insane. Nutters. The arrival of pizza with mushrooms and pineapple did much to sweeten her disposition, but she didn't know how long that would last. Fortunately, the break, taken from her seat on the landing, gave Jacob a new perspective. Are there really 3 toasters in the keep pile? Yep. Jacob took a swig of his root beer and asked, How many are in the kitchen?
1 in the appliance garage and a spare at the back of the corner cabinet.
What about crockpots?
2. I have 1 small one and 1 big one.
What was wrong with that one again?
Jacob sounded as if he might come around.
The crock doesn't lift out for cleaning, Kaye explained. It's harder to clean with that electrical element. You can't submerge it.
He nodded.
I thought you meant harder to clean because of the outside being white. I get that. It should go.
What about the coffee makers?
We have 1 upstairs.
Kaye shook her head and held up 2 fingers.
We have 1 that makes 1 cup and 1 that does 4.
Then it goes. He looked at a pile of gadgets and utensils.
How much do you think it'd cost to replace all that?
If we haven't used them in all these years, why would we replace them?
Indulge me. How much?
Her eyes scrutinized the pile carefully.
Maybe $50? Most of that is just flimsy plastic stuff that I'm afraid will melt if I put it in a pan.
Okay, it goes.
Jacob?
He glanced at her over the rim of his glass of root beer.
What did I say about all that stuff?
I know.
She tried to keep her tone light, joking and sassy rather than nagging, as she nudged him.
May I remind you of a promise to try to listen to my opinion on this stuff?
After chewing a mouthful of pepperoni and double cheese, Jacob squared his shoulders.
I did say.
Yeah, and we just wasted an hour or 2 debating and stuff.
Why do you keep this stuff then?
Kaye shrugged.
Most of it was yours or something you bought. I didn't want to alienate you by removing your things from your...
You sound like one of those books.
Exasperated, Kaye tossed her crust in the box.
Well, they did say that people resent it when others try to take charge over real or perceived personal property and time.
Never, Jacob began, quote a book again. A wink belied the growl in his tone. Just tell me what you think.
I quoted it because I agree. I ignored a lot of garbage that I didn't agree with at all.
Jacob carried their plates upstairs and brought down one of the large boxes he'd brought home for their project. To Kaye's amazement, it took 3 of them to eradicate the beautiful array of appliances from the basement. Only the ones that worked perfectly or seemed nearly unused remained.
These for a garage sale?
As much as she hated the idea of storing things for a garage sale, Mid-June was the big neighborhood garage sale. If they could hold on for a few more weeks, okay, a bit more than a few, then they could get a little money out of this project. That couldn't hurt.
What if we kept garage sale stuff in the garage? I might have to park in the driveway, but the chances of snow are so slim now, right?
Jacob's agreement came almost too quickly. However, despite her reservations, Kaye kept plugging at the clutter eradication process in front of her and ignored the work to come.
I just hate the pricing. It takes weeks.
Without a word, Jacob dashed upstairs.
Well, fine then. Leave me here, alone, with no way to get back up there.
About a minute later, she heard his voice calling from the kitchen as he opened and closed drawers.
Where's the masking tape?
Laundry room, in the basket, on the top of the cabinet to the left of the first aid kit.
Silence. At last, his voice preceded him down the stairs.
How do you know that?
Because I found a logical place to put them, near the tools, but I didn't want to risk bashing my head in with the toolbox every time I needed random stuff like that.
Jacob jogged back downstairs, thrust a Sharpie marker at her, and dropped the roll of tape in her lap.
I'll bring up the box, and you can price things while I start on that pile.
That pile was the excess clothing that she'd been unable to bring herself to toss, and the stuff she'd purchased new for next season.
Of course, she sighed. Now he reverses the tables on us. I'll want to keep it all, and he'll want to chuck it.
She had to think fast.
I think aside from snowsuits and heavy jackets, we should pick out a summer wardrobe for the kids and get rid of everything else. When school is out, we'll just take everything out of their drawers and replace them with whatever we save today. Done.
They can't wear long-sleeved shirts until the end of May, even rolled up.
Reason? Regarding clothing? How did that happen? Maybe this won't be so bad after all. Well, how about we choose 3 or 4 short-sleeved shirts and replace long sleeves with them?
Before he could think too much about it, she added,
Oh, and over there, under that tunnel thing, is a huge box of candles. Why don't you bring that up, and I'll price those too.
Do we have to price clothes?
She shook her head in disbelief as Jacob handed her the obscenely enormous box of candles.
This is an illness, possibly a terminal one. Nah, we'll just sort them into bags. That bag'll go on a dollar table. The other will be on a quarter table, stuff like that.
The work commenced. Kaye slapped small pieces of tape on the bottoms of candle after candle. 25 cents, 50 cents, $1. The totals racked up quickly, but they represented a tiny portion of what Kaye knew she'd spent.
Yeah, and what's worse is that what's down here is a fraction of the amount of stuff that I hauled away.
Despite knowing that he'd never understand, she had to ask.
Jacob?
A grunt followed the monosyllabic response.
Do you think the house looks empty now?
Without turning from his elbow-deep pile of clothing, he said,
No, why?
Just curious.
Jacob straightened up and glanced around him. Piles of clothes seemed to have grown into hills that would soon become mountains. Scary. Holding his back, Jacob glared at her with a silent demand for explanation. When she ignored it, he threw a t-shirt at her.
Why?
I just didn't think it looked that different than before, except that it's easier to clean, and yet all this stuff down here and all the stuff I took to the thrift store or threw away.
Well, there probably wasn't this much.
More.
His eyes widened.
Really?
Much more. I don't know where we put it all.
Are you sure?
Jacob sounded as if he didn't quite believe her.
3 times this much stuff, at least, went to the dump or the thrift shop. At least. Games, clothes, broken toys, trashed books, broken appliances that we'd thought we'd fix later.
I thought I'd fix, you mean?
Whatever. The point is, how'd we stuff all this well, stuff in this house. Why did we?
Because we could? I mean, let's face it, our closet is pretty empty.
But everything I took out of there I haven't worn in at least a year or 2, or 4, or since before we got married.
Her tone of voice would freak him out, but Kaye couldn't prevent it. She felt hysterical, irritated, terrified. Am I really one of those women that gets some kind of freakish security from having a ton of stuff?
I think you're an exhausted woman who needs sleep.
Jacob glanced at his phone.
And, considering it's after midnight, I think it makes sense.
Can I have a Vicodin? He eyed her with a look that clearly screamed, "You're freaking me out now."
Why?
My foot hurts, my head hurts, and I'll never shut off my brain after this. Jacob picked up her foot and waited for her to scooch herself back up the stairs.
Well, that's a first.
What is?
You asking for pain meds.
Kaye glanced at the pile of mess in the middle of the stairs. We can't leave that there. Someone will get hurt.
Who? You can't walk down them, and there's no one else here until tomorrow night when I get home. Who can get hurt?
My heart, Kaye thought to herself. My family is splintered everywhere because of a stupid ham. It's ridiculous. Good point. Just don't forget when you run down to grab a grappling who's-it or a ratcheting thingamajig. Chapter 30. May 4th. This room needs a makeover, preferably yesterday. The bed should be there. Purrlock stretched and filled the air with proof that he'd suckered Jacob into a scoop of ice cream the previous night. Oh, yuck. Get out of here, Purrlock. That's just sick. The cat stretched once more and relieved himself of what Kaye hoped was the rest of his discomfort. You know, in some countries cats are a delicacy. Rockland probably has a little catatonia, or whatever that country might be where they'd consider you tasty. I bet they'd love to have you for dinner. Purrlock didn't even twitch an ear. The scent still lingered, and Kaye grew desperate. I wonder if I could get the window open without removing my foot from the bed. As Purrlock stretched once more, Kaye flung her good foot, now free from the greenish-purple proof that she'd tried to destroy it too, to the floor and stretched herself. Her hands didn't come close to the window. Ugh. As a fresh wave of intestinal proof that cats should not be given bowls of dairy products, no matter what the old nostalgic stories say, filled the air, Kaye hopped to the window and flung it open, taking in great gulps of air. Purrlock, seriously? Did you have to eat it? The cat yawned and curled up on the other side of the bed. I guess so. Well, the window stays open until you get that out of your system, and Jacob can just deal with that. Kaye settled herself back on the pillows and resumed her mental redecorating. I think we need a chair in that corner by the closet. That way we'd have a place to sit to tie shoes or put on socks or whatever. Her eyes slid over to the window as fresh air filled the room with each faint gust of the morning breeze. Another glance showed Purrlock fast asleep. Do people... Forget that. Do cats pass gas in their sleep? Just how much can he have left anyway? Kaye poked him with her good foot. The cat didn't stir, didn't defile the air in protest. She slid off the bed. Purrlock slept. She hopped to the window. Purrlock slept. She slid it closed, grateful for quiet vinyl windows. Purrlock slept. She hopped back to the bed. Still, the cat slept. Relieved, she climbed up and made herself comfortable. Several seconds passed, but without gas. Purrlock snoozed as if dead to the world. Jacob will be none the wiser. Ha! Just as she opened her book and found her page number, without moving a muscle, Purrlock filled the air once more. Oh, ugh! Purrlock stood, stretched, yawned, and hopped down from the bed. At the door, Kaye threw her book, trying to scare him from the room permanently.
You did that deliberately. We all know it, evil animal.
Only another 30 minutes before Jacob arrived home to take her to her appointment. 30 minutes. She looked forward to being allowed off mandatory immobility. Another 28 minutes. By the time Jacob dragged through the door, peeling off his shirt and belt before he made it to their bedroom, Kaye was ready to drive herself, and the consequences could take up residence in Purrlock's litter box for all she cared. Jacob seemed oblivious. "I'm covered in everything you can imagine on a site. I'll be out in 5.
We have time.
They didn't, but Kaye forced herself to say it. Normally, they'd have time for a stop for coffee, too, but as slow as she was, they were already cutting it close. 5 minutes dragged into 10 as Jacob raced around looking for a clean shirt. She nearly screamed in frustration as she heard him slam the dryer door from across the house. Starting a load of laundry wasn't a good idea when you needed to be somewhere in 30, make that 20, minutes. Risking his wrath, Kaye crawled from the bed and dragged a polo out of his drawer.
There's a shirt in here, Jacob.
He rushed into the room, frowning at the sight of her sitting on the edge of the bed. "You didn't have to get it yourself. You could have just told me where to find it."
And we'd be even later than we are now. Let's go.
His mouth opened and then snapped shut before a word could escape.
Great, he's angry. Just what I need to deal with. Irritation.
He'd complained to the doctor, and with her luck, she'd be back on bed rest just to spite her.
I just thought...
Let's go. There it was again.
Irritation. I've got to do something, say something. But what? If I don't, he's gonna let it fester even more.
Before she could work up a decent reply, Jacob had her in the van, out of their housing development, and near the on-ramp to the Rockland Loop.
Maybe a joke. Yeah, that might break the ice. I bet he tells me that he was just joking and I could have been up and around all this time.
Humph. Exasperation triumphed over the soft answer she knew she should try.
Jacob, my foot never left the bed. I was careful. I'm going to be off bed rest in an hour anyway, so what's the difference?
His silence nearly drove her crazy, but at least he nodded. I guess. I just don't want you to do anything that'll mess up the boys coming home. They're becoming intolerable at Mom's.
Great.
She didn't say it, but the word reverberated through her slowly emptying brain. Even off bed rest, she'd still be laid up. How would she get those boys to do anything if she couldn't chase them down? That thought triggered a slow, steady dawning that Jacob never chased the boys. Though she knew she didn't really want to hear the answer, Kaye found herself asking,
how am I supposed to chase the boys down when they won't listen, and on crutches no less?
Chase them? Why would you chase them?
Well, how else do I make them stop running in the house, give back whatever they've taken or whatever?
Jacob snickered.
Oh, great, the snicker.
Kaye hated that snicker. It usually meant that she'd said something to show just how wrong she really was.
Well, this is gonna hurt.
At last, Jacob obviously felt self-controlled enough to respond.
How does he manage to find that kind of willpower?
Kaye, don't you see a little bit of, well, irony in chasing boys through the house because they are, he coughed back a laugh, running through the house? She did not want to laugh. If she lost it, he'd howl for days. Must look embarrassed. Fine, look offended or ticked, but do not laugh. Despite her best efforts, a chuckle erupted before Kaye could stifle it. The chuckle turned to laughter. Okay, you got me. I never even thought of it. I've always thought moms who screamed ugly things at their kids for screaming were ridiculous, but I guess I do the same thing. Well, no, you're... Another round of chuckles escaped before Jacob could choke them back. Not being nasty anyway, just a bit inconsistent. Several long seconds, nearly a minute, of titters passed before he asked, "Why don't you just tell them to stop running?"
They don't listen.
Again, silence filled the van, followed by sirens of an approaching ambulance.
We must be nearing the medical plaza.
A glance outside the window confirmed it.
Yep.
At last, Jacob said, "Well, maybe that's because they know they don't have to unless you chase them down. I bet you started it when they were toddlers. To them, it's probably a game. How long can we hold out without doing what she says?" Another snicker preceded his next words. "They probably have a competition going."
Yeah, that's right. Rub it in. That's exactly what's going on, and you know it.
Desperate to ignore the humiliation of knowing her sons mocked her behind her back, she asked,
So, back when they were learning to walk, when you told them to come to you and they ran, what did you do?
"I don't remember them ever running. I'm guessing that if they ran, I grabbed them when they first headed the wrong way and stopped them. If Sophie did it today, or whenever she decides to let us, see her walk, I think I'd probably set her back where she was and tell her to come to me again."
And if she didn't?
Kaye knew Sophie would just keep going away over and over. She could see it in the child's eyes. "She wouldn't go anywhere but toward me without getting reset. I might even give a swat if I had to."
For that? I thought you always said swats were for direct disobedience.
He pulled into the parking lot, put the car in gear, and shut off the engine before glancing her way. "Kaye, what do you think it is if you tell a kid to come to you and they don't?"
I just assumed that when they were that small that they didn't understand. She's awfully little.
Jacob shook his head. "She understands enough to run away."
He's got a point.
The boys and Sophie always ran, or crawled in Sophie's case, when she said to come. Always. Unless she had a treat in her hands. Then they ran to her.
Oh, man. Oh, man, no way!
Kaye fought back tears.
I was careful.
She looked to Jacob for support, but didn't expect any.
He'll tell about how I tried to stop the boys, how I got up to find him a shirt. He probably even knows about Purrlock and the window. I bet that cat can talk. It's probably an alien or something.
She really was. She did a lot better than I thought she would. She's always doing stuff, you know. She never sits down. For 2 weeks, she's hardly moved, except to go to the bathroom or to bed. It's just not healing correctly. As if it would possibly make the news less frustrating, the doctor added, "I suspected it might not. I think we'll have to go back in." Kaye didn't hear any more. Her mind swirled with the ramifications of what it meant. More time away from the kids. Alone. All alone in the house with nothing to do. Tears fell before she could stop them. It had to be some kind of punishment for being so fixated on the dumb house. They couldn't expect their parents to keep the kids any longer, and she couldn't risk having them at home. They'd be dangerous. All through the arrangements, Kaye just nodded. She'd read the paperwork later. Jacob went into hyper-research mode, asking questions, good ones, that she never would have considered. Therapy, rehab, exercises, supplements, diet, wheelchair for trips out of the house, all of it. He thought of everything. All the way back to the van, as Dr. Linder's nurse pushed her, Jacob called for help. He called the church, their family, and his boss. When she heard him ask about vacation time and working from the house, her heart sank. Then suddenly he said something that turned her stomach.
We break a few bones and use synthetic bone to help it fuse properly. Kaye crushed so many that it was hard to get them all. Right? Okay. I'll call you Monday after the surgery.
They'd scheduled it for Monday? How did I miss that?
Lost in her thoughts, Kaye hardly noticed as Jacob helped her into the van and thanked the nurse. She didn't pay much attention to his calls requesting prayer and playdates for the boys to give his mom a break. However, she did notice when he pulled from the center lane to the right much earlier than necessary. To her surprise, he got off 2 exits earlier than usual and drove toward downtown.
Let's take you to that scrapbook store and get some stuff. You're going to need something to do.
I have to stay off it. It didn't heal, remember?
They're going in to work on it again Monday anyway. Why not have something to keep you from going stir-crazy after that? You sat around for 2 weeks. 2. And what good did it do you? We'll find a way to keep it safe and keep you from going nuts.
If she thought Jacob would be a voice of reason while shopping for scrapbook supplies, she had another think coming. He found things she'd never seen and had great ideas for where they'd go. It made no sense.
He's not the kind of guy who gets into the kind of details one finds in a scrapbook.
However, soccer stickers, trophies, video game phrases, and more paper than she ever thought she could use made it into their basket.
Jacob, I won't know where to use what. How?
You can make your kits that you use from the stuff we bring home. You won't have time to shop for each page, so we'll give you a supply of things to work from. If you know what you'll work on next, I can stop and get things on the way home from work. Just call and tell her what you need.
I don't have anywhere to put it.
2 ladies at the table tittered. They had grown accustomed to her obsession with buying only enough items to use exactly how she planned it, while he, on the other hand, piled in idea books, organizing containers, and a few rubber stamps saying,
Hey, you can make matching thank you cards for after the kids' parties.
Kaye tried to rein him in from her chair.
I don't need both of those. Just get... And he's gone. Oh, let him. Guys don't know what to do with a laid-up wife. They go into hyper-fix-it mode. He'll get over it soon enough. Meanwhile, enjoy the ride.
Despite every attempt to see the positives, Kaye couldn't enjoy any of it. Every single thing he added to the pile was small, deceptively small. Tiny packages of brads, sheets of stickers, pre-cut borders. They didn't take up much room, but their checkbook would take a huge hit fast. To her horror, as the perky little high school girl rang up their purchases, Jacob pulled out his credit card. Of course he didn't have the checkbook. He never does. In a desperate but futile attempt to get him to pay attention to the numbers, she asked,
Want the checkbook, Jacob?
Nah, I've got my card.
Kaye decided to try once more.
Just don't look like some kind of control freak. Keep it casual and helpful. Helpful. Stick to that.
It's right here.
Nah, I'm good.
He jerked his pen back to the racks of patterned papers.
Did you see those 1-year-old birthday sheets? Maybe we should get them. You could have Sophie's birthday pages done before we even do the party.
I haven't picked a theme yet.
She groaned as she saw him unconvinced. A new idea hit her.
It's bad enough that we have to wait until she's 15 months to do her first birthday party. I wouldn't want the pages to clash, too.
There. That's a good excuse, isn't it?
Well, you could pick the theme based off the pages. That'd help limit the options.
And if we didn't find stuff to go with it, it would be a huge waste. Besides, we want the party to reflect her and our family, not some scrapbook page.
The last words she spoke in a rush, forced out as she floundered for an excuse.
Good thinking.
Jacob grinned at the girls struggling to type in a UPC code manually.
Isn't my wife brilliant? I'm a lucky guy.
The kid tittered. If Kaye didn't know better, she'd have sworn the girl batted her eyelashes. Jacob seemed clueless. Instead, he turned to the other gals in the store for confirmation.
I'm right, aren't I? I mean, look at her. She's gorgeous, she's smart, and she has great taste in footwear.
A slightly off-kilter smile combined with a bizarre eyebrow waggle, just weird enough to make her lose all composure. What have you been drinking?
Sense of humor, too. The total package. And she picked me.
He took the bag the girl handed him, scrawled his name on the receipt, and pocketed his copy without even looking. $239.16. He may not have looked, but Kaye did. Then she gulped.
Chapter 31.
May 9th. 3 days after Kaye's surgery, Jacob found himself working at a job site for the afternoon. Kaye had assured him she'd be fine. "I sleep most of the afternoon anyway, stupid painkillers," she'd whined. Jacob forced himself to change his thoughts.
She wasn't whining, just stating unpleasant facts. At least she won't get hooked on the dumb things. It could be worse.
So, amid schedules, deliveries, and 2 customer change requests, Jacob kept up with his wife by sending texts to a phone she'd promised she'd keep off while she slept. Thus far, she hadn't returned a single one.
All's good on the home front,
he assured himself. His phone rang about an hour before he planned to leave. A glance at the caller sent a wave of panic over him.
Not now, Lord. I can't handle anything else. I promise you, I can't. Hey, Ma, everything okay?
I don't know. Bev Harper cleared her throat. Look, Jakey, this is going to sound crazy, but...
Come on, Ma. What is it? If the boys...
It's not the boys. You know, Dot Morrison brought Sophie to me today. Doctor's appointment.
Jacob murmured his agreement.
What does Kaye's mom have to do with it? Is that a problem?
No, not at all. I think the boys will be glad to see her. It's kind of funny how they pretend to be annoyed by her, but they keep asking. Anyway,
Bev cleared her throat again.
The first time I brushed it off, but then it happened again and again.
It what, Ma? What are you talking about? I'm lost.
Sorry, she said, stammering something unintelligible. It's just that I swear I think I can make it happen if I'm careful.
Ma, what?
Silence. Jacob stared at his phone to see if they'd been disconnected.
Are you there?
Sophie walked. I know she did.
Jacob glanced around him and moved a little farther from the others. Turning his back to the worksite, he murmured,
Did she just sit down when you saw her?
Yes. She did it to you, too.
Not exactly, Jacob admitted. Will she think I'm nuts if I tell her? Maybe not. She's feeling a bit out of it. She'll understand. She just...
Come on, son. I need someone to tell me I'm not crazy.
Oh, you're not. She walks all the time around me. Staggers like a little drunk, actually. She just drops to the floor any time anyone else can see. It's been making me feel unbalanced. Bev giggled.
Like her steps.
It's not funny. I've taken to trying to record her, but she sees the phone and drops.
I bet.
Silence again. Jacob was just about to growl with semi-repressed frustration when his mother said,
If you show me how to use the video thing on this phone, I bet I can record her for a few seconds until she sees me anyway. But I'd have to be fast.
He frowned. This could work well. All he'd have to do is stop by on his way home, stop by driving 15 miles out of the way. Still,
what if I brought her home tonight? It'd be worth a trip there to take her to see Kaye. She's going a bit stir-crazy without seeing her kids more anyway.
I would have brought...
Bev began, but Jacob interrupted.
No, I wasn't complaining. You can't run back and forth all the time. As much as Sophie needs her mom, she also needs a routine. That kid gets miserable if things change all the time.
That explains her mood today.
Jacob laughed. I shouldn't find that funny, but it's so Sophie.
She's like Kaye in personality, isn't she? Driven by schedule and order.
But Kaye isn't or wasn't. This is new. You've seen the house before all this. It wasn't dirty or anything, but she wasn't the organizational queen until this year. Jacob sighed. And as much as I complain, it's really nice to ask where something is and she knows, and then to realize it's exactly where it was last time I asked. Guilt hit him as he realized he hadn't been good about putting things back where they belonged.
Jacob?
Yeah, I know. I just thought of that. I'm going to have to confess and fix it.
I'll come and help. Pick up Sophie in the morning and spend some time with Kaye. She'd probably like a chance to shower.
She had one last night, but she'd like the company, Jacob agreed.
Bev remained quiet for a minute before she asked, Have you told her she's pretty lately?
What's that got to do with anything?
I was just remembering when I fell on the ice back when you kids were little. Remember? I broke my leg.
Yeah, we had a blast that winter. No one to chase us inside or outside. We got to do pretty much whatever we wanted. Jacob smiled at the memory.
And you were all sick all the time. I began to doubt the assertion that people don't get sick from the cold. Anyway, Bev continued, I just remembered how your dad got all caught up in keeping everything shipshape. He kept up with the groceries, the laundry, homework. He did everything.
He's always been proud of that.
Well, he should be. He worked 2 full-time jobs that winter. A sigh preceded Bev's next words. But Jacob, I felt so worthless, so unneeded. I had an emotional meltdown near the end, and Hank figured out that I needed to be needed again.
His mother didn't speak again for some time. He cleared his throat. She remained silent. He murmured, "Mm-hmm," but still she said nothing. Just as he decided to tell her he needed to go, Bev choked out,
Jakey, I needed to feel wanted. He started touching me again. He'd stopped, you see, not wanting me to think he wanted things.
Jacob snorted.
She still can't bring herself to admit that she and Dad have...
Jacob then rolled his eyes at himself.
Yeah, and you can't either. Well, that's good to remember. Is that a reasonable response? I have no idea.
Just make her feel wanted, without putting pressure on her. She's such a sensitive thing sometimes.
Okay, thanks, Ma.
Jacob pocketed his phone and tried to work, but her words filled his mind. She's such a sensitive thing sometimes. He'd never considered Kaye especially sensitive, but his mom had given him something to think about.
She's so practical that I don't always see it until I'm annoyed with it.
After an afternoon of drumming her fingers in anticipation of her husband's arrival, when 6 o'clock arrived and he still wasn't home, she grabbed her phone and sent a text asking if everything was okay. At 6:45, she called, but he didn't answer. At just past 7 o'clock, she called her mom. Jacob isn't home and he's not answering. Should I freak out now or give it 10 more minutes? Before Dot Morrison could assure her daughter that things like work schedules and traffic could make the most punctual of men late, Kaye preempted her and said, "Oh, yeah, I know. I'm being ridiculous. Wait, I think I heard his truck. Thanks, Mom." Still, the minutes dragged. Kaye's eyes remained fixed on her phone as she watched 1 minute slowly fade into the next. The temptation to call out and demand to know where he was presented itself, made an excellent case, and sat back waiting for her to rule in its favor. Kaye opened her mouth and clamped it shut again. Give the guy a break. It's not like he wanted to go in today. Jacob appeared at the side of the bed, a skinny vase in one hand and a plate of food in the other.
Mom offered leftover chicken casserole, but I said we'd been craving burgers.
Thanks. This looks amazing. She frowned. What's with the vase?
I bought a surprise.
Jacob tossed his phone on the bed and nodded at it. You watch the video on there while I go get my food. Her fingers fumbled through the smartphone menu, sliding at the wrong time, clicking at the right time to make everything all wrong until she thought she'd go crazy. I know these things were designed to be easier to use, but I swear I like my complicated generic phone better. The video showed a room with a strange orange cast to it until Jacob, no, Ma Harper it seemed, murmured something about, "Here she comes." He went to his mom's and didn't tell me? Why would he do that? Before her irritation had a chance to take root, Sophie toddled toward her daddy's voice, away from the phone. "She's walking?" Jacob stepped through the doorway carrying a single Gerber flower and his plate. Chicken nuggets, a hamburger, and a pile of fries tall enough to rival the cliffs of Dover. He must be starving.
Yep, has been for weeks, but never where anyone could see her. It's been driving me nuts.
Jacob dropped the flower into the vase.
I bought a dozen at the grocery store. This is the only one that made it home.
Wilted, hey? He shook his head.
No, but your surprise either doesn't like those flowers or likes them too much.
He got a dog. How could he do this to me? Or wait, another cat. I bet it's another cat. Jacob, how could you? Then again, Dr. Catson might be a cute name. Kaye shook her head. No more cats. Focus. This is craziness. And what kind of surprise are we talking about? Tell me it doesn't have 4 legs.
It doesn't, technically. He grinned. I can't believe it. Oh, there she is.
Sophie crawled into the room with her 2-toothed grin. Kaye squealed. There's my baby girl. Come see Mommy.
Bam.
The child stopped and sat in the middle of the floor looking confused. Since when can't she say Mama? Kaye's eyes slid back and forth between Jacob and her daughter. She's been saying that for 6 months, maybe more.
I think she's been trying to say Grandma, too. Maybe got 'em mixed?
He shrugged.
Come on, you stinker. The jig is up. We caught you red.
His blue phone sent Jacob's words in another direction.
Well, blue phoned, anyway.
Sophie giggled and flopped back on the bed before diving into the plate of fries. Kaye winced. Are you sure she should eat those? She only has 2 teeth.
Watch, Mom showed me.
Jacob took the fistfuls of fries from Sophie and tore one small piece and put it in the child's hand.
See? Even if she swallows it whole, it won't be a problem.
To her astonishment, Sophie chewed, actually chewed. Wow.
I know. I couldn't believe it, but it works. Jacob grinned.
Kaye ate her burger with one eye on her daughter's never-ending stream of fry pieces and the other on her flower. Guess she wanted to be a flower girl now that she can walk, strew petals everywhere.
Great, Jacob quipped. My daughter is an incurable romantic at the ripe old age of almost 15 months.
He chucked Sophie under the chin and shook his head at her.
Sweetie, it should be red roses, not red daisies.
Yep, it is a kind of daisy, Kaye agreed.
So you sprinkle red rose petals, not daisy petals.
Jacob frowned.
Except that I should be teaching my son how to treat a woman, not my daughter how she should expect to be treated.
His words rankled. Because it's so much better that she thinks it's okay to accept however any guy would treat her?
So you're saying I treat you badly, poorly?
Jacob groaned and took another bite of his hamburger before shoving a piece of fry at Sophie.
Whatever. Thanks a lot.
I didn't say that. I didn't mean it either, she added quickly. I just meant that I think fathers should teach their daughters how to choose a guy who treats them well. And how will they do that if they don't know what treats them well means?
Okay, I see that. Sorry.
Jacob leaned over and kissed her temple. Kaye tried to smile as she felt the sticky wetness of smeared ketchup on her face.
Ew, he does that every time, and this time I can't go wash my hands and get rid of it. Ugh.
So, she said as she balanced her plate atop an already overly tall stack of books,
how long do we get Sophie?
Mom's coming over after she drops the boys off at school. We're gonna go through the house and make sure I've put things back where they belong. We were talking today, and I told her how easy it is to keep things up without the boys here and with you knowing where everything is, and
you haven't been putting stuff back. Great. I should be grateful you're here at all, but man, ugh.
ashamed of her ingratitude, Kaye forced herself to smile and shake her head.
It's not a big deal, not really. I mean, now that there's so much less stuff, it won't take me long to get things back to how they were. Not like it would have been. Just leave it for me.
To her astonishment, the longer she spoke, the more she realized she meant every word. Jacob watched her, his eyes roaming her features, likely looking for some sign of disingenuousness.
You mean that?
Though not spoken as a question, Kaye nodded.
Yeah, I might have said it some other time and not meant it, but yeah, I mean it. Things are so much easier now in that respect.
Well, we'll still do it, but I love that you said that. What I told the gals at your paper place, yeah, I meant it. You're gorgeous, smart, have a great sense of humor, and you even put up with us when we don't appreciate you. Yeah, I'm a lucky guy.
It took Kaye 3 long seconds to decide it was time for a little wifely flirtation.
Yeah, save it for when Sophie's asleep.
Then she winked.
Chapter 32.
Bev Harper carried a stack of snow clothes downstairs and gaped at the room before her.
Jacob, can you come down here, please?
As she waited, she pulled out her phone and fumbled for the icon that should show her pictures. She managed to find the one she'd been looking for just as Jacob jogged down the stairs.
Sorry, took Sophie to Kaye so she wouldn't destroy something, like Purrlock's tail. What's up?
Unsure how else to ask the awkward question, Bev passed the picture to him and waited.
What?
You said this is what the basement looked like.
Yeah, amazing difference, isn't it? Jacob beamed as he scanned the room.
He saw the pile of discarded snow clothes and scooped them up.
I'll just put these in this box. I think Kaye'll want to sell Trent's and Sophie's, but I'll make sure. She might have promised them to someone.
It took several very overdue, pregnant seconds before Bev said,
And you don't think her doing all that work contributed to her foot not healing?
She didn't do this. Not really. I did. She just sat there and told me what to do.
Jacob stared at Bev until she blushed.
You really thought she'd be that stupid?
Well, you have been telling us, almost every chance you get, how obsessed she is with this, just like she was obsessed with the juicing thing 4 years ago, and the time management thing 2 years ago. What was I supposed to think?
What was I supposed to think? The words echoed in his mind long after his mother left. His father's words hit him hard, too.
You treat her like a child. She's your wife. Show a little respect for the mother of your children.
Then his mother's words hit him hard once more. Make her feel needed, wanted.
Ugh,
he muttered as he finished scrubbing a toilet that hadn't been used in days. He couldn't imagine why he needed to clean it, but she'd asked, and well, guilt has a great way of convincing us to do things we don't understand. Kaye lay reclining on the couch, lifting one leg and then the other, bending one and then the other.
I think I'm ready for my walk,
she said, the happiness at being vertical shining in her eyes.
Let's go then.
The walk consisted of her hobbling around the house on crutches until she felt confident she could make it down the driveway.
Just stay in front of me. If I start to fall, I want something soft to land on.
You calling me soft?
Jacob growled with a playful swat to her backside. This came at an unfortunate moment when she hadn't adjusted her crutches for maximum stability. Added to the surprise element, Kaye found herself flailing.
Whoa, Kaye, you okay?
I'm just Kaye, thank you very much.
The old joke settled comfortably between them. She'd used the same line the night they met, the night he'd knocked her into the pool at a friend's party and asked if she was okay. Hey, he knew my name without me having to wait for him to ask, and it got him closer so I could pull him into the water too, worth every bit of my ruined top.
Still forgive me for destroying that shirt?
Kaye giggled. Yep. She glanced at him. Should I tell him? Maybe now's the time.
Did you know I still have it?
That shirt?
Jacob stopped and stared at her.
No way. 11 years?
He laughed.
You got me. Good one. I remember now. You told me you tossed it back when it happened.
I lied.
After all your de-junking, you kept a ratty old shirt?
Brand new shirt that just didn't handle chlorine, much less water, very well.
Fine, he conceded. Brand new shirt. But it's ruined. I mean, it was a wrinkled mess when you got out of the pool, and it turned yellow lying in the sun to dry.
He leaned close and said the same thing he always did when the subject arose.
But you did look fabulous with your white shirt plastered to you.
Jacob.
Well, you did. I spent the whole time getting you out of that pool trying so hard not to look.
Kaye sent him a sidelong glance. And failed, from what I hear.
I'm only human. The one girl I wanted to talk to all night, the cute one with more clothes on than anyone else.
Did you know that Mom almost didn't let me go? She said my shorts were too short and my top was too sheer.
You were 20.
Yeah, well, Kaye said. Would you, at the ripe old age of 36, tell Mom to take a hike if she told you not to wear something?
His low, rumbling chuckle answered for him, but he shook his head.
Not on your life. I'd change before she could come after me.
I rest my case.
At the corner, despite her protests that she could make it further, Jacob insisted they return home.
You're not going to overdo it. I want you well.
The doctor says I've been down too long for safety.
Kaye glowered at Jacob and tried to take another step, but he blocked her.
The doctor that put you down in the first place,
Jacob groused.
I don't get it. Stay off the foot. Get on it. You're going to get blood clots in your legs. Which is it?
Both, apparently. Halfway home, Kaye silently thanked the Lord for Jacob's stubbornness. Each swing of the crutches became a bigger effort than the last, until she began to wish she hadn't fought so hard to do her walk outside. To his credit, Jacob said nothing.
Yeah, he noticed it, she admitted to herself. But how could he not? I'm practically drenched in sweat and panting. That's another jewel in your crown, Jacob.
I know.
She laughed at his impish grin, that one that always made her knees wobble.
Not exactly a safe reaction right now.
He steadied her with an arm slipped around her waist. His free hand removed her crutches, tossing them on the lawn. With an exaggerated groan while he pretended to strain, Jacob lifted her and carried her the rest of the way to the door.
I know how much you love my smile. Can't have you falling all over yourself right now.
Jacob!
Kaye buried her head in his chest.
I never knew you knew. That sounds weird.
Yeah, well, now you do.
He wheezed, no longer exaggerating the effort expended as he lifted her once more.
I can walk now.
Yeah, Jacob agreed. But I can carry you too.
He deposited her on the doorstep.
I'm getting older. Won't be able to for long.
He grabbed her water bottle and took a swig.
I'd better do it now and then while I still can.
He winked at her protest and added,
Besides, with my de-junk workouts of late, I'm getting into some pretty decent shape.
I will not dignify that with a comment.
Kaye asserted with her arms crossed. Gotta get your crutches. At the door he added, and for the record, that was a compliment, so it did get dignified. Ha!
Hey, honey, I'm home. Cass burst into the house carrying iced coffees, Kaye's favorite raspberry cheesecake, and a bag full of scrapbooking supplies. Mi casa something casa. Mi casa es su casa, Cass corrected. And don't expect me to know anything else. I don't even think I can count to 10 anymore.
Kaye took a long sip of the proffered drink and closed her eyes, relishing the bliss of designer coffee on the rocks. After a second drink, she said, Thanks, I needed this.
I would have come before now, Cass chided, but someone never answered my calls. Kaye shrugged. I already felt like a big fat burden. I was just feeling sorry for myself. Sorry.
Well, I was glad you had me bring this. Cass shook the bag of supplies.
We can work on setting up your kits.
I know you think I'm crazy.
Cass laughed. I think you have found your real hobby and are making your alternate fit. That doesn't make sense. Your real hobby, Cass insisted, is all this decluttering and organizing. You're just doing the scrapbook thing so Jacob doesn't flip out on you. So you have to keep all the scrapbooking stuff limited and organized, or it's the one part of your life that is no longer subject to your real hobby.
You've been assisting Jerry again, haven't you?
Stuffy? Cass rolled her eyes and pulled out a package of album pages. Sorry.
Mind if we eat the cheesecake before we open that stuff? I'm a total klutz these days. It's pathetic.
Are you sure you're not pregnant? That's usually a key sign.
That's what Jacob said. I'm not pregnant. I'm unbalanced due to a foot that wanted to ham it up a bit.
Kaye waited for Cass's groan, and when her friend quirked an eyebrow, she shrugged. It sounded better in my head.
They always do.
After several seconds of digging through the bag, she jumped up to retrieve a fork.
Apparently they assumed I bought both coffees and both cheesecakes for myself.
Kaye moaned as she took a bite. This is always better than I remember. Either that or they just make it better every time. Either way, I needed this. All of it.
Cabin fever?
Worse. I'm not just stuck in the house. I was nearly stuck in bed. At least now I can hop around the house a bit. Jacob says if I get good at it between now and Saturday, we can bring the kids home after church on Sunday. Kaye sighed. I used to dream of having a couple of weeks to myself. Never again.
Uh-oh.
Cass studied her cheesecake with excessive intensity.
What? Well, I had this idea.
Kaye waited for Cass to elaborate, but when her friend remained silent long enough for Purrlock to stalk in, finagle a bite, and leave again, she decided to press for more information.
And? Well, you know that new family at church, the ones who homeschool and have like 1 million kids?
Reese, Cindy, or Shelley, or... Kaye trashed the files of her brain, searching for the right name.
I found out her name is Rochelle. Husband calls her Shelley, and someone overheard.
I take it she doesn't like anyone but him to call her that?
Cass nodded. Yep. I overheard them talking after church. He wanted to say something. She said not to alienate folks. Almost had an argument right there.
So you just walked up to her and said, Hi, it's Rochelle, right? I thought I'd introduce you to the moms group. Do you have a minute? Kaye laughed as Cass slid her empty plate across the coffee table.
Well, I know how frustrating it is for people to call you something you don't want to hear. I'm not Cassie, but I can't tell you how many people think that they can just choose to say it because it's short for Cassandra.
That's the good thing about having a name like Kaye. It's boring, not common enough to have other people to commiserate with, and not unusual enough to be fun. Just boring. But you can't shorten it. I mean, it's just a letter. It doesn't get any shorter than that. That Marilyn, what's-her-name, from Westbury, managed to lengthen it to KK, Cass reminded her helpfully. Jacob still calls her cray-cray KK gal. She shrugged. So, what about Rochelle?
Well,
Cass fidgeted, shredding her napkin before sitting up a bit straighter and plastering on a bright smile. See, I was telling her about your foot, and that segued into why you were digging around for a ham in April, and that led to the whole de-junking thing.
you're as bad as Jacob. He calls it that, too. It's really decluttering. Most of what I got rid of isn't actually junk, it's just excess.
Right. Well, whatever. You know what I mean. Anyway, Cass's nervousness became contagious. Well, Rochelle said she wished she knew someone who could come over and go through stuff with her. She said that every time she tries, she either gets rid of stuff they need because she thinks she's being too clingy. Clingy? Cass laughed. I know, odd choice of word, but still, technically it works. Or, Cass continued, bringing the conversation back on topic, she keeps too much because she's sure she'll need it. Kaye knew exactly what Cass would suggest, and the longer the idea had to settle into her consciousness, the more excited she became.
So, you said maybe I could help.
I just thought it might get you out of the house for a day. You go over, go through one small area, and show her why she doesn't need 6 copies of the same book.
Okay, no one has 6 copies.
Rochelle does. I'm not kidding, Cass insisted. She was telling me about them. She has several books that she likes so much, she buys them when they're super cheap, so she'll have them to loan out.
But 6? That's crazy. 1 spare, maybe 2 if you're talking something like the Bible, but even my dad wouldn't have had 6 of the same book.
Anyway, I just thought maybe it might be a way to get to know her, help her get going, and give you a break. I can't imagine having that many kids.
Just how many are we talking again? Kaye held her breath. She'd met a woman who had 7 once and had come home looking for discount vasectomy services after a 5-minute conversation.
5. Well, I think she's pregnant, but I was not about to ask.
Kaye toyed with the corner of a package of album pages as she considered Cass's suggestion. After talking herself out of every reasonable objection, she nodded. I guess I could. Cass's thumbs sent out a text message before Kaye could finish.
How does tomorrow sound?
Chapter 33. May 21st. The scene belonged on the cover of a magazine. Bet there is one, home teaching or something like that. Kaye mused as she pictured the image. 3 children sat at a table, their heads bent over papers of some kind. One boy had a book open in front of him, the younger 2 didn't. A girl of 4 assembled shaped blocks onto a patterned card, and a toddler wandered from sibling to sibling, trying to inveigle someone into play.
Not now, Joanna. We're working,
the boy muttered.
Go find your baby. I think she's crying.
Wide-eyed, the tot began a frantic search for her doll, looking under blankets on the couch, under the couch, and behind a recliner.
Where baby?
This time, Rochelle spoke as she carried a load of laundry into the room.
Look on your bed.
To Kaye, she said,
We've taken to hiding the doll, so she'll go find and take care of it. Is that evil?
Genius is more like it. As Kaye watched Rochelle fold her laundry, she marveled at how quiet a room with 4 children could be. I only have 2 in mine, and it's 10 times louder than this. Her eyes roamed over the children's heads. Maybe it's the girls. Sophie doesn't add much noise when she's in there, unless she screeches. Rochelle snapped a shirt and started to fold it before she frowned.
See, this is why I need help. Look at this. I washed a shirt that should have been thrown away. This is too small for Joshua, and it's stained.
The boy looked up from his work.
And I haven't worn it in 4 months. So why is it washed if no one wore it? See what I mean? This happens
all the time. Sometimes I even find stuff that I did throw away stuck back in the laundry.
I think Hannah takes them back out,
another girl said.
I do not.
Before an argument could form and burst, soaking the room with angst and hurt feelings, Rochelle called for silence.
Do your work, and do not speculate. If you don't know something, don't say it.
Those words Kaye filed away in her arsenal. That alone would solve half the arguments in my house. Those two kids are always blaming each other or Sophie for things that none of them did. It's ridiculous.
So, how do I do this? If I got rid of all the excess clothing alone, it would cut my work by 20%. I spend a significant portion of every day running the washing machine. If I could cut it down to a load a day, that'd be great. You'd cut it if Hannah and Joanna would quit changing their clothes every hour,
Joshua suggested.
That's true,
Rochelle admitted before pointing to him.
Do your work.
Let's start with this then. Kaye pulled the basket onto her lap. Just tell me keep or toss. If you don't know, say so. It only took a minute to go through the entire basket. Half went into the toss pile. Rochelle groaned.
Oh boy, where do I get all this stuff anyway? People at church bring us bags of clothes. Grandma brings us bags of clothes. If we go to the thrift store to find one thing, we come home with bags of clothes. You'd think we were an orphanage instead of a family,
Joshua interjected. At the look on his mother's face, he bent back over his work, muttering,
And I'll be done with Bible in 3 more sentences.
Good, then you guys can go play.
Kaye asked for a trash bag. We'll just shove these.
I've got a plastic bin downstairs. Let me go get...
What for? Rochelle blinked.
For the clothes. Trash bags get full of mildew and stuff. Bins are better.
Mom's obsessed with bins. We have enough to insulate the whole basement.
The boy threw up his hands in mock surrender as Rochelle sent him a silencing glare.
What? That's what Dad says.
You're not Dad, so stuff it.
Anxious to get back on track, Kaye interjected before Joshua could formulate another response. But why put them in bins? They don't fit anymore, are stained, or are duplicates, right?
Yes.
So why aren't you going to take them to Goodwill? Rochelle laughed.
I have 4 daughters in a row. I'm going to have some kid who needs them sooner or later. It's just bad stewardship to toss.
Rochelle stared at Kaye, her sentence dropping into oblivion as Kaye worked.
What are you doing?
Well, but you don't have 4 boys following Joshua, so these, Kaye counted quickly, 4 shirts and 2 pants can go in a trash bag. Got one?
What if this is a boy?
Oh boy, this isn't going to be as easy as I thought. And how many outfits this size do you have in the basement now? A harmony of snickers from the table answered before Rochelle could even attempt to formulate a response.
A lot.
And Mrs. Chow said that she has Michael's hand-me-downs for us, Joshua added helpfully. To Kaye, he said, Mrs. Chow can't remember that just because her son is 2 years older doesn't mean I'm not 3 inches taller than him.
So you have a bag of clothes?
More like 6.
When Rochelle pointed to the door, Joshua folded up his notebook and stacked his supplies quickly.
I'm just saying.
Jacob, you thought I was bad about clothes. It's like Rochelle is terrified her kids will run around town naked. We found enough to clothe each kid 3 times, sometimes 4, for each season now and in several years to come. Some of the girls' dresses were so hideous and outdated. Don't homeschoolers usually wear outdated dresses? I thought that was some kind of uniform. Jacob mumbled around bites of ice cream. Not funny. She didn't want to get rid of any of it. She kept saying, maybe we should just move to books, or maybe we can work on my utility room. I heard yours is amazing. So, did you get anything done at all? Kaye giggled. Joshua called his dad and handed the phone to Rochelle. Apparently, John Reese is fed up with their thrift store in the basement.
I know that feeling, Jacob agreed. I wonder how much of it is going to turn out to be influenced by something he said or did. I bet it'll be more than either of you think.
Maybe. We did get it culled down to one wardrobe per season per size. Minimal wardrobe, but still. Jacob finished his bowl, grabbed her empty one, and carried them into the kitchen. Kaye listened with satisfaction as he rinsed them out and loaded them into the dishwasher. She started to thank him when he returned, but Jacob hunkered on his heels before her.
Tell me you didn't go down their basement steps. Right now, I think I'd rather you lie than tell me you did.
I didn't, and it's no lie, she added with a laugh. The kids brought them up, one at a time. We had their family room literally dripping with clothes. She even has all of her original maternity clothes. In case I lose more weight, it's hard to find modest maternity wear.
Good.
He kissed her and stood. A familiar expression, one Kaye knew all too well, crossed his face before he dropped beside her and pulled her close again. Kaye stretched 4 album pages across the coffee table as Cass raved about Rochelle's excitement over the ease of doing half the laundry she'd once endured. While Cass talked about Kaye's new ministry and helping women control the clutter in their lives, Kaye fought to control the clutter she wanted to pile on her future pages. You can't just use an element so you won't have stuff around. That's as bad as having stuff around. It's just storing it for posterity instead of for future use. Kaye. What? I asked when you were going back. Cass pointed to the page. I'd put that flourish there with a torn piece of mulberry paper behind it. You'll get a bit of dimension without making the page bulky. Good idea. Uses up that flourish. Where'd it go? There. Yep, uses that flourish Jacob bought, too. Kaye? Cass began in a tone that Kaye recognized as her "I think you're nuts" opening. Oh, great. Now what? Seriously, look at you. You have one, count 'em, one plastic keeper for stuff, and it's not even full. You need to get over yourself. You're letting stuff limit you in the opposite direction as it used to. Before, it caused work to keep up with it. Now, you're not letting yourself do something you enjoy because you don't want it to take over. But it has. Look, I don't know how you don't get it, but I need the so-called extreme right now. I'll balance out later, but right now it's what works for me. I don't want to end up like Rochelle. What about her? I told you, she's so excited about how much easier her laundry is to do now. And she brought in 6 more bags of clothes that are too small for Joshua, and folded them into bins in the basement for a child that might be a boy and who can't wear them for another 10 years. What kind of logic is that? Did it occur to you, Kaye, that you're talking about a woman with 5 kids, pregnant with a 6th, who is homeschooling while trying to keep her family fed and in a place that is reasonably clean? Maybe, just maybe, she doesn't have the time to go through this stuff right now, so it's easier to put it in bins and think about it later. But they won't fit, Kaye insisted. Why even take them out of the bags? Just pass them on to the next person. And insult the person who gave them to you when she asks, "Did any of that stuff work for you?" Why do people do that anyway? I hate that. What if I can't stand anything you gave me? Do you really want to hear that? Do you really want me to lie? Kaye grabbed one of the pages and slid it into a gallon Ziploc bag. It's just rude. Give stuff away and then forget you ever had it. Don't say, "Hey kid, I remember that shirt. My kid loved that one. I bet you love it too, don't you?" Just shut your mouth and pretend you've never seen it. It's just rude. So I hear. Cass stared at her. Do you hear yourself? You're not interested in going back to help a mom who is eager for it because she isn't as extreme.
Who said I wasn't interested in going back? I'll go. I'll help her weed out her books so that she can accept more bags of them later. At least she won't be piling those things into the old. Cass stood.
I can't believe you. I never thought I'd see the day when you'd make having everything perfect more important than people.
Kaye snapped back, never thought I'd see the day when you'd misrepresent what I said so thoroughly. And to my face. I think you should go home. I don't want to say anything that I regret.
In my opinion, Cass said as she grabbed her purse, you already did.
Minutes later, Kaye sobbed out her frustrations over the phone with Jacob. I can't believe she said that. I never even hinted I wouldn't help. Yeah, I'm frustrated that she's piling stuff back on herself, but I'm frustrated for her, not at her. She's going to end up doing the same thing over and over. I just wanted to help.
So what you're telling me, Jacob said, chuckling, is that you're now decluttering your friends?
Silence hung over the line. Kaye stared at the phone, at Purrlock, who seemed strangely supportive as he curled up against her, and back at the phone again. Without another word, she disconnected the call and powered down the phone, tossing it aside. Her hand absently stroked the cat and scratched behind his ears. Purrlock purred.
Chapter 34. June 29th. The card taunted her. Kaye froze for the first time since stepping up on that stage. Values. The memory of those times assaulted her and choked her with emotion. Sorry. The conference assistant rose as if to try to find a way to help. Kaye shook her head. Are you okay? The woman hissed. I will be, she said at last. Several long, slow, deep breaths of air preceded several false starts. Odd, Kaye mused as she regained some control. I'm not usually so emotional. Not like this, anyway. She amended as a few amused chuckles hinted that the rest of the room might not agree. It's pride, I suppose, but I usually keep falling apart over things limited to stuff at home. I'll tell you I did, but I usually won't let you see it. Kaye waved the card. This card hurts. It says values. She stared down at her Bible, trying to remember the passage she'd planned to read. Stuff. Rolling her eyes at herself, Kaye groaned. See, even talking about it requires words like stuff. I mean, come on. Uncertain laughter sputtered in various places across the room and then died an awkward death. Kaye, for reasons she'd never be able to articulate, found that inordinately hilarious and gripped the podium as she erupted in helpless laughter. So sorry, Another round burst forth before she finally managed to contain herself. Okay, let's try this again. This part here. This is why I was really asked to speak. The group collectively leaned forward as she added, the coordinators just don't know it. Bodies sank back against their chairs again. You see, I want to talk a little about extremes. One woman in the dead center of the room winced. Even from as far away as she was, the bug-eyed grimace told Kaye that she'd struck home. A second later, the woman said, Ouch. Right, exactly. So let's talk about this. See, the coordinators here thought it might be encouraging for women to hear how one hopeless shopper learned how to control the clutter in her life rather than the other way around. But I think I'm supposed to share what this experience taught me. The room quieted in a new and unique way. The air sizzled with unexpected anticipation. Kaye swallowed, choked down her pride, and began what would probably be the most difficult confession of her life.
Much worse than the time she admitted to her junior high best friend that she had agreed to be said friend's boyfriend's new girlfriend. Have you ever watched a clock? You know, the old kind with a pendulum? Maybe at Grandma's house with the big clock in the hall. My grandma had one. I used to call it the hickory-dickory clock. In fact, I used to think that nursery rhyme was written about Grammy's clock. She snickered. Then again, I thought the Grammys were named after Grammy. I guess you could say. She choked back a deprecatory laugh at herself. I was, or am, a bit self-centered. This time the room exploded in laughter. You laugh? She shook her head as the laughter drowned her out. You laugh, but the sad thing is it's true. Anyway. Kaye snickered as a few more chuckles erupted. See, you're laughing because you know it's true, and you identify with me, don't you? Nods encouraged her to continue. Okay, so what about this pendulum? Why am I talking about pendulums when we're here to talk about de-junking, as Jacob calls it? Am I telling everyone to chunk all the pendulum-powered clocks? She frowned. Is that what you call it? Are they pendulum-powered? Okay, anyway, you know what I mean. She took a breath. Man, I keep avoiding this. It's like if I ramble about inconsequential stuff long enough, I won't have time to say what I need to say, so here goes. People are extreme, or a lot of people are anyway. They start at one side of the pendulum, and when it's time to go down, they don't hover at the bottom, they swing way over to the other side. From the expressions on the faces before her, she had their attention. Have you ever noticed that someone who loses 100 pounds tends to go a bit crazy? Suddenly they become the food police for everyone. Or someone who starts selling designer nail polish for polish parties. Have you ever noticed how obsessed they become? You can't ask what color you should paint the outside of your house without Debbie Demonstrator saying, "Oh, you need sumptuous silver. It would be amazing." Nods and understanding chuckles filled the room. You know what I'm talking about. Like someone would buy the 4.6 million bottles and spend the hours it would take to paint their house with those little bottles. Kaye paused, shaking her head at the mental picture of her boys trying to paint their house with bottles of nail polish. Anyway, we go to extremes, and I did. That's why I call myself a junkie. I'm addicted to the eradication of excess stuff from my home, my life, and that comes with a price. A lump filled her throat, but Kaye washed it down with another gulp of water. Extreme. I became extreme, and I hurt people with that. You saw what I did to my son, to my husband. You saw what God had to do to my foot to slow me down before I mowed over everyone else in the process. She shook her head. Okay, so maybe not, but it sounds good. It just feels wrong to say God made me do it. Mm-hmm. The harmonic murmur of agreement from the left buoyed her. So, this is why I really think I'm here. I'm here to tell you that we've heard a lot of great things today. We've heard about embracing life as the gift it is and living it with all the beauty and joy we can. We've heard about how God is faithful, even when we've lost a huge part of ourselves. We've heard how God can take people broken and abused by his own people and draw them back to himself through the love and faithfulness of others. The nods from around the room told her she'd recaptured the attention of those who had begun to languish. Don't take what you learned today to unhealthy extremes. Don't go home and paint flowers all over every surface of your home. You might love it, but your husband might not like the new Sharpie tattoo on his cheek or the daisies scattered on his boxers. Laughter erupted. Don't go there. Don't show so much so-called love for your brothers in an attempt to avoid hurting one another that you don't confront someone in genuine sin. James says, "My brethren, if any among you strays from the truth and one turns him back, let him know that he who turns a sinner from the error of his way will save his soul from death and will cover a multitude of sins. We like to pretend that this is talking about non-Christians, but it isn't. It says, my brethren. It says if any of you strays from the truth, any of you, me, Willow, Ella, Lane, Lisa Lonzo, or any of us, we are called to do that. Don't let the fear of one extreme push us into another. She swallowed hard and gripped the podium. Don't let the joy of a lighter house drive you to lighten your friend's load or your family load. Don't let empty spaces on your bookshelves become more important than the joy your family gets from the books that once resided there. Tears stung Kaye's eyes, and she took a deep, cleansing breath before she gasped out in a ragged whisper, "Don't let yourself wound people. Just don't." Chapter 35. May 27th. The joy of seeing her children at home lasted exactly 32.4 seconds. Miles managed to hug her before Trent let out a roar of protest.
Dad said I got to hug her first. Well, you're slow. Deal with it.
Miles dumped his backpack on the floor and reached for game controllers under the coffee table. "Put your backpack away first," Kaye said automatically. Miles tossed a lackadaisical glance over his shoulder.
Grandma always.
Jacob snapped. "Excuse me?" In a rare lapse of perception, Miles missed the not-so-subtle nuance of his father's ire.
Yeah, Grandma always puts the stuff away. Makes our beds, too. Not like here where we're slaves.
Without a word, Jacob pointed to the hall. Miles, his attention distracted by the TV remote, didn't see. Jacob jerked the remote from Miles's hand and pointed again. Protesting, Miles started to stomp off to his room, but Kaye called him back. "You forgot the backpack."
What is this?
"Home," Jacob muttered.
Yeah, well, I like Grandma's. She actually likes having us around. She said that picking up after us was a joy. She doesn't expect us to slave away at school and then come home and work more.
Kaye watched as Jacob laughed. His shoulders shook. Tears ran down the sides of his face, and Sophie clapped in time to the cadence of his guffaws. "That's rich." "What?" The remaining Harpers echoed in unison. "Mom, she did everything with them she never would have done when we were home. I can still hear her extolling the virtues of chores, hear her reminding us that she is a mother, not our slave, and flipping out if we were underfoot. That's rich." "Huh?" Trent, who had been listening to the exchange with more interest than Kaye would have expected, now piped up with an insightful observation.
Grandma got soft.
"You're not kidding," Jacob agreed. To Miles he added, "You're home now. In the eloquent words of my eldest son, deal with it. Get in there, put away your backpack, and sit on that bed until I'm ready to deal with you." At Miles's faint-hearted final protest, Jacob pointed again, and both raised and deepened his voice. "Go." Kaye stared at the departing back of her son before switching her attention to Jacob. He stood with arms crossed, gazing down at her. "Jacob?" "I'm sorry." "What for?" Before he answered, he pointed to Trent's backpack still hanging from the boy's shoulder. "Hang up yours, too."
Can I play Mario when I'm done?
To his credit, Trent asked as he moved toward the hallway, and to his advantage. "Sure." Jacob picked up the remote, punched the power button, and raised the volume to levels Kaye cringed to imagine. He waited, still not answering her question, until Trent returned and popped the disc in the game console. Music blared into the room, piercing their eardrums. Kaye counted down in her head. 5, 4, 3, 2. On 2, Trent reached for the remote, but Jacob stopped him. Leave it.
But it's so loud.
Jacob shook his head and picked up Sophie. This one needs a diaper. Kaye and Trent exchanged glances before Kaye adjusted her crutches and did her new hobble shuffle down the hall after him and into their room, where Jacob already had Sophie half changed.
Isn't that exasperating him a bit?
It's reminding him that actions have consequences,
Jacob said with a finality in his tone that she'd rarely heard outside one or another child's misbehavior.
So, why are you sorry exactly? I mean, I don't want to be a nuisance about it, but it's not like that's something I hear often, especially when I have no clue why.
Because...
Jacob crept to the door and peered around the corner.
Now I see why you get so frustrated. I never got it before, not really. I thought it was all you, that you'd just let them get away with stuff.
But I did. We talked about that.
Yeah, well, I think you had help. Probably with all of us undermining you without even realizing we were doing it. Kids pick up on that stuff.
Jacob dove for Sophie as she decided to flip herself off the bed, sans diaper. As he finished redressing Sophie, Kaye mulled over his words.
The baby crawled to her lap, snuggled up against her, and promptly sneezed, splattering her with the contents of a very snotty nose. Ugh!
Jacob closed his eyes and muttered,
Home sweet home, eh?
Purrlock's apparent truce lasted less than a day. In the week since his momentary lapse of hostility, he had become more, if such a thing were possible, malevolent than ever. Kaye, irritated to find him underfoot and ever present at the wrong times, took to calling him that Trojan cat. Her insult, however, did little to deter Purrlock, and the Monday following Kaye's surgery began a fresh campaign to drive her completely out of her mind. It started with a trip to the freezer. She'd avoided it since that fateful morning. Just looking at it sent the same waves of pain-induced nausea over her, but Jacob had forgotten to take out something for dinner, and Kaye knew they couldn't afford any more takeout.
Forget that. We can't afford all we've had. I don't even want to know what the budget looks like.
So, with Sophie engrossed in a new stacking toy that seemed much too similar to several she'd already relegated to the garage sale boxes, Kaye fumbled for her crutches. Such an innocent idea. Toss a roast in the crock pot and let it cook all day. Purrlock jumped from his perch atop the back of the couch the moment she reached for those crutches. Kaye eyed him warily, but took a step, and another. He wove between legs, crutches, and back to legs again until she knew he'd end up tripping her. Leaning on one leg, she tried to swing the crutch outward to shoo him away, but it caught on the area rug. She tugged. It flew outward and whacked the cat in the side. With a yowl of pain and protest, Purrlock ran. Guilt-riddled, Kaye fumbled to the fridge, opened the freezer door, and stared into it. A roast sat exactly at eye level. A big, solid, hard, frozen eye-level hunk of foot-crushable meat. Thin-sliced pork chops on the shelf below caught her eye with their lighter weight and styrofoam tray.
No pain, all gain. Definitely pork chops.
Her eyes slid toward the basement door.
What will I do when I have to face the frozen behemoth?
From somewhere, Kaye was certain she heard Purrlock laugh. Kaye stared at the mess before her, leaning over to push Sophie's hand away every 4th second.
No, Sophie, play with your dollies.
The child reached for one and plopped it in the middle of the coffee table.
Aye.
Kaye groaned and removed it. Whatever made me think that doing this with her up and me still on crutches was a good idea? As if an answer to the unspoken question, Sophie pulled herself up to the table's edge and dove for a pile of ribbon. No, Sophie, no. Oh, man. Come on. She piled things into stacks as she fought off Sophie's marauding fingers. Ugh, why did I think I could do this? Ignoring the mess Sophie made of her ribbons, Kaye grabbed the crutches and wrestled herself back out of the couch. She hobbled to the kitchen and grabbed an animal cracker from the box in the pantry. Cookie? With speed that belonged in a superhero tagline, Sophie crawled for the treat. Encouraged, Kaye fished a few more from the box and waved them at the munching child.
Let's go play in Sophie's room.
Kaye frowned as she hobbled away, glancing back to ensure the child followed. In Sophie's room? Really? Why are we talking in the third person? With a roll of the eye, she added, and why are we using the very royal we instead of me/I? Ugh. Still, bribery pays. The moment Sophie crawled into her room and snatched a cookie from Kaye's hand, Kaye pushed the door shut behind them. We'll just play in here. Blocks? Sophie pointed to the door. Kaye shook her head. Sophie screeched. Kaye offered another cookie. Another extortionist appeased. For now. While Sophie played with the toys on the floor, scattered everything she could touch being more like it, Kaye tried to unpack the large bag of clothes Jacob had dumped inside the door. Your mom said they're all clean. She washed the last of them this morning. Sophie, Grandma has been shopping. I don't recognize half of these. What on earth? Kaye held up a dress so short even Shirley Temple would have objected. Well, Mommy's mommy sure did lose her sense of appropriateness. By the time Kaye finished, she had a stack of clothes that wouldn't fit in the drawers. Kaye stashed them atop the changing table and tossed the empty backpack out the door. Sophie handed her a ball. Kaye tossed it across the room, and a game of fetch commenced. As her mind screamed for something else to do, something to accomplish, Sophie enjoyed a game of wear out Mom as fast as possible. She never remembered who fell asleep first, but she did awaken first. Lying on the floor, her arm flung across the baby's belly, Kaye's eyes flew open at the sound of a roar of protest coming from somewhere in the general direction of the family room. Why didn't I put a clock in here? She protested inwardly. Sophie slept, blissfully unaware that her brothers seemed to have returned already. With the door cracked open, Kaye adjusted her crutches and swung herself down the hall with only 2 wobbles. I'll never get the hang of these things. I don't think they fit right or something. The empty coffee table mocked her. Why does an empty table look wrong? It should look right, shouldn't it? I don't keep art books or magazines there. I mean, Sophie would destroy 'em before the boys had a chance. What time is it? Miles blinked once and deigned to raise his eyes in her general direction.
Oh, you're home.
Of course I'm home. Where else would I be?
Maybe somewhere we could see you? You weren't in your room. You weren't in here. You weren't in the laundry room. She was in Sophie. Shh!
Miles growled, giving Trent a look that clearly said, You're so dead. Kaye held out her hand. Controller.
What?
You're not talking to me like that. Give me the controller and go to your room. As she spoke, Kaye's nerves shot from danger level yellow to red without bothering to hover anywhere near orange. Now.
No way. I didn't do any.
Where's my stuff? Kaye glanced around the room, suddenly remembering what should have been on the coffee table. I had
A pile of junk, yeah.
Trent jabbed Miles and hissed,
Are you trying to get yourself grounded for the next year?
"Oh, it won't be a year," Kaye said. The cool calm that washed over her made her feel as nervous as Trent looked. But he is grounded until Sunday night.
No fair. That's not fair.
Monday night, then. I agree. Sunday was too soon.
What? That...
She leaned forward, almost toppling herself as her crutches tried to slide out behind her. Tuesday is a better day, I agree. Tuesday night. Would you like to try for Wednesday? Maybe 2 full weeks? I could go with a month. Or perhaps Trent's year is a better option. I'll let you decide. Kaye felt sorry for the kid. Almost. He stared at her as if she'd lost her senses. So, what'll it be? The controller now and Wednesday, or the controller in 5 minutes and a month of homework and housework? Take your pick. Miles tossed the controller in her general direction and jerked himself from the couch.
Those drugs they put you on totally messed with you. I don't know who you are anymore.
I do, Kaye said, nudging the controller with her crutch. I'm the mom who won't put up with being treated like a replaceable maid. She eyed the controller and then her son. Pick it up and hand it to me.
I want to go back to Grandma's.
So sad you can't. You're stuck with the mom God gave you instead. Got a problem with it? Take it up with him. Hand me the controller. Kaye smiled. Nicely. A change came over Miles. She should have felt victorious as he picked up the controller, handed it to her, and muttered something about being sorry, but Kaye knew her son too well. Something wasn't right. Did I draw the line too soon? He's just not the sweet kid he was before this accident. He's sullen. Before, he didn't respect me, but he did at least show some respect for the fact that I'm his mom. Now he's just rude. The moment that thought hobbled across the worn-out corner of her mind that had room for it, Kaye knew what was coming. Before she could turn to chase after him, the boys' bedroom door slammed, and Sophie, startled from sleep, screamed. Trent stared at her, stunned.
He's got a death wish or something.
Or something, she sighed. Can you go get Sophie? Give her a cracker or something?
Sure. Did you know Grandma says that crackers are the worst thing for her teeth? They just sit in those little cracks and eat away at them. Who knew?
That's why you give her lots of water after and brush 'em now and then. I'm not an idiot, contrary to your brother's opinion. She hesitated at Miles's door, uncertain if she should warn him she was coming in, or if she should make sure he wasn't being sneaky about something else. Who is this kid that I even have to ask this? Miles is the perfect little kid who doesn't get in trouble. That's Trent's job. What's going on here? As a compromise, she did both, knocked and entered immediately, and found Miles seated against his headboard, his knees drawn up to his chest and his chin resting on them. Wanna tell me what's going on?
Why? So you can ground me until I'm 60?
So I can figure out what happened to my son. I don't recognize you.
You might if you were ever around anymore.
Kaye opted to ignore the rude tone and the backtalk. Well, that's funny. I've felt trapped here for the past several weeks. You're the ones who haven't been around. I missed you guys.
You never came over.
You know I couldn't, right? Grandma brought you here as often as she could, but I didn't avoid you guys. The doctor almost didn't let me get up to go to the bathroom, and when I went to appointments, they made me use a wheelchair.
Really?
Miles's astonishment disappeared behind a wall of disinterest almost as fast as it appeared. That's dumb. It wasn't a lot of fun getting yelled at for having to go to the bathroom or get a clean shirt because I stank. Comprehension hit in a visible flash.
And you couldn't take a shower. That takes longer.
It was almost cruel to do it, but Kaye found herself saying, "Yep, I could only take a shower when Daddy had time to help me."
Ew, gross.
Before she had a chance to toss an eye waggle capable of sending him into a fit of gagging, he added,
I'm sorry.
"For?"
That must have been awful.
Kaye coughed. No reason to torture him any more than necessary. "Yeah, awful. I like my daily hot shower." She nudged him with the padded portion of her crutch. "So, is this kid logic for I feel abandoned by my mom, so I'll be a jerk and make her really want to stay away?" Miles's giggle assured her she'd made a solid breakthrough.
Dad's gonna kill me, isn't he?
"Not if I beat him to it." As Miles's eyes widened and he swallowed hard, twice, Kaye took pity. "Or if I tell him I've got it covered."
You never do that, he sighed. We always get it twice. First from you, and then the Punishinator.
"The Punishinator?" Kaye shook her head. "Dare I ask?"
Trent says you warm us up and then bring in the big guns, the Punishinator.
Sounds like him. She didn't speak, not for several seconds as she mulled Miles's words. "You know something?
What?
That's wrong of me." Her son's eyes bored into hers.
What's wrong?
"Bringing Dad into it. Once I deal with something, it should be over."
Yeah, well, you're just a softie. We'd never learn anything if it wasn't for Dad. That's what
Grandma says, I know. Kaye bit her lip as she considered the wisdom of sharing her faults with her kid. "But I just need to take care of things right the first time. It would be like if a criminal stole something from the store. I'd be the judge who tells him how bad what he did is and make him apologize before I send him on to the real judge who gives him a just sentence. I need to do it all myself."
So, I'm grounded until Monday, huh?
Kaye raised her eyebrows and crossed her arms. "Tuesday."
A kid's gotta try.
Miles stared at his shoes and kicked them off.
Sorry.
"I'd say you forgot."
Well, that too.
He stared at the shoes now littering his floor before carrying them to the closet. When he returned, he hugged her.
But I'm sorry I was rude.
The suspicion of a choked voice followed.
Why am I so angry all the time?
He whispered. "I don't know," Kaye admitted. "But I suspect that it's got something to do with not knowing what's going on. I think you just want to know that life is back to normal."
Is it?
He stepped back and gazed somewhere in the vicinity of her knees. "A new normal, but yeah."
What's new about it?
Miles now looked nervous. Guilt for enjoying his discomfiture tried to take root in Kaye's heart, but her amusement drove it away again. "From now on, as much as I can remember to, I'm dealing with problems I have with you guys. No more double jeopardy in this house."
What's that?
Kaye shrugged. "Getting in trouble twice for the same thing. Sort of." Chapter 36. June 1st. The shuffle of hangers in the closet and the bang of drawers dragged Kaye out of a fitful sleep.
What? I'm just looking for something to wear. Even my church pants are gone. I've got nothing.
Jacob dug through the hamper and pulled out a few pairs of jeans and a couple of shirts.
I'll just toss these in on short.
"Don't you dare. Kaye took a deep breath as she tried to clear the fog from her sleep-deprived brain. "They're filthy. Just put them in the washer and take a shower. I'll be back in a few minutes."
Be back. What?
"Just take a shower. Don't forget your robe. Do you have any clean underwear?" Jacob swung a pair of briefs on one finger. "These, anyway."
"That'll work, at least for now."
She hesitated as she hobbled toward the door. "If I get tired—" Frustrated, she turned and retrieved the half-abandoned crutches. It's not time to get stubborn. All the way to Walmart, Kaye berated herself for getting rid of too much. Months of not missing a single article of discarded clothing disappeared in one morning's laundry mess. Lord, seriously? I couldn't have kept a set of emergency clothes for us just in case. What was I thinking? I'm not saving us anything now. Now it's costing us time, frustration, money, lots and lots. Should I get stuff for the boys? Do they need clothes? I don't even know. I've been so out of it. Once in the store, she eyed the motorized carts with a keen interest. Would it be faster? Less tiring to ride around to get what she needed? Or would the learning curve kill any time saved? That thought killed any ideas of riding it. After all, it had taken her a week of daily practice to be able to back out of their driveway during her driving lesson as a teenager. I can just see the headlines. Desperate mom mows down Walmart in an attempt to clothe her family. Jeans, polo, one Jacob would hate but would look good on him, and a package of boxers made it into the cart. She hobbled behind and almost made it to the boys' section before turning it around and retrieving a different shirt. The least I could do is get something he'll tolerate. What? I'm sorry, Kaye gave the employee, Dina, a half smile. Just talking to myself. I like this shirt. Kaye shook the hanger before shoving it back on the rack. But my husband will hate it. I didn't do laundry, so we have no clothes. Yikes! I think I could go a month without being forced to do laundry. Just doesn't like what's left? No, there literally is nothing. I got rid of everything we don't wear. Worked great until I got hurt. The words soothed just a bit. It did work, didn't it? I can't just keep everything in case I drop a ham on my foot. That's just dumb. Her phone rang. Excuse me, Jacob? What are you doing? Where are you? I thought you meant you were going down to the basement or something. I couldn't believe it when I heard the garage door open. I'm getting you jeans, the boys too, just in case. I'll be home in a minute. Just hang on. Silence hit her. She almost disconnected, assuming he'd hung up, but as she moved the phone to punch it off, she heard him mutter, "You are absolutely insane. You know that, right?" Yeah, well, you're stuck with me. Again the silence, this time making her nervous, but Jacob finally chuckled. I could name a lot worse that I could be stuck with. Thank you, I think. Kaye held up another shirt, debating. Can you pop something in the toaster oven for me? Anything? Pot pies if necessary. I've got breakfast. You just get back here before I have to go to work in briefs and a shirt that barely fit me in college. Jacob snickered. Although I seem to remember that someone liked it that way. Yeah, well, Lainey Braxton would probably change her opinion now. You've finally filled out a bit. You don't look like a poster child for one of those food charities. Nice cover. Totally serious. I remember my mom saying at the wedding, well, he'll never be paunchy, I guess. That's something. Jacob howled, the laughter loud enough to earn Kaye a glance and a raised eyebrow from Dina, who seemed much more engrossed in the conversation than she should be. Gotta go. See you when I get home. Love you. Don't wear yourself out. I get nervous when I think of you chasing Sophie around. As Kaye piled another pair of jeans and the previously rejected polo into the cart, she justified her purchases by promising herself that she could return anything she didn't need. But if I do flake out later, we'll have something for tomorrow, and we're probably going to have to put it on the credit card. Ugh. The boys' department had a sale on shorts, not the rock-bottom prices Kaye preferred, but still. As she piled a few pairs and a few more shirts into the cart, she remembered the pre-priced boxes of clothes stuffed in the garage for the garage sale. I could find 'em, maybe. Ugh. It began innocently enough. He just wanted to know if she'd taken time for herself, relaxed.
Is that so bad?
To organize the mess that was the pile of junk you bought.
Junk? Did you not say you liked every single thing that I picked up?
Of course, Kaye insisted, but that didn't mean I wanted to own them. I don't have room for it all.
Then make room. Jeez, Kaye. You have a closet that is half empty, maybe more. Put a few shelves in there and keep stuff there. It'll work. You don't have to keep every little thing in a baggie prepared for one specific page. Be spontaneous.
It's just a ton of stuff.
One bag, Kaye. One. That's hardly a ton of stuff.
He stared down at the piles of papers, embellishments, adhesives, and shook his head.
You've got that all organized into neat piles, but where's the fun? The adventure of starting from scratch and doing something just because you decided it sounded like a great idea.
Jacob?
His eyes traveled from the piles to her confused face.
Do you know what made me call you after that first date?
She shook her head.
I never thought to ask.
You were up for anything. It was fun. We just had fun.
Jacob let his hands settle on his hips as he tried to find a way to balance, telling her how well she'd done with the de-junking thing, with pointing out that he missed the woman who had just a little bit of Lucy Ricardo in her.
And you're not having fun now?
No, it's not that.
He forced himself not to grind his teeth as he searched for words that would encourage her to think about how much she'd let her quest for eradication of stuff from her life take over her life.
I just miss the part of you that chucked with the extra toasters and holy jeans.
Hurt flooded her eyes. Jacob turned and jerked open the back door, closing it quietly behind him with forced calm. He leaned against one of the patio posts and stared out into the night. Stars twinkled against the moonless, inky sky.
Dad said we all get to grow as a person. It's almost a human right. But Lord, does she have to grow into someone I don't even recognize? She's the same person who used to pick up a random game that none of us had ever heard of and declare game night. She'd never do that now. I can hear it. We have enough games we don't play already. It's a waste of closet space.
The door opened behind him. Jacob sighed.
Don't let me say anything that'll make it worse. She's ready to snap as it is.
Jacob?
He didn't turn.
I don't want to make things worse, but...
Then don't.
Now he turned, gazing into the shadows behind him.
I don't want to get mad. I don't want to say something I'll regret. And I will. Right now, Kaye, I will.
But...
Can you just let it go, just this once? Come on, Kaye, give a guy a break.
Why are you so upset? What?
I remember Gabe Burns talking about his wife always pushing, never letting stuff drop. Now I get it. She's doing the same thing and it's driving me crazy.
Without a word, he turned and strode into the house. The basement stairs beckoned him.
Down here will be safe. She's still skittish and that boot keeps her from overcoming it yet.
Minutes later, Kaye's voice on the little landing nearly made him drop the dumbbells in his hand.
Jacob, we can't just...
Kaye!
What? He whirled and saw Kaye staring at him as if he'd thrown one at her.
You startled me.
Sorry, I just think we should talk about...
Don't you get it? I don't want to talk.
He rolled the dumbbells under the bench press, one they'd both forgotten they owned, and sat down, head in his hands.
Just go away.
Jacob.
I'm going to explode in about 3.2 seconds. Is this how men become wife-beaters?
Without a word, he shoved himself off the bench and stormed up the stairs. To his astonishment, dismay, and disgust, it took conscious effort not to shove her out of the way as he passed. A gasp. Was it shock or pain? reached him just before the door slammed shut behind him. Jacob hesitated.
I should go back. That wasn't necessary.
Instead, he pushed open the back door, stormed around the garage and through the side gate. As his truck roared to life a minute later, he saw a shadow in the living room window. It grew and distorted until he saw the silhouette of Kaye wrapping her arms around one of the boys. His hands gripped the steering wheel, but his anger, still smoldering deep within his heart, flared once more as he saw them turn and disappear from the window again. He jerked the gear shift into drive and tore down the street, the faint scent of burning rubber in his wake. At the sound of Jacob's truck roaring away from the house, screeching to a stop at the corner, Kaye squeezed Miles's shoulder and kissed his cheek.
Go on back to sleep. I think Daddy just had a bad day at work or something. It's bad. I knew it.
What? Miles choked twice before saying,
You're getting a divorce.
What? That's crazy. Daddy...
You only say Daddy when you think something's wrong.
Miles choked out again.
You don't like me to call him Daddy. You said that's for babies, like Trent.
Kaye tried joking, but it failed. When he didn't even attempt to smile, she shuffled so she could see his face better in the weak light of the hall nightlight.
Listen, Miles, listen to me. We're not getting a divorce. Daddy's just mad about something, and I want to try to fix this clutter mess before it gets more out of hand. I probably should have waited until tomorrow.
She expected Miles to nod and go back to bed, but he didn't. He hugged her, holding on as if it would solve something, and said,
Mom, I don't think Dad likes the clutter stuff. He told Grandpa that you're not you anymore. You're too obsessed with keeping stuff out now, and you don't relax.
The anger that welled up in her surprised Kaye. He said that, huh?
Yeah, he misses who you were.
I'll give that some thought. Go to bed. Love you. Alone in the family room, Kaye fingered her phone. It took a minute to decide, but she typed out a message to Cass. Jacob told his dad I'm not fun anymore. Is that true? Minutes ticked past as she waited either for Jacob to come home or for Cass to respond. Cass's reply came first.
Have a fight?
Kaye's fingers flew over the screen.
Yeah,
he took off in the middle of it. I actually thought he was going to shove me for a second. The more she typed, the angrier she got. He just took off. He almost knocks me over trying to get away from me and then just runs away like a little boy who didn't get to play by his rules. It's just juvenile. Cass's response took much longer than previous ones, allowing her anger to stew and simmer. As it reached a rolling boil, she slid her thumb along the screen and tapped Jacob's name. Before she could take a moment to consider her actions, Kaye's fingers flitted across the screen, typing out another message, in all caps.
Very mature, Jacob. Can't believe you did that. Your son is convinced we're getting divorced. I'll let you handle that.
Chapter 37. They sat on opposite sides of a picnic table at Hillsdale City Park. Kids whizzed past on skateboards, and a few people from some group played frisbee across the nearby grass. Jacob wouldn't look at her. Kaye didn't want to look at him. Twice his hand reached for hers. Twice she flinched before she could stop herself. Twice he sighed. 3 times. 4.
Maybe we should talk about something else first, she said at last.
Such as?
Money?
Even as she spoke, Kaye saw the ridiculousness of the idea of money being a less emotionally charged topic than almost anything else. Jacob met her eyes for the first time and snickered.
Yeah, that sounds safe.
I try. She laughed. I feel like I should say I'm sorry, but I don't know for what. The minute she spoke, she realized she did know one thing. Except for my text message. So juvenile of me to comment on your maturity like that. Talk about a hypocrite. Sorry.
That's probably a better place to start than money. No offense.
Jacob added quickly.
I've got him jumpy now. That's just...
Her thoughts halted abruptly as she heard him continue speaking.
Was so out of line.
His hand reached again, and this time he didn't watch to see how she reacted. He just took it.
I scared myself. I've never been so...
You scared me too. I thought...
I wouldn't have, Kaye. Not even a shove. I was conscious of every movement.
His head hung.
But man, it's a horrible feeling to realize that you want to do something like that. It's disgusting.
I don't understand why. We've argued...
You wouldn't let it go. You kept pushing and pushing, even when I admitted I needed you to back off. Told you to back off. Come on, how often do I order you to do anything?
I just didn't understand. I wanted to, and you kept acting like I should know.
That wasn't it, Jacob insisted. Look, when a man says he doesn't want to talk about something, you can pretty much bet he just doesn't want to talk about it. He just doesn't want to get into it right then.
His other hand covered theirs, and he squeezed.
I'd reached my limit of self-control, and you still pushed and pushed.
I did, didn't I?
Kaye didn't exactly want to admit it, but she forced herself to do it anyway.
I'm sorry, really.
Me too.
Maybe.
The idea galled her, but Kaye forced herself to keep talking.
Maybe we should just let it go.
I understand now. That's all that matters, I suppose.
No, I'm ready to talk, so let's do it while we have the time and the privacy.
Kaye opened her mouth to say she understood now, that they could work things out as they arose, but instead found herself asking,
Why did you tell your dad I'm no fun anymore?
I didn't. Where'd you get that idea?
Miles told me. He said you said.
Kaye paused as she revisited each word her son said to get it right.
That I don't know how to relax and have fun anymore.
Yes, that's what I said, but that doesn't mean you aren't fun. It means only that you're so tightly wound you don't let yourself.
He tugged at her hands until she met his eyes.
Kaye, I just miss my wife. You don't seem happy anymore.
Really? Why? What about this makes him think that? I don't understand. I've never felt freer and happier in my own home.
I just don't understand. Having less stuff
has become an obsession, an addiction almost. You're addicted to seeing what else we can live without, but it doesn't seem like you're actually living anymore.
She shook her head, starting to speak, but he stopped her.
Actually, it is. You're like a junkie looking for your next fix. First it was the closets, then the drawers and the freezer, then the basement. Then you started in on other people's homes. Now you do it before you even buy anything.
Or when someone buys me a gift.
The realization of how she'd rejected her husband's attempt to show her love and support during a difficult time flipped on as fast as a light switch.
Oh, Jacob, all I could see was stuff with no plan and dollar signs.
Yeah, well, I should have remembered that you weren't in the right place for it.
Jacob released her hand and inched off the picnic bench.
Come on, let's walk. Or, in your case, hobble.
Hand in hand, they strolled the perimeter of the park, staying in the shade as much as possible. Kaye spoke first.
How can I find a balance then? I know part of my problem is fear of repeating the past.
Well, we're supposed to cast out all fear, and you love to get rid of stuff, so...
Very funny.
Jacob pulled her close, slipping one arm around her waist.
Okay, so Maybe you need a game plan, like an alcoholic at Christmas parties. What's coming up?
Boys are out of school Monday. I have a week to finish preparing for the big garage sale. I don't know how we'll get the stuff out of the storage unit in time.
I'll take off Friday. We'll set up the night before, and I'll sleep on the lawn to keep animals and early birds from hauling stuff off.
What does that have to do with taking off on Friday?
Kaye glanced around her, looking for a bench.
I'm so out of shape after just a few weeks of inactivity. That's just scary.
Well, Friday we'll move in all the stuff from the storage unit. As stuff sells, we'll pull out anything we don't want from those boxes. What's left we'll keep and put away or take to the thrift store.
That'll get rid of a big part of the temptation. I've got another bag of Sophie's clothes. Between our mothers, they outfitted her twice over on top of what you brought.
She steered him toward a bench under a large tree.
Gotta sit.
Sorry, we can go back.
No, we can't.
She smiled at his surprise.
Because seriously, I have to sit.
Okay, so, our moms. We've got to have a game plan.
The laughter in the back seat prompted indulgent smiles by Kaye and Jacob. Sophie's little ruffled socks and single sandaled foot kicked in the air as she babbled some nonsensical gibberish and giggled at Kaye's goofy grins.
A good morning at church, Lord. A fresh start for all of us. I am doing the whole one day at a time approach to making sure I don't go overboard on the decluttering. The boys are getting along. Sophie is seconds away from walking everywhere, so I don't have to carry her anymore. And Jacob loves me, even with my incurable disease.
Oh, hey, Mom.
Kaye's eyes met Trent's in the rearview mirror.
Yeah?
Mrs. Hopkins told me she has a few bags of clothes and toys for us, but I told her we didn't want it.
The boy practically beamed with pride. You said what?
Well, I didn't say it like that.
Relieved, Kaye nodded, but something in Miles's expression gave her pause.
What did you say?
I just told her, thanks, but you should give them to someone else. Mom won't let us keep any of it. She'll say we have too much junk as it is.
Her stomach twisted as she turned to Jacob for help.
What?
Call Sarah. You know she'll find it funny. She gets it. Why do you think she's getting rid of it? She does it every year, and every year you say, I don't know how she finds so much to weed out each spring, but it sure saves us a bundle of money.
Jacob's words stung and amused at the same time.
Ouch, she giggled. I think I've gone schizophrenic. Listen to me.
At home, exhausted from getting everyone ready and then trying to keep Sophie content during church, Kaye flopped on her bed and reached for her phone. She found Sarah Hopkins's number in her contacts and waited for the woman to answer.
Kaye!
It sounds like I owe you an apology.
Are you kidding? I haven't laughed so hard in ages.
Kids have a unique perspective on things, don't they? Relieved that her friend was still a friend, Kaye chatted with Sarah while the woman prepared her family's lunch.
You know, Kaye.
Uh-oh, what'd I do now?
Yeah?
You really could help people. You found a way to do a lot really quickly. Rochelle is still hoping you'll come help with the bookcases. You really inspired her.
And I alienated a friend over it. I've got to fix that. I think, Kaye said after a moment, I need to be careful how much I let myself do. I tend to become obsessed with this for some reason.
So go over and talk books. Give her ideas. Let her make the decisions after you leave, but you have a gift for seeing stuff as a way to serve you rather than the other way around. Cass was telling me.
But Kaye didn't hear any more. Cass spoke well of her to a mutual friend, even after her behavior. Hey, Sarah, I just remembered something I need to talk to Cass about. Can I call you next week?
Sure, and if you want those bags for your garage sale, you're welcome to them.
Hey, that's a great idea. I'll keep track.
Nuh-uh. You take 'em and I never want to see 'em again. I'm done with it all. I'll drop them off tomorrow. Thanks. Kaye waited until after Jacob brought her food and something to drink. She waited until after she ate the meal and washed it down. She typed 3 texts that disappeared at the touch of a delete button and finally wrote something simpler. I'm sorry. Can we talk? Monday brought more laundry and more children underfoot. Purrlock protested the constant invasion of his favorite spaces by becoming exceptionally nasty to Kaye at every opportunity. It started after breakfast. Feeling a bit magnanimous, Kaye poured a bit of milk over his cat food. Purrlock's digestion let her know almost immediately how bad an idea that was, just outside the litter box. She next tried to add that first load of laundry into the washing machine, but Purrlock lay happy and cozy atop the pile of jeans there. He also protested her attempts to remove him with a few well-timed swipes of his claws. Though tempted to call in one of the boys to move him and use the resulting injury as proof of his need to leave, Kaye couldn't bring herself to do it. It's not their fault he's evil. Just as she gave up and reached for the broom to push him down, he jumped to the floor and exited the room, an invisible trail of toxic gas in his wake. Ugh, Purrlock, no more milk for you.
I thought cats were supposed to like milk.
Yeah, I think that was back when they got it straight from the cow with whatever gets removed now and makes people lactose intolerant. Cats are too, apparently.
Kaye shoved the jeans in the washer and poured the soap in as the water filled the drum.
What are you and Miles doing?
We wanted to know if we could go to the water park.
After the garage sale, Daddy and I talked.
Yeah?
Trent's expression grew wary. Except for the money for your stuff, which you each get to keep.
The boy pumped his fist.
Yeah.
The rest of the money is our summer vacation budget. We can use it for whatever we want to do, but when it's gone, we're done.
Her son's lip twisted as his teeth worried it.
Do garage sales make a lot of money?
Most don't, not really. Couple of $100 at least, but this is like a mega garage sale. Between this and the stuff we're selling online, we should have a good budget.
I thought we had a vacation budget.
Miles protested from the doorway.
We always...
Your mother killed that budget when she dropped a ham on her foot.
Kaye gave the boys an apologetic smile and sighed.
I'm really sorry.
That's okay. We'll talk people into spending more for the cause.
Trent disappeared around the corner before Kaye could stop him. Miles shook his head.
I'll take care of it. But it is funny. He could totally double his profits with that pathetic face he puts on when he wants something from Grandma.
Do I want to know about this?
Miles shook his head.
Nah, what happens at Grandma's?
Something like that, she shrugged. Mrs. Hopkins is coming today and bringing those bags. His jaw dropped.
No way.
Yeah, why?
You're taking junk?
He reached up to feel her forehead.
You don't feel sick.
Very funny. She's bringing it all so we can sell them at the garage sale. So, whatever I don't get priced and separated before Friday, you guys can do. Just use the stickers I gave you, so we know how much to give you guys.
Really? Why didn't she give them to Joshua's mom? She loves getting bags of clothes.
Miles thought for a moment before adding quickly.
Not that I'm complaining.
A grin appeared.
Is it cheating if I keep you too busy to go out in the garage?
Chapter 38. June 11th. Okay. Kaye hobbled around the picnic table on the patio and pointed to each item for emphasis. We have super soakers and both garden hoses at your disposal for refills. Here are 2 bags of water balloons, 1 each. There's the ice chest, and in it are juice bags and freeze pops. You're set for a good hour. I'm setting the timer. Do not come inside before that hour is up unless you need the bathroom. Then go right back out. Got it? She heard the faint chimes of the doorbell and smiled. Have fun killing each other.
You'd better be glad I'm not the wicked witch of the whatever direction she is. East, I think,
Trent offered helpfully. Miles shook his head and said,
No, I think it's that 3W thing. It's Wicked Witch of the West, I bet.
Alliteration, Kaye said.
What's that?
Trent, a fountain of inaccurate and irrelevant knowledge that afternoon, offered his theory.
Probably French for bless you after someone sneezes or something.
Kaye didn't stay to correct their opinions. Instead, she hobbled at top speed, almost normal walking speed, to the front door and opened it. Sorry, forgot to unlock it before I kicked the boys out back. Awkwardness filled the 3 feet between them until Kaye forced herself to set aside her pride and hug her friend. I really am sorry.
Me too. I told Jerry about it, and well...
Kaye turned and beckoned Cass to follow her. Let's sit down. My foot is killing me today. Doing too much. Actually, I asked the nurse at the doctor's office, and she thinks I haven't been doing enough, so the muscles are weak. Makes sense. You can't get a straight answer out of these people. Rest. Don't use it. Now use it. Not too much. Use it more. She rolled her eyes. I'm going crazy. Once again, that unfamiliar awkwardness settled in between them. Kaye waited to hear more of what Jerry had said until she realized she waited in order to hear how wrong she wasn't. Pathetic, Harper. Do something. So I went overboard.
And I accused you,
Cass interjected.
of saying, thinking, and doing things you didn't. I guess I felt judged, even though you never gave me reason to, and I reacted to that.
I did give you a reason to. I didn't think about you having clutter issues, honestly, but I spouted off enough for you to have no reason to suppose I would exempt you. Kaye swallowed hard. Look, I'm sorry. You were just trying to help a friend, and all I did was criticize her for not being ready to do what I wanted her to do.
And I accused you of things that weren't true. You were willing. I just didn't want to see it because I was in that spot where I saw myself through what I thought were your eyes.
Cass picked at her fingernails.
Jerry said that I was feeling convicted about my own shopping habits.
You're not a big shopper, though.
I spend as much, probably more actually, as you ever did. I just buy more expensive things so it looks like less. I felt convicted by your frugality and then by your more reasonable quantities.
Kaye started to demur, to remind her friend that she'd taken those things to unhealthy extremes, but something held her back.
It was a compliment, Kaye. Accept it.
It's not that. But yeah, thanks. She mulled the words over in her mind. I'm just starting to get something.
What?
I keep hearing how bad I've been. What?
I'm sorry.
Kaye waved her friend off as she continued. No, not you, not really. It's Jacob, or the boys, or myself. I'm really good at chewing out myself, but you just showed me something that I couldn't hear from them.
What? Tell me so I can feel like less of a heel.
She waggled her foot.
Although I do love a good pair of heels.
Funny. Kaye sat up. I just keep thinking of this as either good or bad, not a good thing misused. I need this reduction in stuff. I need this shopping hobby gone. I am much happier with both. What I didn't get, she tried to explain as much to herself as to Cass, is that what didn't make me happy was when I let those things, or lack of them, dictate my life.
Whoa,
Deep. Cass held up the bag she'd brought in.
Calls for ice cream. Got some from the confectionery in Fairbury. Lemonade twist.
Kaye expected a sodden mess of semi-liquidness, but though soft, the ice cream was still frozen. How do you manage that? Jerry bought me a new gadget. Ice chest that plugs into the cigarette lighter. That thing is sweet. Over ice cream, the two women mended their damaged friendship, working over the seam with beautiful stitching until only they would ever see that it hadn't been put there by design. As the timer went off and the boys burst through the door, Cass asked, "So, when you go back to Rochelle's, can I come? I avoided watching you do much when you were on a roll here, but I might be ready to see the process as well as the results. Maybe." The summer shower that the Channel 5 News meteorologist predicted did not come to pass, or rather, it passed them by. Skirting the Rockland area by a good 20 miles, they enjoyed all the mugginess of rainy weather, with none of the precipitation to destroy the possibility of a successful garage sale. The morning dawned hot and miserable due to the aforementioned humidity. Thanks to the expected rain, Kaye and Jacob opted not to set up their wares the night before the sale, so their 6 o'clock wake-up time became a 4 o'clock work frenzy. Kaye opted to stay inside and watch Sophie and the boys, assuming they ever decided to leave the sticker sheet with their sales column on it. Operation Summer Fun commenced. Early birds arrived long before the boys awakened and before they'd finished pulling things from the garage. Kaye struggled to load kitchen paraphernalia onto the kitchen table as Jacob argued with the would-be purchaser that no, just because it's holding something at a sale doesn't mean the table has to be for sale. "I should have thought of that," Kaye mused as she dragged the last box of kitchen stuff from the garage. "As soon as these are loaded, I'll make a few signs." It never happened. The sale advertised an 8 o'clock starting time. Some people arrived shortly after 5. A never-out-of-the-box air popcorn popper that they'd received 3 of as wedding gifts claimed right of first sale for an impressive $5. Jacob looked green. "What's wrong?" she hissed as she stowed $20 more in the till and said goodbye to a push mower they'd never used.
I don't know if I can do this. I mean, come on. I know what a difference this makes in our lives, but it's still a lot of money down the drain.
"The money went down the drain years ago," she argued. "I'm just fishing some of it back."
A thought occurred to her.
"Can you run in for the camera? We've got to get a picture of this. And maybe it'll help you really see what's going on. We fit most of this stuff in our house. The rest we fit in a 10 by 12 unit."
At the deer-in-the-headlights look on Jacob's face as he watched a man carry away a toolbox full of old tools that he'd never actually used, Kaye also decided that she could be grateful that he missed 2 sales while he took a bathroom break and found the camera.
"I need a new home for that thing, too. It's not working in that cupboard in the family room. We never think to look there, and I always have to think of where it goes back. Hey, Jacob."
Kaye's voice snapped him out of yet another panic-stricken look.
Yeah?
"Where did you look for that camera first?"
Hall closet, why?
"That's where I always look. I'm going to screw another hook into the wall to hang the bag on. Keeping it in the family room just doesn't make as much sense as I thought it did."
Well, it does, but...
"It can't," she argued, smiling at a woman and agreeing to dropping $2 off a bag of clothes. "If we never think of it there, then we'll never use it. The point was to make it easier, not harder."
The woman whipped her head around and stared at Kaye.
Say that again.
"What?"
What you just said about putting something where it's easier.
Kaye launched into an explanation of her decluttering and organization process.
"Just thought it made sense to keep the camera in the room where we take the most pictures, but we always go to the hall closet to get the camera, and then the moment is gone. Better to put it where we'll find it and walk a few extra steps than to give up when it's not there. That's just crazy."
I have 4 cameras, and I can never find any of them when I need them. My sister keeps hers in a basket on the kitchen counter. I thought that was dumb, but now I kind of get it.
The boys burst from the front door just after 7 o'clock. Officially, the sale had yet to begin, but already the till swelled with dollar bills and the tables needed to be replenished with items from the garage. Kaye's foot screamed for relief. Jacob looked ready to scream uncle and curl into a ball protecting his head when Kaye said she was going inside. She had a plan. 30 minutes to get the boys and Sophie fed and rest her foot between activities. Then she'd relieve Jacob so he could eat. After that, he'd be ready to take over outside again so she could give her aching foot some real rest and maybe a soak in Epsom salts. Alas, Sophie had a diaper blowout of an impressive, if disgusting, magnitude. The boys couldn't agree on what they wanted, and Kaye refused to make 2 breakfasts.
I shouldn't have said they can pick. Now we're at an impasse. I wonder if it's wrong to tell them that they have 1 minute to agree or I'm picking for them. I mean, I did give them a choice, but is that the same as a promise?
She wanted to kick herself.
Jacob would never sit here tearing himself apart over something like this. He'd just do it and they could learn to appreciate his generosity in giving them options or something like that. Okay, boys, you have 1 minute to come to an agreement or you're eating Cheerios, period.
But, wait, no fair,
Trent echoed.
You promised. You said.
I asked what you wanted, gave you an option. You didn't take the option. You bickered. So, I'm giving you a fair warning that I'm going to remove the options and do whatever I want unless you figure this out ASAP. They agreed on frozen waffles.
So we can take them out front to eat them,
the boys suggested. Kaye didn't bother to inform them that they would not be eating their waffles outside. Breakfast disappeared in record time. Somehow, in a move Kaye couldn't believe worked, she managed to insist that the boys brush their teeth, and they did. However, they also seemed to have brushed out their eardrums, because after that, they heard her no more. Out the front door, closing it with a bang, the boys dashed, heedless of her cries to ask their father to step in.
Looks like we'll have to go out there, Sophie.
By the time she made it through the throng surrounding the register, i.e. card table with a calculator, the boys had zipped past, freaking out when they heard their father agree to a 25% reduction in the price of a toy. Her eyes widened and her stomach sank to her feet as she watched a $100 Connect set walk away for $2.
Dad!
Kaye stopped Miles and turned him away, murmuring,
I'll cover the difference from somewhere. He didn't know.
Oblivious to the ire of his family, Jacob beamed as he showed her the sheet of stickers and scribbled prices. Everything is selling like hot. He turned to accept $1 for a $10 lamp, but Kaye preempted him.
Sorry, that's a 1, not a 10.
It's... Jacob began, but the man dug for his wallet. Guy has to try. The man traded a 10 for a 1 and carried off his mock Tiffany lamp, waving at someone. Kaye watched him gesture to Jacob and make slicing motions when he pointed to her. Seeing her watching, he hurried off to his car.
Did you see that? These people already know that you'll take any quarter they offer. It's not even officially time to start yet.
Jacob showed her his phone. 3 minutes past, actually. She tried again.
Knocking down prices around noon makes sense, but not before most of the people have actually gotten here yet.
A woman beside her nodded.
Yeah, she's right. Not that I don't like bargains, but you gave away that set. I'd have paid $20 for it if Joe hadn't picked it up first. He's just going to put it on eBay starting at $30 and will probably get $60. The box was in near new condition.
The green tinge around Jacob's lips told her he'd gotten the point.
Anyway, you go get breakfast.
Kaye passed Sophie to him.
I'll hold down the fort out here until you're done.
The lesson worked too well. Jacob returned in time for her to soak her feet and do a little cleaning before she hurried out to man the cash station while he replenished their near-empty tables. Kaye arrived just in time to hear him hold firm to a $5 price tag on a $6 puzzle. The woman walked off without a purchase.
Not sure this is working. People aren't buying anything now. Isn't $1 better than nothing?
Kaye pointed to the price sticker.
It says 50 cents.
I thought there was a 0 missing. I mean, it's unused. It's in perfect gift-giving condition.
No, it's a puzzle. 50 cents is all you can get for one, at best.
Well, how am I supposed to know? This is crazy. Too little, too much.
Too loud, she hissed. Can you just go do something?
Jacob stood at the counter munching on a ham sandwich with cheese, lettuce, and no tomato, the remnants of his lunch-making strewn across the counter. As he reached for the milk, he saw a package of meat on the shelf.
Marinade for dinner? I bet she wants it done. I could ask. If I don't, we'll both forget, and pizza tonight will eat into our profits.
He sent a text, a quick one.
Marinade the beef in the fridge.
Kaye didn't respond.
Probably busy. Better just do it.
His hands, coated with marinade, made it impossible for him to answer the phone properly when she called a minute later. Jacob touched the screen with his elbow until he managed to hit the speakerphone.
Hey, sorry, what?
She walked. Sophie ran, really. She took off after a woman and then nearly ended up in the street. I can't believe this kid.
His lip twitched as she chased the baby again.
Vindication. All those times she refused to do it when others watched and made me feel crazy for seeing it. Now we know, don't we? Yes, we do. Ha!
Before he could offer a bit of sympathy, Kaye launched into a story about a guy who admitted he planned to resell her stuff online and didn't like the 300% markup he'd get. He actually wanted me to cut my price in half so he could get even more profit. 3 gals behind him informed him they'd pay full price if he wouldn't. Got more for that pile of stuff than we were asking. Jacob started to wash his hands in the kitchen sink, but the soap dispenser refused to belch out any soap at all. He tried to tell her he'd return in a minute, but Kaye continued to ramble about Sophie's latest exploits and how cute their sons were being about the baby's newly acquired skills. Desperate to finish, he dashed for the bathroom, leaving Kaye chattering on the kitchen counter, so to speak. When he returned, Kaye was calling for him.
Jacob, are you okay?
Sorry.
Jacob picked up the phone, frowning at spots on the counter and floor.
I had to go wash in the bathroom, hands covered in marinade.
Why? Oh, right. I forgot to refill the soap thing. Sorry. So...
She hesitated as if waiting.
Jacob?
He almost didn't respond. Instead, he followed the suspicious pattern of 4 mini ovals arching over the tip of an upside-down heart. Paw prints. They stopped at the laundry room where Purrlock sat cleaning himself. Purring, of course.
I think, you are not going to believe this, but I think Purrlock walked through the pan of marinating meat. I just followed paw prints to the laundry room and he's just...
Sitting there, licking his paws. You know, like I always say, and you tell me I'm crazy? Well, guess what? Not as nuts as you think I am I?
Does he really?
That cat hates me.
But he did it to me,
Jacob protested. Silence, followed by muffled discussions of exciting things like prices and what he thought was an agreement to let someone rifle through the garage, hovered until she returned.
Yeah, he did. But if you left your phone on the counter while I was talking to you, I bet he thought I was in the house. This was a total slight on me.
Her words sounded overly dramatic, paranoid even, but something in Purrlock's expression did look a bit deliberate in its innocence.
Now you're getting crazy. A cat trying to look innocent? Yeah, right. Well, I've got to defrost something else now, and I've got paw prints to clean up. Be out in a bit.
Chapter 39. Kaye counted the money twice, shaking her head as the last coins slid into the jar. Confused, she passed it all to Jacob and shoved her chair away from the table.
You counted. I'm doing something wrong.
What'd you get?
She shook her head.
No, you add, and then we'll compare.
4 little eyes stared back at her as Kaye crossed her arms over her chest and waited for Jacob to finish. She counted as he flopped the bills down, one after another. Again, she counted the same amount as she followed his movements.
It's not possible. That's triple what we've ever made.
After finishing the coins, Jacob leaned back.
2,000.
What?
Miles whipped his head to Kaye to see if she agreed.
$352 and...
Kaye finished for him.
35 cents.
Jacob nodded.
How is that possible? The boys made $300 alone. That's over $2,600 total.
Trent's face fell.
$126? That won't do anything. How can we only have that much when we made 3? No, stupid. 2,600. We're talking big bucks. We can do everything.
Miles grinned.
This was awesome. What do we do first?
Trent's squeal pierced Kaye's eardrum. Kaye's screaming foot demanded relief. Well, I worked hard. Between keeping you guys from gouging the customers, she teased as she grinned at her sons, and stopping Dad from selling everything we own, she added with a pointed look at Jacob. I'm totally worn out, and my foot is killing me.
The woman can't make up her mind. Get rid of all of it. Keep it. Sell cheap. Sell for more.
Jacob slipped an arm around her waist and pulled her close.
There's no pleasing you.
You helped me get rid of a ton of stuff and took all the leftovers to Goodwill. I'm thrilled. Thank you very much. Long after the children were asleep and the movie they'd watched ended, Jacob went in search of his wife. Not in the bath, not on their bed, nowhere. As he looked, different aspects of their home stood out to him. The living room had a real style to it now, warm and inviting while still declaring, "This is a space for grown-ups." He felt like a fool as he opened the pantry and cupboards in the kitchen, glancing at their contents.
Yeah, like I'm going to find her in here. Maybe I should check the freezer, too. Perfect place for a wife with an aversion to frozen foods to hide.
Still, he opened it anyway, smiling at the picture of food he could actually find before him. Now on a roll, he examined every inch of the family room, the game cupboard, and the entry closet. The only thing missing from the entryway was the hall bench thing she'd been eyeing.
We could have bought it if she didn't promise the boys all the money for summer fun. Still, maybe for Christmas.
He couldn't examine the boys' room or Sophie's room, but he'd been in both recently enough to realize they could find their stuff, could walk on their floors. Only his and Kaye's room lacked the polish that he thought it should have.
That's because she got rid of all that junk her mom bought. The room looks tired. Bet she'd like a makeover there, too, but we just can't swing it. Not now. Still, she might like a new comforter. Maybe we could do that. Maybe the boys would consider just keeping 2,000 and giving her the rest to decorate in here. It's still nice, but it could be nicer. She's earned it and has the battle scars to prove it. Their closet still astounded him. All that empty space. The back wall in particular screamed for an organizer to hold her scrapbooking supplies. Lord, she's got to give in. She likes it and is good at it. Why can't we find a balance between only buying the exact pieces she needs and having an in-home store? There has to be a balance. Maybe just a drawer for each thing. Ribbons in one, buttons in one, those metal circles in one, paper, whatever. That's not overdoing it. I wonder if a predetermined limit like that would help her.
But designing a space for Kaye didn't solve the problem with where she'd gone.
She must be in the basement. Can't believe she'd go down there now. There's nothing to see.
That thought clinched it. Kaye liked empty spaces now as much as she'd once liked rows of supplies. She got almost giddy seeing an empty bookshelf corner where once she would have purchased a series she only considered so-so just to fill the spot. Her stock shelves no longer had a dozen of each product on them. Now, a refill or two, if they came in pairs, satisfied her. At the bottom of the basement stairs, he glanced at the boys' toy shelves and couldn't help a grin.
She even got them to empty out a couple of those. That's impressive.
His conscience kicked him as he realized he'd sold one of them for a fraction of what he could have gotten for it.
Well, how was I supposed to know?
Purrlock padded past Jacob, his nose in the air as if to prove that he was above such places as basements.
I'm onto you, Cat, Jacob warned. You won't fool me easily again.
A whiff of something foul hit his nostrils. Jacob stared in shock, wondering if the cat could have possibly broken wind deliberately. Stare morphed into glare as he grabbed the black and white beast with the circle of white around his eye.
A magnifying glass,
Miles had insisted.
He's like Sherlock Holmes.
You're more like Jekyll and Hyde,
Jacob muttered as he carried the cat upstairs and closed the door behind him. He searched the garage, the backyard, but Kaye had disappeared. Feeling foolish at not thinking of it earlier, Jacob pulled out his phone and zipped a text to her.
Where are you?
The answer came immediately.
Front step. Nice out here.
Her silhouette greeted him as he opened the front door.
What you doing out here?
Just enjoying the air. It's not stifling yet. Hot today, but it cooled off pretty decently. I was going to go look at the house again, in the dark.
Look at the house?
Today I noticed,
she explained as she grabbed his hand to hoist herself up,
that the trim is looking pretty shabby, peeling in places.
And you thought you could tell how bad it was at night?
Hence,
Kaye rejoined,
my mockery of the idea by saying in the dark.
Jacob stepped close to the shutters and ran a finger over them. They looked fine. He started to say something when one of the front posts caught his attention.
Oh, I see what you mean. How did I miss that?
I'm thinking about having the boys scrape. They can do that on days we don't go somewhere. It'll be good for them not to think everything is games and goofing off. I think I read that somewhere. Something about meaningful work.
Did I hear my wife say her kids should do actual work?
Jacob leaned against the same railing as Kaye, nudging her elbow.
The stuff you come up with is usually token stuff.
I was thinking about Rochelle's kids and the stuff they do. It seems to be good for them. I think our boys are a bit spoiled in that regard.
She shook her head even as she spoke.
I know. Just hush.
Didn't say a word. Not a single word.
Yeah, but I could hear your silence all the way across town, if I were there, that is.
She hobbled toward the front door.
My foot gets less tired every day. That's good, isn't it?
Sounds good to me, but it's not ready for you to climb ladders. No painting the eaves.
The kiss Kaye gave him should have warned him of what would come next. He groaned as she asked,
If I paint everything I can reach, will you do the rest?
The water slide offered an outing experience tailor-made for Kaye. She could stay near the edge, playing with Sophie and with little strain on her foot, while the boys raced up the stairs to the mouth of the enormous slides and tubes and slid their way into the pool again.
Sophie, make sure I don't forget to get you in swimming lessons early. We could never have done this if they hadn't been taking lessons so long.
Trent climbed from the pool and asked when they'd be eating lunch.
I'm starved.
Let's wait a little longer. I just saw a huge group head toward the food court. We'll wait until they come back. That way we won't be in line forever. The boy raced off, getting a sharp whistle from a lifeguard before walking at a pace that couldn't possibly be much safer than running. Kid's crazy, she muttered to Sophie.
Eee!
Close enough. Kaye rotated her ankle slowly, grateful for a boot that allowed her to get in the water for a break. I think it's healing now. I'll be walking normally without it in a couple of weeks. Probably time to start that painting, isn't it? Sophie nodded her approval, much to Kaye's amusement. All afternoon, she bided her time, wearing out the boys as much as possible, even as Sophie slept on a towel-covered pool raft beside her lounge chair. Miles pooped out first, flopping down on his stomach on the warm concrete even without the benefit of a towel.
Best day ever.
That's what you said after the go-kart races and the big hamster ball place. Tired?
Nah, I just got out because I knew he wouldn't until I did.
Miles glanced over his shoulder, squinting at her.
Dad said not to keep you here forever. He said if you get overtired, we might not be able to do Storyland this weekend.
That's my guy. Gotta love him. Well, he has a point, but I feel good. Hard to wear out my foot when the water supports my leg for me. Trent hauled himself from the water before Miles could respond.
We going home?
You ready? The boy exchanged eloquent glances with his brother before nodding.
Yeah, I think so. Can we come back before school starts?
Probably, especially if we just set aside money that we didn't spend on anything else. Kaye strapped her medical boot on firmly and gathered everything she could before picking up Sophie and settling her into the stroller.
Why didn't you put her in the stroller to sleep?
Miles grabbed the beach bag and slung it over the handlebars.
You wouldn't have to wake her up then.
Except that once she falls asleep on me, it's hard enough to keep her asleep long enough to roll her onto that thing. Kaye pointed to the pool raft. It worked. That's all that matters. Let's go. Maybe we'll get home in time to grill burgers instead of eat the chicken divan. We can save that for tomorrow.
Burgers!
The boys cried in unison as they rushed on ahead of her. Kaye called them back just as a minivan backed from a parking spot. You're going to get flattened. Stay with me. Chapter 40. July 26th. Guilt appeased, Kaye began her new project on a hot, late July morning. She filled water bottles with water and lemonade, ordering herself not to complain if the boys ignored the water all day. Like you'll keep 'em out here all day anyway. They'll have it done in no time just to go in and play video games.
Hey, where are we going? I thought you said we had to stay home today.
Trent didn't wait for an answer. He called for Miles to come see the spread before them.
Look what Mom's doing.
Miles frowned as he appeared.
I thought we were running out of money. You said we could save some to go back to the water park.
We're not going anywhere. Suspicion clouded both boys' faces.
Then what?
Somehow, Kaye suspected a full-scale revolt if she stuck to her original plan, so an alternative presented itself and she altered her course. We're going to work this morning, and then you guys can set up the slip-and-slide this afternoon. Though their features relaxed a bit, both boys still looked skeptical.
What kind of work?
Well, we need to paint out front.
Paint? Cool!
Trent nudged his brother.
I'm so gonna swipe you. Wait, she's not going to let us paint out there. You know it. We're too messy and stuff.
Miles crossed his arms over his chest and eyed her.
What do we have to do?
We're all going to scrape the old paint off the wood, anywhere we can reach.
So, no ladders for you.
Miles nodded.
That won't take long. Most of the wood is up high.
That's right. Kaye decided to go with the boys' semi-acquiescence rather than point out that scraping even small sections could take hours. As the boys went to brush their teeth, she overheard Miles growl at Trent.
This is because you kept all that junk from Storyland. She's getting back at us. I know it.
Grandiose ideas of how much she'd be able to accomplish while the boys worked faded as she spent the entire time chasing Sophie and trying to keep the child on the grass and out of the street. I swear if my foot wasn't almost healed, I'd be begging Mom to come get her. This is craziness.
Mom?
Yeah? She called back as she darted after the child again.
Why don't you just tell her no? Dad does. She listens to him most of the time.
Before she could answer Trent's painful but insightful question, she heard Miles quip,
Because Sophie knows she doesn't have to listen to Mom like she does to Dad. That's crazy,
Trent protested.
She's just a baby. Yeah, but she's smart enough to know who's gonna make her and who's gonna chase her around, isn't she?
Kaye wanted to tell her son to mind his own business, but the truth of the boy's words cut deep. Gotta do something about that, Lord. I mean, come on. I've got the boys doing real work they're not even complaining about. If I can do that, I can teach a baby not to run from me. It's safer, too, she muttered as she tried to run after the fleeing child. No road pancakes. One advantage to Sophie's constant attempts to escape showed itself as the child fell asleep halfway through her mac and cheese lunch, almost face first into the bowl. Miles and Trent tittered as Kaye cleaned up the cheese-coated child and carried her from the room. By the time she returned, they'd cleared the table and even rinsed their plates. They want something.
Mom, can we invite some of the kids over too?
Told ya, she taunted herself. Yeah, I guess. I'm going to work out front, so no one with paranoid moms.
Sarah Jensen could come and watch if we paid her $5 or $10.
Miles wheedled.
Then we could invite everyone and get ice cream when the truck comes for everyone.
She started to protest, but Trent nodded.
Yeah, we worked in the blazing sun. Ice cream is the least you could do.
For half the neighborhood? Kaye sat and stared at her boys. If I do this, that's a lot of your fun money gone. Do you really want to spend it on ice cream from a truck?
We'll tell everyone to bring their own money, or they can have freeze pops,
Miles countered.
How's that?
More reasonable, I guess. Seems kind of rude. Trent's protest should have woken Sophie, but the child wouldn't wake up until nearly dinner time after the exhausting morning.
We're offering something. We're not eating in front of anyone. What's the problem? Okay, don't get rude or she'll say no.
Miles gave her an indulgent grin.
He's just a kid. What?
Never mind. Go ahead. Call Sarah and see if she wants to sit outside and make sure no one breaks anything. I'm going to go scrape some more. Saturday afternoon, while Sophie snoozed, Jacob took the boys to an indoor remote control car racetrack and left Kaye at home to paint. As much as she wanted to dive right into the project, Kaye made herself do the lunch dishes and put away the baby's toys that had been strewn from one end of the family room through the kitchen and to the laundry room. All set, she rushed to her room to change out of her favorite jeans. There, everything changed. She stared, discouraged, at the beautiful closet before her. Every pair of jeans, both pairs of shorts, and all her skirts had one thing in common: perfection. The idea of destroying any of them with paint sickened her. She did manage to find one t-shirt that she wouldn't be upset to lose, but she wasn't keen on the idea either. A glance down at her single-shod foot also bothered her. Ruining her good shoes made no sense, none at all. Purrlock stalked past and curled up in one corner of the closet, tempting Kaye to shut the door on him. You'd just poop all over something, wouldn't you? Purrlock purred. The temptation to wake a sleeping baby nearly drove her to distraction. She'd only be delayed by, half an hour?
I just need to run to Goodwill and get an old pair of jeans and a t-shirt. Oh, and shoes.
Kaye stepped into Sophie's room and murmured the child's name.
Sophie, want to go for a ride? Go to the store?
The child didn't stir. She tried again. Same result. Frustrated, Kaye closed the door behind her, none too quietly, but again the child didn't make a peep. A new sense of irritation grew within her. The baby, who woke up at the slightest provocation, refused to cooperate when Kaye actually needed her to. Annoying at best, nearly infuriating. Curiosity grew, and she rushed to open the front door. She slammed it, just like the boys would, coming home from school. Her eye slid toward the handset to the baby monitor on the hall table. Not a rustle on the mattress. Nothing. By this time, Kaye had lost a little of her sanity. She ran, hobbled at a greater rate of speed than normal, toward the child's room, calling, "Mom!" The monitor hardly picked up a weak snore. 15 wasted minutes had passed. Kaye gazed longingly outside, ignoring the fact that the blazing afternoon sun would make any outdoor job miserable. A song, one she'd heard numerous times at her Grammy's house, niggled at the back of her mind.
"'Tain't no sin to take off your skin and dance around in your bones."
Wish that were true, she muttered as her eyes raked the neighborhood. It seemed as if every single family had disappeared for the weekend. Not one kid zipped past on a scooter. Not one lawnmower hummed or weed whacker buzzed as it cut through the edging. If I could get away with removing my skin, I'd so do it. She stepped out toward the backyard and stared at the houses around her. No one could see her out here. I could be totally naked and no one would know. That'd get it done. An odd feeling zinged through her as she realized she'd almost do it. Weird. That's a bit much, isn't it? If swimsuits weren't so expensive, I could totally do that. Paint in my swimsuit in the backyard. I wish I had an old Wait. Jacob does. He ruins clothes on a regular basis. The idea worked, in theory. She found one of Jacob's polos with a hole in the side seam where the stitching had come loose. Yes, she should have taken a minute to fix it, but her desire to work overshadowed it. A glance at herself in the mirror as she pulled on the shirt amused her. I look ridiculous. Swimsuit and a medical boot accessorized by a striped polo. Oi! It took time, much too much time, but she managed to get every inch of wood she could reach painted before Sophie awoke. The front called to her as well. How crazily inappropriate would it be for her to work out front half-dressed like that? It's not like people don't mow yards and stuff in their swimsuits for tans. Why not paint? I'm covered more, too. Polo. She grinned. As the minivan rolled toward the house, Jacob's eyes grew wide and then rolled too. Tell me I'm not seeing what I think I am. What the heck?
What is Mom doing painting in your shirt? Where's her pants?
His eyes met Miles's in the rearview mirror. I think she's got my shirt on over a swimsuit. As Jacob pulled into the drive, his mind screamed, At least I hope so. Kaye waved at them, pointing to the boards across the front of the house. Jacob climbed from the van and strolled toward her, ordering himself not to overreact.
Doesn't it look good?
Yeah. Any need to say anything dissolved when Trent made an attempt, weak and failed, but an attempt nonetheless, at a wolf whistle. The noise came out as something like tweet-twoo.
Very funny.
Kaye raised her arm to swipe the brush at corner trim, and the boys screeched.
Ew, Mom, I can see your underpanties, whatever you call girl stuff. Ew.
Miles nodded.
Yeah, what he said. Ew.
It's a swimsuit, you nuts. Same one I wore to the water slide and you weren't complaining then.
Yeah, well, Trent explained. We were having fun then. Shut up, you idiot.
Don't call your brother names, Kaye muttered automatically. And don't say shut up. It's rude. Jacob sent the boys inside, and Sophie's wails erupted the moment they burst through the door. Kaye groaned. Ugh, I swear I tried to wake her up for all the good it did me.
Why would you try to wake her up?
Kaye struck a model pose. Believe it or not, this isn't what house painters are wearing this time of year. I just don't have any grubby clothes. Forgot to keep stuff like that, so it was this or nothing. I figured nothing wouldn't work.
Sure it would. You do it some other day,
Jacob said. Even as the words left his mouth, he knew it was futile. I mean, nothing on. That wouldn't work, and I did the backyard first, she added as if it made all the sense in the world. I just ran out of time. I'll go to the Goodwill and buy a couple of things to keep for when my foot gets better and I have to do the eaves.
I'll do the...
Kaye crossed her arms over her chest and shook her head. Yeah, we both know that'll happen next spring at best. It's just not happening. So I'll do it as soon as the doctor says I can climb a ladder. Her eyebrows rose as she grinned and made a mock swipe in his direction. And we both know he's gonna say that next week. Ha! Jacob shook his head, rolled his eyes, and jogged into the house to rescue Sophie from her cage, otherwise known as a crib.
Little girlie, he murmured, your mother has lost her mind. She's crazy, nuts, goofy.
He nuzzled her head with his nose as he added,
and that's just the way we like her, isn't it?
Chapter 41. June 29th. As her session wound down, Kaye tried to keep focused on the 3 things she'd determined she must state before turning it over to questions and answers. Well, as I'm sure you've probably all surmised, I could talk all day, but I see that I have less than 2 minutes to say what took me about 9 months to learn. In that sense, I sort of had a pregnancy of sorts. Where that thought had come from, Kaye couldn't imagine, but she ran with it. Hey, that's actually a good analogy. See, the idea was conceived. An uncertain floated her way from the women on her left. Then I had morning sickness, that lovely period where even while you are making something beautiful, you make a mess at the same time. Laughter followed, buoying her spirits. And of course, then there are the crazy hormonal times where you do things that make no sense and irritate everyone around you. We all know how that worked out for me. She took a moment to order her thoughts before continuing. And, thanks to that ham, I even had the time where I was on bed rest. But you know what? Even with all the stretch marks, the labor pains, and after pains, I can tell you right now that I have a beautiful baby that has become an integral part of our family. We've welcomed her into our home, and she fits in with us perfectly now. At first, yes, we had the family revolve around her while we became accustomed to her, but now she bends and flexes with us as well as the other way around. We don't make our baby of decluttering and organization more important than any other. The analogy fizzled. Okay, Kaye said after a moment of silence. This is why I should not improvise. I'm here to confess that I am a decluttering junkie. Like any recovering addict, I lapse into letting my addiction rule me at times, but each time I learn new triggers. And, like Anne Shirley, I don't often make the same mistake twice anymore. The clock showed 1 minute past. Kaye shrugged. And I went over. So, I want to leave you with 3 things. First,
on the subject of stuff. We live in a stuff-oriented society. It will take a lot of time and require that you rethink how you handle everything in order to take control over your possessions rather than them controlling you. Don't try to do it all at once. You won't succeed without destroying people in the process. Another wave of emotion hit her as she headed into her second point. People. The next thing I want to say is that people are more important than things, or the lack of them. Better to live in a hoarder house with love than in a minimalist's dream alone, or with a hurting and distant family. She forced a sheepish grin. And you know how hard that is for me to say. A round of applause hit her, almost making her step away from the mic. I guess they think I'm done. But the applause quieted, and an expectant air followed. And finally, I'm here to help. I discovered working with Cass and Rochelle that I love helping people. I started a blog at declutteringjunkie.com, and I'm offering tips, personalized help, the works, and free. Just send me your pictures of a closet or a room, and I'll walk through it, telling you what I'd do and why. I'll ask questions, you'll answer, and after we're done, all I ask is you let me put up our exchange on the blog. I'll be sure not to put identifying stuff up there or anything like that. We'll be discreet. Jacob and Cass had both warned her that she needed to stick to her guns on the free exchange of help for blog material, but Kaye heard herself saying, "And if at that point you change your mind and don't want your makeover on the internet, I'll be okay with that too. Thank you for being a great audience and not booing me off the stage for going 5 minutes over." Chapter 42. August 13th. Waves of panic washed over her as Kaye pushed the stroller through Kid Zone at the mall. Trent and Miles dragged their feet, wailing that life was over having to shop with her. She'd almost reached the point where she agreed. A rack of 75% off items pulled her toward it with a magnetism usually reserved for meet-cutes in movies. Her heart raced, perspiration beaded on her upper lip, and her hands trembled. I've got to get out of here. Come on, boys, let's go.
Go where?
Kaye, still fighting to overcome the lure of the bargain, answered without thinking. I don't care. You name it. Let's just go. An hour later, she pushed her way to Peter Pan's Flight at Storyland, wondering how she'd gotten finagled into another trip that she knew they couldn't afford. There goes my new comforter. With the boys and Sophie enjoying homemade ice cream at Jacob's mother's house, Kaye once again hit the mall in hopes of doing the boys' back-to-school shopping in one fell swoop. Lists in her hands, each had hand-drawn checkboxes next to each item, an attempt to prevent overbuying. Oh, how the mighty have fallen and will fall again, her mind taunted her. The prices nearly killed her. After months of self-imposed fiscal dieting, Kaye flip-flopped between binging and finding nothing that fit within her new diet plan. The best prices tugged her in one direction, while the best looks jerked her to the higher-priced items. She left the store empty-handed. By the time she exited the third store, still without making a single purchase, Kaye sought a quiet place to call for assistance. The dressing rooms in JCPenney's afforded her the quiet and solitude she sought. Her fingers drummed the seat as she waited for Cass to answer her call. Help. What? I can't shop. I've lost my ability to spend money. Liar? Cass didn't elaborate. What? You are perfectly capable of spending every penny you own, as long as it's a huge bargain and as long as you don't have to bring the proceeds into your house. Kaye's stunned silence hung between them before Cass queried, "Will that be cash or credit?"
How did I miss that?
Because you've discovered the flaw in your bargain hunts. It worked when the boys were little and you could get entire outfits on one hanger. Pants, shirt, t-shirt, vest, whatever. Now you find a great shirt and the only thing to go with it is jeans. But then you have another problem.
Jeans never go on clearance,
Kaye finished for her.
You're right. So I have to suck it up and deal with the fact that I'll pay full price for jeans, or nearly so.
30% off jeans is not nearly full price. You are so spoiled, Cass teased.
Well,
or you learn to buy them at Walmart or some other discount store and quit thinking your kids have to have name-brand clothes.
Kaye's laughter echoed in the dressing room. Says the woman who owns more Coach and Burberry than some boutiques.
So, are you ready to shop, or should I come hold your hand?
Yes, I knew she'd never let me down. Kaye's fist pumped as she said aloud, "How about both? I'll buy you lunch if you come and make sure I'm not being too cheap or too crazy before I check out, but I'll have to have what I need picked out before you get here."
On my way. Wait, where are you?
She started to speak but remembered a sale she'd seen and whispered, "I'm heading over to Kohl's now." Finishing the boys' shopping before Cass could arrive turned out not to be as easy as anticipated. The divided cart gave her ample space to stack each boy's needs, but the back-to-school sale had attracted enough shoppers to create a frenzy. Employees worked behind waves of shoppers to try to repair the rumpled heaps of what were once neatly stacked shirts, shorts, and pants. Hangers hung askew, and clothing littered the floor beneath racks. Still, she found one advantage to the mayhem. People can't find things in this mess unless they dig, and no one is digging. I may just manage to get what I want. Cass found her folding shirts as fast as she checked sizes in an attempt to get a cool graphic tee with a motocross bike on it, in a size 10.
What are you doing?
Need this one. Kaye held up the shirt and shook it a little. In a size 10.
So, you're organizing the department in the process?
I just figured if I'm going to pick through this mess, I could leave it a bit cleaner when I'm done. Kaye tossed her friend a "is that so bad" expression as she handed over a stack of shirts. Can you put those on the other side?
Kaye?
Cass stood opposite the tiered table and blinked. Yeah?
Come here.
One look at the mess on the other side of the table sent waves of irritation and incredulity over her. I kid you not, less than 2 minutes ago that was mostly organized.
How do you think the people who work here feel?
Kaye began a rant of epic proportions. People complain that things are a mess, but they can't possibly afford to hire enough people to follow every customer around the store to clean up after them. Sheesh, my mom would let me have it.
Soapbox tomorrow, shop today,
Cass said as she shoved the right t-shirt into Kaye's hands.
You're getting sidetracked.
Kaye couldn't argue with that, no matter how tempted. Okay, if the boys have 8 shirts, that's almost 2 weeks between repeats. Not so many that they have a stuffed drawer, but not so few that they are predictable. Can't you hear some snotty kid? Oh, it must be Wednesday. You're wearing the green shirt with the grunge soccer thing.
Kids don't describe stuff like that. At best, they'd remember it was green.
Kaye almost didn't hear the comment. Her eyes hit on a rack of uniforms, and a new idea struck her. Why don't we petition the school to adopt uniforms? Talk about saving a bundle. I bet they could get away with 3 pairs of pants and 4 shirts.
Well, since it'll take until Trent's through elementary school to pull that off, how about we don't and pray for the other moms to take up the challenge instead?
But the idea wouldn't go away. Kaye kept staring back at the innocent rack of khakis and navy polo shirts. They seemed to call to her, begging her to take them home. How stunted for life would the boys be if I just bought them anyway?
The therapy bills would heed any financial or organizational savings.
Cass moved between Kaye and the tiny uniform section.
Step away from the uniforms.
The Christian school? I could.
Do you hear yourself? You want to spend hundreds of dollars a month to save what? What would it save? Cass threw up her hands. I don't know you anymore. You're the obnoxious mom who always has her kids dressed so cute and so naturally that they don't even know how cute they are. You're not a uniform mom. You'd go crazy.
The truth of Cass's words hit her full force as she tried to imagine folding the laundry. She'd see khaki pants and assume both boys had enough clean ones when she saw the stack. Same with shirts. Yeah, you're right. Uniform prices are just so appealing. I mean, they don't have huge sales on those, right? And if they do, it's either your size or it isn't. No worries about how it'll match what they already have.
Lord, I'm glad she's got a few years to get over this before she has to shop for Sophie for school. Ugh! Cass winked at her. Or are you going to go all jeans and t-shirts for her, too?
That was low, really low. Once Kaye decided she'd finished, she stood back and watched as Cass examined her intended purchases. Her fingernails became increasingly shorter as she waited for the verdict. Cass finally turned and crossed her arms.
You said 8 shirts and 5 pants.
Yeah?
You've got 12 shirts for Trent and 10 for Miles. You also have 6 pants for Trent, but I'm assuming these are for church?
Cass pulled a pair of corduroy pants from the pile. Yeah, he'll still wear 'em, so I decided to replace the ones he ripped out last Sunday with those. Well, in a month or 2. They're still too warm for now. As she spoke, Kaye pulled out 6 shirts and stared at the remaining piles. How does that look?
Good. Now, write down that information.
What information? Kaye beckoned for Cass to follow as she went to put the shirts back where they belonged.
Brand, price, style, description. Write it down. Go home and print out a picture. Cass insisted. That way, when they destroy something, you can just go back and get it or send a grandma for you. Easy shopping. You already did it.
It sounded ingenious, but an objection formed before she could stop herself. But they could have new stuff I like better by that point.
New stuff that you don't know about. You can't miss what you didn't see. You were ready to buy this now, so just buy it when something needs to be replaced. If it needs it before Christmas is over, anyway. After that, you probably won't be able to find it, so then you can toss and shop again.
Cass took the clothes and set them on a table where an employee worked frantically to refold things.
Sorry, don't remember where they go, and they'll probably end up in the training bra bin in no time.
You aren't kidding, the young woman growled. I found a double D bra hanging from the toddler boys' rack. Seriously? What do you think? Jacob stared at the piles of clothes, doubts filling him.
Are you sure it's enough? I mean, you've never come home with just that for one of the boys, much less both.
Kaye chewed her lip as she answered with more uncertainty than she realized. Jacob smiled inwardly as she said, Cass thought so. She talked me out of 6 more shirts.
Well, at least if Cass was there and approved, maybe that means it's not half crazy. Well, if all else fails, we can just go buy a couple more. Makes sense, though,
he hastened to add at the panicked look in Kaye's eye.
I mean, how many times have you said, he grew out of this and he only got to wear it once?
That, Jacob knew, she couldn't argue with at all. It had once been the cause of heated disagreements bordering on yelling matches of a kind he knew she hated as much as he did.
And here she's doing what I wanted her to do back then, and am I cheering her on? No, I'm just questioning her decisions and sanity. What kind of idiot husband am I? You know what?
He asked before she could suggest maybe just 1 or 2 more things.
You're right. This is actually brilliant. They'll fit in the drawers. There's enough so you don't have to wash every single day. And Cass's plan for replacing things, genius.
Right? All I could think of at first was, but I might miss out on cool stuff. Seriously, even after all these months of learning and growing, I'm still doing the same thing I've always done, going on the hunt for newer and better stuff. It's all about stuff. It makes me want to go clean out a closet or something.
No closets, Mrs. Harper, I beg you.
He waited for her acknowledgement of a skillfully turned movie quote. She almost missed it.
Good one. I didn't even like that movie. Can't believe I caught that.
You're probably the only woman in North America, not to mention Great Britain and Ireland, not to salivate at the opportunity to see Colin Firth on screen at any opportunity. And man, I sound like a British movie right there. Ugh.
Let's watch something utterly plebeian, like Jim Carrey or Will Ferrell. That'll ground us.
Jacob reached for the DVD binder, the one that had replaced an entire piece of furniture dedicated to the storage of their DVD collection.
Truman Show?
Kaye grinned.
I'll make the popcorn.
Chapter 43. September 5th. Kaye watched in amazed horror as Cass and Rochelle removed dozens of books from bookshelves that lined the family room, living room, dining room, and even the hallway walls. A pointed look from Cass jolted Kaye from her daze.
Okay, while you take stuff off shelves, I'm going to remove duplicates. We don't have to get rid of them, she hastened to add. We're just going to make sure your family's books are all together. You can keep your loaner books elsewhere. They shouldn't be all together? Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps, she repeated to herself. It's more a matter of not using primary storage for stuff that you will never use yourselves. Oh, understanding dawned. That makes so much. Wait, that's what John is always saying. We don't need to be everyone's storage. It just clutters up our house. It wasn't exactly what Kaye thought the man meant, but, again, baby steps. Okay, so you guys clean off shelves while I separate. Let's do this thing.
The kids slowly joined the work party, taking orders with cheerfulness Kaye hadn't expected, especially after the squabbling on her last visit. They stacked up classics, history, politics, early readers, devotionals. She'd never seen so many books. Don't they know what a library is? They'd save. That thought died as she tried to imagine taking 5, soon to be 6, kids to the library. Okay, so have the books. Schools have libraries. They're a school. So help this school. Wait. Libraries don't usually have more than 1 or 2 copies of a book, even only current popular ones, and then they get rid of it. It took nearly an hour to be able to pull Cass aside and share her latest idea. Look, I want to encourage her, but you know how I get, so I want to run this by you. What? Well, this is like their school library, right? One of Cass's eyebrows rose. Yeah. Well, even libraries don't have 4 or 5 copies of more than the very latest and hottest titles, like blockbuster bestsellers or whatever. They certainly don't keep 6 copies of Understanding Homeschooling, a Novel Idea. Relief washed over her as Cass called for Rochelle. You've got to hear this. Kaye just went from smart to amazing. It didn't solve the duplicate problem, but she did manage to cut it all down to just 1 extra. Children's novels filled the case nearest the couch and on the other side, leaving only half of one for anything else. Picture books loaded the lower shelves of that. What do we do with the rest of these? Rochelle stared at the enormous stacks of picture books and then turned, picked up a pile of economics books, and said over her shoulder, If the spine is intact, put it on the shelf in the dining room. If it's falling apart, get rid of it. And don't tell me what is gone. If I miss it, then I'll replace it. Victory loomed on the horizon. By the middle of nap time, after a lunch that Kaye still didn't think she'd ever recover from, they'd separated the family books from the loaners and stored the loaners on a set of metal shelves in the basement. Piles of books littered the floor. "We need boxes," Kaye said. "What are you going to do? Sell? Give away to friends? Donate to charity?"
"Yes,"
Rochelle laughed at Kaye's mock indignation.
"I'm going to pull out the stuff I know we can make at least a quarter of the cover price on and put it on half.com. Then I'll pull out the ones I know people at the homeschool group will want and take them to the monthly meeting. The rest can go to Goodwill."
Kaye pointed to the couch. "Start weeding. We'll hold up books and she can say sell, toss, or give. We'll take the tossers with us. That'll keep them from getting dragged back to the empty shelves."
"Yeah, John is going to want to get rid of them. He hates wall-to-wall furniture and, well..."
Those words explained what had bothered Kaye about Rochelle's house. The walls closed in on her. Nowhere for her eyes to rest. The furniture was nice, quality stuff, but it looked shabby because it was crowded into rooms that seemed too small for it. Too small after you lose a foot of each wall to shelving and then another foot or two for space between shelving and couches and stuff.
"Down those battered shelves to the basement."
Kaye dragged herself out of her thoughts at those words.
"What? Sorry, thinking about what to do next."
Rochelle suggested taking the worst of the bookshelves down to the basement, Cass said with a look that practically ordered her not to get too intense about things.
"If they're falling apart, maybe you could donate those too and use some of your sales money to replace them with better ones if you find you need more again later."
There, that has to be diplomatic enough. Rochelle hesitated, but looked about ready to capitulate.
"Oh, wouldn't John love me?" "And your kids," Joshua insisted. "Your kids would love not having to trip over, dust, or reorganize shelves that fall apart the second you look away again. Please, Mom, I'll give up birthday presents if you just get rid of the empty ones."
Now that is tempting. Kaye nodded at the boy and Cass before Rochelle could change her mind. The woman cheered and bounced before gripping her belly and moaning,
"I'll learn someday. I'll learn."
At the woman's horrified expressions, Joshua shook his head.
"Ligaments. Hers hurt if she moves too sharply. Gets worse every pregnancy, but does she remember? No. And who gets blamed for letting her injure herself? Me. Because I can totally predict that she's going to jump up and down like a little kid and tell her to stop, and she'll listen to me."
Joshua winked at his mom and hoisted one edge of the ricketiest shelf they owned.
"Can I bust it up when I go outside?"
To Kaye's astonishment, Rochelle nodded, laughing.
"That about sums it up, too. He knows me well. Let's get him out of here while I don't get the hives thinking about it."
"If you're going to regret," Kaye began, but Cass's cheering stopped her. "What?"
"Did you just see that, did you?"
Cass grinned at Rochelle.
"She actually didn't pounce. She's getting it. She's actually getting it. Now, if we could just get her to see that having a small stash of craft stuff isn't incompatible with a streamlined life."
Kaye had been listening with decided amusement to Cass's overreactive response to her attempt at further diplomacy, but hearing craft stuff killed it. Not happening. The phone rang at 7:06 the next morning. Cass's voice pierced her eardrum as she shrieked,
"John Reese wants to pay you for your help in their house. He just called Jerry and asked for your number."
Kaye squeezed her eyes, trying to get some life into her brain as she muttered, "He'd better wait until he sees how much more his heating and cooling bills get now that he's lost his insulation."
"What?"
"Come on, Cass, you saw that house. Every wall had bookshelves on it. They just lost all their insulation." Jacob meandered into the room, a questioning look in his eye. Kaye covered the phone with her hand and whispered, "Cass, about Rochelle's husband." "Oh." Cass's confused voice cut through the airwaves. "What?" "Sorry, got two people talking to me at once. Gets a bit hairy." "You're bothered? You sound like your mom." Cass's laughter woke her up a little more, and Kaye smiled as her friend added, "So now will you believe me when I tell you that people want to know how to do this? They know they should. They know they want to. It's just overwhelming to know where and how to start. You did that." Screams from the boys' room sent Kaye flying, the phone abandoned on her bed. A couple of muffled, "Kaye? Kaye?" cries disappeared as Cass gave up and disconnected the call. Kaye burst into the boys' room and glanced around, steeling herself against the sight of blood or protruding bones. Trent stood in the middle of the floor, head thrown back, wailing like a 3-year-old. She saw no evidence of impending death.
Scale of 1 to 10, how serious?
100!
Not possible. No blood, no bones, and you're talking.
Look!
Trent pointed, blubbering as he did, to a pile of Legos. I see Legos. What should I be seeing? Understanding dawned just as Trent wailed,
"It used to be a Death Star. Sophie destroyed it."
Sophie? What? How? She's in her crib. I hear her.
"She did it. She had to. I didn't do it. Miles didn't do it. You didn't do it. Dad didn't do it."
With the impeccable timing of a feline out to destroy her last remnants of sanity, Purrlock passed the room, purring no less.
You forgot Purrlock.
"Why would Purrlock do that? He's a cat. He isn't trying to ruin my life."
Kaye suppressed the urge to laugh and forced herself to focus on her son's apparent pain. He's a cat. He does whatever pleases him, and knocking that off the shelf obviously pleased that cat, because we both know that Sophie cannot get up there. She dropped to her knees and wiped tears of frustration from her son's eyes.
We'll rebuild it, okay? Saturday. You and me.
"We can't. You threw away all the instructions."
Without a word, and much to the disgust and objection of her son, Kaye left the room. It took her exactly 34 seconds to retrieve a notebook from a shelf in the family room and carry it back to her son.
They're all in here. That way you can find them, and they don't get ripped up before you need them again. Whoa.
Her son's eyes widened, and he shook his head in evident awe.
That is, smart. Wow. Dad!
Trent cried as Jacob entered the room.
"Mom's the best ever. Look what she did."
Smiling, Kaye sauntered from the room, her mind filled with notes to take on ways to make every mom the best mom ever.
Rochelle is gonna love this idea. Joshua has more Legos than my boys combined, times 10.
After the success of her notebook of instruction booklets, Kaye's resistance failed. She'd ignored the jumbled files of warranties, receipts, and owner's manuals, certain it was overkill. No more. She dreamed of neat notebooks with sections for kitchen appliances, household appliances, and vehicular things. Armed with matching notebooks and a stack of page protectors, Kaye began the long, hard task of sorting, organizing, and creating the binders she hoped would save them massive amounts of money in time, or even better, cost her nothing more than the expense of setting it up. Yeah, I like that best. That'd mean nothing ever went wrong. How about that instead, huh, Lord? Of course, she'd forgotten which appliances now resided in her house and which ones had found new homes thanks to Goodwill and the garage sale. She stacked up heat-producing appliance manuals first, grateful that some had receipts stapled to the front or shoved inside.
I started to get some sense a few years ago. There's still that huge box of receipts in the bottom cupboard of the file cabinet, though. Ugh. Why don't people tell you how to do this stuff from day one? Why don't they make you understand that it multiplies while you sleep? I thought filing systems were stupid when we had nothing to file. After all, it fits in one tiny box. What's the problem? Ack, she wailed as she tossed manual after manual in the trash. That box. Purrlock stalked past, leveling a condemning eye on the growing mound of rejected paper. Holds a lot more than you'd think. It's crazy. The cat swiped at her ankle and kept going. I know, I killed a tree, or 3. I'm an environment killer. Sue me. Purrlock sat on his haunches, his head cocked and looking as innocent as any cat ever had. For a moment, she thought she heard him purr. It was probably a growl, wasn't it? Why do you hate me? A manual for an air popper that had exploded in their first apartment years ago dropped into the pile. Man, I wish it was winter. We could burn these things, get some use out of them. The cat stared at the overflowing trash can before stalking off to places in the house she preferred not to know about, to do things that terrified her to imagine. Okay, maybe not terrify, but almost. Almost. By the time Sophie woke up from her nap, Kaye had a binder full of only the manuals and warranties that applied to their house. If the dishwasher broke, she'd know where to find the warranty and have proof of when they purchased it. If the knife she'd gotten for Christmas broke, she even had the warranty and receipt for that tucked away into a page protector, complete with the address to write to for a free replacement. Tire receipts and battery receipts no longer resided in the glove compartment of her minivan, and the moment Jacob got home, she planned to go find his too. Or I could make mini books, like with photo albums, to keep in the cars. That would be so cool. Everything right there where I need it. Registration, insurance. Oh, this is so cool. She shared her success with Sophie, who only wanted to shred the contents to protest the excessive use of paper to create manuals in 16 languages, or so Kaye chose to think. Well, Daddy will like it, even if you don't, and he's gonna love it when he needs one, and I can find it in less than a minute. This is almost scary good. Famous last words. Chapter 44. October 1st. The first hard freeze came early that year. Along with it came a broken furnace, and the need for the warranty came with it. Jacob was thrilled until he saw the date it expired, September 29th.
Seriously? What's the point of having a warranty if it expires the day before you need it?
Well, it's really 2 days, Dad.
Trent began helpfully. Miles kicked him.
What?
I'll call anyway. Maybe they'll cover it after all, Kaye promised. It can't hurt. And it didn't, unless you count the $600 bill to replace a squirrel cage fan with motor. Still, even as she wrote the check and choked at what she knew meant further budget tightening, Kaye made up her mind. The money in her sock drawer, the money Jacob and the boys had given her to fix up the master bedroom, she'd deposit it the first thing on Monday morning. We would buy a house that has a furnace with the most expensive parts available on the market. She planned to swing by the bank after the boys got home from school that Monday, and she did. But instead of the cash making its way into the account, an unexpected insurance check filled the account once more. Chinese for dinner. Let's go.
But dinner's not for 2 more hours,
Miles protested.
It'll be cold and disgusting.
Well, he's correcting himself now. Took him long enough. 4th grade. I'm an educational failure. How does Rochelle do it?
Mom, we can't.
I heard you. Let's go shopping.
Ah,
The two boys groaned. Sophie echoed them as if showing off her new tooth.
ah.
I want to find the perfect comforter. Dad figured out I was going to deposit it, so he won't expect to see it. Kaye grinned at them in the rear-view mirror as she zipped off the exit to the outlet mall. Let's really confuse him. Chinese and new stuff in my room.
That's so cruel,
Miles mused.
and totally cool. Dad's gonna flip.
He needs good news. Trent sat in silence until they parked, and she opened the van door.
Mom,
Yeah?
if you weren't all organized now, you wouldn't have gotten that big check back, would you?
Kaye tried to remember the last dispute with the insurance company, to remember why she'd failed to be reimbursed for faulty billing. No, I don't think I would have. Last time I couldn't find every single bill and benefit statement to compare. This time, I had it all in order. So many different people charging different things.
Bet you couldn't find the stuff last time because there was so much stuff. Dad's gonna be impressed. Betty tells Grandpa and all the guys about it.
The words sent happy flutters through her heart, and she reached for Sophie. Why do you say that?
He always tells them when you do something totally cool, like that time you made the scavenger hunt for breakfast, or, yeah, like the time you found us new shoes for like $4.
Miles wheeled the stroller to her.
He told everyone who commented on him how great you are at finding good deals.
And then complained that I spend too much. She mused, a little confused. I guess now he tells people that I managed not to throw away his stuff, hey? Miles shook his head.
Nah, he was just telling Mr. Vandermeyer about how there's room downstairs for us to have a ping pong table out in the open and stuff like that.
The boy kicked a rock.
He thinks you are cool.
Something in Miles's tone made her wonder if her son, at the ripe old age of 9, thought a girl was cool. That thought gave her the willies. Lord, he's too young for that. He's a baby. Don't let me flip out. Yeah, well, I think he's pretty cool, too. Let's find a comforter. The distinct scent of Chinese food hit Jacob before his foot stepped inside the back door. Man, we can't afford this. He brushed a light kiss across Kaye's cheek on the way to their room. I've got to take a quick shower, covered in insulation. Those new guys, worthless. Had to fire that company. That'll be a hit to this project. Disappointment in Kaye's eyes pricked his heart. Jacob ruffled Sophie's hair and kept going. If I even hint that I've noticed what we're having, she's going to hear that I'm not happy. Better to wait. Take it easy. Those thoughts dissolved at the sight of a sleek, brown and teal comforter on their bed. She's lost it. I mean, seriously lost it. I don't even know what to say. How am I supposed to ignore? Do you like it? Jacob heard what she didn't say. Kaye didn't. I like it, but it's not what I would have imagined you wanting for in here. Too zen, or whatever you call that Asian stuff.
It's called Chinese food,
Trent offered as he stepped into the room.
and Mom hates her new bedspread.
Kaye groaned. Go wash up for dinner. Tell Miles to.
But
Go. Jacob and Kaye snapped in unison. He eyed her. If you don't like it. It looked nice in the picture. Everything I liked just seemed like it would need some kind of decor with it, so I kept looking at more contemporary and modern stuff. This one wasn't so bad, but now... Jacob beckoned her to follow as he grabbed clothes and headed into the bathroom. So what's wrong with adding whatever decor you need as you find it? The moment he spoke, Jacob shook his head. Because you think it's somehow bad to own anything not useful? Not bad, but The water sprayed at him as he turned it on to heat up and began shedding his itchy clothes.
Look, Kaye, I've read some of those books of yours. Almost every one of them says the same thing. Keep or buy things that bring you real pleasure and that you have room for. The point isn't not to own stuff. The point is for stuff not to own you.
He blinked.
Wow, that was pretty profound.
Yeah, makes sense. I like the living room. It has just things I love in it. Not too much, not too sparse. There's even room for a big picture if I find one, or a quilt or something. I can add to it, but I don't have to.
Jacob listened, smiling as he scrubbed his hair.
I can almost hear her frown. That's weird and funny at the same time. So, what did the ones you liked look like?
As he dried off and dressed, Kaye described a comforter made from fabrics that looked like old books, nature sketches, newsprints, and advertisements. It sounded kind of crazy to him, but just listening to her talk about the matching throw pillows and striped curtains, she hadn't sounded so excited about a purchase in months.
I assume it's too expensive for a straight exchange.
Yeah, I'd have enough for the comforter set and a pillow or two, but that's it.
A small smile played about her lips.
Unless I used some of the insurance money.
Wait, they paid?
Yep, got a check for $11.50 today. Surprise!
Trent burst into the room as Jacob reached for her.
Ew, yuck. Come on, the food's gonna be nasty.
Jacob grinned.
He's got a point.
As she led him from the room, Kaye glanced over her shoulder to get one last look at the comforter.
Take it back?
He nodded.
I'll even help you get it back in the bag.
Get the clutter temptation one? Laughter filled the hall as they hurried toward the kitchen.
Yeah, get the clutter comforter.
Miles heard as they entered the room.
Told you.
He tossed in Trent's direction.
Mom's back.
The words cut her, but Kaye laughed. I'm still not going to fill the house with junk just because I need a few things to make that comforter work with my room. I'll still take my time finding them. I have learned that much.
Mom's just fine the way she is,
Jacob muttered as he dished up his plate.
And after the fiasco with your Legos, I suspect that's just how you want her.
Cass and Kaye stood at the wall opposite Kaye's bed and stared at the effect.
I love it.
Kaye nodded.
Me too, it's just
Bare in here, I know, but it's so gorgeous. It's so you. And I would never have known that until I saw it. You need a lot of changes in here.
Those words, despite expecting them, sent her decluttering senses on high alert.
I don't think it's a good idea. I can go with something else.
If you love it, why isn't it a good idea?
She fumbled for words.
You need to learn how to balance stuff, right? Well, here's your chance.
Cass pointed to the curtains.
I mean, look at those. They're so perfect, it's almost silly. I can't believe that you would even consider taking them back.
Maybe I should just keep those.
So you're going to let your fear of going overboard stop you. You're going to let stuff win again, but this time by controlling you from outside your house.
Something in the words felt familiar. That's kind of what Jacob said the other night.
Oh?
Kaye turned away, unwilling to look at the room anymore.
Yeah, he said something about how I used to let stuff rule me by bringing too much in, and now I let it rule me by telling me what I can own or not, or something like that. She frowned. Actually, I still don't think that's right, but it's still true. I do.
You do it in other areas, too.
Kaye rolled her eyes as she flopped to the couch and propped her feet up.
Don't even start on the craft stuff.
But I figured out the perfect solution.
No way.
Kaye eyed her friend with a look that even her boys wouldn't cross in their most overconfident moments. "You're supposed to be talking me into or out of that comforter." "I already told you my opinion. If you're too stupid to listen, then buy a boring one you'll hate every time you have to make the bed until you get to the point where you don't. Then you'll stop picking up your dirty clothes and they won't get clean, so you'll have to just go buy more to have something to wear. That'll spill over into the kitchen, and pretty soon—"
Fine,
Kaye cried, laughing. "You win. I'll keep the comforter to save me from a life of excessive clutter. Man, I thought I was good at purchase justification. You take it to new heights."
I'm the girl with a shelf full of enough purses to feed a third world country for a day. I've got a PhD in justification, and now one in guilt," Cass added. "Thanks a lot."
As if to prove her words, Cass pulled a wallet from this week's latest purse purchase and retrieved an envelope.
"Here, from John Reese. He said that if you don't take it, he'll tell the family not to let you inside again. Then he'll submit himself for psychiatric evaluation."
What does that even mean? Kaye accepted the envelope and opened it, staring agape at the $100 bill inside.
"He said it wasn't what he thought you were worth, but it's what he can afford. He hopes you'll consider tackling their kitchen with Rochelle sometime before holiday baking."
"I don't want payment, Cass, really." Dismay filled her as she imagined the man trying to pay her for helping a friend toss margarine containers and broken toasters. That's insane.
"Maybe it'll be a side job for you. Something to do while the boys are in school."
But Cass jerked her head toward Kaye's bedroom.
"Maybe you'll make enough to find the right decor for in there. I recommend one of those bobbin lamps on a nightstand. The kind with the old factory bobbins, or an industrial thing with a mason jar on it. It just fits that newsprint stuff."
The conversation switched to Mom's night out and whether they should skip to see a movie they'd both been waiting for. But Kaye's mind stayed on the Reese family, the money, and the room she might just decorate after all. "I could keep this money this time, buy something for my room as a reminder of what is and isn't clutter, but—"
"Kaye."
Her head snapped up. "Yeah?"
"You're out of it. What's going on with you? Movie or Mom's?"
"I'm going to keep it." Kaye waved the envelope. "But I'm not taking any more. I'll help people if they want me to, but I'm not going to get paid for it. But this one—" She straightened a bent corner and then tucked the envelope into a book on the coffee table. "This I'm using to buy something for my room, kind of a souvenir of the process."
"Okay, fine."
Cass winked to soften her words.
"But movie or Mom's?"
"Mom's. Then we can convince the guys we need to see the movie before it goes out of theaters. We get 2 nights for the price of 1. Chapter 45. October 9th. The room rumbled with the chatter of women desperate for adult conversation. Flashes of exclamations burst out in the room at intermittent intervals, but Kaye sat, listening, as she sipped her coffee and enjoyed the change of cacophony. One woman asked how her foot had healed, and she answered with just enough detail as not to leave the impression that she didn't care to discuss it. But between such occasional questions from and for the others, she said little and heard much. "I want to scream at them. Save yourselves from strangulation by stuff. You keep talking about how much more you need of this or that, but you don't need anything. Well, anything but Jesus. Most Americans don't have true needs. We have more pressing wants than others, sure, but how many Americans won't eat anything tonight? How many don't have a place to live? How many have nothing on their feet or bodies to keep them warm and covered? Our homeless have it better than some of the world's average Joes. That's just wrong."
"So, how goes your decluttering, Kaye?"
The question cloaked the room in an awkward silence. Kaye shrugged. "I doubt I'll ever be done, but I am happy with where things are right now." Her voice wavered as she forced herself not to elaborate further. Cass nodded her approval before she said, "She's even redecorating her bedroom, buying stuff." "Well, I'm planning to buy," Kaye couldn't help but say by way of clarification. "I don't know exactly what I want, but as I find the right things—" A woman with dark hair and yellow glasses leaned forward. "What kind of things?" Jean Wexall was the one who went off on me for judging her. Now I'm going to get blasted for being a hypocrite. I just know it. Kaye saw the panicked look in Cass's eye and decided to end it before it began. "I don't know. I just found a great comforter that makes me like my bedroom for the first time, but since I got rid of all the decor I hate, which was pretty much everything in my bedroom, I have a blank canvas. I just want to take my time and find pieces that will make me happy for a long time." She forced a smile and asked, "How's your new business going? I was thinking about getting a few of those organizing totes for my laundry room shelving. They'd look prettier than the plastic stuff I have." It worked. How, Kaye doubted she'd ever know, but it did. Jean launched into a description of the options available to her and ended with an offer to bring a few things over to see how they'd fit in the space.
"Sometimes seeing really helps make the decision for you."
Jean winced.
"But they're not exactly cheap."
"Well, we all know I love a bargain," Kaye admitted, trying to poke fun at herself. "But we also know that I've bought a ton of stuff that I never used because it was all wrong for the space. It's only a bargain if it doesn't end up in the annual garage sale, right?"
"She's back in the land of the sane,"
someone from a nearby corner cried.
"Next, she'll be stocking a scrapbooking corner that'd make Martha Stewart jealous."
Cass jumped in with a nudge to Kaye's knee, a silent plea for Kaye to keep her mouth shut.
"Not hardly. I can't get Kaye even to consider it. She's determined to stick to her one brad at a time method."
Several ladies tossed them confused glances and edged chairs closer.
"What are you talking about?"
one woman asked.
"She's got this thing. She only buys enough stuff for each page. I think I've actually seen her throw away excess brads just so she won't have them cluttering up her one little box of stuff. We're talking tiny."
Kaye listened to Cass's story, fighting back hurt at the mockery. "Why is she doing this? I don't understand, Lord. I mean, I know she thinks I'm nuts, but she's never been rude about it."
"Jacob wants her to be able to feel free to create whenever the whim strikes her. I told him to lay off for a bit, though. I just don't think she's ready yet. Like a druggie who knows better than to take Vicodin after rehab, no matter how much his mouth hurts after an extraction."
Gross analogy, but it works. I should have trusted her. Ugh. I'm as bad as the people who have judged me for judging them. It's a nasty circle.
"Do you really buy just enough ribbon for a single project instead of a roll?"
Kaye didn't know the woman's name, had never seen her before. "Yeah, it's what I have to do to keep sane right now. That stuff just adds up so quickly. One minute you have a box of brads or a pad of paper. Next thing you know, you've got a whole room packed and don't even know what's in it. I know me. I can't do it, or I'll be in big trouble fast." The room erupted in ideas and suggestions. Some women commiserated. Others insisted she was too pessimistic about the idea. Regardless, Kaye stood firm. That is, until the new woman asked an innocent question.
"Why not just buy small containers? One container for paper, one for fabric embellishments, one for buttons and brads, one for stickers and die cuts. If it's full, you don't buy more until you use what you have or get rid of some, but that way you're not running back and forth to the store all the time."
Jean nodded in agreement.
"For someone who is such a bargain hunter, you really have chosen an expensive way to do your hobby. You'd save a bundle, and it wouldn't even take up a full shelf in that empty closet Cass says you have.
The room buzzed again as the women hashed out their options of the best way for anyone to enjoy a hobby, and Kaye's head buzzed with new ideas. I like the idea of not having to write down every single idea I have, but how much would I buy that didn't work together if I didn't do that? Maybe in time I'll learn how to be less rigid, but at least for now, I need to keep doing things this way. A windstorm battered against the house, making it impossible for Jacob to sleep. At any moment, he expected to hear the sickening sound of shattering glass as the wind ripped a branch from a tree and flung it into his truck windshield or one of the front windows. It's been that kind of year, he mused. He lay with his hands behind his head, staring up at the inky blackness of the ceiling. Kaye shifted beside him and murmured, "You've got to try to get some sleep." "I'll sleep eventually." "Yeah, when the storm blows out at 5 o'clock, just in time for you to wake up." Jacob couldn't argue with that. He glanced at the clock. Nearly midnight. "I've got to go to sleep." The moment the thought came to him, he stuffed it down. That's a surefire way to make sure I never sleep again. It's like the cardinal rule of slumber. Don't admit you need any. Minutes passed. Minutes in which neither of them spoke, but Jacob knew she hadn't fallen asleep yet. "Have fun tonight?" "Yeah." That unfinished answer told him he'd struck something. "Anyone new there?" "Couple of people." A giggle made him smile. "You'd be proud of me," Kaye murmured. "I didn't alienate anyone today." "Aw, hon." "You know what I mean." Kaye rolled over onto her side and snuggled next to him. "Last time I talked junk with him, I got all offended." "Well, they did accuse you of judging them when you didn't." He felt it, that shift before she relaxed completely. It was a sure sign he'd said something right. "Yeah, true, but still, I think Jean was getting a bit defensive until I told her I wanted to look at her organizing bins. Now she thinks I'm brilliant." "There you go. Just convince the world that they have what you can't live without, and everyone will be happy." "Everyone but me." Kaye sighed. "I'd have a household of stuff I didn't need or want." "That's the beauty of it. You just convince them that you can't live without it. You don't actually buy it, just talk about how great it would be if you did." "So lie." Jacob flushed when he realized she was right. It would be a lie. "Okay, so maybe that won't work, eh?" "People are going to have to accept me as I am now, and however I change every year or two, or they can ignore me. I'm done trying to fit into other people's molds." Her fingers found his, and she wove them together. "I realized something tonight, though." Though tempted to keep silent until she demanded he ask what, Jacob decided mercy might be nicer and less stimulating. He needed to keep feeling lazy and comfortable. "What's that?" "I am happy with my house. I don't see everything I own as something to be weighed as a potential threat against my domestic... What's that word that Meg Ryan says in You've Got Mail? The one from Pride and Prejudice." "Thither?" "Mischance. No, that's not it." Jacob grinned in the darkness. "Felicity?" "Yeah, that." "I think you just killed the magic and majesty of the word when you paired it with, yeah, that." Kaye kneed him gently. "Knock it off. You know what I mean. Anyway, my domestic felicity isn't threatened by our possessions anymore. I know what we have, we want, and outside of not enough clothes when you can't walk to the washing machine, I haven't regretted getting rid of anything yet." "Don't forget the grubby clothes," Jacob reminded her. "You regretted that. And Trent's treasures. Oh, and—" "Hush, you." He sensed something else, but Jacob also felt his eyelids growing heavy and his mind slowing.
I can ask tomorrow.
It almost worked, too, but just as he started to drift off to sleep, his conscience struck hard.
You seem bothered by something,
he forced himself to say. Not bothered, really.
Hear that? That's the sound of a grateful and relieved wife. Now, quit complaining about no sleep and be glad you're on speaking terms and not heading for divorce court like half the guys you know. You're a lucky man. Act like it.
The mental pep talk nearly failed him. Jacob stifled a yawn before he rolled over to face her, barely seeing her outline in the lightless room.
What is it?
Silence, or close enough for a night with howling wind and crashing tree limbs. At last she said, "Well, okay. One of the new women tonight, Bethany, she had an idea about the scrapbooking stuff, and I can't get it out of my head. Jean, too."
What was the idea? If they've found a way to make her balance out a bit on the supplies thing, I'll buy ice cream pies for their next meeting.
Well, she suggested I find small containers, one for each kind of thing, and just let myself fill that up. That way, I have a little bit of a stash for spontaneous work, but it can't get out of hand. And Jean said it would be less of a waste of money, a bit more bulk. A spool of ribbon is usually cheaper than buying by the yard and stuff like that. Jacob wanted to cheer.
And gas. You'd save a ton on gas and wouldn't have to bring Sophie into a place that you know will eventually be a nightmare.
She has to learn.
But why freak out Cheryl? That's her name, isn't it? Cheryl?
Sherry, Kaye corrected.
Okay, Sherry. She shouldn't have to get all freaked out seeing a kid come. You know people bring their kids in there and let them run loose. You've seen it. They have no respect for people's property. She may know in her head that you'll keep Sophie from destroying things, but she'll still cringe. She can't help it.
I thought you'd like the idea. But he didn't, not with the defeat in her tone.
Hun, I only want you to be happy, and in my mind, having stuff at your fingertips should make you happy. But if not having stuff there is really what works, well, then I don't want you to do it. It's not much of a hobby if it causes stress.
She said nothing. Jacob waited for a sigh of relief or even acquiescence. It didn't come, but after a minute or so, a hint of a snore managed to reach his ears in the half-second of silence left by the windstorm.
Well, she's relaxed now. That counts.
Chapter 46. October 27th. The pile of books sat on the coffee table, taunting her. Kaye walked past them a dozen times that morning, taking Sophie to change her diaper, vacuuming with Sophie riding on board, chasing Sophie through the house, putting away a stack of towels, and each time the stack seemed to grow bigger and more imposing. By lunch, Purrlock had taken to lying beside it, his tail flicking the stack in an obvious attempt to torment her further. "I don't need them anymore," she insisted to herself as she cut Sophie's sandwich into quarters. "It's crazy to keep them, but... What do you think, baby girl? Keep or toss?"
Toss.
Sophie stared at her and then asked,
Keep?
"You're no help." Kaye placed 1 quarter on the high-chair tray and went to fill Sophie's sippy cup with milk. "I wonder what Aunt Cass would say." Her mind mocked her. Aunt Cass would say you've lost what was left of your mind. She'd be right, too. So the pile stayed. All through the wearing out of Sophie before nap process, the cleaning up after lunch and dinner prep process, the "I think we need cookies for the boys" process, and almost up until the time they arrived home, she worked, stared, and debated. Desperate for a decision, and having less than 15 minutes before the boys arrived, she finally dropped to the couch, gave Purrlock a look that would have terrified the most self-assured animals with a lick of sense, and called her personal assistant, a.k.a. Cass. "Help." "Decided to go with the small containers, didn't you?" "Don't push me," Kaye warned. "I'm almost considering it, but I've got bigger problems right now." "Bigger than that? Oh boy. If you tell me you remembered another storage unit—"
"Not funny. It's the books."
Cass sighed.
What did they tell you now? Were you supposed to remove 10% of your personal possessions per year? Well, you did that. Were you supposed to keep only that which makes you happy? You did that too. Just what?
"No, it's the books. I can't get rid of them, but it's not like I need them anymore. I know what's in them. I've got parts of them memorized."
"But Kaye,"
Cass erupted into a coughing fit that added guilt onto indecision.
"Great, she's sick. Just what I needed to do. Bother her with my silly insecurities."
Sorry, coffee went down the wrong way." She coughed again. "You might want to reference them sometime, or loan them out."
Kaye nearly came unglued at that thought.
Yeah, you are. You're kidding me. You got me. It's not nice to joke about people's psychoses."
"So, you're sure you don't need them anymore?"
"I don't really want them anymore. Most of the stuff in there is either common sense or psychobabble and drivel. I mean, Jacob and I could read stupid stuff from them for entertainment, but I'd rather watch a funny movie."
"Or teach him to read you something a little more romantic than the proper way to organize your dust bunnies."
Laughing, Kaye exclaimed, "Exactly! So why is this pile so hard to get rid of? Purrlock is over here tapping it with his tail every 2 minutes. I mean, of all the times he could choose to desecrate property, he chooses this one to keep them nice and pristine. I feel like screaming, 'Poop, Purrlock!'"
"You could put them in the bottom of his litter box."
"So not funny, Cass. If I could do that, I could get rid of them."
Cass coughed again and groaned.
"Fine. No more coffee for me. I can't seem to drink it properly or something. Sheesh. Okay," she said, trying again. "So why don't you think you can get rid of them?"
"If I knew that, would I be talking to you?"
"Thanks a lot."
Cass laughed as Kaye backpedaled.
"Just kidding. Okay, how's this for a theory? You don't want to get rid of them because you feel like if you do, you'll go back to the way you were. Those books are your talisman against returning to the old ways."
Kaye ached to protest. She didn't need anything of the sort. The idea...
Ridiculous. But I don't want to get rid of them because I do think I'll end up right back where I started. Where is the sense in that?
"Kaye?"
"Yeah?"
Her friend's voice dropped to a sympathetic murmur.
"Sometimes silly things like that become more real than reality."
"Yeah, that's true," Kaye sighed. "I guess I don't have to decide today." The door burst open, and the boys rushed inside, calling for her.
"Gotta go."
"Yeah, Felicity will be here in a few minutes. I'll pray for you. How's that? Surely, if God cares about the hairs on your head or falling sparrows, he cares if you are burdened by stuff like books."
A small box in the back of the minivan held 8 books, the original 6 and 2 more she'd purchased in the intervening months. Kaye stared at them as she tried to shut the door. Baby steps. I'll just go with baby steps until I know for sure. Jacob's truck pulled up behind her and he stepped out.
"What you doing?"
"Trying to get rid of the books."
Kaye tugged him toward the kitchen as she punched the button to close the garage door.
"What books?"
"The books."
She shrugged at his confused expression.
"I know it's stupid, but even Cass figured me out."
"You think that if you get rid of the books that started all this, you'll go back to the old ways?"
Jacob opened the door for her.
"Maybe you think you'll go nuts on the craft stuff after all, and you'd just decided to give it a try?"
Her eyes snapped up as she stared at him, shocked. How do you... I've been married to you for almost 11 years. I kind of know you. He kissed her nose, glanced around him to be sure they wouldn't be interrupted, and then kissed her again. Now, that's a kiss. Man, I love this guy. She smiled at him. I love you. Wanna prove it? Kaye started to point out the unfeasibility of that suggestion before she realized that, for once, he didn't mean the obvious way. What? Don't flip out when I remind you of something. Uh-oh, what? Jacob gave her a tortured grimace and said, It's 59 days until Christmas, and you haven't bought a single gift. He smiled into her eyes as panic filled them. And, as much as I'm sure it would solve a lot of problems on a lot of fronts, we can't just skip Christmas and, he added as she started to open her mouth, we cannot buy goats for kids in Ghana and sheep for kids in Guatemala instead of gifts for your kids. I wasn't. She started to protest. But, we could do that instead of family gifts. Fine. Give the livestock instead of buying museum memberships that we won't use, no matter how much you think we should want to. But there has to be something under that tree. Tell me we still have a tree and decorations? For those kids to unwrap Christmas morning. You do remember, Kaye said over her shoulder as she hurried to turn off a screaming timer and pull dinner from the oven. You do remember that Christmas is my favorite holiday. He looked tortured, miserable. I know you're enjoying this, but I saw how much stuff we sold at the garage sale. Hey, I sent some of it out nearly free. What's left? I sold everything we've never used or haven't used in 5 years. Why did we have decorations we've never used? Kaye nearly cheered. Exactly what I've been saying about everything. You know Mom. She goes to garage sales, finds a Reader's Digest Santa. He'd been inching toward the bedroom, but her words stopped him. Oh, what? She felt it. Her eyebrow rose of its own accord. You take old Reader's Digests, fan 'em out, glue 'em together, and it makes like this circle thing, and you stack 'em and... Okay, so what you're saying, Jacob interrupted, is that we got rid of weird stuff no one really wants, but someone still paid good money for this stuff that no one wants. He strolled from the room calling, I do not understand people. You and me both, bub. Kaye carried the casserole to the table and set it on hot pads. But now I've got Christmas to worry about.
Christmas! Woohoo!
Trent froze in his tracks and spun around to face her.
Wait, we do get Christmas this year.
What? The boy's face fell.
We don't, do we?
Discouraged, he shuffled back toward the family room before Kaye could recover her wits. What on earth was that about? Why would he think that? Purrlock strutted past, purring. Kaye stared at the cat as if the answer would be written across his fur. What? Before the cat had a chance to spite her with a response, a fight broke out in the family room. Kaye turned to tell the boys to knock it off, but the sight of Sophie standing in the middle of the room, her hands on her little hips, screeching,
Tap it!
as loud as she could, set her into a fit of giggles instead. Jacob arrived, ready to deal with the melee, but again, Sophie's antics stopped even the boys from their squabble. What's going on? Jacob said once he found his voice.
Trent said we're not having Christmas. I said not even Mom would go that far. He said,
Well, you're both right, Kaye said with a sigh. I could go that far now, if I let myself. I can see a tiny part of me that would try, but I'm not going to, and we are having Christmas, with real gifts under a real tree, just like every year. Except, Jacob added,
This year, instead of museum passes, you're getting livestock.
The boys exchanged confused glances before saying, "Huh?" in perfect unison. She stared at the artificial tree, debating. Our first really nasty argument was over live or fake tree. It was a good compromise, one for each room, one for kids and one for adults. But should we go to one tree now? I mean, who has 2 trees? That's crazy. Her eyes slid to the 2-foot-tall white tree she'd bought for Sophie's room the previous year. And really, that's 3. The kid won't even know she doesn't have her own if I just send it off to Goodwill Land. As if she knew her mother's thoughts, Sophie tugged on Kaye's pants and begged to be picked up.
I see.
Without thinking, Kaye pointed to the trees. Do we really need 3 trees, girlie? What little girl has her own Christmas tree? I mean, we're not exactly millionaires. This is craziness.
Twee.
The child beamed and pointed to the small box with the picture of a white tree with pink balls.
Sophie.
How could she know that? I mean, really. Then again, she thinks anything pink is hers. Kaye amended as she remembered the child grabbing her pink lingerie and streaking across the house with it in an attempt to keep all that is pink for Sophie. Uncle Kevin will never let me live that down. Daddy, too. He now calls that set Sophie's Sumpins. Thanks a lot, kid.
Thanks.
If she asked Cass, the verdict would be keep. If she asked her mom, keep. If she asked her mother-in-law, that would be a toss-up. How to Jacob, of course. If he wants both still, we'll do both. If he wants just that stupid fake one, then fine. I won't get a real one. It's probably a better use of money anyway. I don't need that little luxury, but the boys would be disappointed. They love going to pick out the tree every year. She carted Sophie upstairs and handed the child a hand mixer and bowl. It took exactly 12 seconds for the girl to get it whirring. How many kids your age know how to make those things work? Then again, Kaye muttered as she pulled her phone from her pocket and slid her finger across the screen to Jacob's number. How many people still own one? Best 25 cents I ever spent.
What?
Kaye startled at Jacob's voice. Sorry, talking to myself. I have a question. Got a minute?
Sure, hold on. Let me tell the guys I'm taking a break.
While she waited, Kaye dumped a handful of dry noodles into Sophie's bowl. Mix it. The kid went to town, her beaters spinning noodles everywhere. Kaye stepped around them and collapsed into a kitchen chair, staring at the menu plans she'd begun for the next week. Jacob's voice interrupted her internal dilemma between stew and chili.
So, what's up?
Trees.
We've got 4 of them, 2 in front and 2 in back. Which one is dead?
None, Kaye corrected, laughing. I meant Christmas trees. We've got to talk about 'em.
You only want to do one.
A lump swelled in Kaye's throat. He wants 'em both. Okay, we'll do both. I won't even ask. No, I think the boys would be disappointed if we didn't go hunting for a real tree, and they love having one to rearrange at will.
And you love having one that you get to keep your way, too, Jacob reminded her. So, what about trees?
I wondered about Sophie's. I mean, I bought that tree and the special ornament for it. Am I crazy to keep it for her room, or should I get rid of it now while she can't remember it?
And get rid of all the pictures of it? How will we explain the pages you made for that album? I can hear it. Yeah, your first Christmas we got you this cool tree for your room, but then we got rid of it before you were actually old enough to enjoy it. Jacob's voice sounded weary as he added, But if you don't want it, now is the time to get rid of it.
Determined to be brutally honest with both herself and her husband, Kaye sighed. That's my problem. I feel like I shouldn't want to have it, but I do.
I love the idea of her having that special thing. I asked the boys if they wanted one last year, and they said no, but I think she'll love it when she's old enough. As Kaye started to ring off, Jacob stopped her.
Hey, hon?
Yeah?
Thanks for deciding to keep both trees.
Her heart sank into her stomach. I'm that transparent?
Jacob chuckled. Yeah, and I appreciate it. I know you. You were going to volunteer to give up your tree, but it means a lot to the boys and me, and it'll mean a lot to Sophie someday.
Now that he'd said something, she couldn't help but ask, It's not too much?
It's our tradition. Traditions aren't clutter. They do what you keep saying it's all about. Enrich our lives.
Satisfied, Kaye nodded and grinned at Sophie. 3 trees. We can do that. It's only a month away. I'll take Sophie to shop for her ornament as soon as the Christmas cottage opens. Thanks. Chapter 47. November 16th. Befuddled, Kaye shoved the phone in her pocket and stared at the ceiling. Really, Lord, really? What kind of craziness is going on here? Purrlock batted at a bit of string hanging from the laundry basket before jumping up on the table and settling himself atop the basket. Kaye stared at the animal curled happily amongst her clothing and wondered what had happened to her life. First the calls, and now you think you can make yourself at home in my underwear? Are you crazy? Has the whole world gone nuts? Kaye picked up the basket and shook the cat off as she carried it to her room. She hadn't set the basket on her bed before the phone rang again. The name flashed. Rochelle. Confused, she answered the call. Is everything okay? What about toys? How many toys do we need for a baby? I love baby toys, almost as much as children's picture books. How do I know? As she began to answer, a different thought came to her. How many of them are broken? Do you have any that the other children never enjoyed, or... How did you know? Rochelle stammered and stopped until she sighed. I know the answer to my own question. I just don't like it. Yes, you get it, finally. I remember the day I realized that with stuff for Sophie, purses and shoes. Seriously, the kid had enough to outfit a dozen kids. Some I never put on her or let her use. Want to guess why? No clue, but I have a sinking feeling that I'll relate too well to it. Man, this hurts to admit. Kaye groaned inwardly before saying, I didn't want her to ruin them. You know, crawling across the floor and scuffing up the shoes or spilling juice on the purse. Oh, ouch. I've done that with toys. It's like, here, play with this for the picture. Aren't you cute? Okay, good. Now let's put that away so it looks perfect on the shelf. Rochelle's words reminded her of the bibs. Every time she pulled one of those now stained, hand-embroidered bibs from the drawer, she winced just a bit before smiling at the idea of Aunt Frances seeing them used as intended. You know, I had bibs I got when Sophie was born. Jacob's aunt hand-embroidered them. I decorated her whole room around those stupid bibs and then put them in a drawer. To save for her kids? Rochelle's laughter hurt Kaye's ears, and pride. Yep, I dumped them in a box to go to the Goodwill, even wrapped up breakable stuff in them, but I made myself take them out again. You used them? Kaye pulled a string from the corner of the basket and smiled at the embroidered skunk on a permanently blotched background. Yep, a reminder to myself that stuff is to use, not hoard. In a quiet, defeated tone, Rochelle whispered, Will I ever get there? Her conscience kicked her until Kaye couldn't keep silent anymore. I don't know. I'm not there yet. Right now, in the back of the van, I have a box of books I'll never read again. They've been there for a couple of weeks now. Weeks. I'm just not ready to get rid of them yet, but I want them in the van so the second I am ready, I can dump those babies.
At exactly 10:03 that night, a time Jacob knew was precise due to the clock changing numbers with the first ring, Kaye's phone rang. He felt her shift and waited to see if she'd shut it off or answer. 3, 2, 1.
It's Cass. Should I answer?
Probably.
Before he'd finished speaking, she answered. From his end of the conversation, it sounded like she'd offended someone again.
Lord, when will she ever learn? She seemed to be doing better.
I don't know, Cass. That's not really my strong point. I'm still working on basic things like getting rid of books I'll never read again but have an emotional attachment to. Little stuff like that. What can I possibly have to say that...
Maybe not. That's weird. So she didn't get rid of the books. I haven't seen those books for weeks. Are they still in the van? Must be. Still, she went that far. It counts.
He was still lost in thought when Kaye nudged him. What do you think?
About what?
She gave him an exasperated grunt. I knew you weren't listening. About Cass's idea, the blog.
Blog? Seriously? You're going to be another one of those mommy bloggers? Isn't there enough of that out there anyway?
You're right, Kaye muttered as she rolled over and set the phone on the nightstand. Night. He waited for the usual 30-second delay before she launched into a proposal he couldn't resist even if he wanted to or should. It never came. But even from the 3 inches that separated them, he could feel her tension. She wanted to do it.
If she gave up that easily, she's insecure about it. You know, you do kind of have a unique perspective on the clutter thing.
I do? The lilt in her voice told Jacob he'd said the right thing, prompting a mental fist bump.
Yeah, I mean, you're kind of addicted to the declutter thing. You have a lot of good things to say about it, too, but you don't always have the right opportunity to do it. A blog is a perfect way to have a kind of soapbox that can't really offend anyone. I mean, they choose to come to read, you know?
Soapbox, am I that bad?
He groaned. That's not what I meant. Not like you took it. I just meant that you can say anything you like. Really be brutal about stuff you can't face to face, you know? You can write on a blog. It's just stuff. Stop idolizing it. And it's not offensive. But if you say that to someone in person, it's harsh and they might not be ready to hear it. See?
Yeah, maybe. It might work. If I ever figure out the craft stuff, maybe I'll do it. I'd feel like a hypocrite if I did it now.
Or maybe, Jacob suggested, maybe it would mean that people will respect you more because you're a work in progress too.
Epilogue. June 29th. Women crowded around her at the table. Kaye's laptop stood open to the blog and a stack of books sat around her. But she ignored it all, leaving the explanations to Cass. Instead, she listened to women who were drowning in stuff that cluttered their homes, their cars, their time, their lives. She held a woman who wept at the idea of weeding through her hoarder mother's house. Mama's been dead for 6 months, but I can't bring myself to go in there. It's just too much. Did you ever think to just let it go? There's family pictures and letters, things I really do care about in there. The woman shook her head. I can't. As the woman, Molly, spoke, Kaye reached behind her and fumbled for a pen and a business card. She scrawled her phone number on the back of the card and passed it to Molly. Call me. We'll work on it one morning a week until it's done or until you feel confident to take over. I couldn't.
The memory of Jacob's admonition not to push people into her goals for them changed her insistent to a respectful urging. If you change your mind, and I hope you will, call. I really do want to help. Another woman stepped forward, burdened with a calendar cluttered with things that took up nearly every minute of the day. Another woman, living with a man who would never throw out anything. One by one, the women told their stories, and Kaye sympathized, empathized, and even wept with them. She took down names, emails, phone numbers, and offered assistance to more people than she thought she'd ever have time to help, but she couldn't say no. Cass nudged her, pointing out the dimming lights and the emptying foyer, but Kaye kept talking, kept encouraging. As she did, she learned something about herself she'd never known. This is fun. I like meeting people, helping them. They're coming to me. They're asking me, and I know the answers. To a lot of it, anyway. Wow. The event coordinator stepped forward and apologized.
We have to get this area put back together for tomorrow's services. I'm really sorry.
A glance out the doors showed darkness. Kaye stared at her phone, stunned. She'd been talking for 3 hours. Uncertain what else to do, she thanked the coordinator and smiled at the half-dozen remaining women. You know how to find me. Right. I'll give you my number. I'll call. I'm here to help. Asking on the blog makes a lot of sense, though, she added as an afterthought. Kaye grabbed her purse and strolled with Cass to the door. I doubt any of you own anything or have any situation that won't apply to someone else. Probably a lot of someone's. Share. Help someone else. Just as she reached the minivan, a woman's voice called out to her.
You never told us if you decided to stick to the one-page-at-a-time scrapbooking or if you caved.
A few extra women seemed to appear out of nowhere. A dozen or so silhouettes around the parking lot waited for her answer. Kaye nudged Cass and shook her head. I like to think, she called back. I like to think I compromised. I can store everything I have in a 2x2 space, and most of that is taken up by half or more empty containers. But if I see something I know I'll use, if there's room in a container at home, I buy it. And she even has pictures of what's in those containers on her phone, so she doesn't double buy, Cass teased.
No way!
The voice sounded like that of one of the women from the left of the auditorium. Kaye shrugged and beeped her van door open. It's what I need right now. Maybe someday I won't have to have crutches like this, but I'm still a work in progress. For now, I do. Have a great night, ladies. The key sat, unturned in the ignition. Kaye stared at the steering wheel, indecision and uncertainty mocking her. Cass settled herself, snapped on her seatbelt, and waited. After a minute or so, she whispered, You okay? What's wrong? I'm such a hypocrite. Okay, I'll bite. How are you a hypocrite? Kaye hung her hands over the steering wheel and rested her cheek on the center as she gazed at Cass's black outline. I've been carrying around clutter in my van for 8 months. 8 months. Why? Oh. Cass reached up, fumbled for something, and flipped on the interior light. She stared at Kaye, visibly amazed. You're kidding, right? They're still in here? Yep, under the back seat, in a box. She cranked the ignition too hard. Jacob would bark at her if he heard it. We're going to Goodwill. It's out of the... Okay. Kaye backed out slowly and joined the line of cars at the entrance to the parking lot. As her blinker ticked the seconds past, she felt a calm settle over her. The panicked urge to do it before she lost the nerve dissolved into resolute decisiveness. I'll drop you off first. If you think... She shook her head and turned onto the highway.
Nope, I'm good. I'm really good.
The donation bin loomed. Kaye held the box of decluttering books, 9 of them now, in both hands as she neared. Without even the slightest hesitation, she shoved it through the hungry mouth of the metal box and turned away, dusting off her hands as if she'd performed a Herculean task. A black and white cat slunk past. Kaye jumped and then shook her head.
That cat can unnerve me even when he's a few miles away, but not even Purrlock can kill this sense of satisfaction. I did it, and it feels good.
She sat in the van, staring at the bin, reveling in her sense of accomplishment.
I did it, Lord, she whispered. Please don't let me go back.
A memory hit her, terrified her. The last time she'd had this same sense of euphoria, she'd cheated on her diet the next day. She sighed and murmured,
My name is Kaye Harper. I'm a decluttering junkie. It has been, 3 minutes since my last fix.
The end. This is Krista Del Sorbo. We hope you have enjoyed this production of Confessions of a Decluttering Junkie by Shatona Havig. No part of this production may be used to train artificial intelligence of any kind or in any way. Thank you for listening.